Parker's heart leaped up into his throat. He stared at the small camera covering the door. They hadn't seen it from their original vantage point. And now Parker was fighting a full-on panic attack.
Guys, this isn't working. There's a camera above the door. I think they're lining up to shoot us. We're dead. It's over.
He was speaking fast under his breath, trying to keep his cool. Curtis looked up at the camera and then turned to Parker, trying to calm him down. Chance gripped his pistol tighter and sank into his stance, ready for a fight.
Again? What is it this time?
The man inside asked. Curtis and Chance looked at each other, raising their eyebrows in astonishment. The plan was going to work. The electronic lock let out a faint buzz and click as the heavy door swung outward. Parker's teammates sprang into action before he realized what was happening. They were already inside before he could even process the scene playing out. Staring at the two-tone subcompact handgun, Parker stood alone outside the bunker for a full 2 seconds before he snapped out of his daze to follow them inside. Curtis stiff-armed the guard inside, pinning him to the wall while holding his muzzle in the man's face. He grabbed a handful of the man's jacket and spun, pulling him to the ground as Chance moved past to clear the bunker. Curtis pulled the soldier's sidearm from his duty belt, handing it to Parker. "Watch him." Parker nodded and pulled the bunker door closed. He stood back while he kept an eye on the man cowering on the ground. He examined the weapon that Curtis had handed him, unfamiliar with the controls. Parker held it in his left hand, close to his chest, opting to stick with the car in his right. The man looked up in fear at Parker, noticing the young man trying to decide which weapon to use. Neither one pointed in his direction. The two men locked eyes. Parker followed the guard's train of thought as he noticed his gaze on the weapons. Flinching, Parker raised both pistols, expecting the soldier to leap up and attack. The man cowered on the floor again, covering his head with his hands.
Please don't kill me.
Parker let out a quiet sigh of relief, looking around for Curtis and Chance. He blew out another breath.
Good, neither of them saw that.
In just over 30 seconds, Parker's teammates had cleared the bunker, shoving a pair of technicians out into the hall. Neither man had put up a fight, surrendering willingly to avoid either pain or death. Curtis took a set of flex cuffs from his belt and secured the guard that Parker was watching. Chance secured the other two, leading them into the central control room, where they would be able to keep an eye on them. Curtis led the guard into the same spot, as Parker handed Chance the pistol they had taken from the guard. Curtis directed their prisoners to a corner of the room, telling them to sit on the floor. Chance showed him the weapon as he came back out.
"This is insect gear. High-tech stuff."
"It's all yours," Curtis said, patting him on the shoulder.
"No, I mean that these guys have some serious hardware. We need to be careful here," Chance said.
Curtis looked at the insect-manufactured pistol.
"All right, let's keep our heads on a swivel. Until then, the
ball is in your court now, Parker." Nodding and raising his night vision goggles, Parker put away his pistol and took stock of the equipment inside. Satisfied with what he found inside, he stood up straighter.
"This is the place. I can take control of the God Hand from here."
Chapter 26. Steens Mountain, Oregon. Their opening salvo had succeeded in sending the enemy into disarray. John and his team had scored a minor victory, but the forces outside regrouped and pushed back. With the high volume of fire focusing on John and Millie, they were forced back, regrouping behind cover. Millie examined what looked like a slice across her sleeve.
"Looks like we're pinned. What do we do now?"
"We sit tight." John inserted another magazine into the grip of his MP7. "Once an opening presents itself, we exploit it." A volley of bullets tore into the rocks and dirt as John and Millie scooted further down the small hill they were using as cover.
"They're closing in," Millie said. "It won't take long for a squad of betas to reach us at this rate."
John scanned the area behind them, looking for a safer place to go. They had adequate cover for now, but there wasn't much room to maneuver. "They'll be flanking us in a matter of minutes," John said. Millie slapped John on the shoulder and pointed toward the rocky, mountainous area near the fence perimeter.
"If I can get up there, Maybe I can provide some high-ground cover fire.
John shook his head. It's too dangerous. Too much open ground to cover, and I'm not sure you can make it before they take you down.
Well, we can't stay here. You and I both know what these guys are capable of.
Do you see that area behind us? John pointed a thumb over his shoulder. That long ditch that looks like a dry riverbed. It should provide decent cover and plenty of room to maneuver.
Millie glanced back and evaluated the position.
Even if we get in there, we're only buying ourselves minutes, even with the extra room.
Her eyes widened.
But I have an idea. We'll make a break for the ditch. I can split away from you over there, Millie said,
pointing to a swath of inky black shadow. John followed her reasoning and nodded. She was still going for the high ground, using the darkness to mask her movement. He didn't like the idea of splitting up, but they didn't have many other options. At the very least, Millie's would at least increase her odds of escaping the line of fire. She cut him off in the middle of his thoughts before he could object.
Look, John, no offense, but I don't take orders from you. Trust me, I can get clear and make my way up there. It's what I do. What I was trained to do by the woman inside that bunker.
John nodded, realizing she was more than capable of handling herself. He grinned and said,
You kind of sounded like Ty Octane there for a moment.
She rolled her eyes.
Please don't say that again.
Millie took a smoke grenade from her belt, showing John. He nodded and retrieved one of his as well. They pulled the pins and dropped them behind their current position to conceal their movement. The canisters popped and hissed, releasing a red-colored smoke. John fired short, controlled bursts into the closest targets. Millie was up a heartbeat later, doing the same. They both scored hits on the fast-approaching enemy, each taking a soldier down. Millie opened with fully automatic fire. John turned and sprinted toward the new position. He baseball slid over the edge and into the riverbed, twisting to land in a perfect crouch with his MP7 shouldered, dumping the rest of his magazine to cover Millie's movement. The young woman turned and bolted in his general direction, then cut to her left quickly as soon as she broke through the cloud of smoke. John's weapon clicked on an empty chamber. He whipped the spent mag free as he slammed his last reload home. Though he was well trained in the maneuver, the 2 seconds it took to get a fresh magazine into the weapon stretched into agonizing minutes. He watched rounds from the opposition cut through the air toward Millie. Finally, his PDW was reloaded and back in the fight. He cut down one more beta with a burst to his chest and neck as Millie disappeared into the darkness. She was hidden from everyone, even John. But now the incoming rounds seeking him out forced him back down below cover. Though John was pinned again, this new area provided him enough room to move laterally, allowing him to pop up in different locations so the enemy couldn't just focus on a single point to wait for him. A voice crackled over the radio into his earpiece.
John, we're pinned down, trying our best to keep them busy. But it looks like they've regrouped and figured out they're not up against a large force, Jimenez said. Copy that. Do your best to hold position for as long as possible, but I want you to get out of there before they overrun you. Do you understand? John said. Copy, understand.
John thumbed the fire selector to semi-auto. He needed to conserve ammunition, unable to just keep popping up to take pot shots. His reduced rate of fire only served to give the enemy the opening to approach. Even over the roar of gunfire, the throaty rumble of an engine carried to his position. Bright LED headlights flashed on, but they were pointing away from John's direction and toward the front gate.
They fired up an armored vehicle, John, Maverick said. Looks like they're planning on running us down.
John cursed under his breath.
Millie, I need a sit rep.
There was no answer. He had to assume that she was still on the move and unable to make contact without exposing her position.
Maverick, Jimenez, you've got to fall back. Just get out of there. You won't be able to stop that AFV. We were supposed to draw reinforcements to us from the secondary base. If we fall back now, we fail, Jimenez said. There's nothing we can do about that now. You two get out of there. Millie, do you copy?
John's message was cut short by the sound of the armored vehicle's big diesel engines roaring as it exited through the gate. He hunkered down and tried to radio Millie again, with no response. The enemy was closing in, and John was running out of options. Denio, Nevada. Parker was a blur of activity, setting up his computing rig. Chance wiped a stack of papers and pens off of the desk, giving him some more space. Parker nodded in thanks and unwound a cable. hooking his laptop directly to the bank of machines in the room.
Okay, let's see what Madame Ruby sees, he said.
Scanning the room, he mumbled to himself, pointing at each of the computer terminals. All at once, everything seemed to click in his mind.
This looks like the drone pilot controls.
He pointed to his seat with a joystick and throttle, like a video game flight simulator. Are you sure it's this one? Chance asked, full of sarcasm.
Yes.
Parker rubbed his chin, oblivious to the witty retort. Chance sat in the pilot's seat and oriented himself to the controls.
You know how to fly that thing? Curtis asked.
Yeah, sure, I think so.
Which is it?
I've played a flight sim once or twice in my day. Down is up, right? Curtis rolled his eyes. He monitored the digital and radio communications, waiting for Parker's instructions.
Where are you?
The hacker mumbled.
Ah, here you are.
He sat in a chair and rolled toward a complex collection of data connection ports. Parker pinched each cable at each port, following each one to its point of origin, and then to the monitor that seemed to be continually running a diagnostics program. A baffling wall of text flew up the screen, and Curtis had no idea what any of it was saying. Parker seemed to get it, though, reaching into his satchel and pulling out a rugged case that held a small tablet computer. He pulled out a few cables from his bag and connected the tablet to the diagnostics terminal.
Are you about to unleash one of those programs that gobbles up all their data like Pac-Man on their screen? Curtis joked.
Parker shook his head.
It was Zombie Apocalypse.
I'm sorry, what? Curtis asked.
When I stopped the Guardian system with John and Ty, the program I used to destroy it was called Zombie Apocalypse. It's really quite clever. The way it works is...
That's okay, I don't need the play-by-play, Curtis interrupted. Let's get this going before we lose our window.
Right, sorry. I'll just, get back to this,
Parker said, raising the tablet. Chance looked at the controls at his fingertips, but hadn't put his hand on the flight stick yet. So am I supposed to be doing anything yet? Parker never looked up, still kept typing on his tablet at a surprisingly fast pace.
Not yet, but I need you to keep an eye on the drone's position. Let me know if it sends you any messages.
Any message? Chance asked subconsciously, pulling his hand further away from the controls. Because I see a bunch of numbers.
Look for anything that says it's about to attack or launch.
Parker finished tapping, then with a flourish, hit Enter on the tablet screen keyboard. Scrolling data on the data terminal flickered and slowed for a moment, before it continued its rapid scrolling speed. Parker skimmed the information as it sped up the monitor, then clapped his hands and whooped.
Yes, I'm in!
The young programmer turned in his chair and slid his laptop closer. He input a quick command to start running something before switching to type directly on the data terminal's keyboard. He paused only long enough to reach into a small pouch on his belt and pull out a chunky aluminum rectangle.
Hey, Curtis, can you plug this in over there?
Curtis took the device and nodded. He looked where Parker was pointing and inserted the key drive, grateful that it was a simple USB connector.
Great, thanks,
Parker said. What was that I just plugged in? Curtis asked. Parker squinted, staring at the display as his fingers kept clicking the keys.
It's an invitation to the party.
A what? Parker slowed his typing and looked at Curtis with a gleam in his eye. The lieutenant mentally prepared himself for one of Parker's incoming monologues, regretting asking the question.
For Millie's friends. They have a talent for this sort of thing, Parker said.
And what thing would that be? Chance asked.
This kind of stuff, Parker said,
gesturing to all of the computers around him.
I'm pretty good at finding data, even when people don't want it found. But this kind of stuff is a little more, direct, I guess.
Direct like how? Curtis asked.
The stuff we're doing here. We have to hijack a state-of-the-art stealth-capable drone while preventing a virtual intelligence from regaining control and locking us out entirely. It's going to take a bit of effort to keep the VI busy, and we could use a little support.
Didn't you fight off a pair of Russian hackers in some kind of computer battle or something? Curtis asked. Parker pressed his lips together, closing his eyes and taking a breath, like a parent trying to figure out how to explain something to a child.
That was a slightly different situation. I was battling to other hackers for control of a single computer. This time we're facing a virtual intelligence. This thing can run more computations in a second than I could run all day.
Curtis nodded, staying silent. He didn't want to steal any more of Parker's focus, knowing now how difficult the task was. "If that thing is so fast, how are we supposed to fight it?" Chance asked. Parker beamed again. He even brought an index finger up when he spoke.
"It's simple. We fight it without it knowing it's in a fight."
The silence stretched out as Curtis and Chance waited for a longer explanation. "What, like some Bruce Lee art of fighting without fighting philosophy?" Curtis asked.
"Yes,"
Parker pointed at him.
"And I'm surprised you didn't get that reference, Detective Hunter."
Again, the silence stretched out, like Parker was waiting for them to ask the next question. Curtis was on the edge of losing his temper when Parker continued.
"What we have to do is make the VI think everything is normal by trapping it in a routine, well, a subroutine, that makes it seem like everything's cool. That way it won't execute any countermeasures, because it simply doesn't realize that anything is wrong."
"I get it, like in the movies, when they play a loop of recorded footage on a security camera that makes it look like the hallway is empty," Chance said. "The guard watching the monitor doesn't realize that the thieves are in there, stealing the stuff." Parker seemed a little deflated.
"Sure, if you want to oversimplify it. I guess you can describe it like that."
"Okay, so what do you have to do to trap this thing?" Curtis asked.
"Well, I need a sample of the routines running here, and then analyze the projected flight path of the drone. After that, I make sure the VI only has access to the version we feed it."
"That's the looped camera footage," Chance said. Curtis laughed, and Parker rolled his eyes. He continued clicking away on the terminal keyboard.
"Hey, you guys there?"
Parker asked. Curtis and Chance were confused, but before they could answer, a voice came over the bunker's radio channel.
"Yeah, we're here. Parker, is that you?"
A woman's voice asked.
"Yes, it is. Good to hear from you, Cat," Parker said.
"Affirmative. So are we ready to do this?" she asked. Cat 6 was one of Millie's associates, helping her after she had barely escaped the Order's Gamma program and rescued Letitia. Parker had connected with the hacker after John and the Hardcore took down the Car Group's secret INSEC training facility.
"I think I'm just about set up here," Parker said.
Roger, roger. The crew is standing by. Let us know when you're ready to execute," Cat said. Parker's typing speed slowed. At this point in the operation, precision was crucial, and he didn't want to make a mistake that could end the entire mission. Attempting to fool a sophisticated virtual intelligence was outside of his normal everyday computing activities.
"Okay, get ready to link to the system," Parker said.
A few seconds later, the data on the screen flickered, and Chance saw one line of code flash on the screen for an instant. The only thing he recognized was the file name. Matrix.exe.
"Are you kidding me?"
he asked.
"When I wrote the program, I originally called it Blue Pill. But my more immature friends started laughing, thinking it meant something else,"
Cat said.
"Please be quiet, everyone. This next part is going to be tricky," Parker said.
The room grew still as Parker hunched over his keyboard intently. He scanned the data running up the screen, typing in commands at strategic moments. Parker wiped his forearm across his brow like a cliched movie character. Curtis had to stifle a laugh. For the next few minutes, Parker continued inputting code and giving directions to Cat 6 over the radio. After his last command, he was deathly quiet and stood still. Only his eyes moved, twitching left to right. Curtis and Chance exchanged glances. Chance noticed that the technicians were staring, enthralled with what they were watching. He could tell they were impressed by the hacker.
"We've got him! The VI is trapped in the Matrix!"
Parker's sudden outburst startled the other two. Curtis had to suppress his reaction to draw his weapon and look for threats.
"You can't just yell like that, bro," Chance told him. "Oh, sorry. It's just, how often do you get a chance to trap a world-class virtual intelligence in a virtual simulation?"
"I don't know. Is that like an annual thing?" Chance asked, teasing Parker.
"That's all well and good, kid, but now it's time to get to work," Curtis said. "Yes, right. Chance should be able to take control of the drone and prevent it from attacking its pre-programmed targets."
"You got it. Just tell me what you need me to do." Chance's hands hovered near the controls.
"I'll radio our progress to John and the others," Curtis said. "And we're going to take the opportunity to study this VI," Cat said.
"Hey, are you sure that's a good idea?" Chance whispered to Parker and Curtis.
"I can still hear you guys. You're in a small room."
Chance continued in a whispered tone anyway.
Can we trust them with access to technology like that? Well, technically, we're fugitives that broke into a private facility. We count as someone like that, too, Parker said.
Also, this is a pretty shifty organization, looking to do who knows what with this technology, Curtis said. I mean, it's not like this is the kind of stuff we want the government to have control of either, you know, he added, to everyone's surprise. Before anyone else could object, Curtis keyed his radio. John, this is Curtis. Do you read me? Chapter 27. Wesker sat in the shotgun seat of a black SUV with Poe in the back, behind the driver. Both men had removed their coats and wore a tactical vest over their shirts and ties, their badges hanging from ball chains. When he received the message from John's team about the order and the God Hand drone, the U.S. Marshal had contacted the governor of Oregon, requesting that they activate the National Guard. He mobilized their own special operations group to provide additional firepower and support for the fight. Poe fidgeted subconsciously, easing the charging handle of his rifle back. The glint of brass sitting in the chamber was as reassuring to him as it was the first 2 times he had performed the action. Possible contact ahead, the driver said. Slow us down. Wesker adjusted his rifle sling. The convoy of vehicles approached a black hybrid SUV parked on the side of the road. I believe that is Stone's car, sir, Poe said. Matches the photos we received earlier. Wesker nodded. GPS tracker puts us right on top of it. They slowed to a stop 100 meters from the abandoned interceptor. You ready to earn your paycheck? Wesker asked as he opened the door. Without a word, Poe exited the vehicle and raised his car-15 as he approached the car with Wesker. The 2 marshals carried the compact, select-fire carbines with 11.5-inch barrels, while the rest of the SOG supporting them opted for the full-sized M16A2. The 2 men took the lead and approached cautiously with a calm heel-toe stepping cadence. When they were within 20 meters, Poe peeled away, circling around to the driver's side while Wesker continued straight ahead. The younger marshal sidestepped cautiously around, exposing degrees of visibility around the corner bit by bit. Wesker made his approach along the passenger side, looking into the tinted windows while watching the side view mirror for any sign of movement. He reached out and pulled the rear passenger door open just as Poe did the same for the driver's side. He's not here, Poe said. Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to be. Wesker circled around to check the map on Poe's tablet. John's coordinates say the outpost is a few kilometers that way. As if on cue, the pops of small arms gunfire echoed from the direction he was pointing. What's going on up there? Poe asked, clutching his carbine close to his chest. I imagine it's a firefight, son. Poe glanced at Wesker, not used to the senior agent telling jokes. His smile faded when he noticed that Wesker's face showed no sign of levity. Be advised. Possible gunfire at the target location, he radioed to the approaching National Guard unit. The sparse pops were drowned out by the rhythmic thumps of a machine gun and then an explosion. We should go. Poe jogged back to their SUV. If you're in a hurry to get in the middle of a gunfight without understanding who's fighting whom, be my guest. Just leave me behind and I'll catch up later. Another explosion, this one much more powerful, lit up the night sky. Poe and Wesker flinched as the Special Operations Group members took cover and raised their weapons. When the light of the fire died down, Wesker looked at the younger agent with his eyebrows raised in question. Let's take it slow, he said to the driver, climbing back into the vehicle. Poe, radio the rest of the team and let them know that we're going to creep up with lights off. Get as close as we can in the vehicles. Poe nodded and sent the orders. One by one, all of the vehicles' lights turned off. They slowed the pace and crept ahead in silence. The convoy made its way up the winding roads as the firefight picked up again, the reports growing louder. Okay, this is as far as we're going. We'll walk from here. The SOG unit exited their vehicles, each of the men and women running a quick gear check, patting their sidearms and spare magazines. They checked the chambers of the weapons and readjusted their helmets and vests. As Poe finished his own check, he noticed that Wesker hadn't done the same. Their eyes met, and the older agent smiled at Poe's questioning expression. I've done this enough times to trust that everything is where it's supposed to be after the first check. Go on ahead, and send the boys up to scout the area, if you please." Two SOG members nodded and moved forward with weapons at a low-ready position.
"Are we waiting here until we hear from them?" Poe asked.
"No. We're going to follow them," Wesker said. "Just a little slower." The team fell into position and stalked toward the sounds of war. They continued on course for nearly 10 minutes when the recon team radioed. "We see 2 men approximately 200 meters out. They are outside the compound and firing in. An armored vehicle just exited, heading toward them." "Do you see John Stone?" Wesker asked. "Unknown. We're unable to ID either of the men at this time. Move closer if you can. Contact us when you've got a positive ID. Stay frosty out there, gentlemen." "Roger. Over and out. Poe, see what you can do about getting us into radio contact with that bunker. I don't want us walking into a meat grinder when we get there." Poe nodded and got to work searching the frequencies. The group closed to within 300 meters of the bunker gates when the recon team radioed again. "Neither of the men is John Stone, sir. There is gunfire coming from another position further east of our position. Stone may be there." Before Wesker could respond, a stray round from the many hundreds fired from the base zipped past Wesker and struck one of the SOG men in the chest, the whip crack of the report reaching them a second later. It was a random chance, and the plate carrier in his chest absorbed the impact. But one of Wesker's men reflexively shouldered his M16 and fired a burst toward the men defending the compound. "Cease fire!" Wesker hissed, but it was too late. Several of the weapons from inside the base shifted their point of aim, firing in the marshal's direction. "Take cover!" Wesker called. Bullets peppered all around their position. "Poe, any luck getting us in contact with them?"
"Negative, sir."
The volume of fire increased as more of the soldiers inside the structure joined the battle. Wesker bit his lip, covering his head with his hand. He shook his head and cursed under his breath. "Return fire!" he shouted. Chapter 28. Steens Mountain, Oregon.
"John, this is Curtis. Do you read me?"
John ducked below the lip of the trench as a bullet nearly grazed his shoulder. He held a finger to the earpiece, more out of habit, and responded.
"I read you loud and clear. I'm gonna need some good news from you, Clark."
"We're in the control center. Parker has trapped the VI, and now he's about to take control of the God Hand."
"That's great. We'll pull back from here and see if we can break contact," John said.
John ended the transmission, neglecting to mention to Curtis that he wasn't sure how they would be able to fall back. A squad of Beta assets had him pinned in a dry creek bed. Millie disappeared, making her way effectively deeper into the complex. The last communication from Scott and Jimenez let him know that they weren't faring much better. He fired 2 more shots at an approaching silhouette and hunkered back down.
"Millie, do you copy?"
Millie finally responded.
"I copy. I'm in position now."
John scanned the rocky outcrops with his night vision and found her in the elevated position she indicated earlier. Her weapon was up, and she was searching for targets.
"Parker's in the system. They're about to take control of the drone. It's time for us to fall back," John said.
There was a long pause before she answered.
"Flair is in that compound. I have to go in after her," Millie said.
"It's too dangerous. They have more strength than we anticipated, and reinforcements are on the way."
A sudden stab of pain dug through his left side. He grunted and dropped down. One of the enemy soldiers had managed to get a partial flanking position on him. John flattened himself to the dirt and checked his side with a hand. The bullet tore a gash from back to front, just under his ribs. He gritted his teeth, wincing in pain as he twisted his body to check the wound.
"John, you've got to get out of there," Millie said. "I'll cover you."
"Negative. Hold your position."
John grunted as he came up to a kneeling position.
"They don't know where you are, and I want to keep it that way for now."
John tried to get a read on the situation. The enemy was concentrating their rounds on his position, preventing him from returning fire. He was effectively suppressed.
"Jimenez, Maverick, John is pinned. He could use a little help," Millie said over the radio.
"We're playing hide-and-seek with an AFV at the moment. Sorry, you two,"
Jimenez said.
"John, it has to be me,"
Millie said.
"When I give you the signal, break off and head east. The ground slopes away, so you can take cover and fall back."
John looked over toward Millie's position as if they were making eye contact when he spoke.
"No, Millie. I told you not to risk—"
"Go!" she interrupted. Muzzle flashes strobed from a spot on the mountain. A moment later, The cracks from her PDW echoed. John didn't hesitate to move from his location. He heard the pace of the gunfire pick back up, but only a few rounds were coming in his direction. They were attacking the new threat high up in the rocks. John slid quickly down the hill, grunting and clutching his side. He began to work his way back and around toward Maverick and Jimenez.
"Millie, are you okay?"
he asked on the run. No answer. He didn't know what was louder at this moment, the roar of the gunfire directed at Millie, or the silence from her radio. He was about to hail her again when her answer came back.
"I'm fine, John."
John breathed a sigh of relief.
"Be careful. They've directed a lot of fire onto your position."
"Oh, don't worry about that. I'm not even there anymore."
"What is your position, over?"
"Trust me. You don't want to know."
John stopped in his tracks.
"Are you in the base?"
"Yeah, but don't worry. This is the safest place to be right now. All of their attention is focused outward. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go radio silent. It's tricky work, sneaking into a place this heavily guarded."
John closed his eyes and shouted a curse. He turned, considering working his way into the base to find her. The armored fighting vehicle burst out into the open and angled toward Maverick. He rolled out from his cover and bolted into the darkness, leaving the M60 behind. Gunfire ripped across the battlefield toward him from an open turret on top. He used the darkness and uneven terrain to move away and hide from view. He cursed at himself for leaving the machine gun, but he knew he would have been dead if he tried to bring it with him.
"Jimenez, I need an assist."
"Sure. Let me know what you need."
"Put some fire on that vehicle. Draw him towards you while I get into position."
"Into position for what?"
Jimenez asked.
"Just shoot the bastards,"
Maverick yelled. The booms of a heavy-caliber bolt-action rifle split the air from his right. As he hoped, the attention of the armored vehicle's occupants shifted to the sniper.
"I got the gunner, Maverick,"
Jimenez said.
"I think they're mad. The driver is trying to roll up the hill at me now." "Okay, when you hear me shooting, you swing around to where I ditched the machine gun, and stay out of sight."
Maverick drew his Smith & Wesson revolver. He popped up and unloaded his handgun at the armored fighting vehicle. The .357 Magnum rounds pinged off the sides and reinforced windows, but he succeeded in getting their attention once more. This time he was able to drop out of sight and move around to better position. The AFV crept to his last known location. A new soldier rose up from inside to man the turret, sweeping the barrel side to side. Maverick scrabbled up a nearby ridge, gaining an elevated position on the vehicle.
"I've got the M60. Where do you want it?" "Hunker down and give that thing hell. Just stop firing when you see me," Maverick said.
There was a pause as Jimenez tried to work out what that meant.
"Roger that,"
he said, his words hesitant. Maverick followed the path of the armored behemoth as it drove up to where he had taken cover earlier. The gunner spun around, aiming his weapon but finding no target to shoot. Before the soldier could start his search, the booming chatter of the M60 broke the lull. Jimenez poured a stream of phosphorus tracer rounds into the windshield, then the top turret. The AFV changed course and churned forward to run Jimenez down. Maverick stood to his full height as the vehicle's route took it along the ridgeline where he was perched. He leaped across the gap, landing on the roof of the vehicle in a crouch, his hands helping to absorb the impact. Wasting no time, Maverick used the bounce reflex to launch himself forward. He speared the gunner before the turret could swing back. Their bodies collided, folding the Beta's back across the edge of the gunner's port. Both men tumbled down into the crew compartment of the vehicle. Maverick had one eye squeezed shut, trying to push the pain away as he scanned the interior. He saw the man that Jimenez had killed earlier, but another Beta warrior stood in the cramped quarters. Maverick was on his feet, defending the incoming punch. He had an arm up, cushioning the blow, but the soldier's strength allowed him to generate plenty of power, sending a dull ache ripping through the detective's shoulder. Seeing an opening, Maverick buried a right hook under his foe's arm, cracking one of the man's exposed ribs. He followed with a left cross that rocked the Beta, sending him staggering toward the driver. The gunner rose to his feet again, still shaken from the spear that buckled him and dropped their bodies in the AFV.
"Take a number,"
Maverick said, delivering a front kick that pushed the man into the rear hatch. "I'll be right with you." The air shot from Maverick's lungs in a short huff as the foe behind him struck him between the shoulder blades with an elbow. The grizzled fighter staggered into the man he had just kicked as they both hit the ground. Growling through gritted teeth, Maverick pushed the web of his left hand into the gunner's throat and added his body weight to a right fist, like a boulder dropped from a cliff, crushing the beta's cheekbone and nose. He wound up for a second punch, but the warrior that sucker punched him landed a roundhouse kick to Maverick's ribs, throwing his body into the seats along the side of the crew compartment. Maverick spun to face the remaining threat, still kneeling. The beta whipped his body around, hurling another roundhouse kick toward the detective's head. Maverick dropped his upper body and dove forward, driving his shoulder into the man's knee, dislocating it. The warrior clutched the damaged limb, growling instead of the pain screams that most would have expected. The gunner pulled himself up again, and Maverick did the same, squaring up. Even with the broken bones in his face, the enemy soldier was still very much in the fight. The beta spat out a gob of blood and wiped a gloved hand across his busted features. Maverick admired the fighting spirit of these warriors. He smiled, a wicked, toothy grin, and brought his fists up.
"Finally, someone that can give this old man a good workout," Maverick said.
The beta sneered and charged forward, throwing an overhand right packed with dynamite. Maverick twisted his stance and dipped his head to the side, ducking under the incoming blow. Wound up like a steel spring, he uncoiled his body and drove an uppercut under the gunner's chin. The momentum of Maverick's punch took the man off his feet, sending him upward as his head and neck slammed into the low ceiling of the AFV. The sickening crunch of bone and the hollow stare told the old man that his foe was dead before he hit the ground. Maverick noticed that the injured soldier was crawling toward a rack of weapons along one wall. He covered the distance in one step, delivering a stomp onto the man's skull to take him out of the fight. The driver spun in his seat, trying to get a better view of the battle that had played out in less than a minute behind him. The soldier fumbled for the pistol in a holster attached to the vehicle's console. Maverick ripped a rifle from the rack that the injured man was going for. As the driver brought the pistol up, Maverick unleashed two bursts, tearing holes into the seat and through his target. He looked down at the bullpup rifle in his hands and turned it over. Not bad. The AFV rumbled as it slowed to a stop. Jimenez turned away, ready to bolt. Maverick climbed into the front seat and opened the door, booting the driver's body from the vehicle. "You need a lift?" Jimenez smiled ear to ear.
"Man, I thought you were dead in there." "Millie, come in."
John switched frequencies and tried to raise her once more. Out of ammo for the MP7, John had to ditch it, switching to the Glock 26, loaded with a longer 15-round magazine. He took a short breath, ready to face the enemy moving in on his position. Just then, he noticed that the amount of gunfire concentrated in his direction had reduced. "Hey, John, Jimenez and I decided to take the AFV for a little spin." John smiled.
"Is that why they stopped shooting at me?"
That's a negative. No one is shooting at us just yet. They must still think we're on their side," Maverick said.
"Wesker,"
John said. "I didn't copy. What was that?"
U.S. Marshal Wesker must have found the interceptor using the GPS location."
John raised his head up, trying to get a better view of the battlefield, noticing that the soldiers defending the base were fighting another force approaching from the front.
"Looks like the cavalry has arrived. You and Jimenez get out of there," John said. "I'm going in to get Millie."
"Well, if that's the case, we can't just leave the newcomers to deal with our mess. Mav and I will cause a bit of a disturbance on our way out," Jimenez said.
"I'm sure Wesker will appreciate that. Good luck."
The rumble of the engine rose up over the rifle reports. Only the AFV's mounted machine gun could compete, belching out destruction in loud, violent roars. John slipped away, heading to the elevated spot where he saw Millie last. Using the chaos of the firefight, he crept along the perimeter toward the base of the mountain. The muzzle flashes of a nearby enemy sent John toward a bush for cover. Through his night vision, he could see that the beta soldier carried the insect-designed bullpup rifle, firing caseless ammunition in tight 3-round bursts. He raised his pistol, ready to fire, when he noticed that the man was also wearing the newer composite hard armor that the now-defunct defense contractor had produced. It was capable of stopping rounds from an AK-47, so John knew the subcompact's 9mm slugs would be as effective as spitwads. The soldier spotted John's movement from the corner of his eye and turned to train his weapon on the shrubs. That was when John noticed that he also wore a set of light amplification goggles strapped over his eyes.
No helmet,
John thought. Clutching the pistol in his right hand, John's left fell to the flashlight clipped to his vest. The soldier spotted him as his muzzle swung around. John had only enough time to pull the light's clip free from the webbing and rotate his wrist. Pressing the butt cap with his thumb, he put the 800 lumen beam right onto the soldier's face. With the light amplification goggles on, the bright white pulse sent the man's shots high as he stumbled away. John dropped the light and clutched the pistol in both hands, bringing it up as the beta ripped the scope free from his face. 2 hollow-point rounds found their mark as John pressed the trigger, aiming for his target's unarmored head. Rushing forward, John slid to a stop on his knees, taking the dead man's rifle and 2 spare magazines, stuffing them into the pouches on his tactical vest.
"Thanks,"
he said, patting the man's chest as he got back to his feet and pressed on. Finding her last known position, he scanned for a way into the base. The only route down past the fence was a narrow and treacherous path. Millie's size, training, and agility would have allowed her to descend in mere moments, but with John's mounting injuries, this was a challenging feat. Placing each foot down with deliberate care, John made his way down the trail. He wondered how Millie had made it down so fast, under fire. Stepping on a loose rock, John lost his footing and landed on his right hip, sliding the rest of the way down, inside the base's perimeter. A nearby soldier spun to investigate, his weapon up and ready. John reached the bottom, laying on his back, as the beta reached his position. The fall had worked in John's favor, as the enemy kept his weapon trained high, expecting a standing target. By the time he noticed John was on the ground, the Army Ranger sent a burst into the man's body through his composite armor. John pushed himself up to a kneeling position and fired 2 more bursts, chasing the man's body as it fell. Letting his held breath out in a steady exhale, John pulled the partial mag free from his weapon, dropping it as he retrieved another from the dead man.
"Nice of you to join me,"
Millie said from behind him, completely catching him off guard.
"What were you thinking, Millie? We have to get out of here,"
John said.
"You feel up to making the climb back up there? You barely made it down."
John stared at her for a long moment, then shook his head. He pulled a key card from the dispatched soldier's body as Millie took his radio.
"This might get us inside, but I don't know what kind of access we'll have when we're in there,"
he said, examining the card. Millie gave him a sly smile.
"Let's find out."
They lowered their night vision goggles, moving through the shadows. With the battle raging on against the U.S. Marshals, John and Millie were able to cover more ground, eating up the last 50 meters, running toward the bunker's entrance. Kneeling by the entrance, Millie plugged her earpiece into the radio and listened to the transmissions.
"Sounds like things are heating up out there."
"I think Maverick and Jimenez are having too much fun in that armored fighting vehicle,"
John said. Millie closed her eyes and twisted her head slightly, listening to the enemy transmissions.
"I think Wesker called for some serious backup. The National Guard just arrived."
John stood to get a better view and noticed the battle at the front of the base had drawn more of the beta forces away from the bunker.
"If we're heading inside, I think now is our best chance,"
John said. Millie nodded, taking the key card from John.
"Let's hope there isn't an army inside once these doors open."
John couldn't help but smile at her strange enthusiasm. He brought the rifle up to his shoulder and gestured toward the keypad with the muzzle. They moved in a crouch, reaching the electronic reader. Millie aimed at the door with her PDW, using her free hand to hold the keycard. John took a knee next to her as the box let out a beep. The locks clunked and disengaged. Air whooshed out as the door swung open.
"That was easy," John said. "No code required."
"That wasn't me,"
Millie said, shouldering her weapon. 3 betas were moving out to secure the area as the entrance widened. John realized what Millie had meant a split second before the betas could process what they were walking into. Millie's MP7 crackled as she ripped a line across the lead man's throat. John punched 3 holes in a tight triangle over the next man's heart. As their 2 targets dropped, the third man brought his weapon into the fight. His burst hit empty air as Millie twisted clear from his point of aim. John returned fire, but the soldier moved just as deftly as the Gamma asset, rolling to the side and dodging the burst. Millie was on top of the beta before he could track her movements. She used one hand to force the muzzle of his assault rifle up. Both of their weapons barked simultaneously, the betas spitting rounds into the night sky as Millie sunk into the flesh under his chin, finding their way up into his skull. As the final foe collapsed, Millie maintained her grip on his weapon as she let hers fall to the floor. She replaced the partial magazine with a full one and grabbed a few more from the other bodies.
Shall we?
She stepped through the entrance.
Scott, Jimenez, do you read me? John radioed.
I've got a little bit of interference, but we read you, the marksman replied.
Millie and I are in the bunker. We're going in after Flair. Wesker brought the National Guard with him, so you need to fall back like we planned.
Are you sure? Maybe we should stay and lend a hand.
Negative. Just move out,
John said, falling into step beside Millie. She had a look of grim determination on her face, staring down the hallway leading deep under the mountain.
Are you ready?
He asked.
I've been planning this moment since the day I escaped from her vile grasp, Millie said.
With their weapons up and ready, they headed into the heart of the base. Chapter 29. Denio, Nevada. Parker tapped out a short command on his keyboard and pointed to Chance.
All right, it's your turn. I've deleted the flight vector constraints, so the drone won't try to autocorrect if you pull it out of its predetermined path. Nudge it off course, and the God-Hand should exit the pre-programmed routine.
Chance took in a quick breath and held it as he rested his hand on the control stick. The data overlaid on the camera feed showed an estimated time of 2 minutes until it would release its payload at the first of a dozen targets.
We're cutting this pretty close, he said.
Chance eased the stick to the left, watching the image on the screen as the horizon rolled to the right.
That's it! We've got the drone,
Parker shouted as he stood from his seat.
The VI is still unaware, Katz said. Perfect. I'm going to send you new coordinates. We're going to fly it out over the ocean and initiate its self-destruct, Parker said.
He rolled the chair back to the terminal. Then the lights dimmed as several pulsing red lights whirled around the room. A klaxon sounded from outside.
What the hell just happened? Curtis asked. The base just went into lockdown, Parker said. Someone must have tripped an alarm.
Curtis looked at their prisoners, still bound in the corner. All three looked just as surprised as he was.
We've got some unwanted party guests on the way, Chance said, looking at one of the security monitors.
Curtis saw soldiers heading toward their position on the camera displays.
They know it's us. Parker, something spooked the VI. It's about to wake up, Katz said. The alarm must have triggered something. Parker spun to his keyboard, and his fingers flew over the keys. Get ready, Kat. We're going to have to try and put the genie back in the bottle. I've lost control of the drone, Chance said, raising his hands away from the controls. On my signal, Kat. Parker scanned the outpost on his screen before hitting another key. Now!
Steens Mountain, Oregon. John and Millie navigated their way through the underground bunker, following the sparse signage directing personnel inside.
This way, Millie said, pointing left at an intersection. Are you sure? John asked. Not 100%, but this is probably the most likely route. The other way leads to the armory and training grounds, according to the sign. Flair wouldn't dirty your hands with that stuff.
John nodded, satisfied with the answer, as they changed their route. The long hallway had featureless walls with no other doors or windows along its length. John peered ahead over the sights of his rifle.
This is the perfect place for an ambush. The ultimate fatal funnel.
Kinda claustrophobic, too.
Millie turned to face the rear, walking backward for a few steps before facing front again.
But at least the enemy would be just as screwed in here.
The long walk brought them to a locked door. Millie swiped the stolen key card over the box mounted on the wall near the handle. She nodded and pulled the door open as John slipped inside, sweeping the immediate area with the muzzle of his assault rifle. She followed, covering the opposite direction. They were in a large rectangular area with high ceilings. 4 doors lined each of the long sections, and a semi-open lobby area in the middle with assorted furniture spread about. Massive pale pillars were spaced throughout, supporting the weight of the mountain above them. John walked toward the center of the room, his weapon following his gaze. Millie was several meters behind, also scanning as they moved.
Which door? John asked. Your guess is as good as...
The far left door opened, and 4 more Beta soldiers exited, heading out to reinforce the soldiers repelling Wesker's attack on the base. His senses in overdrive, John snapped his point of aim on the first target, pressing the trigger twice. 2 tight bursts ripped through his target's body. Millie's follow-up burst sliced a gouge across the second man's thigh as he fell. John clutched the rifle against his chest as he broke for one of the support columns. Millie sprinted off to the side, using the industrial furniture to conceal her movement. One of the Betas grabbed the injured man and pulled him behind another support as the other dropped to a knee and opened fire on John's position. Leaning out, John fired, forcing the man in the open behind cover with his friends. With all 3 using the same column for protection, he stepped out, ready to move to his right, adjusting his angle to expose them. But the injured man rolled out enough to bring his weapon up. His shots stopped John, sending him behind the column again. The other 2 advanced, one staying at the next beam for support as the other continued. Their tactics are solid, John thought. Millie watched the soldiers advancing on John. She had hoped to circle behind them, but the Beta assets didn't hesitate, moving far too quickly for her to reach a better spot. She braced the weapon on a blocky chair with stiff cushions. Firing several bursts, she stalled their assault, but it also alerted them to her position. Millie rolled out to the far end of the room, toward the other doors, as the injured Beta returned fire. His rounds tore through the chair she had been behind a second earlier.
They can see just as well as us in the dark, she thought. Wonderful.
John stepped out, bringing his rifle up. The 2 Betas stalking him opened fire, but John's move was a feint. He pivoted back as their bursts sliced through the stale air. John lunged to the opposite side of the column and fired at the nearest assaulter. He cursed as both men had tracked his movement. All 3 men fired at the same time. Having a split-second advantage, John's rounds found their mark, punching a neat triangular pattern through the farthest man's lung. But 2 bullets tore through his left deltoid. John faltered, almost dropping his weapon as he fell to his right, taking cover again.
Close your eyes, John. These guys can see in the dark, too,
Millie said. He wanted to ask how those 2 statements went together, realizing just as he heard something metallic clatter out into the open. John let the rifle hang on its sling, shutting his eyes and covering both ears. The flashbang grenade echoed off of the walls and stone ceiling. One of the Betas grunted as the other let out a frustrated shout, firing his weapon into the darkness. John grabbed his weapon and rolled out into the open. The Beta moving on his position was only 10 meters away when the bright pulse of light had disoriented him. John fired 3 bursts as 8 of the 9 bullets found their marks. As the Beta fell, John had a clear line of sight to the injured man in the distance. He was about to fire when he spotted Millie closing in and finishing him off, appearing almost out of nowhere. Even through the amplified light, she had a knack for finding the shadows. John stripped the mostly spent magazine and dropped it at his feet before reloading his weapon. Red lights pulsed as an alarm klaxon echoed.
I guess they know we're in now, John said, raising his goggles.
We have to move fast before Flair can escape,
Millie said. John nodded and searched the bodies on the floor. He picked up 2 spare magazines and stripped the duty belt off of one of their waists, buckling it around his hips.
This way.
He took point and led them into the next hallway at the far end of the open area. The radio crackled in his ear.
John, this is Curtis. Do you read me?
I read you. What's going on?
John asked.
Parker took control of the drone, but the VI is fighting back. The base has been alerted to our presence, so we won't be able to hold this bunker for long. We're going to activate the drone's self-destruct sequence, then figure out a way to get out of here.
John looked at Millie.
Curtis, can Parker program a new target for the drone strike? John asked.
Curtis paused.
John, you can't possibly be asking what I think you are.
Can he do it or not?
Parker's voice chimed over the radio now, but he seemed shaken.
I think I can.
I'll send you the new target coordinates. As soon as you input them, send that strike the second it's in range, John said.
Okay, but you have to make sure you're nowhere near that area when the javelins hit, Parker said,
realizing what the plan was.
I'm sending you the coordinates now. Over and out.
He pulled the map from his pocket and input the location into his phone.
You should get out of here, John said to Millie as he hit send.
No. Whatever it takes, I'm going to stop her,
Millie said. This is going to stop her, John said. I just need to make sure she doesn't get out first. You don't need to be here.
I'm not leaving without Flair, and you're wasting time arguing.
John let out a frustrated grunt. He wasn't going to win this argument, and she was right. They were wasting time. He nodded, and they continued. The hall turned, coming to a stop at a steel entryway. Millie held the key card up, searching for the reader to unlock it. Instead of the featureless plastic box, there was a numeric keypad. She studied the access panel, looking for a way to open it.
"Move aside, please. I've got this,"
John said.
"You've got the code?" Millie asked.
"You could say that,"
John said. He was holding a breaching charge from the duty belt he had taken from one of the betas. While John worked, Millie moved down the hall and around the corner. She let her weapon hang on its sling and covered her ears while squeezing her eyes shut. John joined her, activating the detonator, and then clicked the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. The concussive pulse was a punch to the chest, almost ripping the air from their lungs, as a deafening boom filled the halls with smoke, activating the sprinkler system. John dropped the detonator and swung his rifle up. The two marched through the jagged remains of the door. Denio, Nevada.
"Bro, you hear that?" Ty asked. "The base is on full alert. We need to get back and help them."
Roland tried to turn his body to look out the back window.
"We're supposed to wait for their signal."
"I'd say that's a pretty distinct signal,"
Ty said. Roland nodded and brought his Mini-14 up. Ty shot him a mischievous grin.
"Buckle up, ladies. Things are about to get a little crazy."
He pressed the starter button as the vehicle let out an anticlimactic beep as the electric motors silently whirred to life. Ty lowered his head and closed his eyes.
"It's just not the same."
The vehicle shook and bounced as they made the U-turn through the rough terrain.
"What's the plan again?"
Roland asked.
"Not that you actually told me what it was." "We roll in there, grab some better wheels, and save the day."
Roland gripped the seat tighter.
"You have no idea what you're doing, do you?"
"I like to riff," Ty said. "Seat of my pants kind of stuff, you know? Writing things down as for stuffed shirts, like Travis and John."
Parker's phone chimed, and he looked down at the message from John. He let out a long breath as his shoulders slumped. He passed the phone to Chance.
"Here are the strike coordinates John sent."
Chance hesitated as if he didn't want to follow through. He input the numbers into a keypad at his control station. The screen showed a message asking him to confirm the new coordinates. He hit accept, and the ETA adjusted, showing approximately 10 minutes for the drone to reach launch distance, and another 5 for the kinetic strike projectiles to make impact.
"Okay, the target is set," Chance said.
"Good. As soon as the payload is released, destroy that drone," Curtis said. Parker closed his eyes and balled up his fists. He didn't like the idea of sending the payload on top of John and Millie's position, but he had to stay focused. They were no longer able to keep the VI locked in the Matrix.
"It's breaking free. We can't contain it," Katz said. "Hold on as long as you can. I'm going to try something," Parker said.
His fingers clicked in rapid succession over his keyboard.
"Whatever you're going to do it fast."
Parker searched the system so he could pinpoint Nova.
"Maybe I can overload the local systems and keep the VI busy putting out fires," he thought.
Parker stopped. His mouth fell open slightly as he stared down at the search results. "Parker, are you okay?" Curtis asked.
"Nova. It's here," Parker said.
"You mean like here? Like on this computer?" Chance asked, pointing to Parker's terminal.
"No, it's in this compound."
"Is that good or bad?" Curtis asked.
"It's probably the best news we've had all night. We can destroy it," Parker said. "I can program a second target for the God Hand."
Curtis and Chance exchanged troubled looks. Chapter 30. Steens Mountain, Oregon. Flair turned her attention to Tobias Caliban.
"What's going on out there?"
Her voice was calm, yet stern. Caliban averted his eyes and adjusted his watch.
"Our beta assets are currently engaging a secondary force that arrived almost an hour after the first assault." "Where is John Stone?" she asked.
"We don't know, ma'am. But someone has taken control of one of our armored fighting vehicles," Tobias said.
"I'm not concerned with that," Flair snapped, her eyes wild. "I want you to find Stone immediately."
The muffled pops nearby captured their attention.
"What was that? What's going on out there?"
the technician asked.
"That was gunfire," Flair said.
An alarm pierced the air throughout the bunker. Someone had infiltrated. She looked with disgust at Tobias, who had assured her that successfully breaking into the secured bunker was highly unlikely. It took every ounce of her self-control to not draw her pistol and shoot him in the face. The man didn't know what to do or say. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, searching for an answer like a fish gasping for air. Flair issued orders to everyone, tired of looking at him, staring like a deer frozen in headlights.
Lock this facility down. Cover all the access points and have the betas sweep through the entire bunker. Leave no corner unchecked.
Tobias nodded feebly and grabbed his radio to issue the orders.
Miss Flair, I think it's time for you to evacuate,
the Alpha, Melody Richter, said. Flair wasn't the type to make irrational, emotional decisions. She simply nodded in agreement and prepared to leave. Melody called in the orders, preparing the evacuation route to the transportation she already had waiting, ready for an emergency exit. A deep, booming explosion reverberated through the hall into Flair's room. Smoke and hot air seeped inside, pushed in through the gaps and vents by the concussive blast.
It's time to go now.
Melody ushered her toward the back exit of the room and gave orders to the betas inside.
No one is to follow us. Do you understand?
Denio, Nevada. Ty helped Roland into his wheelchair. He reached back into the car to pull the stainless steel revolver from the glove compartment.
King Cobra,
Ty said, admiring the weapon.
Are we doing this or what?
Roland asked. Ty had driven up as close as they could to the base, reaching the point where the others had initially been dropped. From their vantage point, the path inside was clear, but there was still a commotion outside as the klaxons continued blaring.
Looks like they're busy,
Roland said.
Yeah, busy trying to kill our buddies,
Ty said, pushing the chair over the gravel.
Hey man, take it easy,
Roland said, holding his carbine on his lap.
Don't drop me in the dirt.
Ty ignored him, pressing forward until they reached the semi-smooth asphalt slab surrounding the entire compound.
We're out in the open here,
Roland said, bringing his rifle up.
Let's take cover here.
It's a straight shot to those vehicles parked over there, Ty said, pointing to a pair of armored buggies. Everyone is too busy trying to bust down the doors, so we should be able to reach it easily enough. Roland's breaths came in short, ragged gasps as Ty ignored his suggestion, pushing ahead. He looked to his right, watching as more soldiers gathered outside of the reinforced bunker Parker and the others had gone into. Ty's sneakers scraped along the rough asphalt as he jerked the chair to a stop. Roland lurched forward, almost dropping his rifle. Ty grabbed the back of his shirt before he spilled out onto the ground. Roland snapped his head back.
What are you—
Ty held a finger to his lips, bringing the revolver up. Roland shouldered his rifle and scanned the area ahead. He spotted a pair of men in coveralls heading toward the large group in the middle of the compound. They tracked the workers' movements with their weapons until it was clear again.
That was close, huh?
Ty asked.
You almost dumped me face first.
Roland pushed himself toward the back of his seat, readjusting his position.
I'll take it from here.
As you wish, my lord, Ty said with a bow. The shadow courier continued as Roland wheeled his chair behind him, resting the Mini-14 in his lap. Ty reached the vehicle as Roland came up behind him. It was an armored buggy of sorts, with aggressive angles and a sleek profile. The large wheels only added to the overall aesthetic. Roland moved to the rear of the vehicle, where he saw the small hatch. We're going to have to leave your wheels here, Ty said, opening the back of the vehicle.
I'm going to need you behind that beast right there.
Roland nodded, looking at the mounted machine gun. Ty helped him inside the car, assisting him as he settled into the gunner's seat. The controls felt futuristic in his hands, but nothing seemed to respond. He unslung his rifle.
Looks like I'm going to have to stick with my own gear.
Give me a sec, Ty said from the driver's seat. Buckle up, ladies. Things are about to get a little crazy. The armored vehicle let out a short series of beeps as the electric motor quietly woke from its slumber.
It's just not the same, Ty mumbled.
Roland looked down at the readouts on his turret as the weapon systems came to life. He took the controls and maneuvered the mounted machine gun around instinctively.
Oh, yeah,
Roland smiled. I'm sending you the satellite coordinates now, Travis said.
Got it. Thanks,
Curtis said. He showed the display to Chance, who programmed the secondary target into the God Hand's console. "How are we looking?" Curtis asked Parker.
"This slippery little devil really wants out," Cat 6 said. "I don't think it likes our little simulation. Chance, keep me updated. Let me know what the drone is doing at all times," Parker said.
"It's still heading to its new targets," Chance said. "Right now it's just flying straight, doing boring stuff. Are you sure you need me to keep telling you that?"
"Yes, just keep talking. I need to know if anything changes. If Nova gets into that system for even a fraction of a second, it could lock us out completely."
"Okay, gotcha." Chance wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Curtis stared at the security monitors. "It's not looking good out there, fellas. Most of their guys have got this structure surrounded. So far, they aren't making a move to breach, but it's only a matter of time before they kick the doors in." "Can you find another way out of here?" Chance asked.
"I don't think so. Only one door in and out," Curtis said.
"I guess this is our Alamo." The room fell silent as the gravity of the situation pressed down on them. One of the technicians mumbled through the tape over his mouth, gesturing for someone to take it off. Curtis walked over to the man, who looked like he had something urgent to tell them. He ripped the tape off the man's mouth, and the technician winced from the shock. "You got something to say?" Curtis asked.
"There's a service tunnel you might be able to use to get out."
"What are you talking about? Where is it?" Curtis asked.
"The access panel is over there, in the far corner."
The technician nodded with his head.
"This building needs a lot of power and plenty of access to networks. There's a tunnel that runs under this building toward the main complex."
He looked at the tech. The man's body language led Curtis to believe he was likely telling the truth.
"I don't think deeper into the lion's den is where we want to go," Chance said.
"Yeah, well, I don't think we really have a choice in this matter," Curtis responded.
"Will they be guarding the tunnel? What if they have someone down there now?"
"Hey, do the soldiers know about this access tunnel?" Curtis asked the technician. The man shrugged.
"It's not exactly a secret. I suppose they could know."
Curtis pursed his lips and looked around the room. He studied the security monitors, watching at the soldiers outside prepared to break into the building.
"All right, we take the access tunnel. If anyone's down there, at least it will be fewer people than we would be facing out there," he said, jerking his head toward the front door.
Chance shook his head.
"We could be walking right into—" "What's your status, Chance?" Parker asked, interrupting him. Time to payload release is 2 minutes. Go ahead without me. The God Hand will automatically launch its munitions when it gets into range. I'll initiate the self-destruct after that."
"Like hell you will," Curtis said.
"Yeah, man. We stay together," Chance said. "I'll be right behind you," Parker said. "Look, there's no reason for you guys to be here. I can handle this."
"I'll go down and secure that access tunnel," Chance said. "Once I get back, we'll all move out together."
"What about us?" the untagged technician asked. "In case you haven't noticed, we're not exactly soldiers, and I get the feeling that we're expendable assets."
The security guard and the other technician grunted and nodded in agreement. Curtis ran a hand forward over his short-cropped hair.
"We'll get you out to the access tunnel, but we are not babysitting you. Once we get out there, you're on your own." "Absolutely. That's all I ask," the technician said. "And if you try to screw us over down there—"
Curtis raised the muzzle of his weapon slightly and let the threat hang in the air. He could see that the technician received the message loud and clear. Chance lifted the hatch and peered into the dark tunnel. He lowered his night vision goggles for a better look. Curtis checked the security monitors and confirmed that the soldiers outside were still holding their position.
"Have dinner ready for when I get back," Chance said,
descending into the darkness. He retrieved the shotgun that he had laid next to the entrance, then lowered the hatch. Parker exhaled through flared nostrils, stabbing at the keys more aggressively than usual.
"Guys, we're not going to be able to keep this thing trapped much longer."
30 seconds, Parker. The drone is almost at its launch window," Curtis said. Steens Mountain, Oregon. John and Millie stepped through the door quickly, using the disorienting effects of the breaching charge's detonation to their advantage. They moved through a short hallway and into another open room. Similar to the previous area, support columns rose up to the rock ceiling, dividing the space into a large grid. Instead of furniture and doors, this room had computers and monitors lining one of its walls. Because of the breaching charge, The sprinklers had been activated, showering everything and everyone inside, the white noise of the falling water echoing through the cavernous space. 2 technicians cowered in the far corner of the room. As John approached, keeping his weapon trained on them, one of the men flicked his gaze toward his side subconsciously.
"Cover,"
John said. She moved behind a pillar right as the air was filled with thunderous reports and flying bullets. 3 more Beta warriors opened up from their positions, but this time one of Flair's personal guards, Alyssa Westall, joined them in the fight. Unlike the previous encounter, John and Millie had lost the initiative, taking cover. John raised his rifle, putting pressure on the trigger as one of the technicians made a break for the exit. The man ran into the line of fire, and John had to ease the pressure on his trigger. The lapse gave one of the Betas an opening, hitting John's cover. Millie swung out and gunned down the Beta targeting John, but a burning pain surged out from her midsection. She fell to a knee and pivoted to face the direction of the shooter, spotting the Alpha. The woman's short blonde tresses twirled out as the woman spun to avoid Millie's shots. John braced his weapon against the column and sent a pair of bursts at one of the assailants. Another broke off, circling to flank John while his focus was on the man he was suppressing. The Beta lunged to the side, taking aim, but finding only debris from the chewed-up reinforced concrete column. While the soldier was circling, John was able to pin the other foe down long enough to maneuver to another pillar. By the time the flanking Beta realized what had happened, John was already on top of him. Sprinting at the soldier, he drove his shoulder into the man's ribs and slammed him into the nearby pillar. The impact crushed the Beta's sternum and broke a rib, spearing his heart with shards and splinters of bone. John dropped to his knees, catching himself with his left hand. His right shoulder had an odd looseness, almost as if he had dislocated the joint. There was no pain yet, but the limb barely responded to his commands. Clenching his teeth, he scooped up the dead soldier's rifle and rejoined the fight. Millie's bursts forced Alyssa to move, running and gunning as she tried to avoid the Gamma's attacks. The Alpha raised her pistol, arms extended, and fired 3 rounds in Millie's direction. Sliding behind another pillar, Millie barely avoided the shots as the bullets chipped the polished concrete floor behind her. Using her momentum, Millie was up on her feet again, leaning out on the other side of the column and firing at Alyssa. John's rifle barked as he marched toward the last Beta, keeping him pinned. John's weapon ran dry, and he sidestepped to reload. The Beta used the breathing room to pop up and return fire. Alyssa spotted John in the distance. She had a clear line of sight on him. The assassin raised her pistol, preparing to take out the biggest threat to Flair's organization. Another flash of movement stole the Alpha's attention as she whipped the muzzle to track Millie. The muzzle flash from Millie's rifle filled her view as she fired from the shadows, obscuring her vision. Alyssa fell to her knees, but her pistol popped twice, hitting the ground between them before she collapsed face first. Millie felt a stinging pain as the bullet wound in her leg lanced up into her hip. She gritted her teeth and pushed it to the back of her mind as she melted back into the shadows. John watched the Beta tracking Millie's movements with his weapon, but he didn't have a clear shot to take the soldier out. He dropped the point of aim, focusing on the leg skirting the edge of the column. With a press of the trigger, the burst from John's rifle hit its mark. The triple clustered projectiles blew the man's knee apart in a spray of blood and bone. The man screamed in pain, but the Beta fell to the floor, firing in John's direction before he could finish the man. The injured warrior let out a stream of curses as he continued firing burst after burst in John's direction, not realizing that the Ranger had stopped shooting back. He never noticed the Gamma asset sneaking up on his position and placing the muzzle of her rifle on his helmet. Millie pressed the trigger and fired the last burst from her magazine.
"Flair's not here,"
John said. Millie dropped her empty weapon and pointed to a door on the other end. "She's trying to escape."
"You're hit,"
John said, looking at the blood on her midsection and leg.
"So are you,"
Millie said, unholstering her pistol. Chapter 31. Denio, Nevada. Chance reached the bottom of the ladder and brought the Remington 870 up to his shoulder. He listened for any movement, then proceeded farther into the tunnel. The technicians gave him a general layout, letting him know that the route made a right turn after 30 meters. From there it was a straight shot to the end. At the bend, Chance put his back to the wall, listening again for approaching footsteps over the constant hum all around him. Satisfied that it was clear, he rounded the corner and took several steps when 3 figures emerged from the shadows just beyond the amplification range of his NVGs. The approaching soldiers also froze in their tracks as their optics revealed him at the edge of their vision. Chance raised his weapon and unleashed a blast of double-aught buckshot. The spread of the pellets was far too wide at that range to be effective, but there was something to be said about the intimidation of a shotgun. Chance racked the slide and turned to head back around the corner. The enemy opened fire, their bullets chipping away at the concrete around him. In the confined quarters, a combatant had to choose to stand and fight or retreat. No option was ideal with nowhere to take cover. This group chose to fight, rushing ahead to minimize the amount of time they would spend in an exposed position. Fine by me, Chance thought. He stepped out again and let the lead man have a second blast. This time, most of the pellets struck center mass. The slide of the Remington ratcheted, echoing off the walls before he fired another shot. The lead soldier was taken off his feet, falling backward. The next man hesitated, but a soldier wearing special armor prodded him forward as he fired a burst at Chance. He had no choice but to retreat. A shotgun against 2 assault rifles in the confined space was a sure way to die for both sides. He looked back at the end of the tunnel with the ladder leading to the lab. They'll cut me down before I make it halfway. His thoughts raced as he looked around. Seeing the pipes and steel brackets above, Chance pulled the sling of his shotgun over his shoulder and leaped up to grab the most conventional handhold, pulling his legs up. The soldiers rounded the corner with the first man firing his weapon down the hall. The beta in the hard armor swung around and raised his rifle. "Where did he go?" the first man asked. Chance repositioned his hands and let his legs swing down. He raised his knees and kicked forward with both feet. The lead soldier staggered backward into the beta. Bringing his shotgun up in a flash, Chance fired from the hip. The beta soldier shoved his ally forward. The last 2 double-aught shells ripped the man to shreds. The beta raised his weapon, but Chance closed the distance, using his shotgun to knock the muzzle clear as the burst shook the air. Twisting his body around, Chance whipped his heel around, landing a wheel kick against the man's helmeted temple, knocking his light amplification goggles off. His foe recovered quickly, but Chance used the small opening to pounce. He dropped his shotgun and grabbed the rifle with both hands, attempting to wrestle it free. Chance yanked back, ripping the weapon from the beta's grasp. But as fast as he took it, his foe swatted the rifle to the ground and reached for a sidearm. The beta had the pistol in his hand, raising it. Chance seized his wrist, twisting the muzzle clear before the soldier could fire. Using the heel of his palm, Chance knocked it away. He spun around and thrust his elbow backward, cracking the bridge of the beta's nose and stunning him. A heartbeat later, the soldier regained his wits and went for the combat knife on his belt. But Chance had already covered the distance, leaping forward and turning his body through the air. He thrust his heel into the man's gut. Chance didn't use the kick to inflict damage, instead adding to the speed of his counter-rotation as he spun around, leg chambered, and delivered a thrusting side kick to the beta's throat, crushing the small bones and collapsing his windpipe. He stood over the dispatched enemies, catching his breath. And before he could soak in the victory, more voices echoed in the distance. Reinforcements were heading down the tunnel. Chance picked up the dead beta's rifle and turned to head back to warn the others. Steens Mountain, Oregon. Maverick circled the base's perimeter once more, drawing fire toward the AFV. Bullets bounced harmlessly off the heavy armored shell. The distraction helped Wesker and the men with him establish a stronger fighting position. "Looks like we've got more trouble," Jimenez said, pointing toward 2 sets of headlights. The approaching vehicles stopped, and more muzzle flashes strobed in the distance. "Flare's reinforcements. They're pinning Wesker down," Maverick growled. "We should do something about that," Jimenez said. "Let's go say hello." The armored vehicle lurched forward toward the action. It rounded a rocky hill, and the scene came fully into view. Wesker and the U.S. Marshal Special Operations Group were pinned behind an outcrop of rocks, but Maverick saw one of the trucks pulling around to flank their position. "What are we going to do?" Jimenez asked. "Let's give him a bit of Plan A," Maverick said. "What's Plan A?" "We drive in there shooting anything that gets in our way." "Is there a Plan B?" "Yeah. Plan B is Plan A with more explosives." Jimenez smiled. "Let's start with Plan A." The growl of the AFV's diesel engine drew the attention of both parties as it rumbled closer.
Okay, the way I see it, we have to show Wesker that we're on his side. Or at least that we're not part of the order, Jimenez said. Drive straight across that area, between both sides, and hopefully Wesker will see us engaging them and realize whose side we're on.
How about less talking and more shooting?
Get on that turret,
Maverick said. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, and the armored Goliath kicked up plumes of dust as it rumbled forward. Jimenez popped out of the turret and chambered a fresh round into the mounted machine gun. He rotated the weapon to his right and fired on the vehicle attempting to flank Wesker. The reinforcements wasted no time, firing on the AFV as it approached. And several of the SOG members fired at the vehicle as well, unsure who was driving.
Jesus, both sides are shooting at us,
Maverick said. The .30 caliber turret-mounted machine gun tore the flanking truck to pieces. A massive fireball explosion engulfed the soldiers inside. Maverick turned the AFV around and made one more pass, stopping between Wesker's men and the enemy. Jimenez dropped down from the turret and opened the rear hatch.
Get everyone inside, he shouted. We're heading out.
Wesker knelt next to one of the men from the SOG. He stood, clutching an injured arm close to his body.
We need to stand and fight. The National Guard is on its way.
Maverick opened his door.
This whole place is about to be flattened. Call those units back and get your men on board.
Denio, Nevada.
Payload launched, Parker shouted. Initiating self-destruct now.
Time to get out of here, Curtis said. He cut the zip ties securing the legs of the technician, but left their hands bound. Parker rolled back from the keyboard, raising his hands as if the desk was on fire. He breathed a huge sigh of relief.
Great job, Parker,
Cat 6 said. All of the monitors in the room flickered, then returned to regular routines.
Not a moment too soon,
Parker said.
Nova just locked us out of the system.
He shoved all his gear into his bag and got up to leave. Curtis activated an air raid siren on one of the panels, warning everyone of an incoming strike.
That should clear the place out, I hope.
I'll go first, Curtis said. The hatch opened as Chance climbed back into the room.
How's it looking down there?
Curtis asked as he noticed the rifle Chance was holding.
Where'd you get that?
Yeah, so the tunnel is a no-go. It's a death trap down there, and they've got a group of guys headed our way right now. Curtis's shoulders sagged.
Wonderful. We either fight our way through the crowd out front, or walk into a wall of lead in the tunnels. Maybe they'll clear out once they realize their own superweapon has been turned on them, Parker said.
Chance looked at the monitor. That doesn't leave much time for us to get out of here.
Hey, nerds, you just about finished in the arcade? Ty asked over the radio. Roland and I didn't get our invites when all those dudes started knocking on your door.
Wait, where are you right now? Curtis asked.
I thought you were to hold your position until we were on our way out. I got bored. We're out here in a sweet ride, ready to roll. Are you in that armored car prowling around in the distance? Parker asked. That's us, Ty said. Roland doesn't want me doing donuts. Killjoy.
Curtis smiled, shaking his head.
I don't know how that guy doesn't get himself killed.
Style and finesse, Ty answered.
Ty, can you create a ruckus out front and give us a clear path to escape? Chance asked.
For sure, Ty said. As long as you don't write me up for reckless driving.
You got a deal.
I mean, like, forever. Even after we get out of here.
Listen, Ty, once we give you the signal, you give him hell. Do you understand? Curtis asked.
On your signal. Over and out.
Cat 6 interrupted their planning.
Parker, my guys did some digging around Nova's code while we were in there. Turns out they had much more planned for it than just flying remote-controlled planes around.
What is it? Parker asked.
Flair has plans for the VI to organize and run large-scale industries, like companies or schools or something like that. It links seemingly separate entities together so that they can all work in a connected infrastructure. The scale on this is impressive.
Parker was curious now.
Okay, so what does that all mean? He whispered.
In public, we were told that NOVA stood for Node Overlay Virtual Architecture. But the documents we found say that it really means Novus Ordo Veritas Equitas.
New order, Parker mumbled.
Truth and justice, Curtis said, translating the second half. Parker's eyes lit up.
The God Hand, he said. New World Order.
What are they planning? Curtis asked.
The targets in Central America were intended to cripple the country's infrastructures. Flair was going to offer Nova's services to keep the governments functional. And once their systems were in place, the Order would essentially be in control, Katz said.
What would that accomplish? Chance asked. Are they planning on building up their armies there?
Hubris. She thinks the Order can solve the world's problems, Parker said. Parker is right, Katz said. Future targets were all in war-torn and developing nations. They were going to pin this on the Four Serpents, and then come in and help rebuild.
To what end? Curtis asked.
The ultimate control. Flair thinks they can control global resources better than the individual governments, Parker said. Once enough nations were under the Order's influence, they would essentially become another world superpower. She thinks she's saving the world.
Funny way of doing that, Chance said. Parker grabbed Curtis's sleeve.
I have to stop Nova.
Parker, we have to get out of here. Those javelins are about to hit this place any minute. I'm sure they'll take out the computers, too. That's not enough, he answered. Parker, don't be crazy. Those javelins will hit with the equivalent force of a 40 or 50 kiloton warhead, Katz said. Parker shook his head. That kinetic strike will level that drone bunker and bury Nova's computer core. It might even cause major damage to the hardware. But if any of that software survives, they'll be able to rebuild the entire program. I have to stop it.
Stop it how? Curtis asked.
Apocalypse. I have to burn all of it out with my ZA virus.
This is insane. You're risking your life for nothing. We have to trust that the God Hand will finish it off, Chance said.
You guys get out of here. I can handle this job on my own. And before you say anything, Curtis, I don't follow your orders. I'm doing this.
Parker stood up straight, projecting absolute confidence. After a moment of contemplation, Curtis nodded.
Chance, get out of here. Get these three to safety. I'll escort Lewis to the Nova Corps.
Chance nodded, and Parker opened his mouth to say something.
Before you say anything, Mr. Lewis, I don't take my orders from you either, Curtis said.
Parker closed his mouth, smiled, and nodded. Chance cut the bonds from the wrists of the prisoners.
Once our friends wreak havoc out there, we'll make a break for it. Stay low, and do everything I tell you when I tell you.
The technicians and security guard all nodded in agreement.
Godspeed to you both, Chance said.
Roland gripped the controls of the mounted machine gun.
Okay, so this thing has some pretty sophisticated armor. Maybe we can do a strafing run.
A what? Ty asked.
Take us along a path behind the group to get their attention on us. I'll return fire and make them scramble.
Yawn. No offense, bro, but I fell asleep listening to your plan. Ty punched the top of the vehicle with two little thumps. Strap in. We're going to crash that party.
Roland started to protest when the electric motor propelled the armored car forward. Ty pulled it into a 180-degree turn and punched the accelerator. The buggy bounded over the asphalt, barreling toward the soldiers.
Let 'em know we're coming, would you? Ty said.
Roland rotated the turret toward the soldiers, firing a stream of tracers over their heads. The chatter of the gun snapped them out of their fixation on the bunker. The group dispersed, breaking away as the armored vehicle reached their position. Bullets pinged off of the composite shell. Several rounds embedded into the bullet-resistant windshield as Ty swung the rear around again, clipping a pair of soldiers and tossing them to the side. Roland fired back, his aim bouncing around and missing, as the courier's wild driving made his job much more difficult. Ty let out a loud whooping shout as he turned the opposite direction and pulled the vehicle into a series of donuts, the wheels struggling to gain purchase as thick plumes of white smoke spread out. Roland flinched as a burst hit too close to his position.
Screw it. Might as well just roll with the plan, he said.
He turned the machine gun to face outward and pinned the trigger. The rhythmic thumping was a frenetic drum track, adding to Ty's symphony of chaos. The group had cleared away from the bunker, taking cover as the vehicle's gun spit tracer rounds out in a full 360 degrees. Ty stopped the buggy and looked around. Looks like everyone went home early. A group of soldiers broke out from behind cover and opened fire,
Roland spun around and opened up, cutting 2 down as the others bolted. He radioed to the others.
"The coast is clear. Now is your chance to get out of there."
Chapter 32. Steens Mountain, Oregon. John took point, shouldering the bullpup rifle as he and Millie made their way through a short corridor, reaching the door at the end. John kicked through the barrier, sending it crashing inward on its hinges. Millie stepped past him, clutching her subcompact M&P shield in outstretched arms. Rebecca Flair was walking toward the passenger side of an insect-armored buggy.
"Flair!"
Millie yelled, pressing forward. Melody stepped out from behind the vehicle. John whipped the muzzle of his rifle at her.
"Hands up! Don't even flinch," he said.
The Alpha did as she was told, though her face showed no emotion as she did so. He could see the wheels turning in the woman's mind, looking for an opening. Flair smiled and took a graceful step forward.
"It's nice to see you, Millie. I'm so very proud of the person you've become. The person we helped you to become."
Millie shook her head.
"It's over. Your false praise means nothing to me. You don't make people better. The Order only ruins lives."
"We're taking you in to face justice," John said. Flair's features hardened.
"You speak of justice as if I were the one in need of facing it. The Order will make this world a better place."
Anger got the better of John as his rifle twitched in Flair's direction. Melody seized the minuscule opportunity, drawing her pistol in a flash. The Alpha stepped to the side, away from John's point of aim, and leveled her H&K Mark 23 at him. John snapped the rifle back at her and pressed the trigger. Melody fired, her weapon's muzzle too high as the Ranger's round struck her. She staggered back a step, and John fired a second and third burst, cutting the Alpha down. Rebecca Flair stood her ground, her eyes closed as she tried to calm herself with a series of slow breaths. Millie walked forward, keeping her pistol trained on her target. Flair opened her eyes, a new sense of purpose and focus filling them. She looked at Millie, ignoring the weapon pointed at her chest.
"You're going down for this," Millie said.
"We'll let the law handle it," John said, trying to talk her down.
"You don't understand. The world can't sustain itself at this pace," Flair said. "The Order will help make this a better place for everyone." "Not like this," Millie said, her eyes reddening. "Not under your boot."
Flair smiled, the expression showing both remorse and admiration.
"You can't stop it, my child. The world will see our vision come to fruition, and it will be all the better for it."
"Better for whom?" John asked. "For those that can afford it?"
"The world wants peace," Flair said. "But they are too afraid to lower their guard and work with others. They lack trust. We will protect them. We will guide them toward a better future." "You'll control them, you mean?" Millie said, taking another step forward.
"John, this is Curtis. The payload is on its way. We're clearing out now. I suggest you do the same." "Copy that. We have Flair, and we're on the way out as well." John walked forward. "It's time to go." He gestured toward the armored car with his rifle. Millie bared her teeth.
"You can't let her leave this place, John."
"We have to do this the right way. Let justice prevail through the proper channels," John said. "You can't just shoot her here."
"Why not? You did the same with Barrett Anderson."
Millie's finger tightened on the trigger. The knuckles of both hands turned white. John's jaw tightened. "I was wrong. And you're all in danger because of me." He took a step toward Millie. "Please, let's do this the right way." Flair held her empty hands out to the side, showing Millie she was unarmed.
"You heard your friend."
A tear ran down Millie's cheek as she stared at the smug grin on the older woman's face. The pistol wavered, dipping slightly, before raising back up again. "We don't have time, Millie. We need to get her out of here now," John said. Millie's hands shook. John took a step toward Flair, letting his weapon hang on its sling. Millie's hands steadied.
"No more."
She squeezed the trigger twice. Both rounds struck Flair's chest, Her face twisted into a mask of fear and confusion as she struggled to pull in another breath. She rocked on her heels and fell backward, her body hitting with a thud. John whipped around, caught off guard by the shots. "No more!" Millie sank to her knees, dropping the pistol. John ran to her and hooked a hand under her arm.
"We have to get out of here."
Climbing into the armored vehicle, John drove them through the hidden tunnel to escape the incoming ordnance. Flair's breaths came in shallow gasps as blood seeped from the wounds in her chest, soaking into her silk shirt. Denio, Nevada. "All right, let's go find this virtual intelligence of yours," Curtis said. Parker pointed. "It's about 50 meters north. It looks like a small airplane hangar." 50 meters. Got it. Curtis nodded and proceeded north, sweeping the area with his AR-15 while they moved. Word of the incoming God-Hand strike had reached the base personnel, as soldiers and technicians were evacuating their posts. "It's right there," Parker said, pointing to the small structure. "Let's finish this," Curtis said, heading for their objective. As they closed to 10 meters, the door to the building burst open. 2 Beta assets came out, carrying additional gear with them as they evacuated. Caught in the open, Curtis and Parker had no choice but to stand and fight. "Take cover, Parker!" Curtis shouted, pressing his trigger twice. Both rounds struck the Beta in the chest, but the man's armor stopped the shots. Operating on instinct, Curtis followed the double tap with a headshot, dropping the soldier. The second Beta tossed the equipment aside and raised his rifle, firing as Curtis had executed the first man. The enemy's burst struck the lieutenant in the left shoulder. He fell to a knee, gritting his teeth as he triggered round after round, forcing the enemy back. Parker was still frozen in place, stunned by the sudden violence. "Parker, take cover!" Curtis shouted again as he rolled behind a stack of hard cases next to another building. The Beta soldier moved back into the building. Parker dove behind a concrete barricade as the enemy popped out, firing. "We don't have time for this," Curtis growled more to himself. He struggled to secure another magazine into his rifle. Slapping the paddle to release the bolt, he was up and shooting again. Parker stood and opened fire with his PM-9, the small handgun proving utterly ineffective against the armored threat. The Beta shifted his aim to take the hacker out. The steel door of the building provided cover for the enemy while still allowing him to focus on Parker. Curtis didn't have a clear shot. A burst tore through Parker's stomach, knocking him down behind the concrete slab. The Beta continued firing at the barrier. Curtis let out a shout and broke out from behind cover, sprinting toward Parker as he aimed at the Beta. Each footfall exposed a few more degrees of visibility to the enemy, but by the time Curtis had a clear shot, the Beta turned his attention on him. Fire ripped through Curtis's lower leg as he stumbled. He was up in a crouch, returning fire. Plumes of dirt spouted up around him as he felt more impacts throughout his body. Shouting now, Curtis pulled his weapon stock tight against his shoulder and emptied the rest of the magazine. Parker held his hands over his head, squeezing his eyes shut. The thunderstorm ended, but the air was still buzzing as his ears rang. Parker clutched at his abdomen. Blood flowed freely between his fingers. "Curtis, are you okay?" Parker called out while laying in a fetal position. Get the job," Curtis said, trailing off. Parker rolled to his knees, one hand on the ground, the other still on his stomach. He stood and fought a wave of vertigo. Curtis lay on the ground several meters to Parker's right, unblinking eyes looking back at him. He squeezed his eyes shut, and tears flowed down his cheeks. "Move, Parker," he thought. He stumbled to the doorway and patted at his laptop bag to make sure he still had it. His pistol was gone. He didn't know when he had dropped it. Parker stepped over the bodies of the dead Beta assets and into the building. There was a staircase that led down beneath the thick concrete floor. He stumbled down what felt like 3 flights underground and stopped in front of a heavy-duty metal door. His heart sank as he rested his hand on the handle, pulling it. Relief washed over him as the door swung open. He was thankful for small miracles. Inside was what he had come for. Nova. His body racked with pain. Parker's moments were slow as he pulled the laptop out and connected it to the terminal. His bloody fingers obscured the letters on the keys, but Parker's hands still moved with practiced ease. Eschewing subtlety, he used simple brute force methods to force his way through the system. With his laptop holding the gateway open, Parker pulled a key drive from a smaller pocket in the bag. It was colored bright orange, the rattle can paint job chipped away from on the corners. A biohazard logo had been drawn on it in black marker. He inserted the drive into his laptop. His earpiece crackled.
Parker, this is John. Do you read me?
I read you, John.
Parker spoke through gritted teeth in pain.
I can't contact Curtis. Flare is down, and we are making our way out of the compound. What is your status?
Parker smiled and took a shaky breath in.
God-hand payload delivered. Chance destroyed the drone. I found Nova.
His sentence came out as raspy exhales.
You're breaking up, John said. You have to get out of there, Parker. The payload will hit any second.
Parker struggled to maintain consciousness. He swallowed and took a shallow breath.
Curtis is dead. Chance saved the technicians. And I'm about to destroy the virtual intelligence.
He tapped in the last sequence to run his program, the zombie apocalypse virus. His finger hovered over the enter key for a moment.
Parker, just get out of there, please.
He closed his eyes as a sensation of peace washed over him, temporarily taking away his pain. Parker's thoughts drifted to everything he had gone through with John. He smiled, thinking about the evolution of his mob recognition program. Software that he had written as more of a rebellious action had proved powerful in their fight against their enemies. Memories of their run-in with the Russians flashed in quick, short snippets. Jumping from a plane, car chases, torture. John bursting through the door at the last minute to save Parker and Ty. The hard core. A group of unlikely allies brought together to fight a dangerous threat hidden in plain sight. His new family. It wasn't until that moment that Parker felt like a part of the crew. But now he found the thought soothing. He hit the enter key. The terminal beeped once as a wall of text washed over the windows. It beeped twice more and forced a reboot. A moment later, the system was back up. The diagnostic screen showed a progress bar, dealing with the new corruption. Undecipherable text replaced the system information. The diagnostic screen came up again. An error message flashed. The nonsense characters wiped across the display once more. The computer did its best to chase away damaged chunks of code, but by the time the system had finished its reboot, the zombie apocalypse had infected its core operating system. The virtual intelligence beat back as much of the damage as it could, but within seconds, its own functions had become infected. Nova itself was not connected to an external network, but it was still hooked up to the servers containing the repositories of all previous and backed-up versions. Nothing usable would escape now. Parker's shoulders slumped, and he was able to pull in a deep breath.
I'm fine, John. Everything is okay now. Thank you for...
A dozen tungsten-rich kinetic strike javelins impacted the base, each delivering the force of over a kiloton of TNT. The destructive force rendered the buildings on the surface to piles of rubble and collapsed all of the underground structures. Chapter 33. Steens Mountain, Oregon. John drove the buggy through the curving tunnel leading them to a hidden exit out of the mountain. He pressed his finger to his earpiece, having difficulty hearing the transmissions.
Parker, just get out of there, please, he said.
I'm fine, John. Everything is okay now. Thank you for...
The radio transmission cut off. The two looked at each other, and John squeezed his eyes shut and balled his fists as he turned away. They approached a hangar door-style exit. It looked solid and hardened to resist any kind of onslaught.
I'm going to pull up to that panel and open the door, John said.
I don't think we have time for that,
Millie said, tapping the touch display mounted in the center console. She found controls for the hangar doors and pressed the buttons to open them. The truck burst out into the dark of night. John floored the throttle, and the acceleration from the powerful electric motor pushed them back into their seats. A moment later, the first javelin impacted the compound right behind them. The ground rose up in a shock wave that rippled out from the impact point and tossed the rear tires of their truck into the air. They came down hard, bouncing in the cabin as more javelins struck. Most of the tungsten-rich projectiles hammered the mountain, but one hit near the armored vehicle. The blast wave hurled the truck onto its side. John covered Millie to shield her as they continued to roll, tumbling from the momentum of the impact before the buggy finally settled on its roof. John's ears rang as the dust settled around the vehicle.
"Are you okay?"
he asked Millie. She gave him a thumbs up while coughing in the clouds of dirt and dust. Millie drew a knife from her waistband and cut herself free from the safety belt. She turned and crawled deftly out of the broken side window. John was not as agile, taking him twice as long to get himself out through the hole where the windshield used to be. The two sat on the ground, leaning against the remains of the vehicle. The God Hand's devastation was absolute. Nothing outside had survived the onslaught. 4 large craters pocked the side of the mountain.
"Do you think she's still alive?"
Millie asked.
"Unlikely,"
was all John said. He pushed the pain in his ribs away as his thoughts drifted to Parker and Curtis.
"Curtis is dead,"
Parker had said to him before he too died.
"We have to get out of here,"
Millie said. John reached for his radio, finding only a cracked case as bits of electronics spilled out. Millie took off her radio and handed it to John.
"Maverick, Jimenez, do you read me? We need an evac."
No response came back. John tried again, but didn't receive anything. He fiddled with the dials and knobs.
"It's busted."
"Do you think they're okay?" Millie asked.
"I have to assume they are until I find out otherwise,"
John said. Millie nodded and stood.
"Well, I guess we're walking out of here then."
She was unsteady at first, and it took her a moment for her equilibrium to return. John also stood, a little wobbly, but he was used to the disorientation, shaking it off quicker. The trail of dust rose in the distance and headed their direction. John squinted his eyes, but had difficulty seeing anything too far out.
"That's all right,"
Millie said. John squinted, and it took a while before he recognized the outline of an AFV. The armored vehicle pulled to a stop in front of them. John didn't recognize the older man that stepped out, but he knew he was standing before Dwight Wesker. There was a long moment of tension. Wesker seemed to be working something out in his head. John was too tired to go against the man. With Flair dead and the order stopped, he was done fighting. John reached out to shake his hand, but the old U.S. Marshal smiled and shook his head. Normally, I would oblige a man with a handshake because I am a gentleman. This is not a handshake and goodbye type of situation, however. Wesker looked back the way they came. He saw the dust trails of approaching vehicles and continued. "This is just a head start, Mr. Stone. Your team saved the lives of myself and my men. They were also polite enough to give my guys a ride back to our own vehicles. For that, I can give you a day or two of reprieve." John nodded in understanding and stepped past him. He helped Millie into the AFV, then climbed in behind her. The big diesel engine rumbled as the vehicle turned and drove off, leaving Wesker to wait for his approaching ride. Chance Hunter led the 3 base personnel safely out of the compound, using the same hole in the fence they entered through. He ushered them forward, putting as much distance between themselves and the incoming ordnance as they could. One by one, a dozen thunderbolts slammed into the outpost, shattering every structure and pulverizing the ground. A concussive blast wave washed outward as Chance tackled the 3 men into a small ditch. Rocks and dirt whipped over them as the dull thumps shook the earth. It was hell on earth as the 3 men with Chance were crying and screaming as the carnage played out around them. When the hammering ended and the dust clouds hung in the air, Chance stood and looked at the remains of the outpost. It was as if an enormous machine rolled over everything and tilled the earth. There were still chunks of dirt and rocks falling around them. An insect-armored buggy swerved into view and drove toward Chance before the electric vehicle fishtailed and skidded to a stop. Ty popped the passenger side door open and shot Chance a wide grin. He noticed 3 men he didn't recognize with Chance. "Yo, where's Parker and Curtis?" Tears welled in Chance's eyes. He looked at Ty and shook his head slowly, plucking the radio receiver from his ear. The realization hit the courier hard. For the first time ever, Ty was speechless. Roland opened the rear hatch and motioned the techs inside. Chance climbed into the passenger side, and they drove away in silence. Chapter 34. 2 days later. Travis Chambers climbed up the rocky hill where John was standing. He extended a hand to shake, noticing that John's right arm was in a sling. Travis offered his left. John shook it, but the strength in his grip was much lighter than he had expected. They stood side by side, watching the orange-red fire of the sun as it set against the mountainous horizon. As a wanted fugitive, John could no longer go home. Wesker would still be hunting him down. "Ty and Millie should have no trouble going about their days," Travis said. "They're used to operating in the shadows anyway." "Chance?" John asked, still looking at the horizon. Travis pursed his lips. "I think his days as a homicide detective in Detroit are over. He and Roland are going to lie low for a while, at least until I can set up something more permanent." The light faded to a dull orange as the purple sky descended. Travis turned to face John. "I've arranged safe places for Scott and Miranda. I can do the same for you, too. No more looking over your shoulder." John looked at him for a long moment before shaking his head. "I think my time is up. I've got to turn myself in." I don't think it's safe yet," Travis said. "We don't know if the Order's influence is still inside the prison system." "Doesn't matter anymore," John said. "The Order is done. Flair, Henderson, Blanchard, and Wyndham are all dead. Their power has been scattered to the winds. I don't have the strength to keep running." "You can't just give up." "We're still fighting," Travis said. "Fighting what?" "I thought we would find closure after this, but..." John shook his head. "We've lost too many. Van Pierce, Clark, Parker. It's because of their sacrifice that we were able to accomplish all of this," Travis said. "You read the notes about Nova from Millie's friends. Parker felt he had no choice. It had to be stopped." John closed his eyes and took in a deep breath, pushing the pain and anger down before it took over. He knew Travis was right. He would have made the same call if he were in Parker's shoes. But it still wasn't fair in John's mind. "Just promise me you won't do anything rash, like showing up on Wesker's doorstep. At least not until we know the job is done." John nodded. Travis let out a slow, relieved breath. "Where will you go now, John?" "I don't know." "Listen, if you ever need anything, do not hesitate to contact me," Travis said. "Thank you." Travis turned and started his trek down the hill toward his car. John struggled with the newfound peace. The price had been far too high. His thoughts focused on Curtis and Parker, and the sacrifice that they made to save so many lives. It was the same thing Marvin Van Pierce had done, throwing his body into harm's way to prevent a suicide bomber from killing innocent lives. No different than John's brothers and sisters in arms, risking life and limb to defend what was right. John made his way down the hill and climbed into the driver's seat of a light blue and white 1973 Chevrolet Blazer. The old small-block V8 rumbled to life as he drove off. Epilogue. Steens Mountain, Oregon, 2 days earlier. Members of the National Guard oversaw the cleanup efforts, searching for survivors in the wreckage of the mountain bunker. Most of the bodies they had pulled had suffered fatal injuries in the strike. Some had been shot and killed beforehand. Only one, the facility's chief engineer, had survived. But the barking and scratching of a search and rescue dog alerted them to a hollow in the rubble. "We found another one," a rescue person called out. EMTs and guardsmen rushed to help clear the chunks of concrete, steel, and rock. Workers pulled Rebecca Flair's limp body from the ruins. "She's been shot," a medic said, pressing a hand over the bullet wounds. "Her vitals are low, but she's alive. She has to go now." The medic fitted a brace around her neck, and a group of rescuers loaded her carefully onto a stretcher. They carried her to an awaiting medevac helicopter. One of the rescuers looked down at a flashing light on Flair's wrist. The screen of a curved, sleek smartwatch was cracked, but the message pulsing from red to yellow was still legible. Omega Protocol activated. This concludes New World Order by Alan Manning and Brian Manning, narrated by Roger Wayne. Please keep listening for The Alpha and the Omega by Alan Manning and Brian Manning, narrated by Roger Wayne. Chapter 1. Calgary, Alberta, Canada, 9:37 p.m. "Jesus, woman!" Terry Cook jumped with a start from the couch. His wife stretched her legs under the thick wool blanket they were sharing, her cold feet touching his. "Stay on your side with those icy paws," he said. Brittany took mock offense at his demand. "At least my paws are soft and clean." She jabbed his thigh with her foot. "You keep it so cold in here." "It would cost a fortune to heat this place up until you were comfortable," Terry said with a smirk. The couple relaxed in their apartment, watching a movie together. A cozy space, furnished by the couple. Brittany and Terry lived a blissful life together. Fall-scented candles added a warm orange hue, complementing the blue glow from the flat-screen TV in the darkened room. "I'm gonna get a beer. Want anything?" Brittany asked, sliding her feet into a pair of slippers in front of the couch. "A beer sounds good. There might only be one left. What do you want if it's gone?" "If you take the last beer, I want a divorce," Terry replied, still watching the screen. "Funny," she said as she headed to the kitchen, shuffling her feet along the hardwood floor. The mobile phone on the coffee table chirped like the jingling of gold coins and magic sparkles. "Hey, babe, your phone just chimed," Terry said. "I think someone is texting you." "Who is it?" she asked from the kitchen. "Probably your other man trying to see what you're up to." He reached forward, trying to pull the phone closer with his fingertips. "Tell him I'm free, and I'll be there in 15 minutes. He laughed and read the message. "Looks like spam. Some store is selling pet supplies for 20% off with a link to their site. This nonsense is getting out of hand. We don't even have a pet." "Maybe I wanted to get a cat, and they overheard me talking about it," she said from the kitchen. "I'm going to see who has the nerve to send this to you." Terry clicked on the link and watched the site open in the phone's browser. It was a cheery pet supply website with a paw print logo. He noticed the base of the paw print shared a vague resemblance to the Omega symbol from the Greek alphabet. Terry glanced over his shoulder, and Brittany was suddenly right next to him, plucking the phone out of his hand playfully. She looked at the web page and shrugged before sliding the phone in her pocket, heading back into the kitchen. "If you want to get a cat, I'm not going to scoop the litter box. I'm just saying." Terry pulled the blanket back over his legs as he turned to face the TV again. He had expected a little laugh from his wife, or some kind of smart remark. Terry had gotten to know Brittany's sense of humor well over the past 2 years that they had been married, so the silence from the kitchen was unusual. He watched the movie for another few seconds before his curiosity got the better of him. He looked in the kitchen, finding it empty. "Hey, babe, where are you?" he asked. Confusion overtook him when he heard the faint click of the front door as it closed. "Babe?" Terry got up and walked to the apartment's entrance, his bare feet softly padding across the cold floor. Looking into the hallway at the entrance, he saw no one. Scratching the side of his head, he walked around the apartment, searching for Brittany, but she was gone. Shoulders sagging, Terry stood in their bedroom.
What's going on?
Paris, France, 5:37 a.m. Across the globe, on an unassuming nightstand inside of an unassuming apartment, the screen of a mobile phone lit up. A chime, like falling coins and sparkles, echoed throughout the sparsely furnished room. Gabriel Murr, a naturally light sleeper, rolled over to check the incoming message. He clicked the link and saw the Peppy Paws Pet Supplies website open in a separate browser. Without ceremony, his legs swung out from under the sheets, and he stood from his bed, reaching for a pair of jeans on a nearby chair. He slipped them on before grabbing a black T-shirt and pulling it over his head as he headed for the closet. Gabriel opened the door and clicked the light on, staring at the hangers with similar jeans and shirts. He pushed the garments to the side and removed a panel from the wall, revealing a hidden space with a duffel bag inside. Gabriel dropped the bag onto the bed and pulled the zipper open. He grabbed the holstered Walther PPS resting on top of the contents, sliding it into his waistband. The spare magazine slid into his front left pocket as he dug through, checking the rest of the supplies inside. The bug-out bag was designed to allow him to disappear while remaining operational for up to 3 days. He had packed a flashlight, a knife, a full-size 9mm Walther PPQ with 150 rounds of ammunition that would also work with the single-stack compact pistol tucked behind his hip. The bag also contained rations, energy bars, 2 1-liter bottles of water, cash, documents, and 2 burner phones with no data or contacts stored on the SIM cards. All of the numbers for anyone he would need to contact had been memorized, reducing the chances of someone finding the information. Gabriel clipped the flashlight inside one of his pockets, stuffed the folding knife next to the pistol's magazine, and slid one of the burner phones into his back pocket. He zipped the bag closed and sat on the bed to put on his shoes. Without a moment's hesitation, he left his apartment, leaving the door unlocked behind him. The young man had lived a solitary life. No one would notice his absence, other than his landlord when the rent was due. All around the world, this similar event played out. Adriana Santos in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Emmanuel Jatta in Nairobi, Kenya. Hinata Kobayashi in Osaka, Japan. These men and women, having received the same message, had left everything behind. Friends, family, anyone they had known, would never see them again. Perth, Western Australia, 12:37 p.m. A raucous crowd burst into laughter. Sebastian Smith continued the story, entertaining his co-workers with an embarrassing anecdote. Several of the people with him struggled to keep food and drink in their mouths as he hit them with the unexpected punchline. Sebastian had worked at Perth Polyplastics, a small materials manufacturer, for over 6 years, making his way up to a supervisor position. Still, he did his best to maintain his connection to the employees working under him. He was one of the more well-liked and respected managers in the organization. The men and women with him at the table enjoyed their weekly lunches, especially since it was always Sebastian who had footed the bill. "I guess that will teach you to grab the bull by the horns," one of the employees said. A heartbeat of silence passed before the woman next to him booed. Another wave of laughter washed over the table. Sebastian smirked, ready to rip into the other man, but a jingling alert stopped him mid-sentence. He held up a finger and pulled the phone from his pocket. "One moment. This message is probably more important than talking to you all," Sebastian said. Everyone laughed, but this time they also booed him. The moment he read the message, his expression changed. The mirth slid off of his face, like wax melting away. A cold, robotic mask replaced the smile, eyes narrowing and jaw set like granite. His features contained no malice or hate. It was a mask of indifference, uncaring. Sebastian stood from the table and walked toward the exit. "Yo, Bash, where you going?" someone called to him. He ignored the question and left the cafeteria. Some of the employees shrugged, but none followed. Sebastian's shoes clicked along the sidewalk, the rhythm pulling his mind from the crowd around him as he made his way to the car. He started the ignition and pulled out into the lunchtime traffic, heading to a self-storage company several miles away. His mind on autopilot, Sebastian thumbed a small key from the key ring and pinched it between his fingers, heading for a storage unit he had rented under an alias. The padlock let out a dull metallic rattle as he dropped it onto the concrete, pulling up the rolling door. Inside the 2-meter by 3-meter space was a single duffel bag sitting in the middle of the floor. Sebastian knelt and looked through the bag to confirm the presence of a few essential items inside. Documents and licenses for a new identity, a few $1,000s in various currency, and an open-ended plane ticket to the United States. This would be everything Sebastian needed to start the first phase of the Omega Protocol. Chapter 2. Jefferson City, Missouri, 3 days later. John Stone sat on a stool at the end of a bar, using the low light to hide from casual observers, while still keeping an eye on the entrance. It was a small, seedy, smoke-filled establishment in one of the lesser-traveled parts of town, the kind of bar people frequented to be left alone. A handful of others were inside drinking, but everyone kept to themselves. It had only been days after the events in southern Oregon, where John had lost 2 of his friends. 2 more friends, in a growing list of people now gone. The old Army Ranger finished his second beer and placed the glass mug quietly on the bar. His recent thoughts centered around Curtis Clark and Parker Lewis. The guilt he felt at their loss was all-consuming. John was unable to find peace alone in his apartment, so he had come here in hopes of clearing his head. He hadn't had a full night's sleep since their loss. "Another one, hon?" the bartender asked, her voice scratching through the air.
"Yes, thank you,"
John said, keeping his eyes fixed on the dark wood bar's nicked surface. She filled the mug and slid it back to him, smiling. He took the beer in one large hand and nodded. Before he could bring it to his lips, 2 men walked into the bar. The first was tall. His clothes hung on him like a scarecrow, loose, billowy, 2 sizes too large. The second man stepped around the first, a handgun clutched in his bony fist. He had his long hair pulled back into a loose ponytail, giving John a clear look at the chiseled features. The man had malice in his eye. The skinnier of the 2 pulled his jacket open, revealing the sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun hidden in the layers of clothing. He clutched it close to his ribs, swinging the muzzle around the room. The second man, the apparent leader of this duo, did the same with his pistol. "Nobody move!" He pressed his stomach against the bar as he jabbed his weapon toward the bartender.
"You, take all the money out the register."
"Everyone else, get your wallets and money out," the scarecrow said. He waved the shotgun around, and the people inside did as they were told. John casually reached into his back pocket, grabbing his wallet with his index and middle fingers. He pulled it out and set it on the counter next to him.
"Just great," he thought.
The leader stepped behind the bar to clear out the register's tray.
"Don't try anything stupid."
He pointed his pistol at the woman to keep her away while he reached for the cash with his free hand. The other man made his way around the room, collecting all the wallets, jewelry, and money left out on the tables, stuffing them into the oversized pockets of his jacket. The patrons were not happy, grumbling about the robbery in progress, but the double-barreled shotgun in their faces ensured no one would try to stop the perpetrators. John kept his hands on the bar as Scarecrow walked over to his left. He pointed the muzzle of his shotgun at John, reaching for the wallet. Looking at the man while taking a sip of his beer, John nodded to bring his guard down.
"I'm just here for a drink,"
John's posture communicated. The gunman glanced over to the wallet to make sure he had grabbed it, a mere flick of his eyes toward the bar. The only window that John would need. He spun to face him, his large hand clamping around the spindly fingers holding the shotgun, exerting enough pressure to crack bone. The man's scream of pain and surprise was cut brutally short as John smashed the mug on the side of his head. It shattered on impact, spraying shards of glass and beer over Scarecrow's face as the shotgun went off, destroying an overhead light above the bar. John slid off the stool and spun before the deafening roar of the blast cleared the air, using the unconscious man's body as a shield. The gunman behind the counter flinched, covering his head with both arms. A beat later, he scrounged up the courage to point his weapon in John's direction. Too slow. The man had turned in time to catch the full force of a double-barreled sawed-off shotgun flying into his face. John picked the skinny man up over his head and hurled him over the bar. The bodies of the perpetrators collided, sending them rebounding off of the shelves of bottles before they tumbled into a heap on the alcohol-soaked floor. The bartender wasted no time and snatched the pistol up off the ground, spinning to aim it at the two men. The other patrons just sat frozen to their seats, eyes wide. They had difficulty processing what had just happened and how fast it had all gone down. John picked his wallet up off the floor, wincing in pain at the motion. He reached down to touch his stomach with 2 fingers and looked down to see them wet with blood. "Did you get shot?" one of the patrons asked, moving to offer some help. "No," John said, his voice low. It was only a half-truth. John had been shot, but it hadn't happened tonight. The exertion in the bar caused some of his stitches to tear. "I'll deal with it later," he thought, as he slowly made his way to the door.
"Hey, mister. Thank you," the bartender said, then added, "I'm calling the police, so I need you to stay and tell them what happened."
John looked into the bartender's eyes and gently shook his head. "I was never here," he said, before stepping out of the bar. Chapter 3. Providence Medford Medical Center, Medford, Oregon. Millie walked through the halls on the 5th floor of the hospital. The smell of disinfectant hung heavy in the air. It wasn't as busy as the lower levels, but there were still enough bodies for her to flow unnoticed. The overworked staff bouncing around from room to room as doctors continued their rounds had only helped. Yesterday she had received word from one of her friends, Cat 6, that an unidentified woman had been admitted to the hospital shortly after the news had reported 2 earthquakes near the Nevada-Oregon border. A hacker in an underground network helping Millie, Cat's info said that Jane Doe had been found near Steens Mountain in southern Oregon and admitted with 2 gunshot wounds in her chest. The physical description matched Rebecca Flair. Only days earlier, Millie had been the one to shoot Flair, forced to leave the woman for dead when she and John had to escape the Order's underground stronghold before it collapsed. The strategic javelin strike had been inbound, the impacts powerful enough to bring the mountain down. Millie had hoped the kinetic weapon attack would finish Flair. Now, doubt gnawed at her. If it was true, and Rebecca Flair was here inside the Providence Medford Medical Center, Millie needed to confirm it. Dressed in an unassuming, comfortable outfit, her shoulder-length hair was pulled back in a casual ponytail. The nondescript appearance helped Millie blend in, avoiding the attention of anyone too busy or preoccupied to notice her moving about. She found a temporarily unoccupied nurse's station and slipped in to access the computer. Her deft fingers flying across the keys, she had the location she needed in less than a minute. Leaving the station exactly as she found it, Millie headed in the direction of the Jane Doe with the GSWs. A pair of statues in dark suits were posted outside of the room she was looking for. Government types in sunglasses and a stoic posture only served to confirm that the patient was someone important. 2 local police officers also hovered near the room, caught in some jurisdictional battle of egos. Her jaw tightening, Millie let out a breath through her nose. This complicated matters. She needed to pull their attention away long enough to sneak into the room. But the suits were all business. It wouldn't be easy. As she worked out a plan to get a look at the Jane Doe, fortune had smiled on her. The doctor opened the door from inside and exited, affording Millie a glimpse of a heavily bandaged woman in the bed. Jane Doe's face was mostly covered, but it was unmistakably her. Rebecca Flair was still alive.
"Okay, I found her. Now what?"
Millie thought. A flood of emotions rushed through her as thoughts of her past, as well as her recent events involving the woman, crowded into her head, fighting for attention,
fighting for an answer.
What are you going to do now?
The urge to burst in and kill the woman overcame her. She balled up her fists to fight the emotional tidal wave. She wanted to end the woman responsible for so much pain in her life. Just walk past the guards, take down anyone trying to stop her, and shoot the woman in the bed. Millie would accept the consequences no matter what she felt. She would be at peace with Flair dead. She and Letitia would finally be free. But thoughts of Letitia rose to the forefront. She already worried enough about the young girl. A young woman now. Who would care for Letitia if she was arrested or killed after taking out Flair? In her moment of hesitation, 3 more people approached the room, dressed like the same government suits guarding the entrance. Millie didn't recognize them, but something set off a warning in her mind. She couldn't put her finger on it, but she had learned to trust her instincts over the past few years. 2 men and 1 woman closed the distance to the feds guarding Flair. Millie stayed out of sight and listened. She overheard a conversation about jurisdictions and agency cooperation. The woman asked the hospital staff to clear the area. Millie risked stealing a glance, finally seeing what her subconscious mind had picked up. The familiar movements and mannerisms of the new government agents were the same tactics she had learned as a Gamma asset to infiltrate areas. They were on full display right in front of her. It's what she would have done in their shoes. Damn it! She moved further away and found a position giving her a clear sight where she could watch without being spotted. After the hospital staff had vacated the area, one of the potential Gammas addressed the guard in charge. The man approached in a friendly manner, using small talk and disarming postures to put the guard at ease. Millie couldn't hear what he was saying, but the man succeeded in convincing the real feds to stand down. While the agents were preoccupied with the first man, the other 2 slipped into the room and began pulling tubes and leads off of Flair's body. The next moments were a blur of movement. The 2 feds protested, but the newcomer overwhelmed them with a barrage of precisely targeted strikes. In the same instant, the woman burst from the room and took the 2 police officers by surprise. She arced a steel, spring whip at the first one, the weighted end crushing his windpipe. She took down the other with 3 slashing blows before moving back to the first, finishing him off with a spinning backhand strike. The 2 Gammas pulled the bodies into the room. The other man wheeled Flair's bed outside toward the elevator. It was too late now. Millie had lost her opportunity to take Rebecca Flair out. Her hands balled into fists, contemplating attacking while Flair was out in the open. But taking on 3 highly trained order assets greatly diminished her chances of success, even with the element of surprise. Millie left the area, heading for the stairs. Her plan now was to hurry down to the first floor and get a visual on the group as they left the hospital. Maybe she would have enough information to find out where they were headed. A nagging feeling crawled up Millie's neck as she made her way to the stairwell. She risked a quick, casual glance back, and her blood froze. The female Gamma was following her, the woman's movements practiced and sharp. To anyone watching, they would only see a woman in an off-the-rack suit strolling down the hallway. But it was apparent the woman made no attempt to hide her intent from Millie. How did she see me? She thought, cursing under her breath. Chapter 4. Millie flew down to the next floor before shouldering through the door, exiting the stairwell. She hurriedly pulled her sweatshirt off, tossing it into a nearby bin for medical waste. The door behind her clicked as it latched shut again. Undoing the ponytail, she shook her hair loose while using the convex mirrors mounted at the corner to scan the hall behind her. This level had more people wandering around, but the crowd was still too light for her to shake her pursuer. Jaw clenched, Millie spotted the mystery woman on her tail, no longer bothering to blend in as she slipped by a nurse exiting a patient's room. The nurse shouted something at the hunter, drawing more attention to her. It was all a buzz in Millie's mind as she ran through her options. She hadn't shaken the stalker, unable to alter her appearance drastically enough to disappear. But then luck smiled on her as the nurse called a security guard over to help, creating the small opening necessary to break away. The game had changed. It was no longer a simple matter of blending into a crowd. With the mysterious Gamma-trained asset, this was a game of cat and mouse. As Millie rounded the corner, she knew the mirror above would betray her movements, but she had no choice. Distance was the key to seizing the advantage. She broke into a run, deftly sidestepping an orderly pushing a cart of monitoring equipment. The squeak of sneakers let her know that her pursuer picked up her own pace, also slipping by the confused man. A heartbeat later, the security guard rounded the corner, plowing into the cart of equipment, sending the man behind it tumbling as they rolled along in a tangle of limbs and cables. Undeterred, the hunter continued ahead in a full sprint, ignoring the shouting and cursing behind her. Millie pushed hard off her left foot and bolted into a side corridor, picking up speed as her shoes squeaked with each driving step. The mystery woman changed directions with ease, eating up the distance between them. Millie stole a glance up in another mirror, seeing her reaching for a weapon. If she drew a firearm, there would be no chance of avoiding the rounds in such a confined space at this range. Millie leaned to the right and pushed against the nearest door, diving inside the dark room. She rolled over a shoulder and came up into a fighting stance just as her pursuer followed. Using the low light to her advantage, Millie bridged the gap, seizing her opponent's right wrist and disarming her. Unfazed by the sudden ambush, the Gamma-trained asset answered with a tight left hook that Millie barely avoided. The two combatants played out a quick exchange, each reading and defending the other's attacks. But falling for a feint, Millie overcommitted to one of her counterattacks, allowing her foe to execute a shoulder throw. Millie's body hit the polished linoleum floor, but her training had allowed her to dissipate much of the energy on impact. "Where is she?" Millie thought, scrambling to a crouch, preparing for the woman to pounce. The other woman hadn't capitalized on her attack, at least not how Millie had expected. "She's going for the weapon!" Heart racing, Millie rose to her feet as her hand fell to her waistband, where she normally kept a holstered M&P Shield pistol. She felt only her hip. Sliding her hand back slightly, she plucked the metallic object from her front pocket. Watching the woman's silhouette rise, gripping the firearm that she had knocked from her foe's grasp earlier, Millie's thumb found the rubber butt cap of the item clutched in her fist. Dipping her body to one side, she blasted her opponent's eyes with 1,200 lumens of bright white light. The woman's shot went wide as she let out a grunt, shielding her face. Before she could recover and fire again, Millie was already out the door, heading back the way she had come. Her footfalls betraying her pace and direction, she had sacrificed stealth for pure speed. Millie turned back into the main hall as the mystery woman exited the room behind her. The elevator ahead dinged, the door sliding open as two more security guards stepped out. Millie slowed her pace and changed her posture, appearing frightened and nervous. The man and woman exited, looking past the unassuming figure, on the lookout for the other woman, the assassin. Millie slipped into the elevator as the doors slid shut. She turned and pressed the button for the ground floor. The other woman had also switched up her appearance and mannerisms, avoiding detection as the security guards hunted for her. She locked eyes with Millie just as the doors met in the middle. She would never forget that cold steel gaze. Who were these mystery men and women? How did they receive Gamma asset training when the program had been shut down after Millie and Letitia had escaped from the Order's grasp? "I need to talk to Travis," she said under her breath. Exiting the elevator, Millie headed for the back of the hospital, tying her hair up into a ponytail again. Fishing for the small toolkit in her back pocket, she selected the most unassuming vehicle in the rear lot to make her escape. A jolt of pain surged through Rebecca Flair's body as she was jostled. Lying on her back, she had to squeeze her eyes shut, the overhead lights stabbing through her eyelids with bright white shafts. As her bed rolled to a stop, an elevator chime sounded. Another pulse of discomfort radiated out from her left eye and shoulder as someone pushed her inside. And then a dropping sensation. Someone was taking her down. She tried to speak, but her mouth wouldn't obey her commands. No one inside the elevator with her spoke. Where was she? The last thing she could remember was being shot by Subject 9, the girl named Millie, years ago. She was a promising young Gamma asset, not extraordinary in any way, but she had shown potential during her training. Without the Order's guidance, Flair had never dreamed that Subject 9 would become as talented as she was while operating in the real world. While she had a sense of pride in what her young Gamma had become, Flair was angered and disappointed to see her working with the enemy, with John Stone. Staring down the barrel of a gun, she had looked into Millie's eyes and knew that would be her final moment. 2 slugs tore through her chest, and the world had turned dark. Now they were exiting the elevator and rolling through... Where? Who were these people? And where were they taking her? She fought to open her eyes, blinking through the blinding brightness. It was only then that Flare realized that the light had only entered through one eye. She felt the pressure of something covering half of her face. When her good eye finally adjusted, she saw a hospital corridor and 2 people wearing dark suits pushing her in her bed. Government agents, she figured. John Stone had succeeded in stopping the plans of her order, it seemed. They continued rolling until a 3rd dark suit joined them. It was a woman, shaking her head at the first 2. Still, none of them spoke as they headed out through a side exit of the hospital. What she had thought was brightness only seconds earlier paled in comparison to the sun. The blinding light had forced her to squeeze her eyes shut once again. The exertion was too much, and Flare faded back into the gentle embrace of silence and darkness. Only a second had passed in her mind, but when she awoke, she realized that her gurney had been loaded into an ambulance. The vehicle came to a stop, and a moment later, the rear doors opened. Again she had to grit her teeth and turn her head as the warm sun stabbed into the vehicle. A shadow had wiped across her vision as the mysterious figures rolled her into a building. Flare risked another look and saw what resembled an underground garage. Where had they taken her? She craned her neck, straining to look back, her jaw shaking as she tried to bite down to fight off the pain. Though the inside had seemed like an ambulance, the only vehicle outside was an unmarked black van. Which agency are they with? She thought. Double doors swung open as the gurney passed through into what looked like another hospital, only darker. The air was still, quiet. The room lacked the activity and background noise typical of the medical center Flare had just been in. Men in hospital scrubs surrounded her, speaking to the government suits. She was still too groggy, their words too distorted to fully understand who they were. But she heard them mention the gunshot wounds in her chest, the statement as crisp and clear as the pistol's reports in her memory. Darkness swallowed her vision once more, as the hushed voices around her receded into the distance. Flare's mind snapped into focus. She opened her eye to see the inside of what looked like an operating room. Men and women in surgical gowns and masks prepped trays of surgical tools with hands gloved. One of the women was speaking to her, but her words were fuzzy and far away. Flare let her head roll to the side, spotting one of the suited figures through the glass panel in the door, facing away. Are they here to make sure I don't escape? The masked woman returned and inserted a needle into a tube next to Flare. Her words were clearer now, loud enough to hear. Just relax now, Miss Flare. You're safe in here. We'll fix you up good as new. The room dropped away as a curtain smothered her senses, filling her world with a soothing silence. Chapter 5. CIA Black Site, Undisclosed Location. Emmanuel Jada nodded to 2 other people with him. The 3 figures, dressed in casual, off-the-rack suits, split up, each donning a pair of sunglasses as they headed to their designated positions. Jada tilted his head to the side, adjusting his messenger bag to pull the strap away from his neck as he entered a nondescript building. With Flare safe, the first phase of their plan was complete. Now the Omegas had moved on to the next phase of their directive. Tobias Caliban, Flare's chief engineer, and the man in charge of the God Hand program, had been captured. The U.S. government held him in this off-the-books CIA black site to await his upcoming trial. It had taken several days to pinpoint the site's coordinates, but once Caliban's location had been confirmed, the Omegas had acted fast. Jada moved with purpose, turning the corner and coming face-to-face with a man wearing an ill-fitting cream-colored sport coat and sunglasses similar to his own. The man's eyebrows peeked up over the dark lenses, betraying his surprise. Jada beamed a smile at him. "I'm sorry, my friend," he said in a perfect American accent with a hint of a southern drawl. The other man's face slowly pulled up into a hesitant smile.
"Is there something I can help you with?" he asked.
Jada tilted his head side to side and pressed his lips into a tight smile. He used the act to glance down at the man's credentials clipped to his breast pocket.
"Yeah, I'm kind of new to this whole thing. Just got word to come down here and report to Agent Miller."
Again, the man's furrowed brows spoke loud and clear from behind his dark lenses. "I'm Miller."
"Huh, funny that. Serendipity, I suppose."
Jada extended his hand.
"I'm Agent Collins."
Miller reached out and grasped Jada's offered hand firmly. As they shook, all of the lights in the building went out. Jada felt Miller pull back, but the Omega maintained his grip, jerking the shorter agent closer as he stepped behind him. Jada's free arm snaked underneath Miller's chin. He released the agent's hand and completed the choke, using his knee to force his victim's hips forward as he hoisted the man off his feet. The emergency lights flicked on, dimly illuminating the hallway. But by then, Miller had already lost consciousness, his limbs hanging loosely. Jada clenched his jaw and tightened his body, increasing the pressure. His muscles were steel cables, cinching down and constricting until he felt several pops in the smaller agent's neck. Dropping Miller at his feet, Jada looked in both directions of the hallway. He opened a nearby office door and dragged the agent's body inside by his cream-colored collar.
"Confirm," he said,
transmitting from a subdermal microphone attached to his larynx.
"Power down," Hinata replied.
"In position," Adriana added. The voices of the other Omegas reached Jada through the bone conduction implant behind his ear.
3 minutes. The clock starts now."
"Copy," Adriana Santos said. She wiped the blade of her bloodied knife along the pant leg of the man slumped in the seat next to her, before sliding the weapon into a scout-style sheath at the small of her back. Shoving the rolling chair to the side, she took a knee in front of the workstation. Fingers poised over the keyboard, Santos snapped out a short series of commands, navigating through the computer system. Within seconds, she had the information she had sought displayed in front of her.
"Caliban is still here," she said in almost a whisper. "Building 3, basement."
"Copy," Jada said.
"Clean sweep, then form up at the location of the objective."
"Copy," Hinata said.
"Copy,"
Santos added. She stood and pulled her messenger bag in front of her body, reaching inside. The Omega retrieved several small metallic pucks and placed them in strategic sections of the room, making sure to set one directly on the computer. She exited the building and placed one more of the short cylinders on the door frame before heading to meet up with the others. Hinata Kobayashi placed a small metallic cylinder on the power panel and twisted the case of the canister. A series of lights confirmed that it was active, cycling through a set pattern. He stepped over the body of a security guard and slipped the messenger bag over his head. On his way out, he set another of the devices on a load-bearing wall. He had exited to a scene of chaos as 3 security guards converged on the building he had just exited. "What's going on?" Kobayashi asked, adjusting his sunglasses.
"Power outage," one of the guards said. "We came here to see if someone was tampering with the breakers."
"I can see that," he replied, adding a hint of disgust to assert authority. "It's clear inside. It must be something with the main grid. Spread out and watch the perimeter." Kobayashi turned to head for the main building to meet up with the others. The guards waited for a beat, watching as the man left. The Omega's hand drifted to the holstered Glock 22 on his left hip, under his jacket. If these guards pressed him on the issue, he would waste no time in engaging. But as the distance between them increased, one of the guards spoke up.
"You heard him. Let's make sure the facility is safe until the power is back up."
Jada exited the office where he had stashed Miller's body, continuing down the hall. Another agent came around the corner. Both men had removed their sunglasses in the dim light, so Jada could see the steely gaze in the other man's eyes clear as day, even in the darkness.
"What's happening?" Jada asked, playing the subordinate again. "Are we under attack?"
The frustrated scowl of the other man said more about his feelings than his words did.
"Probably just a local power outage. I need you to go check the breakers in the utility room just in case."
I was told to keep an eye on the prisoners, Jada said. The other man's face twisted in confusion.
Who told you that?
Agent Miller, just before he headed outside to check the perimeter. The two men locked eyes. In that brief instant, Jada saw that his gambit had failed. This man was a professional. Wasting no time, Jada struck like a viper, snapping a hand out and thrusting his thumb into the man's windpipe. The agent grasped his throat with his left hand, while his right swept his jacket to clear the garment from his holster. He's good, Jada thought. The Omega lifted his right foot and speared the man's forearm with the outside edge of his shoe, popping his foe's shoulder joint free and fracturing his elbow against the brick wall behind him. The agent's pained shouts came out only as a gurgling hiss. Jada rechambered his leg. Just as his opponent dropped to his knees, the Omega's side kick shot out again, slamming into the man's throat, crushing the bones in his hand along with his windpipe. He stood over the dying agent's body and stared down at the security badge clipped to his jacket. Agent Denning. Santos spotted Jada and headed his way as he nodded to her. Kobayashi came in several seconds later. They drew their service pistols and made their way to the stairs leading to the basement, moving as a team. Jada entered first, keeping his weapon at a low ready. He stepped into the room, mimicking the two men already inside, looking around in confusion.
"What's happening up there?" the older man asked.
"There's been an attack on the compound," the Omega replied, sweeping his gaze.
"Who?"
the second agent asked.
"Who's attacking us?"
Kobayashi and Santos entered the room, and the panicked agents brought their weapons up. The Omegas kept their cool, Kobayashi offering a reassuring smile and nod. The lead agent signaled for the other to lower his gun.
"We need to get control of the situation," the first man said, heading to the door.
"That's the plan," Jada said. "Denning sent us down here to support you."
"Mind filling us in, then?" the second man said. "We're practically blind down here."
Jada gestured at the Omegas, pointing his open hand at them, fingers forward. They each gave a slight nod as he swung the same hand at the younger man. The older agent raised an eyebrow.
"What kind of signal is that?"
Jada turned to face him, raising his weapon to his chest and extending it in one smooth motion. He pressed the trigger twice, punching two .40 caliber holes in his target's chest. Kobayashi and Santos did the same, each putting a pair of rounds into the younger man's heart and lungs. Lifting his muzzle, Jada took aim at the stunned man's forehead, placing one more round dead center. The agents hit the ground simultaneously, the entire attack playing out in less than a second.
"They will have heard the shots outside," Jada said. "Move fast."
Santos brought her messenger bag in front of her body as Jada holstered his pistol. Kobayashi fired once more into the back of the younger man's skull to ensure the kill. They stripped their jackets off, rolling up the sleeves of their shirts. Each Omega wore a slim battle belt underneath, with a holster for their Glock 22s, as well as Kydex shells along their back containing rifle magazines. Santos retrieved a SIG MCX Rattler from the bag, unfolding the stock and easing the charging handle back enough to see the brass in the chamber. Jada and Kobayashi each pulled similar short-barreled rifles from their bags. On the other end of the basement, two makeshift cells had been built, each with an occupant inside. One of the prisoners murmured, hands clenching the bars.
"Hey, who's out there? You guys gotta let me out," the occupant said. "Caliban. Tobias Caliban," Jada whispered.
Santos reached the first cell, aiming her weapon through the bars.
"Not here," she said.
The prisoner inside raised his hands and scrambled away.
"Who sent you?"
the second man said, pressing his face to the bars.
"Tobias Caliban?"
Jada asked.
"Yes, I am Caliban,"
the second prisoner said, his knuckles whitening as he squeezed the bars.
"You must get me out of here."
Kobayashi and Santos joined Jada as they stood in front of the man's cell. The lead Omega leaned close and looked directly at the prisoner. "Step away from the bars, Caliban." The frightened engineer nodded and moved back.
"Rebecca Flair sends her regards,"
Santos said. Caliban's eyes widened as the words hit him. The three Omegas placed the muzzles of their SBRs between the bars and pinned the triggers to the rear. Each of the assassins dumped 30 rounds of .300 caliber Blackout into the flailing engineer's body, the reports from their weapons shaking dust and debris loose from the walls around them. The air still buzzing from the violent assault, the first prisoner's frightened babbling echoed off the hard surfaces in the basement prison. Kobayashi pulled one of the small metallic pucks from his bag and activated it before tossing it onto what was left of Caliban's body. Santos placed a similar device above the cell of the other inmate. "Sorry," she said, her words cold and uncaring. "We were only here for him." "Let's move," Jada said, inserting a fresh magazine into his rattler and working the charging handle. Chapter 6. West of Herman, Missouri. With a groan, John grasped the curtain's thick fabric, sliding it to ward off the midday sun. He breathed through his mouth, a hand clamped over his eyes as he made his way to the kitchen, toward the inviting smell of the percolating coffee. He usually enjoyed the scenic view out to the Missouri River, in the small remote house he had been using to hide from the world. But today John was nursing another hangover, his third this week. He couldn't handle the son's overly bright and cheery disposition. After the altercation at the bar nearly a week ago, he decided to stay home to do his drinking. But he had depleted his beer supply last night, and the thought of making a trip to stock up brought another round of pulsing in his temples. John tried in vain to blink away the pain behind his eyes. He leaned over the kitchen counter, supporting his weight with his left arm, as he poured the coffee, spilling a little along the edge opposite the handle. Watching the dark brown droplet race down the mug and seep underneath, John stretched, taking stock of his body's state. Gunshot wounds, knife punctures and lacerations, bruised ribs and strained joints. His body was barely holding itself together after the past couple of years he had been through. John balled his hand into a fist, the dull ache, the ghost of his fractured metacarpal, letting him know it was still healing. It gave him a small sense of relief as he reached for the mug of coffee. Sipping the hot liquid, his thoughts brought him back to the attack on Rebecca Flair's mountain facility in southern Oregon, and how Millie had ended Flair's life. Though it was a significant victory, John reflected on the loss of Parker Lewis and Curtis Clark, two of his friends that had died on the same night. Was the price they had paid worth bringing down the order? He had lost too many people in the fight to finish Flair and her associates. Marvin Van Pierce, Parker, Curtis, the French raid members helping him take down the Four Serpents, soldiers serving in the Hostile Response Division, and the brave men and women who had fought alongside them in South Africa, following Damien Blanchard to his own backyard. Finally, John thought of Frank Colt, whose death had set all of the recent events in motion. He settled his heavily muscled frame into a chair at the small kitchen table, the wood groaning and creaking in protest. It's finally over, he thought. He should have felt a sense of peace, shouldn't he? John had to plan for his future now. Letting the coffee's warmth spread through his chest and radiate out, he eased back in the chair. Living a life on the run, a fugitive from the law, was no way to spend the rest of his days. Maybe you could leave the country, John, he mumbled, absently picking at the edge of the peeling laminate kitchen tabletop. He chuckled and shook his head. Though he had a sizable amount of money stashed away, prepared for whatever might happen in his life, retiring on the run was an exhausting train of thought. It was giving him a headache. He wanted nothing more than to go to his fridge at that moment, to continue the drinking and self-loathing spree he was currently on. But then he remembered that he would have to venture out to buy more beer. He suppressed the urge to pull on his coat and trek to the store, convincing himself to at least watch a little TV and relax. He scooped the remote from the coffee table and thumbed the power button, sitting on the couch with his eyes squeezed shut. He stayed that way for a few minutes, listening to the news and fighting off another wave of nausea. An unidentified woman had been taken from the Providence Medford Medical Center this morning. She was in the custody of the Department of Homeland Security. That bit of information piqued John's interest. The dizziness and headache bled away as he sat up to focus on the screen. Something about the story drew him in. It was too familiar. 2 DHS agents and local police officers had been assaulted, and the woman listed as Jane Doe, taken from the hospital grounds. Both agents and one officer were in serious but stable condition. Tragically, one of the officers had been pronounced dead after efforts to treat his injuries had been unsuccessful. John gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes on the screen as the news anchor continued, her eyes moving from the page of notes to the camera as she delivered the information in a carefully crafted mixture of concern and self-importance. The woman, originally brought in after the earthquakes reported in southern Oregon last week, had arrived with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and no leads on her assailant. She placed the sheet of paper on the desk, smoothing it with her hands. DHS and local law enforcement are looking into the kidnapping, but there are no suspects yet. We will keep following this story as more information comes in. The talking heads had already moved on to the next story, but John was processing the information he had just heard. The earthquake story was a cover-up to hide the fact that a massive kinetic weapon attack had leveled 2 bases under the Order's control. John's fist tightened, and the plastic case of the remote control cracked and buckled in his grasp. He rose to his feet and sucked in a deep breath. They had found a Jane Doe with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest during the rescue efforts. Was Rebecca Flair alive? Bits of plastic fell from his hand as he wiped his palm across his pant leg, making his way to the computer on a small desk in a corner. John stabbed the space bar with his thick fingers, waking the device. He needed to know if Jane Doe was Flair. Hunting and pecking on the keyboard, he struggled to input the information into his searches. His difficulty with the computer served to remind John of Parker's considerable contribution to the team. His shoulders sagged. The pain and guilt dragged him away from his current task. Turning to face the front door, he rose from the chair. John pulled his jacket across his broad shoulders, heading out to the store. Pausing at the door, he pinched the bridge of his nose before wiping his palm down his face. I need something to drink. Chapter 7. Indianapolis, Indiana. 32 hours later. I've got the report right here, ma'am, U.S. Marshal Dwight Wesker said. Poe and I are looking into it as we speak. The younger marshal rolled his chair and spun it around to take his seat, rotating back to face Wesker as he ended the call. Don't just sit there like a rock, Poe. What have we got? Wesker asked, rubbing his face with both hands. Oh, right. Sorry about that. Poe glanced down at the notes on his tablet computer. There's been an attack on a CIA black site. After a few moments of silence, Wesker leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Son, that's quite a headline. Mind filling me in on the rest of the story? Poe's eyes never left the screen as he scanned further. Reports of gunshots and explosions brought the local law enforcement and first responders to the scene. By the time they had arrived, the fight was already over. Any survivors? Wesker asked, putting his glasses on and standing up. Yes, several were on the outer perimeter searching for the attackers when the police arrived. Wesker nodded, contemplating the update. And what was the site used for? Poe looked up at the older marshal. They were housing a high-value prisoner, Tobias Caliban. Go on. Wesker folded his arms across his chest. Some suits arrived and shut the whole scene down, taking over the investigation. Poe slid a finger up the tablet screen, reading ahead. CIA? Looks like it. Who hit the site? Wesker asked, pulling a notepad from his breast pocket. Unknown, Poe replied. Did they get Caliban out of there? Wesker asked, taking down notes, his voice and tone even. No, sir. He was killed in his cell. Or at least that's what they think. Wesker raised an eyebrow. Poe cleared his throat. There wasn't, much left of the body after the incendiary devices brought the whole place down. Wesker put his pen down. We're going to have to call in some help. We might need to reach out to the FBI to lend a hand. The FBI, sir? They've got the best people when it comes to forensics.
We can't just step in and force the CIA to cooperate. But maybe the acting AG can throw her weight around.
Hernandez is the acting attorney general? Poe asked.
As of several days ago, yes, Wesker said.
Do we think this is the same group that pulled Flair out of the hospital? He asked, changing the subject. Poe went over his notes.
Why? Who else are you suspecting?
Stone, maybe?
Wesker tilted his head back and closed his eyes. At that moment, the older marshal thought about the ramifications of letting John Stone escape from the Steens Mountain facility. He and his team had saved Wesker's life that night, but John's actions may have complicated things.
Killing federal agents? I don't think that's Stone's M.O.
Poe typed up more notes.
Besides, why would he be going after Caliban?
To get to Flair. We need to redouble our efforts and find John Stone. He could be directly involved in the attacks, Wesker said.
Chapter 8. Loveland, Colorado. Travis Chambers paced around his desk, 3 fingers clutching the top of his whiskey tumbler. Even though his involvement in John's latest assault at the Order's bases in northern Nevada and Oregon was unknown to anyone outside of the group, he had still decided to lay low. Doing another lap around the tempered glass coffee table, Travis looked down at the laptop computer screen. Crouching down, he clicked through the photos once more. A contact in the CIA had sent him the link to a secure server where he found information about a recent hit on one of their black sites, housing a high-value target. The official report pointed to a gas leak causing damage to the facility. Agents on the ground had to work with local first responders to contain the news, but one of the agents had been able to get this information to Travis. He recognized the site from his time consulting with the Central Intelligence Agency, but only vaguely. Taking a sip from the tumbler, he relished the warming, relaxing sensation as he checked the time. Travis stared down at his wrist, rubbing 2 fingers over the spot where his watch usually sat.
It's 9:45,
someone said behind him.
Jesus Christ!
Travis stepped away, banging his shin against the edge of the glass coffee table. Millie was crouched behind the couch, arms resting along the back as she peered at his computer.
Sorry about that,
she said, leaping over to the front and taking a seat, lying across the leather cushions.
Good reflexes, though. You didn't spill a drop.
Don't you ever knock? Travis asked, rubbing a hand over his shin. One of these days you're going to get shot doing that. Millie raised an eyebrow, looking at the holstered Sig Sauer P227 on the other side of the room. How do you know I don't have a backup piece? Travis asked, swatting her calf to get her feet off of the cushions. She swung her legs and sat up.
You're not even wearing a watch. I'm honestly surprised you got shoes on.
Travis sat on the couch next to her. He tipped the glass to down the rest of the whiskey before setting it on a coaster. I'm guessing you saw all of this, he said, gesturing to the collection photos on the screen. What do you make of it?
Rebecca Flair is alive,
Millie said. Travis leaned in closer, studying the photos. How can you possibly know that?
Because I saw her. 3 people in suits showed up to the hospital and took her.
Turning to face Millie, Travis studied the cold gaze in her eyes. And what were you doing at the hospital? He asked, knowing the answer already.
I was there to finish what we started.
Who were the suits?
I don't know. But they had been trained by the Order. Gammas,
Millie said.
At least one of them had gone through the same training as me.
I thought they shut the program down after you.
So did I.
Travis stood and ran his fingers through his hair, pacing the room once more. How did you find out about Flair?
Cat 6 searched reports for survivors at any nearby hospitals, Millie said.
Of course it was one of your hacker friends, Travis said, rubbing the back of his neck. And why did you have her looking?
I needed to know that Flair was dead.
You put 2 bullets in her chest.
But I didn't confirm the kill,
Millie said, turning to face the laptop screen.
The javelins were about to hit, so John pulled me out of there.
You're lucky he did, Travis said. The 2 of you barely made it out alive.
Yeah. And now Flair is still out there. I should have stayed and finished it.
And what about Letitia? She needs you still.
She would have understood.
Millie looked Travis in the eye.
Letitia is stronger than I give her credit for.
Travis decided not to press the issue, seeing the pain and guilt in the young woman's eyes. All right, so what did you see? Do you think you'd recognize them again if you saw them?
The woman,
Millie said.
We had a bit of a tangle.
They saw you? Travis stopped his pacing.
Yeah, but I was able to escape.
Did they follow you?
They were there for Flair,
Millie said.
Don't worry. They won't be knocking on your door.
How can you be so sure?
Because I didn't.
Travis chuckled, resting a hand on his forehead. You've got a pretty dark sense of humor, girl. But it sounds like these new assets are dangerous.
That's why I came here, Millie said.
You made the right choice. Let's discuss. Travis's phone buzzed, vibrating on the glass tabletop. He looked down at the screen. I've got to take this. It's my contact from the CIA. Millie nodded and sat on the floor in front of the laptop, looking at the photos. What have you got for me? Travis asked, pressing the phone to his ear with a shoulder as he rolled his sleeves up. He made several short grunts of acknowledgement. So it was him, then? Millie looked over her shoulder, watching Travis, the short questions and grunts making the conversation even more intriguing. Do you believe that the two events are related? Travis asked, turning to look out the window. All right, thanks.
Well?
Millie asked. Travis slid his phone into a pocket. Tobias Caliban.
Is that name supposed to mean something?
That's the photo you're looking at, Travis said.
He was working for Flair?
Millie asked.
Yes, Caliban is the man most directly responsible for the God Hand system, Travis said, his eyes fixed on the floor.
Looks like someone silenced him for good.
Why do we care if he lives or dies? As far as I'm concerned, his death only helps us.
Millie sat at one of the chairs opposite the couch, resting her elbows on her knees. Caliban was going to be testifying next week. Travis retrieved a bottle of whiskey and refilled his tumbler before sitting on the couch. Millie rubbed her hands together.
You think the order killed Caliban?
Yes. Ford says it was 2 men and 1 woman. All highly trained, Travis said, watching for Millie's reaction.
Same 3 that got to Flair, she said, rising to her feet.
No.
How can you be sure?
Because my contact just confirmed that the hospital hit and the attack on the black site occurred less than an hour apart. Halfway across the country, Travis said, swirling the dark brown liquid in his glass before taking a sip. Millie's eyes narrowed.
This is bigger than I thought.
Yes. There's a group out there cleaning up for the order. That means we didn't shut them down like we thought we did. Perhaps Flair isn't the top of the food chain. Millie shook her head.
Impossible. She's the head. Taking her out should have finished this.
If she survived the mountain's collapse, perhaps she was able to send a signal to someone for a rescue, Travis said, bringing a thumb and forefinger to his chin.
We need to end it, Millie said. Make sure Flair goes down and stays down. It's the only way.
You realize we can't do this by ourselves.
Make some calls, Millie said. Get a team together.
Travis sat up straight, locking eyes with her. He didn't say anything, but Millie could read his intentions.
Does anyone know where John is? She asked.
The corner of Travis's mouth pulled up slightly. Chapter 9. Vienna, Austria, the financial district. The A4 Audi's Quattro engine purred as Sebastian Smith pulled into a parking spot on a mostly empty level of the garage. He shut the car off and climbed out, smoothing the legs of his pants and removing his sunglasses. Glancing left and right, he made his way to the rear of the vehicle, popping the trunk and retrieving the suitcase inside. He set the case on the ground and knelt down, opening it up to examine the contents. Plucking a cylindrical incendiary device from its foam recess, Sebastian stuck it to the Audi's fuel tank. Satisfied that he had everything he needed, he zipped the suitcase closed
and hoisted it upright, making his way toward the elevator. The hard rubber wheels rumbled along the concrete as he pulled it behind him, putting the sunglasses back on. The man's strides were long and purposeful as he walked with clear intent, his chest out and chin held high. Sebastian exuded an air of confidence, unchallenged by the small group waiting at the elevator door. He stood ramrod straight, his suitcase resting in front of him, a statue planted in front of the double doors. The people nearby gave him plenty of space, unsure of what to think of his demeanor. The elevator dinged, and the doors slid open. Sebastian's smile stole away much of the coldness around them as he gestured to the waiting car.
"After you, please,"
he said with seemingly genuine warmth. The older man nodded and stepped inside, making sure to take a path that would keep him from arm's reach of the imposing figure. A couple, both younger than Sebastian, hesitated, unsure of what they should do. The doors started closing, but before the man inside could react, Sebastian stabbed a hand out and placed it against the side, keeping the elevator open.
"I insist."
His words still had the same warmth, but inside he contemplated leaving them behind. The couple relented, stepping into the car, Sebastian right behind them.
"What floor?"
the older man said. Sebastian faced the front, his eyes fixed forward as he removed his leather gloves.
"Lobby, please."
The short ride several floors below took less than a minute, but in the tense air the other occupants felt like it would never end. As the door slid open, Sebastian stepped out, pulling the case behind him. He glanced down at his watch, picking up the pace as he made his way through the lobby of the office high-rise. The Omega asset already knew what time it was. The act was meant to lend believability to his guise, a man rushing to make it to his appointment. Picking up the pace, he jogged for several meters, rounding the corner to the interior elevators, accessing the upper floors of the building. Aware of the cameras mounted above, Sebastian looked down at his watch, shoes, and suitcase, preoccupied with his surroundings. His ride was uneventful, with only one other passenger getting off, well before his destination. He exited at the top floor, collapsing the telescoping grip and lifting the suitcase by the handle on the side. Already knowledgeable of the interior layout, he made his way to the stairwell, climbing up to the roof. Glancing down at his watch, no longer part of his ruse, he checked the time. Ahead of schedule. Sebastian slid his fingers into his front pants pocket and pulled out the small toolkit, plucking the lock picks free. He took a knee at the handle and put the metal tools to use, making short work of the ineffective barrier. On the roof, Sebastian headed straight for the southwest corner. The assassin's posture and stride remained confident, knowing exactly where he was going, as he set the case down at the edge of the building, unzipping it and kneeling. Sebastian pulled out the various parts one by one, assembling a rifle, ensuring all of the connections were secure. Having scouted the scene ahead of time, this building was the only site that had granted an elevated position to his target. But his objective would be a city block away. He had opted for the DRD Tactical Kavar, a takedown rifle chambered in .338 Lapua Magnum. Taking the time to check the windage and gauging distance, he made the necessary mental calculations and adjusted the Night Force scope mounted to his weapon. The dull, steady thumping grew louder as a helicopter approached from the distance. Bringing the Kavar's muzzle to his right, Sebastian peered through the scope, placing the reticle directly on the cockpit, tracking the movement before looking away to check his watch. Right on schedule. The pilot set the craft down on the rooftop as the Omega settled in behind his rifle, pulling the stock against his shoulder and establishing a proper cheek weld to secure the weapon. Slowing his breathing, he held the scope on the landing pad, panning his point of aim back and forth to check his line of sight. Several seconds later, a group of people in suits exited the building, making their way to the helicopter to greet the visitors. One of the men broke away from the rest, jogging to cover the remaining stretch. Even from this distance, the suit's cut and fit let Sebastian know that it cost far more than the rest of the group's wardrobe. Pivoting to the right, He placed the crosshairs on the person exiting the helicopter. The other man's outfit and accessories had communicated his wealth and status, even more so than the man greeting him. It was Sebastian's target, Arthur Lloyd. The older man stood a full head higher than the others, tall and lanky, his complexion pale and waxy. As the CFO of the multinational bank LMG, Lloyd helped move money for the order. The rest of the group joined the two men, keeping their heads on a swivel. There were too many bodies around Lloyd, preventing Sebastian from making a clean shot. It wasn't that he cared about the security personnel or the low-level execs surrounding his man. He just didn't want some poor sucker's flesh and bones to deflect his shot or steal away too much kinetic energy from the projectile. Tightening his jaw, Sebastian settled his way down into his crouched stance, keeping his upper body relaxed as he shifted his point of aim to account for his target's movement, adjusting for Lloyd's stride and rhythm. Letting the tension melt away from his head and neck, the Omega let out a smooth breath, pulling through the resistance with his finger. With an easy, practiced press, he felt the trigger break as the weapon bucked against his shoulder between heartbeats. The air shimmered around the .338 caliber round as it spiraled into the distance. Sebastian watched Lloyd through the scope up until a puff of dust and blood filled his field of view. As the tall man's body collapsed, the scene on the rooftop erupted into chaos as the security teams of both groups swarmed the dead man's body, trying to pull the others to safety. Seconds later, the report from the Omega's unsuppressed rifle reached them, a thunderclap echoing off of the other buildings nearby, making it all but impossible to pinpoint the shooter's location. Sebastian broke his rifle down with cold, mechanical precision, tucking the components into their foam cutouts. He zipped the case closed and plucked the spent shell casing next to him, dropping it into his pants pocket. Hoisting the suitcase up, he propped it on his shoulder and entered the building's stairwell, heading down to the ground floor, avoiding the elevators as the clicking of his dress shoes echoed with each step. Sebastian descended the 34 floors, barely breaking a sweat, his breaths still even and controlled. There was an air of confusion in the lobby as security personnel listened to their radios, trying to figure out what they were expected to do, having received calls about a shooting nearby. By the time they acted, Sebastian was already out on the street, pulling his suitcase behind him as a BMW rolled up. He climbed into the back seat, nodding to Kobayashi, the man behind the wheel. "Target down," Sebastian said. Kobayashi grunted and nodded, pulling the vehicle out onto the street, driving away as sirens wailed in the distance. British Columbia, Canada. Whistler Blackcomb Ski Resort. United States Congressman Jeffrey Powell helped his wife back to her feet, his hand placed gently on her elbow. Though his smile was bright and warm, the look on the woman's face showed clear disdain for his jovial words. Brittany Cook lowered the binoculars, letting them hang around her neck as she retrieved a notebook from her lap. Pen clutched in her right hand, she used her pinky to pull her left sleeve down far enough to see her watch's face. Scribbling small details onto the page, she clicked the pen closed and tucked it into the notebook, dropping both into the open duffel bag at her feet. Watching for the past couple of hours, Cook had scouted the scene, having already gotten a feel for Powell's runs and the coverage of his security detail. The men and women tasked with watching the congressman had been posted at the top and bottom of the slopes. She pulled the strap of the binoculars over her head, dropping them into the bag as well. The Omega tossed her gear into a trench dug into the snow, using her boot to shove the freshly fallen powder over it. Cook let out a breath, the vapors forming a wispy cloud in the air, and pulled the goggles over her eyes. Pushing off, she made her way to the lift, her skis gliding smoothly. As she reached Powell, she overheard the congressman's wife complaining about the cold. "Why don't you head to the lodge and get some hot cocoa?" he said, patting her lower back. "I'll join you after this next run." Cook pushed forward, timing her approach as her target separated from his wife. The Omega asset took the chair in front of Powell, sitting back and glancing over her shoulder to make sure he also started his ascent. Jeffrey Powell worked diligently to build his reputation as a hard-working family man that fought for what was right. However, underneath his mask, Powell was most directly responsible for helping Price Wyndham build a case against the Order's biggest threat, John Stone, framing him for attacks against the United States. Though the congressman was instrumental in shutting down the Hostile Response Division, his ultimate failure to eliminate Stone had inadvertently led to the attack on the mountain facility in Oregon, where Rebecca Flair had been shot. The moment her skis touched the snow, Cook made her way to the slope and headed down with minimal preparation before her target could spot her. The wind whistled and bit at the exposed flesh on her face as she leaned aggressively to build up speed. A quarter of the way down, Cook reached a dip, cutting off the line of sight to the top and bottom of the hill. She turned hard and skidded to a stop, sending out a plume of powder. Working with haste, she prepared her trap. The assassin dropped the poles and stripped off her jacket, letting her hands pull the sleeves inside out as she did so, revealing the brighter teal and pink pattern as she put it back on. She pulled her knit cap off, stuffed it into a pocket, and untied her ponytail, letting her blonde tresses settle over her shoulders. As her target approached, Cook dropped into the snow, giving the appearance of struggling to stand back up. Powell crested the edge of the small hollow, spotting a woman in distress. He slowed to a stop, pulling his goggles down, turning his head side to side to work them lower.
"You need some help, young lady?"
His lips pulled wide into a predatory smile. Cook knew the look all too well. She was well trained in micro-expressions and body language, using the skill against her foes throughout her life. She swiped her tongue over half of her upper lip and smiled back. She giggled and attempted to prop herself up, making show of her inability to get herself upright.
"I would love a little boost," she replied. "I've been trying to get down this stupid hill for 10 minutes now."
Smitten by the sight of a beautiful woman, the congressman didn't even question why a novice would be on such a challenging run. His shark-like grin only grew brighter as he slid closer. "Let me help you then," he said, offering a hand. Pursing her lips, Cook accepted the aid, grunting as she stood. She reached down for one of her ski poles as Powell grabbed the other. "Thank you," she said, tucking a lock of her hair behind her ear and looking away for a second demurely before turning back to face him. He admired her for another second, his eyes dipping down before sliding up the young woman's body. "My name is Jeff," he said, placing a hand on his chest before extending it out to shake. "Congressman Jeff Powell." Cook shook his hand and raised an eyebrow, giving him a curious expression, the kind that said she was kind of impressed but didn't really know why. It was a subtle jab at the man's ego, pushing himself to try that much harder, lowering his guard even more. "I'm Anna Hodges," Cook said before giving him a tight-lipped smile and nodding her head. She watched as the man struggled to put out the ember of anger and frustration in his eye because she wasn't throwing herself at him. A heartbeat later, his smile returned.
"Well, Miss Hodges, why don't we conquer this hill together?" he asked, still holding her hand.
Cook giggled and pressed her lips together before nodding. With the congressman attempting to guide her, Cook pulled Powell down, leaning into him. They hit the snow and immediately started laughing. Cook covered her mouth with both hands, her pole still lashed to her wrists. Powell pushed himself up and offered a hand once more. Cook put on a show of struggling to get up, pulling him to the ground again. Apologizing through the laughter, she dropped her poles and reached down to unlatch her skis, standing up again.
"I'm so sorry, Congressman. I don't think this is my thing," Cook said, her smile beaming.
"That sounds like quitter talk," Powell said, digging his poles into the ground and pushing himself up. Cook pulled one of her gloves free and tugged at the ring on her thumb. The wide metallic band separated, one half coming away to unravel a length of monofilament. She maneuvered behind her target and looped her ungloved hand over his head, wrapping the line across his neck. She shouldered him forward, knocking him to his knees as she pulled the monofilament taut around the man's throat. Powell gasped and struggled to tug at the wire digging into his flesh. Cook pressed her body against his, straddling his back as she hooked her heels in front of his thighs, flattening him face first into the snow. Powell bucked and twisted violently, but Cook maintained control, keeping his body stretched out and the tension on the line tight. The Garrett sliced deep, letting the warm crimson blood soak into the snow. In the thrashing, the congressman had dislocated one of his knees, the ski restricting his mobility. It would only take seconds for the man to lose consciousness, his brain and body deprived of blood and oxygen. But Cook maintained the pressure long enough to confirm the man's death. Once her target had been eliminated, she stood, examining her work and pulling the rest of the ring from her thumb before dropping it next to the dead man's head. Leaving Powell face down had minimized the amount of blood on her clothing. Looking to make sure no one else was coming, Cook pulled her knit cap on and reversed her jacket again, winding her hair into a bun and tucking it out of sight. She snapped her boots back into her skis and picked up the poles, letting out a deep breath through flared nostrils. Staying wide at the edge of the security detail's field of view, she completed her descent, keeping her speed down to avoid any additional attention. Even if Powell's protection detail had seen Cook, they would have a hard time describing a woman of average height and build, wearing black and gray clothing, passing them at typical speeds. She crossed the open ground, pushing off with her poles, and made her way to the tree line. Cook looked over her shoulder before skidding to a stop next to a hidden snowmobile. Wasting no time, she pulled the jacket off and plucked the hat from her head. Crouching down, Cook unlatched her skis and picked up a bag on the ground next to the vehicle. Removing a thinner jacket, she slipped her arms into the sleeves before retrieving a belt and wrapping it around her waist. Her hand patted absently at the holstered pistol before tugging the bottom of her jacket over it. She tossed the lift ticket on top of the body of a dead woman, the unfortunate victim that she had taken it from earlier that morning. The snowmobile's motor rumbled as it woke. Cook steered clear of the trees before traveling down the mountain toward the rest of her gear. Thumbing the subdermal controls of a radio, she sent out her confirmation.
Target down.
Confirmed, Emmanuel Jada said. Sunny Isles Beach, Florida. The normal thrumming of the deep bass pulsing from inside the club was absent as Gabriel Murr neared the front entrance of Club Luna in Florida's Little Moscow. As he approached, a mound of clay shoved into his suit stepped into his path, holding out an approximation of a hand, the thick fingers like sausage links, squeezed by the doorman's gold rings. "Official business," Murr said. "I'm here to talk to your boss." The walking barricade had several inches and 100 pounds on the Omega, but most of that was superfluous muscle mass and an unhealthy layer of body fat. The golem's audible breaths hissed in and out, his mouth slightly agape as he retrieved a phone from his inner jacket pocket, turning to make a call. The man's deep, rumbling voice droned on for several seconds before he turned around and motioned with his head for Murr to enter. With a nod, he straightened his tie and smoothed his sleeve as he passed the big man. Inside, another pair of muscle heads were posted at the door leading into the club. Murr let his eyes drift from left to right, taking in as much of the two men as possible. "I really hope Kozlov isn't paying by the pound for you guys." His verbal jab going unanswered, the shorter of the two brutes stepped forward, signaling for the newcomer to raise his arms for a pat-down. Holding his hands up as a gesture to calm them, Murr grinned. "Don't bother, gentlemen." He peeled back his jacket, revealing the hand-fit 1911 holstered on his right hip. "Careful, boys. This beauty costs more than both of your ensembles combined, jewelry and all." The approaching goon pulled the pistol free, not too happy about the snide remark. Working his thick jaw back and forth, he nodded for Murr to proceed. With a crooked smile, the Omega propped his left boot up on the rung of a stool and eased up his pant leg, showing the Smith & Wesson J-frame revolver on his ankle. The taller of the two shot the first man a dirty look before plodding forward to confiscate the holdout piece. "Anything else?" the second man asked, his voice surprisingly higher in pitch than expected. Murr slid a hand into his pants pocket, pulling out a Benchmade infidel and thumbing the switch forward, extending nearly 4 inches of polished and honed steel. He flashed a smile and withdrew the blade, tossing it to the second man. "That's it, boys. Unless you want me to leave my razor-sharp wit with you as well." Unamused, they escorted the cocky Omega inside, where Makar Kozlov was waiting for him, already seated at a table set up in the middle of the dance floor. Kozlov was a local business owner with rumored ties to the Russian mob. It was his connections that the order leveraged, using them to move people into the country through the docks that he controlled. A large HK Mark 23, chambered in 45 ACP, rested on the table in front of Kozlov, pointed directly at Murr as he approached. A friendly reminder to all that the man meant business and was not one to be trifled with. Murr took the seat opposite from Kozlov, directly in front of the muzzle of the pistol on the table, sitting upright and unfazed by the subtle threat. "I don't appreciate you calling this meeting," Kozlov said. "This is one of my busier nights. Shutting the club down for your convenience is bad for business." "Apologies, Makar," Murr said, using the man's first name to watch him bristle. "But this is rather urgent, and it's better to just rip the Band-Aid free in one pull." Kozlov sat back in his chair, sucking in a deep, audible breath through flared nostrils. "And what is that supposed to mean?" Murr wiped a hand across his mouth and leaned forward, resting an elbow on his knee as he looked the man in the eye. "The order will no longer require your services. You are free to operate as you see fit." Blood boiling. The Russian's face flushed. He scowled and slammed his palms into the table. "As I see fit? I have always run things here. You think you can just waltz in and cut ties with me?" Murr raised his eyebrows, feigning surprise. "I thought that you might welcome the news. You are no longer obligated to provide your services to the order." "Provide services?" Kozlov spat, once again repeating Murr's words. "I am still owed compensation for what I've done for your bosses, too afraid to show their faces. Without my help, your precious order would have been unable to accomplish half of what it has done in these short few years." Murr raised his hands. "My apologies, Makar. I mean no offense, and, of course, you will be compensated. The order sent me here to zero out all balances." Kozlov settled back, his anger slowly receding. Still, he had a look of hatred in his eye. "I expect no less." As the man finished his sentence, the lights in the club flicked out with a pop. "What the hell is going on?" Kozlov shouted. "Get someone to check on the breakers." The Russian's hand reached out for the handgun on the table, but Murr snatched his wrist with his left hand, pulling the man forward. The Omega extended his right arm, catching the Glock 43 as it slid forward on the hidden rail in his sleeve. The micro-compact 9mm pistol barked twice, the 2 short pulses of thunder and lightning sending out a wave of chaos and confusion. Weapons fire lit up the darkness as 2 more figures emerged from the back of the club, firing their carbines at Kozlov's security. Ripping the small pistol free from his wrist, Murr picked up the HK on the table and gripped it in both hands, pivoting around as he put a controlled pair into the chest of the muscle-bound doorman that had failed to properly check him for any hidden weapons. Russian mobsters' men had barely returned fire before they were all cut down in the sudden violent assault. Adriana Santos and Emmanuel Jatta joined Murr, standing on either side with their 300 caliber personal defense weapons pulled tight to their bodies. They swept through the club, looking for any survivors. "Clear," Murr said. "Head to the office." Jatta nodded and patted Murr's shoulder as he passed. Santos did the same as she followed. Murr backed up, keeping the Mark 23 aimed out, following the other Omegas as they made their way to the stairs, heading for Kozlov's office. Murr spun around, stacking up at the entrance as Jatta gave the signal to breach. Santos took a step back and thrust a booted foot forward, smashing the frame as the door swung inward. She pivoted to the side as a man inside screamed, firing his weapon wildly. After 5 shots, He continued jerking the trigger as the clicks let the intruders know that he had run out of ammunition in his small revolver. Jada swung around, slipping into the room with precision as he fired. Murr did the same, turning around in the opposite direction as his pistol bucked twice, punching two .45 caliber holes in the unfortunate victim's chest. Santos followed, taking the same path as Jada, but stopping short, bringing her weapon up and scanning the rest of the room. Kozlov's accountant gurgled, the last gasps of air bubbling from his bloodied lips. His grip loosened, letting the backup gun drop as his body went limp. Jada listened to the communications coming in through his subdermal implant. The call went out. 6 minutes. Santos swung the duffel bag strapped to her back, letting it fall to the floor. Murr knelt and unzipped it, pulling the bag open to reveal the metallic cylinders inside. The Omegas each took several of the incendiary devices, placing them on all of the computers and security equipment. With their tasks completed, the trio of assassins exited through the rear. The explosives inside thumped, swallowing the office in smoke and flames, starting a fire that would take the first responders a considerable amount of time to battle. Sirens flickered in the distance as the Omegas slipped away in the night. Chapter 10. West of Hermann, Missouri. The distant rumble of an approaching vehicle pulled John away from the computer. Grabbing the still-warm coffee mug by the top with 3 fingers, he pushed away from the desk and straightened his body, feeling the hours of tension and poor posture fade with each crack and pop in his joints. He walked to the front door and peered out through the tall window next to it, easing the curtain to the side with the thumb of his free hand. A shiny silver car approached along the long, narrow road leading up to his home. It had the just-washed freshness of most rental vehicles, but this one also had a sense of luxury. "Same as ever, Travis," he thought, as one corner of his mouth pulled up into a half-smile. John opened the door and stepped out onto the front porch. Hooking a finger through the mug's handle, he pinched it with his thumb to lock it into his machine-like grip. He took a sip and watched as the driver stopped the vehicle next to his pickup truck. "Figured someone would show up sooner or later," John said. Travis climbed out from behind the wheel, smoothing his shirt and slacks before reaching inside to retrieve his jacket. "We would have called first, but then I remembered that I don't have your number. I threw my phone into the river a couple weeks back." His eyes slid to the other side, trying to identify the passenger through the windshield's glare. "Hey, John," Millie said, easing the door open and stepping out. John's jaw tightened. He could see something in the young woman's eyes that told him everything he needed to know. "It's Flair," he said, before Travis or Millie could say anything. "She's still alive, isn't she?" "Yes," Millie said. "You know about the hospital attack, then?" Travis covered the remaining distance, reaching out with his right hand. John switched the mug to his left as he shook with Travis. "Yes, but I'm guessing you know more if you're here to tell me in person." Millie stepped up to join them and grasped John's offered hand, taking it in a firm grip and locking eyes with him. "They might have been trained in one of the orders programs," Travis said. Though Millie's expression was cold and neutral, there was an ember of anger deep inside. John could see the struggle within. It was the same doubt and rage that he wrestled with. Did they fail to finish the order? Everything about her posture and demeanor told John all he needed to know. "Let's talk inside." He held the door open. John set the coffee mug down on the desk next to his computer. "Can I get you two something to drink?" "I could use a beer right about now," Travis said, checking his watch for the time. "Just water," Millie said, peering out through the slit between the curtains on the large window in the living room. John fished around inside the fridge before nudging the door closed with his knee, holding a pitcher and a dark glass bottle. He poured the water into a glass on the counter and set the pitcher down. Bringing the drinks out to the living room, he handed the water to the young woman, resting a hand on her shoulder for a moment. "It's from a well out back, so it's much cleaner than what you would get in the city." Millie smiled slightly before letting the expression melt away. "Thank you." "Thanks, John," Travis said, taking the offered bottle of beer. John leaned back on the edge of the desk next to the computer. "Where's Flair?"
The people that attacked the hospital, Millie said. They took her.
Do we know anything about them?
Not yet, Travis said. But we...
They're highly trained, Millie said, interrupting. The same skills I've got. The way they moved, blending in with the crowd, those were Gamma skills. And the way they fought.
I thought the Gamma program was shut down, John said, setting his empty mug down.
It was. But there's something about these three. I don't think they're new. They must have been from a previous generation.
We didn't think of that before, Travis said.
Whatever they are, we need to find them and get Rebecca Flair back into custody, John said.
He looked at Millie, trying to gauge a reaction to his suggestion to capture the head of the order. Whether she agreed or disagreed with his decision, the young woman's expression didn't betray her thoughts. Travis rolled the beer bottle between his palms. There's something else, John. Flair's head engineer, Tobias Caliban, also survived the mountain's collapse. John's posture straightened.
Can he lead us to Flair?
No, Travis said with a small shake of his head. A trio of mysterious assassins broke into a CIA black site and murdered him in his cell. They burnt the place down. John scratched an eyebrow and wiped a hand down over his face.
The same three that pulled Flair from the hospital?
Unlikely. This was a coordinated attack hundreds of miles away, Travis said.
They've got to be part of the same group.
Millie folded her arms. Looking at the stack of pages on John's desk, Travis sighed. We really could have used Parker's help looking for a link. We're flying blind right now. Hearing Parker's name, John closed his eyes, his jaw set, letting his head droop slightly. The young man had sacrificed himself to save thousands, possibly millions of lives by taking out the Order's virtual intelligence and their God-hand weapon system. He'd come into John's life as a reluctant participant, helping him track down the people who kidnapped his goddaughter. But over the past years, he'd come to know Parker as a friend. Travis set his beard down. Perhaps I can make some calls, see if we can find a lead to...
I've done some digging,
John said, his eyes still closed.
Ever since I saw the news story about Flair's extraction.
Millie took a step forward.
What did you find?
I wish I could say it's a solid lead, but I'm looking into the deaths of a few high-profile people, John said. It might be connected to the Order.
Is this the monster you've been using to do the work? Travis asked, running a finger along yellowing plastic of the computer's display. John smiled as he looked at Travis.
Parker hated this thing. Said the CRT monitor was somehow too big and too small at the same time.
Travis shook the mouse. I half expected there to be a ball in this thing.
What did you find? Millie asked.
Like I said, I wish it was a stronger tie to all of this. But a couple of names popped up during my search, John said.
Thumbing through the stack of pages, Travis stopped halfway. Where'd all this come from?
Those are the hard copies of the deep dive searches that Warren Ratcliffe executed when he had control of the Guardian and Pest devices, John said. Bryce Wyndham, Damian Blanchard, Barrett Anderson, and...
Rebecca Flair, Millie said. The 4 heads of the Order. Are those all of their known operations and associates?
John nodded. There are a lot of names to go through, but it seems 2 or 3 have met an early demise.
How did you dig through this much information so fast? Travis raised an eyebrow, looking at John.
I reached out for a favor.
John retrieved the mug and headed into the kitchen, pouring more coffee.
Scott Maverick is lending a hand, running this investigation. Pounding the pavement and making phone calls. Old school.
Travis was taken aback, eyes wide. His moment of stunned silence ended when he chuckled and shook his head. Is it strange to say that's some of the best news I've heard in days?
What did he find?
Millie asked, steering the conversation back on track.
John nodded, making a note of her laser-like focus on the mission. Like I said, Maverick found some ties to known associates of the Order that had recently died under mysterious circumstances.
Assassinated, Millie said.
John nodded. It appears that way.
What does this all mean? Is Flair trying to tie up all loose ends? Travis asked.
Is she still running the show? John asked. She was in no condition to call the shots when this whole thing kicked off.
Who's next on the list? Travis twirled the beer bottle between his fingers. We need to figure out where the order is going to strike and beat them to the punch. John stared down at the dark brown liquid in the mug, warming his hands on its sides.
Who are these new assets? Are our friends and loved ones in danger?
Maybe we can try and track down all known Gamma assets, Travis said, pressing a palm on the stack of paper on John's desk.
I don't think they're Gammas, Millie said,
looking at the scribbled notes on a yellow pad next to John's computer.
What do you mean?
John asked.
The attack on the hospital was clearly the tactics of a Gamma asset, Millie started. But the others, the assassinations, the hit on the black site, those are Alpha and Beta skill sets. I think we're dealing with a new threat.
Chapter 11. Northern California.
You must lie still, the doctor said, securing a bandage on Rebecca Flair's arm.
You're fortunate, you know. Flair's unobstructed eye opened up to a slit, letting the low light seep in. An involuntary shudder swept across her body as she turned her head. A hand rested on her shoulder, pressing down gently.
Please, Miss Flair, you mustn't move.
The doctor's voice was soothing yet firm. His commands to tell her what to do would have normally sent her into a rage. But in her condition, she knew he was right. Opening her mouth to speak, Flair wasn't able to get her words out. Instead, a dry croaking escaped her lips. She wanted to know where she was, what had happened. She opened her eye and tilted it to the side, looking at the doctor. He placed a hand on his chest and smiled, dipping his head slightly in a polite nod. I'm Dr. Wynn. My team and I are all part of the Omega Protocol. We received the activation signal last week. Flair's hand shook as she tried to bring it up to her chest. Years ago, she had a series of medical implants to monitor her life signs. With the rest of the Order's leadership already dead, the signal would be transmitted if her life signs dropped below a certain threshold. The Omega Protocol. Dr. Wynn eased her hand down to her side. The implant was damaged when you were shot. You were lucky that it was still able to transmit. We had to remove it. But you've been given an upgrade. The doctor rolled a chair near her bed. Flair's eye wandered, trying to take in as many details as possible. From what she could tell, they had her inside an empty structure of some kind, possibly a warehouse. A clear plastic tent had been erected in the middle, giving the medical staff a sterile environment to operate. You're aware of the bridge implant used for one of the Order's Alpha assets, Mr. Gordon, yes? Flair dipped her chin once, acknowledging his question. While you haven't suffered a spinal injury like he had, your nervous system was taxed during the collapse, Dr. Wynn said. We had to utilize the technology to stabilize you. It's not going to grant any kind of super abilities, but you should be able to recover partial function of your legs. The machine behind the doctor beeped as Flair's heart rate spiked before settling back down. What happened to her legs? She tried to look down. Wynn smiled. Your legs are fine, Miss Flair. It was your nervous system that suffered the brunt of the damage. We were more concerned about your pulmonary function. The implants are there for your respiratory system, so you can keep breathing without a machine. His expression grew more somber. But we could do nothing for your left arm. I'm afraid we had to amputate. Again, the machine beeped as Flair's head twisted to get a better view, raising her arm. It ended just below the elbow, covered in bandages. Dr. Wynn clicked on a couple of buttons on the machine and stood. Something hissed in the background as a soothing warmth washed over Flair. Her jaw relaxed, and her head gently floated down to her pillow. She felt the gentle tug of sleep drawing her in, but the doctor's words kept her focused on the here and now. You should feel better after you wake up. We can discuss options then, Wynn said. But you are in good hands. The implants are the very same as the ones we used to rebuild the Omega assets that rescued you. Rebecca Flair let her body relax, closing her eyes as she recalled more details of the Omega Protocol. The assets from other programs had all been presumed dead, but the Order utilized advanced cybernetics to bring them back from the brink. As part of their recovery, each had been cross-trained in the other programs. All had alpha, beta, and gamma training, and had been designated Omega assets. They had been given new identities, hiding in plain sight until they were called into action. When Subject 9 had shot her in the chest, leaving her for dead, Flair's implants had activated the Omega protocol, setting everything into motion. As the darkness swallowed her, 1,000 different scenarios flashed through Flair's mind. She would use this to rise back into power. Chapter 12. West of Herman, Missouri.
I'll make some calls to ensure that Jennifer and Emily are safe, Travis said.
Thank you, Travis, John said.
You should call the rest of the team, too. If they're being targeted, they need to be on full alert.
If they know what we're planning, I imagine they'll want in on it, too, Millie said.
John dropped a duffel bag on the chair in his bedroom and lowered his head.
It's not their fight.
He looked at his hands, balling them up into fists. The damage he had sustained over the past couple of years was extensive, much of it still lingering. But the injuries throughout the metacarpals on both hands had healed, the dull aches finally receding. His palm absently swiped across the previously fractured rib that had made breathing difficult a month ago. Ghosts of the many gunshot wounds, stabs, shrapnel punctures, cuts, and scrapes still gave him difficulty moving.
We can't take this on by ourselves, Millie said. Look at yourself. You can barely move.
This isn't your fight either, John said, opening his go bag. Millie rose to her feet.
If you think I'm sitting this out, you're sorely mistaken, Stone. It's my fight every bit as much as it is yours. Flair is responsible for so much more than just Curtis and Parker.
John closed his eyes at the mention of the friends they had lost. The muscles in his jaw twitched.
That's why we can't ask that of the others. I'm not going to stop you if you want in on this, but I don't want anyone else putting their lives at risk.
We need more information, Millie said. You and Maverick can't do it all alone.
Fine, John said, pulling a holstered Colt 1911 from the bag and tucking it into a dresser drawer.
But no one makes a move on Flair without letting me know first.
As long as you extend us the same courtesy, Travis said. Millie hooked John by the arm, her hand barely covering part of his bicep as she pulled him to face her.
If you go after Flair without me, I'll hunt you down myself.
He looked down at the young woman, locking eyes. He could see the genuine fury and rage burning inside, the same fire inside his own gut. John took a deep breath, letting it out slowly through his nostrils.
Fine. We finish this together.
Where are you going? Travis asked. Are you forgetting that you're a wanted fugitive?
We've got more pressing concerns right now.
John hoisted the bag over his shoulder.
I'm meeting Scott in Florida. We're going to follow up on a lead.
I'm going with you, Millie said.
No. Stay here with Travis. If he's in the Order's crosshairs, he'll need protection.
Travis furrowed his brow. Protection? What about this? He opened his jacket, revealing the Sig Sauer P227 on his hip. Millie looked at the handgun, then turned back to John.
Okay, but keep us in the loop if you find anything. I'll keep Travis safe until you're back.
Chapter 13. 10 hours later, Boca Raton, Florida. The throaty rumble of a late-model muscle car echoed in the airport's passenger pickup area. A faint smile pulled the corner of John's mouth as he lifted his bag up to his shoulder. Scott Maverick drove up to the curb in his 1985 Firebird Trans Am.
Detective,
John said, pulling the door open. Glad you made it safe, Stone, Scott said. John glanced back, then ran a hand along the door before climbing in.
Yeah, I see you replaced the busted windows, but it looks like you missed a few dings.
You know how much they were asking to patch those bullet holes? Those crooks, Scott grumbled.
Maybe you could ask Travis for some cash to take care of that, John said, chuckling. He's probably good for it.
Scott scowled and gripped the steering wheel harder. John put his hands up in surrender and faced the front.
So, did I miss anything during my flight?
The grizzled detective smirked and let out a sound that was half grunt, half sigh. "Looks like our bad guys are keeping pretty busy. Sometime last night, somebody hit Makar Kozlov's club, about 40 miles south of here. Close to a dozen dead. All Kozlov's muscle." John looked at Scott for a moment before facing the road again. Was Kozlov on the orders list of associates? The Firebird lurched out into the street as the engine growled. "Small-time player. He moved money and equipment through his docks, but nothing in Parker's notes implicates him with anything bigger than that." "Is that where we're headed now?" "No. It's still an active crime scene. Boys in blue are crawling all over that place." Scott swerved into an empty lane, passing several cars on the freeway. "We don't have the clearance to snoop around." "Where to, then?" John asked. Scott fished a cigarette from the pack in his shirt pocket. "Got a new lead. Just came in this morning." "Possible suspect?" Scott shook his head. "Another victim." He pressed the lighter on the dash with his thumb. "Afu Topasna." John grunted his assent. Topasna was a high-level player in the Order's hierarchy. Taking him out meant that someone was tying up loose ends. "When did it happen?" John asked. Scott dabbed at the cigarette with the lighter, sucking in 2 quick puffs. "Couple days ago. Someone broke into his house and killed him there." "We're headed to Topasna's house?" Scott shook his head and slid the lighter back into the car's dash. "We're meeting a contact. He's got some information that could help us out. At least, that's what I'm hoping." Scott flicked the remnant of his cigarette out the window and blew out a stream of smoke from the corner of his mouth as he pulled the car into a parking spot. The short drive was quiet while John went over his notes, as the detective answered his questions with a series of grunts and nods. They had arrived at a small coffee shop to meet with Scott's contact, where John hoped they would learn more about these unknown assets cleaning up the Order's old associates. With a short groan, Scott shoved the door open and climbed out, tugging up his pants over the beginning of a belly. His hand drifted along the waistline to settle on the butt of his Smith & Wesson 686, adjusting the leather holster before pulling his button-up floral print shirt over it. John stepped out on the other side, easing the door shut, aware of the lack of a firearm on his hip. He pulled his baseball cap down lower and followed Scott, letting his eyes float side to side, watching for any danger as they headed for their meeting. "Who was your contact?" John asked, holding the door of the coffee shop open. "He's a badge, like me," Scott said, stepping inside. "Tired of the red tape holding him back from getting the real work done. Figured we would be able to do something with what he's found." John nodded and followed the detective as they made their way to the back of the coffee shop. A man sitting in the far corner watched as they approached. John noticed that he had spotted them entering and kept his gaze fixed on the duo. He had a lack of emotion on the faint wrinkles and lines covering his face, but the man's eyes showed an intensity that told a much different story. He stood as his expression softened slightly, like a breeze erasing lines in the sand. "Detective Maverick?" "Detective Summers," Scott said. "This is John Stone." Summers smiled. "Trust me, I recognized him the moment he walked in. You know how many people are looking for you?" "More than a handful, I suppose," John said, offering his hand. "I hope you're not on that list." The detective chuckled and shook hands, before gesturing for the 2 men to sit. "You said you had something for us?" Scott asked. John watched Summers closely. He could see the same grim determination in the man's face that he saw in Maverick's. It was the same look that stared back in the mirror every morning. Summers was probably a couple dozen years Scott's junior, but he had the same hardened demeanor and mannerisms. It was a window to Scott Maverick's past, watching the man work a case in his prime. "Afu Topasna," Summers said, cutting to the chase. "He's the guy you asked about." "A couple of days ago, he got a few visitors that didn't much care for the man." The younger detective slid a folder across the table, and John stopped it with his fingertips. He hooked a finger on the corner and flipped the file open, looking at the first image. The photos inside provided the details as Detective Summers filled them in on the broad strokes.
Christ, what a mess, Scott mumbled, fishing in his shirt pocket to pull out the crumpled pack of cigarettes. Looks like DePasna faced a small army.
Detective Summers flipped open a notepad. He had defensive wounds on his hands. A knife found next to his body had his handprints on it. But the blood on the blade is his.
He disarmed his attacker, John said. Fat lot of good that did him.
Scott tapped the photo with his thick finger.
Looks like our guys tried to work quietly, but once he got the knife away, they switched to firearms.
That's what our guys think too, Summers said.
2 attackers, John said, handing the next photo to Scott.
The image showed a man and a woman approaching the house, a still image taken from one of the home's security cameras. Neither had any distinguishing features, and their body positioning hid all other details to figure out their nationalities. John continued looking through the pile, making a note of the carnage. DePasna's security forces, 5 in all, were taken out with blades, except for one, found outside with a single gunshot wound to the heart.
This is some real professional work, Summers said.
6 victims, most killed up close. We think our perps dumped a couple of magazines into DePasna to send a message. 22 rounds in total. The level of brutality is... He let his statement hang.
No, this wasn't a message. DePasna went down swinging, Scott said.
Once he got the blade away from his attacker, they drew their handguns and went to work. He put up a fight all the way to the end.
Why do you say that? The younger detective asked.
Spent casings are spread all over the living room. They were shooting on the move. Scott pulled another photo closer. He was fighting to get his mitts on him. Anyone else's blood on the knife? Summers shook his head, taking a sip of coffee.
Shame. Could have used that to narrow down the field a bit.
Who is this Afu DePasna guy, anyway? Summers asked.
He's a tech guy, John said.
You mean like Silicon Valley?
Scott grunted. No, more like mil-spec gear. Sensors and stuff like that. Black market guy, specializing in cutting-edge toys.
I think this is definitely connected to the assets we're tracking, John said. Can we take this file?
Sorry, Summers said.
This is still an active investigation. I'm not even supposed to be showing you this much. But me and Maverick go back a bit. Figured I owed him when he asked.
I appreciate it, kid, Scott said. Anything else you got that might aim us in the right direction?
Just a few names. Summer flipped back to a previous page in his notebook. The boys downtown gathered a list of interesting guys and gals connected to DePasna.
Interesting?
John asked. Suppliers, muscle, money. You know, the usual. Summers tipped his cup to swallow the last of the bitter brew.
We should look at the suppliers, John said. See what kind of gear DePasna was pushing.
Nah. We should go after the people washing his cash. They'll have all the big-time contacts. Scott tapped the crumpled pack of cigarettes against his finger, exposing the filter of one and plucking it out with his lips. Gotta follow the money. Chapter 14. Indianapolis, Indiana. 2 days later. U.S. Marshal Wesker shrugged his coat off, draping it over his arm as he walked into the office. He liked coming in before most of the others, getting a running start on the day before the hive lit up with activity. Rounding the corner, he spotted the young Marshal Poe sipping from a coffee cup and reading the notes on his phone. He looked up in time to see Wesker enter and gave him a short nod.
Sir, I think we've got some promising leads on the investigation into Stone and his friends.
Wesker let out a half grunt, returning the nod as he grabbed an empty mug from the cupboard. What have you got? Look at this. Poe held his phone up. The screen showed a bright rectangle of what looked like a random dotted pattern, like an artist trying to portray text on a computer screen in a comic strip. An illegible wall of glyphs and white space. Can you just fill me in on the particulars? Wesker asked. Poe glanced down at his phone again.
We just got word on more high-profile deaths. Congressman Jeffrey Powell was found dead in Canada during a skiing trip.
Murdered?
Strangled with piano wire, it appears, Poe said. His team found him face down in the snow. No suspects.
How was this not in the morning paper? Wesker asked, waving the folded newsprint bundle he had tucked under his arm before dropping it onto the counter.
CIA's keeping it quiet, Poe answered, matter-of-factly.
Spooks, Wesker grumbled, pouring the coffee.
But that's not all. 3 more hits over the course of the past week. Poe's words came out fast, like he was too excited about a secret that he had to spill. Arthur Lloyd, CFO of the big bank LMG, assassinated on a rooftop in Vienna, Austria. Makar Kozlov, Russian mob boss, killed in a shootout in one of his clubs. Afuta Pasna, black market tech supplier, murdered in his home. 22 rounds at close range.
They killed him with a .22 caliber? Wesker asked, scooping up the newspaper and his coffee.
No. Pasna was shot 22 times. 9mm and 10mm rounds. 2 shooters, it looks like.
Wesker shook his head.
How is all this tied to our case? Well, I wasn't sure about Powell, but my gal in the CIA sent me a crucial piece of data. Poe thumbed around on his phone, looking for another file. Jeffrey Powell had almost no scandals or dirt and was well-liked in Congress. But it looks like that was only because of his close ties with the Order.
Wesker's eyebrows lifted almost imperceptibly. Flair? Stone?
Poe nodded. The same. It looks like Stone has taken down anyone with close ties with Rebecca Flair. He's trying to flush her out.
The older marshal eased himself into his seat, exhaling through his nostrils, a long, slow breath escaping. This doesn't make sense. His words came out soft and low.
It makes perfect sense, Poe said, taking the seat in front of Wesker's desk. Lloyd, Kozlov, and Pasna were all dirty players. They had solid ties to Flair. John Stone has a personal grudge with all of them. He and his friends are working their way up the ladder.
It's not Stone's M.O. The tactics are all wrong.
His crew has all the necessary skills to pull this off. Daniel Jimenez was a designated sniper for the Army. He could have made the shot that killed Lloyd. That girl, what's her nickname, 9 Millie? She's known for her close-quarter skills. She could have finished Pasna.
You said there were 2 shooters, Wesker said.
Chance Hunter, hand-to-hand expert. He could have been there as well.
I think you're looking at this the wrong way, son. Wesker leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes.
The Kozlov hit has Stone's fingerprints all over it. I mean, not literally. But that was a straight-up firefight between 2 crews.
Poe leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Stone doesn't operate like that. The targets, I mean, Wesker said. It's too precise. Tactical accuracy like that takes a lot of resources to pull off.
Chambers, Poe said. He's got to be involved somehow.
No, this is far too surgical. Stone's a blunt instrument. It's in his name, in his nature. He doesn't pull off this type of operation just to work his way to the top.
Sir, pardon my directness, but I thought you wanted to bring John Stone in.
Wesker took in a deep breath through flared nostrils. Yes, I do, but not at the expense of losing sight of everything else around us. Something major is happening. I think Stone is somehow involved, but I don't think he's the one driving it. Chapter 15. Northern California. Rebecca Flair worked to guide the crude prosthetic limb. The implants used to allow the control hadn't been fully matched up with the 3-finger claw. The technician glanced down at the tablet in her hands, adjusting several of the parameters.
Try it now, Miss Flair, she said.
Flair closed her eyes, trying hard to restrain her anger and frustration. She reached out, crushed the small plastic cup in the claw's grip, and shook her head.
If you don't dial the sensitivity in soon, I'm testing this thing around your neck, she snapped.
The technician let out an audible gasp and swallowed. She fiddled with the slider and typed in another set of variables. After a long pause, testing Flair's patience, she made one more adjustment.
Okay, once more.
Her voice a squeak as she pointed to another cup on the table. Flair stared holes through the technician before reaching out slowly. She tightened her jaw and took in a breath to relax. The small servos in the appendage's digits whirred as they closed around the sides of the cup, stopping after slightly denting the sides. Beads of sweat formed on Flair's brow as she lifted slowly. As the tension worked its way from her temples to her shoulders, the fingers closed and split the plastic. The technician took a reflexive step back as Dr. Wynne approached. "Miss Flair, you must focus on maintaining the same pressure," he said, reaching out to retrieve the cup from the clawed hand. He staggered back as she swung at him with a backhand, barely missing his temple.
"Get off of me! Why are you wasting my time with this garbage? Get me one of the newer prosthetics."
Devices beeped in the background, tracking her vitals as they spiked in her fit of rage. More sweat streaked down her face. She wiped a hand up her forehead and back across her silver hair. The doctor's words faded into a buzzing as she struggled to maintain consciousness. Her thoughts strayed back to Millie. It was because of her that Flair was in the condition she was in. Flair's pride ate away at her, knowing that she would need to rely on the people around her more than ever. Weakness. That's how she saw it. It pulled her deeper into the depths of anger and depression. She felt a hand on her head, lifting it upright as her senses slowly swam back into focus. She had slumped forward in her chair, and the technician had dropped her tablet to prevent Flair from falling to the ground. Her breath came in short, ragged gasps. She was able to pull in a half-lungful of air and sneered at the woman for dropping the device.
"Wonderful. Looks like I'm stuck with these settings until you fix that," Flair spat,
nodding her head toward the cracked tablet. Her anger was palpable, but her inability to get up out of the wheelchair only served to undermine her authority. "Miss Flair, you must remember the injuries you sustained would have killed any normal person," Dr. Wynne said, adjusting his glasses. "You were fortunate that the implants kept your vitals at a level to maintain brain and heart viability." The doctor's words filled Flair with a new wave of rage as she snapped her head to the side with a scowl. Dr. Wynne gave her a half-smile and nod, before wordlessly dismissing the technician. He followed close behind the young woman as they left Rebecca Flair alone with her thoughts. Stuck in the wheelchair, she felt powerless, her fists clenched, fingers and mechanical digits alike. With her eyes closed, she gritted her teeth almost to the point of cracking something. It was then that she noticed the mechanical arm had responded more naturally to her commands. Focusing her thoughts on the Omega protocol helped Flair regain her composure as she tested the prosthetic's functionality. Like the metal and plastic appendage, the Omega assets were her extension, reaching out to impress her will upon the world. They had been performing admirably, taking out all of the targets on their list. But the desire to pull them away to hunt down Subject 9, Millie, gnawed at her. Flair pushed the thoughts to the back of her mind, recognizing that their current mission was more critical. She would have time to hunt down John Stone and his friends afterward. The 6 highly trained assets were her contingency plan to eliminate anyone with direct connections to her and the Order. But it was never intended to protect her from prosecution. The program had never accounted for her survival. It was a way to pass the power to someone else. Barrett Anderson was the man directly in the line of succession, but many in the organization had begun playing their hands after his death. Small maneuvers allowing them to crawl their way up, ready to take over when Flair was gone. The Omega Protocol was a way to clear resistance, removing the crabs attempting to pull others down while clawing up to the top of the bucket. It was a chance to start over, a clean slate. It would be years, perhaps decades, to build the base of power again. But that would be necessary to see the New World Order come to fruition. That was how she saw it in her mind. Flair had never intended to let the others know about the protocol until it was in motion, keeping the implants and knowledge of the Omega assets to herself. Everyone involved in the initial creation of the program had been eliminated, their notes and research seized and destroyed by the Omegas themselves before disappearing. With the Order's current state, the Omegas had made adjustments to the original plan, rescuing Flair. She had since settled into the sole survivor's role, allowing the original plan to play out, eliminating the high-level connections to her and the Order. She intended to sit back and rebuild, starting with her mind and body. Jada entered the room, his posture upright and fearless, as he strode up to Flair, unintimidated. "Phase 2 complete," he said, his hands resting at his sides as he stood. A smile widened across her face as she let a sense of satisfaction replace the frustration and anger from moments before. "Were there any complications?" she asked. "None. We left Apazna's body in his home for the authorities to find," Jada said. "All relevant information was pulled from his computers before we destroyed everything." She pressed a finger to her lips, thinking about the next phase of the plan. Though she knew it was a rash decision, Flair still wanted to order the Omega to target John Stone and his accomplices. Before the command passed from her lips, she realized how impulsive it was. It would show her vulnerability and grant her enemy an advantage. "Very good. Continue with the next phase," Flair said, "and send Dr. Wynne back in." He nodded and turned on his heel, walking with confidence as he exited. Left alone with her thoughts, her eye drifted down to the appendage that had replaced her left forearm. She had been so focused on the protocol that she had almost forgotten about the abnormal attachment. As the doctor came in, she was moving the individual fingers and twisting the wrist around. "Excellent, Miss Flair. You are making exceptional progress." "When can we advance to the next step?" she asked. "The upgraded tech." Wynne waved the question off, like trying to clear away a puff of smoke. "It won't be much longer. We'll need a week to acquire the equipment. The most crucial components will require time to assemble. But I assure you, our people are working as fast as they can." Flair's face was stoic, a mask of quiet contemplation, but there was no peace in her features, only concentration. Satisfied with the explanation, she gave him a curt nod. "Leave me. I need time to think." Chapter 16. Boca Raton, Florida. Scott leaned on the hood of his Firebird as John flipped through his own notes, based on the information they got from Summers. John had been searching for a reliable link between the money man for Tapazna and Kozlov. "Looks like Tapazna and Flair weren't directly connected," John said. "If we can't find a tie to the Order, we're dead in the water." Scott grunted, staring at his notepad. "You're trying to bring your operational mentality into this. This ain't the Army Rangers, son. We don't have a clear objective." John pressed his lips together and closed his eyes. Scott was right. He was so driven to find a direct line to Rebecca Flair, still feeling the burning desire to avenge Parker Lewis and Curtis Clark. "We read between the lines, then?" he asked. "That's right." Scott wagged the small spiral-bound pad at him. "We're not looking for the puzzle piece that connects these two. What we need is the network that cleans the money." "Follow the money," John said, almost under his breath. "But their finance guys have different operations. Money laundering isn't just about washing currency. It's got to go somewhere to pay the people that are expecting their cuts," Scott said. John raised an eyebrow, not sure where the detective was headed with the statement. "We're on our way to Little Moscow." Scott pulled the cigarettes from his pocket, stuffing the notepad in its place. "Kozlov?" John asked. "Just got a tip from a friend. Looks like there was a survivor from the Club Luna hit. Do you think they'll talk to us?" Scott pursed his lips and shook his head. "Nah, my buddy says she wasn't very helpful. Nothing but vague descriptions with no actionable info. But she did mention that one of the hitters said something about an Omega protocol." John's face hardened, and he looked over at Scott as the car's engine woke from its nap. Scott saw the look in John's eye and smirked. "Sounds like this Greek nonsense you were also interested in," the detective said, flicking the lighter and holding the flame to his cigarette. "If we're not talking to the witness, where are we headed?" "All of Luna's money is passed through a parent company, Midnight Global. It handles a handful of Kozlov's entities," Scott said, easing out into traffic. "Follow the money," John said. Indianapolis, Indiana. Austin Poe folded the compact keyboard over his tablet, tucked the device under his arm with his free hand, and stepped out of a coffee shop just as Dwight Wesker pulled up to the curb. Poe opened the passenger door and leaned in to look at his partner.
"I've got the list. This is going to be trickier than I thought."
"We'll discuss it on the way," Wesker said. "Did you get my coffee?" Poe smiled as he settled into the passenger seat, setting the tall cup with the cardboard sleeve into the holder in the center console.
"No cream, no sugar, extra bitter."
"Funny," Wesker muttered, backing out of the parking space.
"We know that Ty Octane is one of John's associates," Poe said, starting right away. "The problem is he's a ghost. No one can ever seem to get a lock on his position."
"Well, the kid seems so reckless, I don't know how he does it." Wesker took a sip of coffee.
"You think there's some secret network of these shadow couriers that helps him stay off the grid?"
"Not likely. I think he's just lucky. Tends to keep a low profile."
"Seems that all changed when he crossed paths with John Stone," Poe said. "We've got 100% certainty that Ty's working with John."
"Chasing a shadow courier brings up a whole new set of complications. Delays that we can't afford right now." "What about the others?" Wesker asked.
Poe flipped the tablet open and slid his finger up the screen. Scott Maverick. We know for a fact he was at the attack on the base in northern Nevada."
Wesker dipped his chin, looking out at the road from under his brow.
Scott Maverick had saved their lives in that attack. It was something that stuck with the marshal every day since he made the decision to let the man go.
He shook his head. "Maverick is a retired detective pushing 70. I have a feeling that was his last ride. What about the Hispanic girl?"
"You thought Ty was a ghost? The girl is practically a figment of our imaginations," Poe said. "Absolutely nothing in APHIS. No social security number, no ID of any kind. I don't even think we've got her on any security cameras. We've got a better shot at finding Bigfoot."
"Doesn't seem possible," Wesker said, almost under his breath. "How can she work alongside John Stone and avoid notice? The man's a walking natural disaster. Everyone that rubs shoulders with him ends up on the evening news."
"Like Detective Chance Hunter," Poe said.
The older marshal let out a quiet sigh. "Hunter is probably our best bet. Odds are good that he's still hiding in plain sight. What's his jurisdiction?"
Poe typed absently on the compact keyboard. "Detroit."
"Book a flight to—"
"Way ahead of you," the younger marshal said. "Should we bring backup? Or rifles?"
Wesker let the amusement draw his mouth into a hint of a smile. "You're still convinced he's involved in the killings?"
"Can't be too careful, I say."
"We're just going to talk to Detective Hunter," Wesker said. Poe nodded and folded his tablet. Wesker's grip on the steering wheel tightened almost imperceptibly. All of Poe's notes on the case told them that Hunter was dangerous, but his gut told him that there was a bigger picture that they were missing. Chapter 17. Miami, Florida. Scott's Thunderbird rumbled to a stop outside of Midnight Global's main office. He killed the engine and checked the time. "I'm thinking the same thing," John said, glancing at his own wrist. "That's an awful lot of activity this late." They'd waited well into the night before heading over to continue their search, but the lights in the windows told them that there was still plenty of people inside. Scott exhaled audibly as he pulled himself out of the car, adjusting the revolver under his shirt as he straightened up. John eased the door on the other side, closed as he circled around. "Guards on patrol," John said, pointing to a pair of individuals stepping out of the darkness and into a pool of light from an overhead lamp. "How can you tell?" Scott asked, rubbing one of his wrists. "Body language," John said. "You stay here. I'll circle around behind them and get in as they pass." "And if there are more guards?" John rubbed his hands together and worked the tension out of his arms. "Then I talk my way in." "You're in no condition to talk," Scott said. "No offense. If we both go in, we're far more likely to attract unwanted attention. Son, with your rusty, busted hinges, you might as well call ahead of time to announce your arrival," Scott said, pointing to the noticeable limp in John's gait. He locked eyes with Scott, seeing a grim determination. Talking the older man out of heading inside with him was just a waste of time. "Fine," John said. "We go in together. When the guards circle around again."
At least we've chosen the right attire for the job, Scott said.
John looked closer at the solid-color button-up shirt and khaki pants that Scott wore. He had opted for similar attire on this trip, not wanting something that would stand out too much or get in his way if things got hairy.
Corporate camouflage, Scott said with a chuckle. Same thing our friends over there are wearing.
John glanced over in time to see the guards circling again, stepping into the light. Only the colors of their shirts differed. As the business-casual sentries rounded the corner, the two older men jogged across the dimly lit parking lot and reached the front door. Scott's calloused workman hand clasped the handle as he looked at John.
What are the odds that this is unlocked?
He pulled the door open, and both men smiled.
Fortune smiles at us once again, he thought. I just hope our luck holds out.
Scott held the door as John stepped inside. They crossed the small tiled lobby, past the unmanned receptionist desk, and stepped onto the carpeted hall. A pair of workers stepped out, both carrying a stack of papers and file folders. They had matching backpacks, but their outfits differed as much as their facial hair. The man in front had a thick, bushy beard clearly meant to add bulk to his face and neck, but the man's scrawny frame stole all of the faux authority from his posture and words.
"Can I help you?" he asked.
John watched Scott closely. This was the wrong time to put hands on somebody, but if the detective made a move, he would be ready to back the play.
Hey, sorry, young man. We're just looking for Williams, Scott said, his smile like stretching a piece of solid oak.
John could see the disdain in the bearded man's face.
He might be upstairs or something, the second man with a face covered in sparse stubble said.
The bearded man looked back over his shoulder for a second before facing them again. John could see his body language that he was more upset at his buddy speaking out of turn than he was dealing with a couple of intruders.
Check upstairs, the bearded man said.
Workers stepped past John and Scott, forced to move sideways past their bulk. Scott continued down the hall as John followed, making sure the two workers weren't going to be a problem.
Who's Williams?
Scott shrugged.
First name that popped into my head. Nobody knows everybody in a place like this. At least not a pair of suits off of the kid's rack at JCPenney.
John chuckled. Scott had used the young men's lack of interest and their need for authority against them.
Punks like that see older folks as an annoyance, the grizzled detective said, pulling the door to the stairwell open. Why fight it? We should split up here, John said. I'll head up to the top floor and see if I can find something up there. Scott nodded. I'll take the second. Reach out if you find something or if you need some backup.
The soft click of the second-floor stairwell exit reached John just as he passed the third. He approached the door for the fourth floor and pressed his body to the wall, listening for any movement. From outside, John and Scott could see that most of the activity was focused on this floor, where the most useful information would be. Either that, or the worker bees were making their way to the top. Gripping the handle, John eased the door open and slipped into the hall. With so many people moving around, he realized that the stealthy approach wouldn't work. A large man trying to sneak from office to office would draw too much attention. Setting his jaw, John hoped that Scott was right. Nobody knows everybody. He straightened his body and strode out into the hall, thumbs tucked into his belt as he walked toward the activity. Just act like you belong, John, he thought. He made his way past a small group of office workers, discussing the best way to back up the data. But a woman brushed past John to chide them.
"We're not here to back this up. It all gets destroyed," she said in a harsh whisper. "You don't get brownie points for figuring out how to get this to the cloud."
John turned away and continued his imaginary security check, looking at the stacks of cardboard boxes lining the walls. Most had names scrawled on the lids, names he didn't recognize, but none of the handwritten labels drew him in. He knelt and looked closer.
Tapasna. He quickly stood and scratched at an itch under his ear. I thought this was one of Kozlov's companies, he mumbled under his breath.
He took another step, and his blood ran cold, seeing the name boldly emblazoning another box further away, written in bright red marker. Barrett Anderson, CEO of the private defense contractor INSEC.
The man John had killed on live TV as the news crew filmed it from above. After an eternity in his mind, John realized that he was fixed in place, staring at the name of the dead man on the box. He fished his phone out of his pocket and slipped into a nearby office, keeping the light off. He sent Scott a message, letting him know that his hunch was right. This was one of the companies that laundered money for not just Kozlov, but the Order. Probably one of many. John peered over the desk, looking out through an all-glass wall on one side of the office, trying to keep out of sight as he looked for Scott's acknowledgement. His screen showed the small three-dot icon in the lower left. Scott was drafting his reply. The dots disappeared and reappeared again. John clenched his teeth as they blinked out once again. When they came up once more, he stared at the screen, shaking his head. The thought of the old detective struggling with new technology like text messaging would have been amusing in a less urgent situation. The screen lit up, buzzing in John's hand, as Scott's name flashed in the center. He cursed and shrank into the corner deeper, answering the call. "This teenage texting nonsense is ridiculous," Scott said, his voice a harsh rumbling of gravel over the line. "I swear kids spend all day staring at these damn screens." John cut to the chase, trying to stop the tirade. "You were right. This place has ties to the Order." "Great. Got anything we can use?" "Not yet. I'll see what I can grab, though. We need something pointing to a list of probable targets." John paused, thinking about the names he had seen on the boxes. "From what I can see up here, all of the leads have already been crossed off the list." "Don't sweat it, kid. I think I might have stumbled across something promising." "Great," John said. "I'll finish up here and head down to the next floor, just in case." He ended the call and dropped the phone into his pocket, stepping out of the office. A shadow washed over his field of view, and John stopped just short of colliding with a man built like a linebacker. "What are you doing here?" the wall of muscle asked. "Just finishing up my rounds, making sure things are going smoothly up here." The other man wore a fitted polo shirt and dark dress pants. At a casual glance, John's button-up and khaki pants helped him pass as security. But with this man's uniform, it would be apparent to anyone seeing the two standing next to each other that one didn't belong. "What's your name?" the big man asked, glancing down to waist level, where he had his own badge clipped to a belt loop. John stepped back into the office, raising his hands in a position of surrender. "Williams, sir. Kyle Williams." "Where's your badge, Williams?" The security guard ate up the distance John had created, stepping inside the office with him, just as he had hoped the man would do. John looked down at his belt line, patting his waistband. "I had it a minute ago. I must have dropped it when I went to the restroom." "Stay right there," the linebacker said, reaching for his radio. The small dip in the man's eyes gave John the opening he needed. He snapped a hand out, grasping the wrist holding the radio, and pulled his foe further inside the office. Torquing his waist, John drove a battering ram forward, slamming his fist into the security guard's jaw. The strength drained from the man's body as his knees buckled. John wrapped a powerful arm around the man's neck and secured a choke, squeezing until he lost consciousness. Grabbing two handfuls of the brute's collared shirt, he dragged the linebacker deeper into the office behind the desk. John saw the holstered firearm's grip as the tucked bottom of the polo shirt was pulled free of his waistband. Kneeling next to the guard, he unclipped the holster from the belt, removing it from the dress pants. Inside the Kydex shell was a micro-compact Sig Sauer P365. John looked at the small firearm resting in his palms, pressing his lips together as he tried to imagine gripping it in his meaty paws. "Every year they keep making these things smaller and smaller," he mumbled. He ejected the magazine and cleared the chamber, locking the slide back. Opening the top drawer of the desk, he placed the mag and loose round inside. John stuffed the pistol into the pot of the fake plant next to the door on his way out. "Suppose I should get out of here now," he thought, making his way to the stairwell as he brushed the imagined wrinkles out of his shirt and slacks. As he opened the heavy steel door, his phone buzzed. John made his way down the stairs, trying to decipher the mess of characters on the screen. Scott had sent him a message, but John had trouble figuring out what it said. Just as he reached the second floor, Scott yanked the door open, joining him. John held his phone up. Does this mean you found out who the next target might be, or were you having a stroke?
Scott massaged the knuckles on his right hand, ignoring the poke as he descended the stairs.
We should probably go now.
John matched Scott's stride.
What happened?
Some punk got in my face about calling security. They reached the lobby and stepped out the front exit as the sentries outside rounded the far corner. John nodded toward the two men, and Scott grunted, acknowledging the signal. Turning away from the guards, John and Scott disappeared into the shadows. They circled around in the darkness toward the Firebird, parked at the far end of the lot.
There were security cameras all over that building, John said. It's not going to take them long to figure out who we are.
Scott shrugged, already pinching a cigarette between his lips. They wash money. It's not like they're going to call the cops anytime soon. Chapter 18. West of Herman, Missouri. Travis Chambers took another sip of the room-temperature coffee, wincing at his displeasure, just like he had done 2 minutes earlier when he took the last taste. He swiped his finger back and forth across his laptop's touchpad to wake the device, before typing the password. The email he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The hour and a half that it had taken felt like a week and a half, with everything moving so quickly. He opened the message from one of his contacts in the CIA. Travis had asked for a favor, well aware that he had spent all of his social and professional capital months ago. But his friend had agreed, diverting some of the company's analytic resources to the files that Travis had sent almost a year ago. The wealth of information that John and the others had secured from INSEC's off-the-books training facility, dubbed the Wolf's Den, had implicated most of the Order's connections to the company. It had exposed a web of power and corruption, revealing a plot to wrest control from governments across the globe. A new world order. That, along with the data that Warren Ratcliffe had obtained using the prototype Guardian and Pest device in an attempt to undermine the Order. It had helped put together a list of probable targets for this new threat.
Get anything yet? Millie asked, walking back into the house from the front door.
A few leads.
Travis looked at the time on the lower right of his computer screen, noting the early in the morning hour. Even with everything going on, he marveled at the young woman's discipline to maintain her strict workout schedule. She pulled a holstered pistol from her waistband, setting it on the kitchen counter.
I'm going to grab a shower. We can go over the new intel once I get out.
Travis nodded absently, bringing the coffee cup to his lips again. He sighed and shook his head, looking at the tepid liquid inside.
Just dump it and grab another cup, he thought.
On his way to the kitchen, his phone rattled and danced across the glass table where his laptop sat. Dumping the rest of the coffee, he placed the mug into the sink and jogged back to answer the call.
John?
He hadn't recognized the caller on the screen, but only a handful of people had this number. Most were already in the contacts with proper names.
Hey, Travis, John said.
How's the hunt going on your end?
Slower than I'd like. But we were able to get some info on a couple of recently deceased dirtbags, John said.
Anyone I might have heard of?
Makar Kozlov and Afu Topazna. A mob-connected trafficker and a black market tech guy. Just the sort that would be mingling with Flair's associates.
I don't think I've had the pleasure of dealing with those two. Must have started well after I left the Miami-Dade area. Travis thumbed a wrinkle out of one of his rolled shirt cuffs.
I think Scott and I uncovered something valuable. We've got a list of probable targets.
I might have a solid list on my end, too. Why don't you and Scott head back and we can go over the notes, Travis said.
Way ahead of you. We just landed, John said. Should be an hour or so before we reach the safe house.
Perfect. I'll have a fresh pot of coffee ready for you. Lord knows I need it. Travis eased the lid of his laptop down just as he noticed a new message coming in.
When you get a chance, ask Millie if she knows anything about an Omega protocol.
Yeah, I'll ask, Travis said quietly. Hey, John, what were the names of those two upstanding citizens you and Scott were investigating? Topazna and Kozlov?
That's them. Why? You gonna start a search on your end? John asked.
Looks like your friends are connected to a string of recent high-profile murders, Travis said, reading the latest email sent from his CIA contact.
Are they being eyeballed as the suspects?
No. It seems that someone thinks they were somehow associated with two bodies. Arthur Lloyd, CFO of the multinational bank LMG, was killed in Austria. Shot from long range.
Who's the other victim?
Travis paused before answering. Congressman Jeffrey Powell, strangled with a garrote.
Just sit tight. We'll be there soon, John said.
Ending the call, Travis wiped a hand down over his mouth.
What are we getting into here?
Chapter 19. John took a sip of the hot coffee, letting the warmth soothe his frayed nerves. He sat back and closed his eyes. He and Scott had returned to the safe house after their investigations, but they were still plucking at loose threads. Nothing concrete had come from his trip to Florida. Millie sat on the couch opposite from John, next to Scott. She had her legs pulled up and crossed, paying close attention to everything they had discovered. 4 more deaths within 24 hours, Travis said. All of them powerful people with a lot of influence.
Who would take out a sitting congressman like that? Scott grumbled, digging into his shirt pocket.
Can we be sure they're all connected to the order? Millie asked. I mean, none of these people were on our radar, especially not Powell.
Most of this comes from the data that Parker had secured last year, Travis said. The room fell quiet, letting the information sink in. They were all still feeling the loss of the programmer, but mostly they were waiting to feel out John's reaction to the mention of his name. Parker Lewis had been the reason that he and the hardcore were so effective in their operations. The computer savant had fallen into the role reluctantly and had unexpectedly opened up their intel capability by tenfold. His loss had hurt their ability to operate in more ways than just losing a good friend.
I trust Parker's data,
John said, his eyes fixed forward, looking into the distance.
If it ties these deaths to the order, we take it at face value.
Banker, U.S. Representative, Scumbag 1 and Scumbag 2. Where does that get us? Scott asked. And what's this Omega Protocol one of the killers mentioned?
Can we be sure that's what he said? Travis asked. We're getting the information third hand. Accounts from a witness that we're not even allowed to talk to.
50-50. The cigarette pinched between Scott's lips bounced up and down as he spoke. I trust that her account was correct. We just don't know if the killer was just spouting nonsense to keep Kozlov confused.
Before he killed everyone in the room? Millie asked. Doesn't make much sense.
This whole situation doesn't make much sense, Scott replied, flicking the wheel of his lighter.
Can you not do that right here?
Millie asked, resting a hand on Scott's wrist, keeping the flame away from the cigarette. The hardened detective shot an incredulous glare in her direction for daring to keep him from smoking, but the intense look that he saw gave him pause. He chuckled and plucked the cigarette from his lips, sliding it back into his pocket. Sure thing, girl. Travis stood and started pacing the room. What we need to figure out is why the Order would be doing this. Are we even sure this is their handiwork? Scott asked.
It's Flair, Millie said.
I don't think she's in any condition to be pulling strings like this, Travis said. You said it yourself. She was on death's door when those mystery assets grabbed her.
Millie took in a deep breath. As long as she's breathing, we can't rule out her ties. This started the moment she was rescued.
Travis rubbed the back of his neck with a hand. Parker would have been able to put this puzzle together before our breakfast was cold. John's jaw tightened. He closed his eyes as his breaths came in deep and slow through his nostrils.
I shouldn't have let Parker go on that mission, he thought. He would be alive today, helping us here if I had protected him.
Millie noticed the shift in John's demeanor.
It's not your fault, John. We all miss him. But you are not responsible for Parker's death.
He opened his eyes, almost stunned at the young woman's seeming ability to read his mind.
Parker chose to go, she continued. He stopped the God Hand and the Nova virtual intelligence. None of us could have done that.
John knew she was right. Still, the loss hit him so hard because he was the reason Parker had been pulled into all of this when he had pressured the young man to help him find his goddaughter.
Parker saved lives, Millie said. Any of us would trade places with him if we could. He's a hero.
Not in the eyes of the law, John said, his words scraping out like gravel. His sacrifice will never be recognized.
He didn't do any of this for recognition, Travis said.
None of us are, Millie added. It's about putting an end to the order. Stopping Rebecca Flair.
Again, the silence stretched out as all four of them fully felt the gravity of their situation. A knock at the door set the room into motion like an explosive had just gone off. Travis staggered back, reaching for his pistol. John and Scott had both pivoted behind cover, drawing their weapons. Gun in hand, Millie had them all beat to the draw, already fixing her front sight on the door.
"Who knows we're here?" she whispered harshly.
"No one," Travis answered, keeping his voice down. "Who is it?" Scott asked. John and Travis shot their incredulous stares at him. Scott shrugged. "If it's these Greek goons you're all so afraid of, they wouldn't be knocking, would they?"
"Yes," Travis hissed. "Come on, open up, Chambers,"
a young female voice called out from the other side. Millie's jaw tightened as she holstered her pistol, walking to the door. Scott looked at John, raising an eyebrow. John followed her lead, standing, but keeping his weapon in his grip at low ready. "It's Letitia," Travis said, answering Scott's unanswered question. "She must have followed Millie here." Millie jerked the door open, staring incredulously at the younger girl standing on the front porch with a backpack draped over one of her shoulders.
"What are you doing here?" Millie spat.
The girl at the door stood several inches shorter than Millie, with her hair pulled back into a messy ponytail, loose locks falling free and covering part of her left eye. She wore a dark blue tracksuit with room to hide her build, but fitted enough to stay out of her way in a fight.
"I haven't heard from you in days. I thought you would need my help,"
Letitia said, shrugging the bag up to adjust the weight.
"I'm kind of hungry. Got anything to eat?" "What I mean is, how did you find the safe house?"
Millie crossed the living room to take a seat on the sofa, resting her head in her hands. "The safe house isn't on any records you would have been able to access," Travis said. "The only way she could have found us is if she followed you." "What is she, a bloodhound?" Scott asked. Letitia stepped into the house, still standing in the doorway.
"I tracked you down through a cell phone."
Millie shook her head.
"My phone is in the room with the battery and SIM card removed. There's no way you would have been able to track it."
"It wasn't yours," John said, turning his head toward Travis. "Christ, you're like a teenager on that thing," Scott grumbled.
"Like a high school student," Letitia said. "At least the ones I've seen on TV."
"Not possible. This number's damn near private. Only a handful of people have it," Travis said.
"Including Millie," Letitia said. "It didn't take much to get a hold of her records and find the number. From there, it was just a simple matter of sniffing out the signal until we reached the source."
"We?" John stood, his expression showing concern. "How exactly did you trace his signal?"
"I called a friend."
"Cat 6, Millie said, answering everyone's next question.
"I can't believe you would do something so stupid as calling her at a time like this." "I didn't," Letitia said. "I went directly to her house. Figured it would be quicker than exchanging text messages. Plus, a face-to-face meeting doesn't leave a digital trace." "We just took a road trip and headed straight here," Letitia said. "He made it too easy. Mr. Chambers was even on a call this morning."
Scott pressed a palm to his forehead. Millie looked at him for an explanation. "I was on the phone with John," Travis said, his voice exasperated.
"He called me."
"Wait. Did you say we took a road trip?" John asked Letitia.
"Hey, a little help here?"
Cat 6 said, struggling with a backpack while dragging a duffel bag into the house.
"Oh, yeah. I invited her along," Letitia said.
Though Cat 6 was taller than both Letitia and Millie, her pale skin and build clearly communicated her propensity to sit in front of a glowing computer monitor, rather than spend any considerable time outdoors. Her red hair spilled over her shoulders, tangling with the strap across her shoulder. As she turned to pull the duffel bag in the rest of the way, the design on the back of her denim jacket showed a unicorn clutching an Uzi in one vaguely human hand and an old Commodore 64 computer in the other. All underneath, a rainbow. "What are we getting ourselves into?" Scott murmured. "This is ridiculous, and we're all going to get killed."
It's nice to see you again, Katie, Millie said, still struggling to contain her frustration and anger. Yeah, been a while since our last in-person meet, Kat said, which, I suppose, was our first.
Hey, I don't mean to sound rude, but this ain't a kid's class, Scott said. You gals shouldn't be here.
What about her?
Letitia asked, gesturing toward Millie.
I've seen her handle a weapon, Scott retorted.
Well, if that's the standard we're using, let me show you what I can do, Letitia said, tucking her track jacket behind the grip of a Glock 26 holstered in front of her right hip.
Whoa, hey, let's all just calm down, Travis said, stepping in the middle of the argument.
I'm not going to shoot the old man, Letitia said. I'm just going to show him that I'm every bit as good as Millie.
Scott looked around the room, confused, hoping to find someone on his side. Travis still had a shocked look on his face. Millie gave the detective a shrug, not sure of the answer he was looking for.
And what about the computer nerd? Scott asked. Are we expecting to just hand her an Uzi and let her go hog wild like the horse on her jacket?
It's Unicorn, Cat 6 said, almost offended. And I'm not here to join your little army. I was doing a favor for a friend. But hey, if I'm not welcome, I'll be on my way.
You can't leave now, Travis said. It's not safe out there. We still don't know what we're up against.
Up against?
Kat's shoulders drooped as she lowered her backpack to the floor.
Are you guys going to go get into a fight right now? We're still trying to figure out what's happening, Millie said. You should stay here with us until we know it's safe.
Maybe she can help us,
John said. The room fell silent as everyone looked at him.
Help with what now?
Kat asked, clearly confused.
She's got skills behind that keyboard.
He pointed at her backpack.
I'm guessing you've got a computer in there.
I do,
Kat replied. This is a bad idea, John. We can't risk more lives now, Travis said, stopping just short of mentioning Parker.
We've hit a roadblock, Millie said. All we have is a list of probable targets buried in a phone book of the Order's associates. Splitting up to investigate almost a dozen names is going to spread us way too thin and allow Flair to keep her plan in motion. Wait, Rebecca Flair? You guys are talking about the Order? The ones that you wanted my help looking into last year? Kat asked.
It's a bad idea, Scott echoed Travis's concern. This is dangerous. And we wouldn't ask you if we weren't already in need of your skills, John said as he walked over to Kat.
I'm in, she said, rubbing her hands together. Where can I set my gear up? I can help you at the kitchen table, Millie said, reaching down to pick up her duffel bag. Would it be too much to ask for a shower first? Kat asked. And maybe a bite to eat? We skipped lunch.
Chapter 20. Northern California, 4 days later.
Dr. Wynne lifted a strange vest with wires running throughout the entire garment. It's designed for rehabilitation, but we can have alterations made to protect the circuits and connections. Flair sat up in the bed, using her remaining arm to pull herself upright. She stared at the contraption, trying to gauge the proper reaction.
You expect me to wear that thing? She sneered.
It's a boost harness, Dr. Wynne said. It's designed to amplify and stabilize the signals from your musculoskeletal implants. The idea is quite simple. It acts as a pass-through to let the signal—
I'm well aware of the technology, you fool! Why do you think I volunteered for the program initially?
My apologies, Miss Flair. I meant no disrespect. The doctor backed away, still holding the vest.
Bring it here, she snapped, surrendering to the inevitable.
She would have to suffer this rudimentary harness if she ever expected to get to her feet again. A nurse stood nearby, next to a cart with a pair of leg braces.
Cages, Flair thought. A reminder that I'm locked in this condition.
With the nurse's help, Dr. Wynne secured the braces around her legs, fastening all of the connections. These should only be temporary, he said, snapping the last of the wires in place. 9 months at the most.
9 months?
Flair asked, some of the anger absent from her words, and replaced by something that sounded more like desperation. Oblivious to her concerns, he continued. It's got servo motors at the joints, ankles, knees, hips. Come on, let's get you up and on your feet, Miss Flair. The nurse helped her swing her legs over the side of the bed as Dr. Wynne brought a walker over.
Get that thing out of here, Flair snapped. She slid her body down until her feet were flat on the cold concrete. With only a fraction of her weight, the pain pulsed out from her feet and up through her lower back. It had been too long since she had tried to stand up, her body making that fact abundantly clear. Before the rage could build, something else clicked. Flair had lost most of the feeling in her legs in the collapse, but the implants had synced with the braces, doing what they were designed to do. The vest had helped pass all of the relevant data from her nerves and muscles. Flair pushed away from the bed and stood with the nurse offering her arm as support. On shaky legs, she felt her weight moving, hearing the small whirring from the servos in the harness, helping to compensate for the minute shifts. Gritting her teeth, she took a sliding step forward, her left foot pushing along the ground. It was only a handful of inches, but the movement filled her with a renewed vigor. One step at a time, I will be back at the helm of the order. Flair hid her amusement from the doctor and his nurse, giving only the briefest of acknowledgments for the work he'd done. We're experimenting with the method of connecting the harness to the prosthetic for your left arm, Dr. Wynne said. We were unable to get our hands on one of the more advanced prototypes. His nonchalant attitude and lack of conviction angered her. She turned and stepped forward, latching her right hand around his throat, knocking her IV stand to the floor. Squeezing, she pulled the doctor's face close to hers. How hard is it to get a simple device? Your incompetence is sickening. The look of amusement and pride on his face confused Flair. Her breaths were short and shallow, hissing in and out through her teeth. But when she followed his eyes, she noticed that the braces and servos had allowed her to cross the short distance with ease, fully supporting her weight with minimal discomfort. Though she felt a similar level of pride, Flair dismissed the doctor and nurse before allowing it to soften her edge. She stood in place for another minute before crossing the room to her wheelchair. I've been in bed long enough. Reluctantly, she sat, the depression threatening to pull her back down. But thoughts of her plans helped keep her mind occupied, as a grin tugged at the corners of her mouth. West of Herman, Missouri. Assuming that the surviving Greek program assets have gone to ground, I think you might be dealing with rogue actors now, Cat 6 said, as she slid a finger across the touchpad on her laptop. Possibly mercenaries working for a higher bidder. John shook his head. No. This is all part of a larger network. Someone is coordinating the assets. She could be right, Travis said. It could be someone else expending capital to steal power away from the Order. Use their own toys against them, Scott added. It does make some sense, Letitia said. All of the targets have some connection to Flair and her associates. They're cleaning house. Then why rescue her from the hospital? Millie asked, her eyes fixed on the floor in the middle of the room. She's right, John said. They're not wiping out the Order, they're burning away the detritus. It could be a scorched earth tactic. That doesn't even make sense. Travis ran a hand back through his hair. Why would they wipe out their entire network? To throw us off the trail, Millie said. Flair is starting over with a handful of assets, loyal only to her. How many are we talking here? Scott asked. Sounds like an army based on the damage they'd done. Victims are being hit by groups within tight windows of opportunity, John said. I think Flair only has 8 to 10 assets at the most. But they're well-funded if they can move and act this fast, Travis said. Maybe we can track the funds, freeze the assets. I like where you're going with this, Scott said. We stumbled across some names, people tied to laundering and moving cash around for the Order. Travis crossed his arms. If we choke off the money supply, maybe we can slow them down. It would buy us some time to figure out what Flair is trying to accomplish. Or if she's even the one in charge, Letitia said. Is that what this Omega Protocol stuff is? Kat asked. John stood up straight. What did you say? The hacker looked up from her keyboard. The Omega Protocol. Is that what they're doing? How did you find out about that? Travis asked. Do you have any information on it? I just found this reference in a mess of garbage data. Someone sent some encrypted messages, and my computer has been churning away since Letitia and I left my house, Kat said. I only see a reference to it just shy of 2 weeks ago.
John crossed the living room in 2 long steps. What does it say? Kat shook her head, fingers tapping the keys.
I don't have much. It's just some kind of mass broadcast that was sent out. Something about activating the Omega Protocol. When? Millie asked. Like I said, a couple of weeks ago.
No, what time? John asked, seeing where Millie's question was headed.
Looks like 3:37 a.m. GMT, she said, looking at the metadata.
John and Millie locked eyes, their features hardened. What am I missing here? Scott asked. What time is that here in the States?
8:37 p.m., Kat said.
The raid on the Steens Mountain base, Travis said.
Can you pinpoint the origin of the signal?
Millie asked. Kat shook her head.
Sorry, I can't. It was bounced off of so many boosters, I can only narrow it down to the western half of North America.
Close enough, John said. The transmission must have come from Flair when the base collapsed. A signal for her hidden assets to come for her.
Do you have anything else about the transmission? Travis asked.
Kat tapped another set of keys.
It's all just Greek to me. I don't think my system is powerful enough to break through the rest.
That pest device would have come in handy right about now, Travis said with a smirk. John ignored the comment, closing his eyes as he took in the new information. We need to find their next targets and go to them first. Can you do that, Kat?
I mean, that's why I'm here, right?
John turned to face Scott and Travis. Let's look at our list of names and see if we can't narrow down the field.
Do we even know anything about those new Greeks? Travis asked. What are we up against here? Omegas, Millie said.
I suppose that's as good a name as any, Scott said.
We're going to need some backup, Travis said. John, I know you want to keep our friends out of this, but I don't think we have a choice now.
I'll call Chance, John said. Travis, I need you to get a hold of Jimenez. We're going to need his long-range skill if we're facing these Omegas.
Millie, she clenched her jaw, eyes closed as she shook her head slightly. I already know where this is going.
Get a hold of Ty Octane, John said. She sighed, letting out a silent curse. Chapter 21. Fort Stockton, Texas. Daniel Jimenez sat in his chair, fingers digging into the worn fabric on the arms. His posture was straight, but his chin was dipped, eyes burning as he watched the screen. For the past several hours, he had been focused on a 24-hour news channel, reporting on the status of Congressman Jeffrey Powell, presumed missing, with the empty promise of returning if more information became available. They switched their coverage to the never-ending conflict in Syria. A half-empty bottle of beer sat neglected on a small end table, the moisture already soaking the finished wood surface. Jimenez's jaw flexed and relaxed, as his mind barely registered what the made-up faces were saying about the latest turmoil thousands of miles away in the Middle East. His phone rang. Glancing over slowly, he stared at Travis's name on the screen and let the ringer tone play a little longer before begrudgingly picking up.
Travis! Hey, Danny. How are you holding up?
What do you want?
Travis paused for several seconds on the line before continuing.
We need your help. John needs your help.
Jimenez didn't respond, exhaling through his nose as he held the phone to his ear.
I don't know how connected you are, but there is a group of assassins doing the Order's dirty work, Travis said. I wish I could tell you more. But I don't know if it's safe over the phone, and frankly, we don't have much on these threats.
Is this about Congressman Powell?
Yes, but Powell is just one of many.
Jimenez recalled the stories coming in on the news throughout the week, reports of deaths of influential people across the globe. He wasn't sure if that was connected to what Travis was talking about, but none of that mattered.
I'm sorry, Jimenez said. I'm out.
Again, Travis paused before continuing.
I understand, but this is about Rebecca Flair. She's still alive.
The name meant nothing to Jimenez. He knew who Flair was, but whether she was alive or dead had no bearing on his life. After the long silence between them dragged on, Travis continued, filling the void. She's got new assets in play, Greeks. We don't know what their ultimate plan is, but if we don't act, they could slip through our fingers. I'll respect your decision, but we need your help. Flair is planning something big, and we don't know how many lives she and her assets will destroy in their wake. Jimenez let his thoughts wander back to their last mission, weeks earlier. The attack on 2 separate facilities that the Order had hoped to use to execute their plan. The soldiers defending the bases were beta assets, born and bred for war. The ultimate soldiers. It was one of Flair's super soldiers that had killed Curtis Clark when he had tried to protect Parker Lewis. Though they had accomplished their objective, both men had died in the raid. Over and over again, Jimenez kept hearing about how they had stopped a global threat. Over and over again, his thoughts drifted to Curtis and Parker's sacrifices. It didn't matter how many times Travis said they saved the world. Their deaths would never be honored or remembered. The government still saw them as the enemy, keeping all of the details under wraps. They deserved better. Curtis deserved a proper burial with full military honors.
I'll do it, Jimenez said. For Curtis.
That's great, Daniel. I can have a car pick you up and bring you to the airport. He ended the call, dropping the phone on the table next to his chair. After another few moments of mindless talking heads yammering, he grabbed the remote in his lap, stabbed the power button with his thumb, and turned off the TV. He pushed himself up out of his chair and grabbed a Beretta M9 sitting on the coffee table before heading into his bedroom to get the rest of his gear. Detroit, Michigan. Chance pulled his chin up over the bar, completing his 19th rep, when his phone buzzed, pulling his attention away. He hung for a second before completing his final rep and dropped to the floor. Walking to his bag, he grabbed a towel and dabbed at his neck and head before checking who was trying to reach him. He raised an eyebrow, seeing the number. It took him a moment to recognize it for what it was. A burner. He answered the call, taking a seat at a nearby bench.
I've been waiting for your call, John.
The conversation was brief, as John filled him in on what had been happening in the past few days. Chance had only heard whispers of a few high-profile murders, figuring they were somehow connected. John dropped the bombshell on him that it was a possible new Greek program. Before he could even ask, Chance had already made up his mind.
I'm on the way, John.
Still breathing heavily from his workout, Chance let his body relax as he absorbed the information. This was all moving fast, and the hardcore would need to come together like a well-oiled machine if they wanted to stop this. He wiped his face with the towel and looked at the phone in his hand. He thumbed the code to unlock it and scrolled through his contacts, looking for someone. Initiating the call, he draped the towel over his shoulder and started pacing around until someone picked up.
Hey, Roland, it's Chance. How soon can you be ready for me to swing by and pick you up?
Las Vegas, Nevada. Weaving through the late afternoon traffic, Ty Octane felt his body weight shifting side to side, controlling the nearly 400-pound silver and blue Ducati 848 as he shifted lanes. The music in his helmet faded out as the incoming call notification took over. He pressed the button to answer as he opened up the throttle.
It's better not be boring.
After a long pause, the voice on the other end spoke.
You never change, do you? Hey, Millie! You finally calling to ask me out?
He darted between 2 cars before retaking the center lane, ignoring the honks.
This is serious, Ty,
Millie said.
Yeah, I know. Why else would you be the one agreeing to call me? John needs our help. Can you just act like a grown-up for once?
She asked.
That's a negative, ma'am, but you can count on my help. Just send me the address, and I'll be there in a flash, Ty said. Aren't you even curious what this is about? Nah, don't bore me with the details. Just tell me where point A and point B are, and I'll handle the rest.
He chuckled, imagining the look of frustration on Millie's face.
I just sent the details.
Don't treat this like some game, she snapped, before abruptly ending the call.
Ty sat upright, easing off the throttle, as he let the bike coast closer to the actual speed limit, heading for the next exit on the freeway. At the red light, he dialed a number.
Garrick, hey bro. I need you to book a flight for me.
Chapter 22. Northern California. Sitting back in her wheelchair, Rebecca Flair slowly turned her head, still trying to get used to her reduced field of view. She reached up to adjust the eye patch, pulling at one of the straps. Dr. Wynne spoke to one of the technicians at a nearby workstation. She couldn't hear his words, but his tone was confident. They had been attempting to fine-tune the connections from the harness she wore with the implants throughout her body. Already she had noticed an improvement in her breathing, but not enough to know if it was something they had done or a natural result of healing. "Try again, Miss Flair," the doctor said. She instinctively rubbed a hand up the metal and plastic casing of her prosthetic arm before raising it to complete the test. The crude three-finger appendage lacked the ability for tasks requiring fine motor function, but it served well enough to stack the 6 small steel cubes in a pyramid shape.
32%, doctor, the technician said.
Wynne smiled.
"Wonderful. You're already showing marked improvement," he said, still looking down at his tablet.
Emmanuel Jota eased the door open, stepping into the room. He slid to the side, standing in the shadows and watching. Flair had difficulty seeing him, catching only the hint of the light from outside as he came in. She pressed an elbow into the arm of her wheelchair, pushing herself upright. You shouldn't force things so fast," Dr. Wynne said. "We haven't started on the leg brace calibrations yet." She shot him a look of pure indignation. How dare he question her actions? Flair caught herself before lashing out with a swipe from the mechanical arm, taking in a series of short breaths that slowly stretched out into a typical breathing pattern. It hadn't escaped her notice that something was wrong. She had been unable to control her emotions after her near death.
"I must deal with an urgent matter," she said,
the words coming out slowly to quell her anger.
"Please give us the room."
It was then that Jota stepped forward, and Wynne and his assistant had noticed him. The technician's posture changed, his hands tightening and eyes widening. "Of course, Miss Flair. I'll just go over my notes and come back at a later time," the doctor said, resting a gentle hand on the young man's shoulder, leading him to the door past the Omega. The assassin ignored the pair as he walked into the center of the room. "Next phase is complete, ma'am. We've secured all available data." She looked down at the three-fingered claw at the end of her wrist, watching it spin back and forth.
"Was there anything recovered at the Steens Mountain facility? Nova? The God Hand?"
Jota paused. He took a moment to speak. "We've got the hardware. The drone can be rebuilt, but—"
"I'm asking about the targeting software," she said, interrupting him. "And the virtual intelligence responsible for coordinating the strikes."
"I'm sorry, ma'am, but none of the drivers or servers survived the kinetic javelin strike."
"So we've got the parts to build a toy," she said.
"We have the journals and hard copies for Nova," he continued. "It's enough to recreate the VI." Flair covered the distance between them in 3 broad steps, getting in the man's face. He towered over most, but Rebecca Flair gave up only a couple of inches, standing almost nose to nose with the Omega asset.
"Nova wasn't just some simple program. It's not a weekend project that can be completed by some pimple-faced teenagers swilling sugary drinks."
Jota stood his ground, not even flinching when she stood up to him. He returned her gaze, showing no emotions as he listened. She tightened her jaw and relaxed, feeling the tension leave her shoulders as she took a step back.
"The software and algorithms were far more complex than anything the world has known. It was more than just a few gigabytes of code."
"Understood," he replied, still focused. She fought to rein in her anger. It wasn't Jota's position to understand the importance of something so important. He and the other Omegas had a much different objective. Nova was the product of hundreds of thousands of man-hours shaping, fine-tuning, and altering the software and hardware to create it. People involved in the initial process were all dead. Rebuilding the VI now with only some notes was akin to replicating the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel from a casual observer's verbal description. Flair's tantrum had spent her remaining energy, stealing her balance as her knees buckled. Giotto hooked his hands under her arms, supporting her before she fell.
"You dare put your hands on me!"
she shouted, unable to stop the sudden emotional outburst. But the Omega showed no fear of her, refusing to back away, instead helping her to the wheelchair. Giotto gave her more room as Flair regained her composure, taking in several slow breaths. After a few moments of silence, Rebecca Flair spoke again.
"Move on to Phase 4.
She kept her eyes low, looking at the polished concrete floor. The next phase would focus on people more closely affiliated with the Order, individuals with too much information. They were the ones that could pose a problem later on when she rebuilt her organization. Due to their security and resources, each would prove difficult in taking out, but she had no doubt in her new soldier's abilities. Giotto bowed. "Of course, ma'am." He turned to leave, his footfalls echoing in the cavernous room. As she watched him go, Flair rested her head in her right hand. Her thoughts turned to John Stone and Subject 9, Millie. The damage they had caused, both personally to her body and to the Order as a whole, would set her back years, decades. Was it time to change the objective, focusing instead on John and his friends, rather than continuing with the next phase? No. Giving in to target those responsible would be an act of folly. They were no longer a threat. She needed to continue the Omega Protocol. Vengeance can wait, she thought. Detroit, Michigan. Wesker pulled his suitcase from the baggage claim carousel with a grunt, setting it upright. He placed his hands on either side of the base of his spine and leaned his body back, trying to dispel the tension. "Let me get that for you, sir," Poe said, pulling the handle up. "Thanks, son." Wesker made his way through the airport, heading for the exit with the younger marshal behind him, holding a pair of suitcases. They had been tracking John Stone's movements for days, with no sign of the man. The recent killings were far too coincidental, tying John and his friends directly to the case, drawing Wesker and Poe deeper into the hunt. Unable to find their prime suspect, they had decided their best bet was to reach out to Detective Chance Hunter. "The car should be waiting out front," Poe said. "I can have them take us directly to the precinct to talk to Hunter." "No need to rush," Wesker said. "Let's just check in at the district office and let them know we're here." "Great, so we can grab a car and head over to the DPD HQ." Poe adjusted the strap of his messenger bag, struggling to keep both suitcases rolling in a straight line. "Shower first," Wesker said. "Chance isn't going anywhere." Chapter 23. Gone? Marshal Wesker was taken aback as the desk sergeant gave him the news. "Where?" "I don't know where Detective Hunter is. He called this morning and said he needed a few days." Wesker tapped his fist on the desk and turned to face Poe. "Any ideas?" The younger marshal shrugged his shoulder. "I can make some calls, see if we can't find out where he might be." "Thank you for your time, Sergeant," he said to the man at the desk, before he and Poe turned to leave. "I've got the make and model of his car," Poe said. "92 Chevy Camaro." Wesker waited for the man to continue as they strode across the parking lot toward their own vehicle. He noticed Poe was still looking down at his tablet. "Let me guess, it's still at Hunter's apartment." "That's correct." Wesker shook his head, fishing the keys out of his pocket. "Wonderful. Back to square one." "Not quite," Poe said, effortlessly sliding into the passenger seat, eyes still fixed on his device's screen. "Forester." "He's driving a Subaru Forester?" Wesker raised an eyebrow. "Roland Forester," Poe said. "Looks like he got a call from Hunter. The kid swung by and picked him up a couple of days ago." Wesker focused on the task of pulling out into traffic, eyes fixed forward, before he continued his line of questioning. Why do we have assets watching Forrester? Poe pressed his lips together and shrugged. He's got history with INSEC, not to mention he's a known associate of John Stone. He's a civilian, Wesker said. This feels like a gross overreach of surveillance, but we can use it for now. Poe tapped the screen and pulled up another tab. Well then, head west. West of Herman, Missouri. John racked the Colt 1911 slide, chambering around before thumbing the safety on, sliding it into the holster behind his right hip. He left the bedroom, heading out to join everyone else in the front. We've narrowed the list down to 3 probable targets, Travis said, tapping the printout with his index and middle fingers. If we can get to them first, we've got a chance at finding out more about this Omega protocol. And if we don't get to them first, Chance asked.
Or worse, what if we get to them at the same time as these Omega assets? Roland asked.
Travis folded his arms over his chest and took a step back, his lips pressed together to form a thin line. Make sure to get to the targets first, John said. Millie tested the edge on the curved blade of her karambit with her thumb.
If you cross paths with one of Flair's new assets, you pull back. We don't know enough about them to stand and fight.
So we just let them kill the target? Chance took a step forward to get a closer look at the names. That doesn't sit too well with me. Ty raised his hand. Yeah, fighting assassins is a little outside of my skill set.
The more time we waste talking about this, the more time we're giving Flair to reach these people before us, Jimenez said, still focusing on the pages in front of him.
Daniel was right, John said. We need to focus on the task at hand. I suppose the next question is, are we sure that these people are even likely targets on the Order's list? Chance asked. Parker spent a lot of time researching the organization. This is all based on his work, John said. Cat 6 eased her laptop closed.
Parker's data gave me a huge head start. I just continued what he started, adding the new information that Mr. Chambers received from his contacts, as well as the list that John and Detective Maverick found.
Not only do we think they are in Flair's crosshairs, but there is also a high probability that they are the next 3 targets, John said. Which means they've got the most valuable information regarding what the Omega Protocol is trying to cover up. Let's get to work, then, Scott said. Who's lucky contestant number 1? Ronald Payne, Travis said. Senior VP at Aesthetic Attention, a digital marketing company that had switched their focus to political campaigns since the last election.
Mr. Payne has been naughty lately, Kat said. He's been using his company's data mining resources to build blackmail profiles for political friends and enemies alike. It seems that Rebecca Flair wants Payne out of the picture.
Or perhaps to get her hands on that data, Chance said. Either way, we can't let her succeed, Travis said. I'll go for Payne. He's the highest on the Order's list, John said. Which means the greatest chance at crossing paths with the Omegas.
You don't need to take all that risk on by yourself, Millie said. We're all here to help you.
You are, John said. Focus on the rest of that list. Let's bring them all in and get what we can.
I'll go with you, Jimenez said.
John nodded. Count me in, Chance said. No, we're tasking you with the second target, Travis said.
Dr. Anna Bowman,
Kat said, opening her laptop again.
She's a psychiatrist that the Order was grooming to take over the Greek programs.
She was the assistant for her predecessor, Dr. Nicholas Griffin, Travis said. He was, unfortunate for us, eliminated by the Order sometime last week.
What's his deal? Ty asked. Did he help Flair find her happy place with meditation and breathing exercises? Griffin was the man most directly responsible for the conditioning used to create the Omega assets,
Cat 6 said.
Or at least that's what we believe.
And we think Bowman can shed some light on what we're up against? Chance asked. Travis nodded. Well then, I'll make sure the good doctor is safe. Letitia will accompany you, Travis said. She's just a kid, Chance said.
Letitia isn't ready,
Millie said.
You've got to be kidding me, Letitia blurted out. I'm not some fragile doll that you have to keep locked up in a glass case. We can't leave anyone on the sidelines, in case you haven't noticed.
She's right. I'm going too, Roland said.
Whoa, hey, let's all slow down here, Chance said. I don't mind bringing Letitia with me, but Roland, you need to stay here. No offense, but we need to move in and out quickly on this. Roland raised his hands as a half-smile crossed his face.
I was just trying to help convince you to bring her.
I'm going too,
Millie said. We need you on target 3, Travis said. Ty needs support.
Hey now, I work better alone, Ty said. Like Chance said, we need to move fast to pull this off, and I'm the fastest one in this room.
It's not the speed I'm worried about. Target 3 is Dustin Carpenter, the consultant for the now-defunct INSEC, Travis said. He's probably going to require some aggressive negotiations to convince him that he needs to come with you. Hence, Millie. Millie shook her head.
Hey, I've got a charming personality too, you know, Ty said. Just give me a souped-up two-door ride, and I'll be in and out with our guy before the rest of your hair turns gray. I hate to agree with Ty, Millie said. Like, I really hate to agree with him. But I think he's right. He can move in and out quickly. Carpenter is last on the list. Flair probably isn't even looking at him. Besides, if I'm driving a two-door, it's going to be tough to quickly load up 3 people, if not impossible, Ty said.
Travis pursed his lips, shaking his head. You're obviously doing this, so you can support Chance and keep an eye on Letitia.
I'm sure that's part of it, John said, but we don't have time to argue right now. We need to move.
The clock is against us, Scott added. Now ain't the time to bicker like a bunch of kids. Chapter 24. Detroit, Michigan.
Still nothing, sir, Marshal Poe said, reading his messages. He was last seen about 5 miles from here. Should we check it out?
Wesker sighed. Might as well. Maybe something will pop up to point us in the right direction. The younger man's tablet chirped. He smiled, reading the incoming message.
Or point us toward the right person.
What have you got? Poe turned the device around, showing the photo on the screen.
It seems Travis Chambers isn't as retired as he would like us to believe.
Wesker adjusted his glasses and leaned closer. They had loosely connected Travis with John early on in their hunt for their fugitive, but were still unable to directly tie the two together. He saw nothing that would strengthen that connection on the device. Help me out, son. What am I looking at? Poe's smile never faltered.
He's booking travel and arranging for a vehicle.
In 2 different cities, Wesker said quietly, looking at the details.
Good catch, Poe.
Thank you, sir.
Wesker stood and buttoned his jacket, placing enough cash on the table to cover the bill and tip for their coffees. Let's focus on Chambers' activities. Maybe we can figure out what he's up to, and find John through him. Jackson, Wyoming. John stepped out from the passenger side of Jimenez's Chevy Tahoe. He retrieved his jacket from the back seat and pulled it on. And during their drive, John noticed that Jimenez wasn't as friendly and talkative as he had been during their previous meetings. Curtis Clark's death had weighed heavily on both men, but Jimenez had taken it much harder, having served directly with him in the Army. They had both lost friends before, but Clark's death was different. When he sacrificed his life, the U.S. government had considered him a fugitive from the law. He received no recognition for his service. But John could see that the man kept his head in the game, staying on mission. He was doing it for Curtis, to clear his name, to get him the proper recognition that he deserved. A jolt of pain shot up John's left arm, from his pinky to his shoulder, radiating out from there. It was a stark reminder that he was in no condition to continue operating at this pace. He gritted his teeth and sucked in a breath, letting it out slowly as he relaxed his fist.
How should we approach this? Jimenez asked,
holding out the hard case for his rifle from the back seat.
I'm going to approach from the front, John said. If it looks clear, I'll knock on the door and have a little chat with our friend.
Jimenez stood up tall, looking around. Ronald Payne's home was located in a remote valley, surrounded by hills and trees.
I'll sit up on that ridge to the south. It should give me a clear view of anyone approaching you.
Roger that.
Keep your radio on and talk me in, John said. No need for silence.
Jimenez paused, rubbing a thumb along the top of his rifle scope.
Why are we trying to protect a piece of trash like Payne? Why not just use him as bait and take the Omegas that come for him?
John put his hands on his hips and looked at the ground, trying to find a suitable answer. He took a deep breath, letting it out slowly.
We need Payne alive. He may have information we need to take on the Omega assets. Right now, our enemy is completely unknown, and that's too risky.
Eyes still burning with determination, Jimenez kept his gaze fixed, waiting to be convinced.
Rebecca Flair is the ultimate target, John said, looking up at him. We get what we need from Payne, and then just leave him hanging in the wind for all I care.
The sharpshooter nodded, content with the response. Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Something's got her spooked,
Letitia said, peering through a pair of binoculars. She must know that Flair is targeting her, Chance said. Millie eased the slide of her Smith & Wesson shield back, checking for brass in the chamber.
I don't think she does. Bowman is running because she's scared.
In the distance, a pair of top-heavy brutes in fitted T-shirts and black slacks loaded several suitcases into the back of a black Cadillac Escalade. Anna Bowman made her way toward the car before turning back to head to the house, before again turning to return to the waiting vehicle.
She's scared all right, Chance said, peering through a compact binocular. Her security team is no doubt going to open fire on us if we're spotted.
So we target them first, Letitia said,
checking her Glock's magazine.
We're not here to eliminate Dr. Bowman, Millie said. We need to find a way to get close enough to convince her that we're here to help.
Chance put his scope away.
If we're going to do that, we need to head back to the car and tail them.
Millie nodded as Letitia brushed the dirt and leaves from her tracksuit. They slid down the small hill, heading to the plain maroon sedan parked on the side of the road. A pair of matching SUVs drove away from Bowman's property, followed by a third falling behind several car lengths. Chance made his way around to the driver's side when Millie stopped him.
Give me the keys, she said. I'll drive.
No offense, but how much vehicle pursuit training have you had? Chance asked.
How much experience do you have tailing someone without being spotted?
Millie held her hand out.
I think we should hurry,
Letitia said.
All right, but I've done my fair share of tailing suspects. Chance set the keys into Millie's palm. He climbed into the back seat, shifting to the middle to look out the front windshield, as Millie climbed behind the steering wheel.
Got enough legroom back there?
Letitia asked over her shoulder as she buckled her seatbelt. Chance shook his head. I'll be fine. Millie gradually cut the distance between themselves and the convoy, letting the occasional car between them and their mark. Chance's discomfort filled the car's interior like a tangible force.
Relax, detective.
Millie glanced at him through the rear view.
3 luxury SUVs have a way of standing out. We're not going to lose them.
Yeah, well, I think things are about to get a little more complicated, he said, pointing to the distance. They're headed straight.
Why would that be an issue?
Letitia asked. They're leaving the city limits. It's going to be easy to spot a red car on their tail for the next 70 miles. Millie smiled.
We'll just have to give them a bit more space.
And what if the Omegas strike before we reach them? Chance asked. How are we supposed to get to the mark first?
Letitia pulled the small knife from a sheath behind her left hip.
We just play their game.
Relax, Millie said.
We'll only be a minute away.
Bullets are a bit faster than this junky car you scrounged up, Chance said.
Millie chuckled at his discomfort.
Those goons will keep the Omegas busy long enough for us to make a move, if that's the case.
As the lead SUV turned off of the main road, Millie leaned forward, gripping the wheel. The other 2 vehicles followed, kicking up a rooster tail of dust as they sped along the dirt road.
Where are they going?
Letitia asked. Millie reached the point where the convoy turned, pulling off the main road.
What's down there? Let's follow and find out, Letitia said. If we kick up a cloud of dust like that, They'll spot us from a mile away, Millie said.
It's a private airstrip, Chance said, looking through his binocular. There's a plane sitting out there.
You can't be serious,
Letitia said, confirming through her binoculars. If Bowman gets into the air, we won't be able to reach her, Chance said. You gotta get us there now, Millie. Terre Haute, Indiana. Ty coasted to the end of the underground parking garage, nudging the throttle to cover the remaining distance. He stopped his Ducati next to a car parked in the space designated for the vehicle that Travis had acquired for him. His shoulders sagged at the sight of the Kia Cerato. In his mind, he had expected Chambers to provide something that even the old man would have considered sporty.
I want a Camaro or a Mustang, and I get this kid's toy, he mumbled,
climbing off of his bike and pulling off his helmet. He shook his head as he fished the keys out from under the rear wheel well.
I should just take the bike and make Carpenter sit behind me.
Ty set the helmet on the handlebars of his motorcycle as he unlocked the car door. Settling in the seat, he paused for a moment, enjoying the feel.
All right, this isn't so bad.
Several minutes skated by as he fiddled with the controls on the dash.
Seat warmer, nice.
He pressed the start button, noting the smooth idle and low rumble of potential power. Shifting into reverse, he pulled the Serato out, whipping the front end around in a skidding turn.
I can get used to this, he said, nodding his head. Now, let's get my soundtrack going.
Fishing his phone from his pocket, Ty dropped it in the hollow under the entertainment system. He clicked through the menus on the vehicle's dash as his eyebrows slowly lowered.
No.
Another moment passed as his chin dropped to his chest.
No Bluetooth.
He selected the FM radio and turned up the dial as an obnoxious commercial filled the air in the cabin, advertising a local hamburger chain. Jabbing at the controls, he found another station, listening for a moment before a look of satisfaction replaced his features.
All right, this could work, he mumbled,
shifting into drive and peeling out of the parking lot. As he turned onto the street, effortlessly slipping into the heavy traffic, the song ended, replaced by a seemingly never-ending stream of commercials. Ty gripped the steering wheel hard and clenched his jaw.
This is going to be a long drive.
Chapter 25. Jackson, Wyoming. Jimenez adjusted his body in the grass, watching the house from his high ground, peering through his rifle scope.
You're clear up to the driveway, John. No movement in the vicinity.
Copy. Moving up now, John answered. Jimenez panned his weapon to the side, sliding across the front of the house. He paused, staring at a shoe through one of the tall glass windows on either side of the front entrance.
Hold position.
John crouched, pressing his body to the wall. The sniper adjusted the zoom, trying to get a clear view of the shoe, realizing it was still on someone's foot.
I see someone inside. But something is wrong.
Is it security? John asked. Payne has probably got a few muscleheads on his payroll.
I'm looking at someone's foot, but I can't get a clear visual on the rest, Jimenez said.
Sentry?
Possibly, but our friend is face down on the floor.
I'm going in, John said, drawing his pistol and turning the corner toward the front entrance.
I'll cover you. You're clear up to the door.
There's some damage at the entrance. Frame looks busted, but the door is closed. Heading inside. Jimenez swept his scope across the grounds once more, satisfied that there was no one else coming.
Hang tight. I'll join you.
The sniper pushed himself up, slinging his rifle over his shoulder and drawing his pistol as he slid down the grassy hill toward Payne's home. John's eye worked up the door, stopping at the boot print just above the ornate handle. Easing it open with his toe, he saw the splintered frame on the inside as it stopped halfway, caught on something. Bringing his pistol up at a compressed ready position, he leaned in and saw an arm on the floor in a pool of blood.
We're too late, he said into his radio. Looks like 5 or 6 dead inside.
He shouldered his way through the barrier, pushing the body behind the door to the side as he brought his weapon up. Jimenez reached the front lawn, clutching his Beretta M9 between his hands as he covered the remaining distance.
They've reached Payne first, Travis. We're behind the curve, John said,
sweeping his muzzle around a corner as he moved to another room.
Hang back until we can get someone to check the place out, Travis said. Little late for that, Jimenez answered. We're already inside.
Keeping his 1911 close to his body, John stepped into the living room, finding their mark.
I've got Payne.
He's dead, John said. Jimenez entered, standing next to John.
2 entry wounds in his chest, a third to the head.
Executed, John said, staring at the bullet wound just inside of the man's left eye. Payne's bearded face was round and swollen, probably the way it had always looked, but the rictus of fear and pain was etched into his features for eternity now.
This wasn't quick, John said. They were looking for something, judging by the condition of his office back there. We missed them by maybe an hour or so, Jimenez said.
A static-filled rumble permeated the transmission as Scott took the radio from Travis. Are there any security cameras? Maybe we've got the assassins on video.
Hang on. I see something on the back patio, Jimenez replied.
John followed as they stepped out the shattered glass door, looking up to see the remains of a plastic housing where a camera would have been. The sharpshooter stepped closer, looking at the damage, and then turning to face away from the house.
No luck. Someone with skill behind a long gun took the camera out, Jimenez said.
How can you tell? Scott asked.
The angle of the bullet as it passed through. They had to have taken the shot from the far ridge.
Or our perp is 10 feet tall, John said. Anything out front?
I'll check, Jimenez answered.
Maybe I can find something in the house, John said, holstering his handgun. But judging by the number of bodies in here, once they took the camera out, this attack had to have gone down fast. Chapter 26. Terre Haute, Indiana. Sebastian Smith paced along the perimeter of the building's interior, looking for a suitable mark. The wolf seeking its prey. The Omega brought his arm up, looking down at his watch. He had studied Dustin Carpenter's schedule meticulously. He was a man of habit, sticking strictly to his timelines. Sebastian smiled. The fool, he thought. His adherence to a rigid pattern made him far too easy to hunt. One more minute until the consultant would reach the lobby. Searching for the perfect distraction, the Omega locked his eyes on an older, middle-aged man. Sebastian sliced through the crowd, making his way to the sacrificial lamb. Maintaining his course, he intercepted the oblivious businessman. Bumping into the older gentleman, Sebastian jabbed him in the lower back with an auto-injector. Catching the man before he fell, he apologized. The man's confusion was evident as he looked the stranger up and down, then glancing back over his shoulder as his hand reflexively went to the spot where the needle had stuck him. A moment later, the businessman's body convulsed as he clutched his chest. "Hey, are you all right, sir?" Sebastian asked, his tone loud and assertive, drawing the attention of those around him. Most wanted nothing to do with what they saw as just a hassle, but several good Samaritans moved closer. The man struggled to get his words out, his hands tightening into claws as he tried to point to his true attacker, unable to clearly communicate to those around him. "I think he's having a heart attack," a nearby woman said. Sebastian looked at another man in the crowd, pointing directly at him. "Call 911. He needs an ambulance." On the far end of the lobby, Dustin Carpenter exited the elevator. Right on time. The insect consultant saw the crowd and adjusted his course to avoid the chaos. Sebastian took the struggling man's jacket off, rolling it up and putting it under his head. "Give him some room," he said. "Keep an eye on him. I'll look for more help." As he melted into the crowd, the assassin peeled off his own outer garment and ran his fingers through his hair, messing it up. He altered his posture and gait, disappearing to those around him. The commotion in the lobby grew as another wave of convulsions racked the diversion's body. Sebastian watched his target closely, noting the single bodyguard watching over him. Carpenter would be waiting for his car with another man behind the wheel. In this chaos, it would be a simple matter to take the man down up close before his security detail even realized what happened. His hand glided to the subcompact pistol in his front pocket. It was a small weapon, chambered in .380 caliber, but the 6 hollow-point rounds would easily accomplish the task. Chapter 27. West of Minneapolis, Minnesota. "Something's up," Chance said, watching from between the seats as Millie pulled up closer to the airstrip.
"How can you tell?" Letitia asked.
"For one, they're not shooting at the strange car that they would have seen coming from a mile away," Chance said.
"He's right. Bowman's security is spooked about something," Millie said.
Chance drew his pistol. "They're rushing to get her into the plane. We're about to miss our window of opportunity."
"We're too late," Millie said.
"We can reach her before she gets on the plane." Chance fumbled with his seatbelt, still clutching his sidearm.
"The Omega asset is here already."
Millie kicked the door open and slid out like a shadow, slipping away.
"Well, that muscle slows you down,"
Letitia said, pulling her Glock 26 and slipping out through the open passenger window.
"You gotta try and keep up, old man."
Grumbling, Chance shouldered his door open and climbed out, his Glock 23 held close to his body. The trio moved up fast, keeping their postures low.
"What are they looking at?"
Letitia asked, watching the security details surrounding the middle SUV, struggling to organize themselves. As they focused their attention in the opposite direction, Millie bolted out from behind a row of steel barrels they were using for cover, circling around toward the convoy. Chance sighed.
"What does she think she's—"
A firefight kicked off, cutting the detective's words short as he dropped back down behind cover. He turned to say something to Letitia, but the small girl had already leaped up over the barrel, rushing toward the sounds of the conflict.
"Those two are nuts," he thought.
Using his cover to brace his pistol, Chance took aim, hoping to find the mysterious attacker. Bowman's bodyguards fired at shadows. He wasn't even sure if there was an attacker. Sweeping his sights across the field, a flash of movement snagged the detective's eye as one of the men at the SUV fell.
"I didn't even hear the shot."
A heartbeat later, his mind processed what he was seeing. A figure climbed out from underneath the vehicle, swiping a blade across the fallen guard's throat. The Omega was already inside the perimeter of the security detail. Confusion and fear washed over the group, but Millie's M&P shield bucked, drawing everyone's attention. With the small weapon at that distance, she was unable to take down the Omega. To make matters worse, the bodyguards had lost sight of the ghost, seeing only a figure behind the rear vehicle firing in their direction. They opened up, just as Letitia completed her sprint, sliding behind cover next to Millie. Using the commotion, Chance moved up, circling in the opposite direction to flank the Omega. He dropped behind an empty luggage transporter, falling prone and taking aim underneath the small utility vehicle. Over the sounds of battle, Letitia's tiny voice struggled to compete as she tried to tell them that they are there to help Dr. Bowman. With the guards' focus on the pair, the Omega slipped back into the fray, dropping another man with a series of short stabs before he disappeared again.
"Get her to the plane!"
The lead bodyguard shouted, hand resting on the door to the SUV. The security detail gathered around the vehicle as Anna Bowman followed their lead, keeping her hands over her head as she crouched. The doctor struggled to keep up in her hunched posture as she ran with her high heels still on.
"She's gonna get herself killed,"
Chance said under his breath, pushing himself up to his feet as he looked for the Omega. The assassin rose into view again on the far side of the vehicle that Bowman had just exited. He propped his PDW on the hood, taking a shot at the fleeing woman. But one of the bodyguards inadvertently stepped into the bullet's path, falling as they reached the waiting G-3 jet's air steps. Before the Omega could continue his assault, bullets sparked off of the armored hull as Millie and Letitia focused their fire on his position. The attacker darted out from cover, rushing headlong toward his target. Millie and Letitia chased him with their rounds, but Bowman's security detail only noticed their shots, turning to fire back and pinning the two girls behind their cover. Chance gritted his teeth, taking in a short breath.
"This is a bad idea."
He stepped out into the open and sprinted to intercept the Omega before he could take Bowman down. The doctor and the head of her security detail made it into the plane as the Omega's bullets cut down the two men still outside. Chance fired on the move, his rounds falling well short of his target.
"He's too fast."
He watched as the assassin reached the plane, leaping up inside, landing on the top step with little effort. With his head down, Chance dug deep and pulled up as much strength and speed as possible. The whine of the jet's engines filled the air as the craft moved forward. Letting out a shout of pain and rage, Chance reached the steps, climbing up as the plane accelerated. He rolled inside, preparing for the upcoming fight. Terre Haute, Indiana. Ty pulled the Serato up to the curb across the street from Dustin Carpenter's office building.
"That isn't good," he said, staring at the growing police and medical presence.
Fishing the earbuds from his jacket pocket, he stuffed them into his ears, calling Travis as he stepped out of the car.
Hey, I think we're too late.
Is Carpenter down?
I think so,
Ty said, checking for traffic as he crossed the street.
There are police and ambulances all over the place. Either he's dead, or there's a chili cook-off going down.
Get out of there. You can't risk getting caught, Travis said. Ty licked the corner of his mouth with the tip of his tongue, looking at the large crowd spilling out of the building.
Cancel that, Ty said. I've spotted our buddy. He's heading for his car. I'll swing by and grab him.
Fall back, Ty. You don't know if the Omega asset is there.
I'll hit you up when I've got good news.
He ended the call and plucked out the earbuds. He stepped onto the sidewalk, stopping in his tracks as his eyes settled on the Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the curb. A smile crept across his face, replaced by a frown.
Lucky dude gets to travel in style.
In his daze, something caught his eye. Something was moving against the grain not far from his man, Carpenter. Ty spotted a figure following the insect consultant and his bodyguard. The mystery man wasn't part of the security detail, dressing and moving much differently than the man guiding Carpenter.
Got you,
he whispered, cutting through the still-growing crowd as the police tried to contain the situation, allowing the EMTs inside the building.
I thought you Omegas were supposed to be hard to spot, he thought,
dipping his chin and increasing his pace. As the assassin cut the distance between himself and his target, Ty watched as the mystery man's hand emerged from his front pocket, holding something. A small pistol.
"Look out, bro!"
he shouted, running toward Carpenter. The bodyguard swept his client behind him, drawing a handgun from his hip and aiming at Ty.
"I'm not the bad guy here!"
Ty stuttered his steps, stopping as he held his hands up. But before the man could register the words, a series of pops echoed. The crowd screamed, scattering in all directions as the bodyguard spun to his left and returned fire at the assassin. Ty could see that the initial burst had struck Carpenter's man in the arm and leg, but he had lost sight of the Omega. He picked up speed, running straight for the car. Carpenter's bodyguard struggled to stay on his feet, balancing on his good leg as he ushered his client to the rear of the vehicle. More bullets struck the street around the courier as he slid to a stop behind the luxury sedan. He grabbed Carpenter's sleeve and pulled him close as two more cracks sounded before the man's bodyguard collapsed.
"Looks like we're pinned down, bro,"
he said to the consultant. Chapter 28. West of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Chance pulled himself into the cabin, straining against the plane as it gained speed. He stepped into the aisle and took a step toward the Omega stalking his prey. Dr. Anna Bowman shrank behind a row of seats. Her head of security popped up, pistol at the ready. The assassin pivoted to the side just as the bodyguard fired, the air shaking and pulsing outward from the report. The Omega answered with a trio of pops, each round a mere fraction of a second apart, as they punched through the man's body. He fired a second burst through the seat where the man's body fell. Chance steadied himself and raised his Glock. "Drop the weapon! It's over!" he shouted. The assassin spun to face Chance, whipping his MCX Rattler around. Chance pressed the trigger twice, one round grazing the man's shoulder as the other struck center mass. The PDW barked, shaking the air as the bullets tore at the seats. Chance lunged to the other side of the aisle. He charged forward, using an armrest to vault over the next row to kick the assassin's weapon from his grasp. Just as the detective raised his pistol, the assassin snapped his hand out, clutching Chance's arm to knock his weapon free. The Omega spun, twisting Chance's wrist to throw him. Flowing with his opponent, Chance rotated with the attack, trading places and finding himself between Bowman and the assassin. The Omega launched a series of attacks, mostly deflected, before Chance landed a low sidekick. He stole his foe's balance and landed a shovel hook to the ribs, followed by a tight left hook to the jaw. Undeterred, the Omega answered with a jackhammer blow to his chest, knocking Chance back several rows. The assassin drew a knife, stepping out into the center aisle. Chance grabbed a seat cushion, using it as a shield as he rushed the attacker. The blade sank into the flotation device, punching through the other side. The assailant's strength pushed the point several millimeters into Chance's chest as he let out a scream and drove the Omega toward the cockpit, away from Bowman. With a forceful shove, he sent the attacker staggering away, opening up the distance between them. Ripping the blade free of the cushion, his foe drew back his arm, ready to hurl the knife. Chance spotted the Rattler and scooped it up, charging ahead as he dumped the remaining rounds in the magazine, stitching a line up the man's chest, the last two tearing into flesh. One in his neck, and the other through his cheek, exiting under his ear. Chance continued, using his momentum to drive the man back into the bulkhead, separating the cabin from the flight crew. A muffled voice shouted in confusion and fear in response to the impact.
The Omega snapped out a short elbow, striking the side of Chance's head, knocking him out of the way. With his path to Dr. Bowman clear, the Omega stalked his target once more. As he passed by, Chance executed a shuffling sidekick, his foot planting solidly into his foe's chest, sending the Omega out the still-open door. Chance dropped to his knees, catching himself with his hands. His throat and lungs burned as he struggled to catch his breath. After several seconds, he pushed himself to his feet and pounded a fist on the cockpit door.
I'm a cop. I need you to land this plane right now.
He ignored the rambling from the pilot and headed toward the back, where Bowman's head of security was laying in the aisle, eyes open, staring into nothingness. Pressing a hand to the small puncture wound on his chest, Chance picked up his Glock and stuffed it into his holster. Dr. Bowman, I'm here to help you. He reached the seat where Anna Bowman had taken cover. Her eyes were wide, pupils fully dilated and darting around. Blood spatters covered her face, but her hands were clasped to her stomach, where more blood seeped from between her fingers. Chance leaped into action, pulling the security guard's jacket off of his body and pressing it to the gunshot wounds. Hold this. I'm going to look for a first aid kit, he said. Before he could head back to alert the pilot, Bowman grabbed his wrist. Her mouth opened and closed as she struggled to catch her breath. She locked eyes with the detective. What is it? What are you trying to tell me? Chance placed his hands on her cheeks, holding her head steady. Flair, Bowman stammered. Rebecca Flair? Yes, we're looking for her. You know why she's after you? Chance asked. Novus Ordo, Bowman winced in pain, trying to suck in one more breath. Seclorum. Novus Ordo Seclorum, Chance mumbled. What does that mean? Is that Latin? He felt the strength bleed away from her body like the crimson fluid flowing out from the bullet wounds. She slumped back, eyelids slowly lowering. Chance cursed, laying her head down. His focus bounced around the cabin, looking for anything else that might be of use to him, before spotting the doctor's laptop bag. He stood and wiped his hands on his pant legs, cleaning off as much of Bowman's blood as he could, before digging into his pocket for his phone. He looped the bag strap over his shoulder and called Travis, making his way toward the cockpit. Chance slammed his fist several times on the door. Land this plane now! Dr. Bowman is dead! He struggled to be heard over the rushing of the air from the doorway. Chance, I'm going to need some good news here, Travis said. Please tell me you and Millie got to Bowman. The doctor is dead, Chance said, looking back over his shoulder. Say again? I didn't... He looked down at the message on the screen. Call failed. He'd lost signal to his phone, unable to let Travis know what had happened. He leaned heavily on a nearby seat as the plane banked to turn back the way they came. I hope Millie and Letitia are okay, he said, his words lost in the rushing winds. Gabriel Murr drove his elbow into his foe's head, knocking the man to the side. He had only one task, and this man was in his way. Kill Dr. Bowman. He made his way toward his target when the mystery man recovered from his strike, shuffling in as he brought his knee up. Murr turned just in time for the man's foot to land just below his sternum. His world was overcome with chaos. The Omega felt the brief moment of weightlessness, the air rushing through his ears and the wind buffeting his body. Murr struck the ground hard, but his momentum sent him tumbling in the same direction the plane had been traveling. Asphalt struck his elbows, hips, knees, and skull as he slid to a stop. The Omega assassin leaped up to his feet, his hand dropping to the Walther PPQ holstered on his right hip. He brought the pistol up and pressed the trigger. Click. He slapped a palm on the base of the magazine and worked the slide, clearing what he thought was a malfunction. But the top half broke away from the polymer lower receiver as he pulled back. The weapon had been damaged when he hit the ground. Murr stood up and took in a deep breath through flared nostrils, watching as the plane took off without him. A tingling sensation and spreading warmth emanated from his neck and side of his face. He pressed a hand to the bullet wounds, his hands coming away wet with blood. But the implants had already started their work, slowing the bleeding until he could receive proper medical attention. He was fortunate. The shot had missed his carotid, finding only flesh and muscle. Also fortunate that he had been wearing body armor, stopping the rounds that had struck him in the torso. This is Murr, he said, activating the subdermal implant to communicate to the others. What's your status? Jada asked. Unconfirmed. I hit Bowman, but I was forced from the plane before I could complete the task.
Return to the rally point."
"Copy," Merce said.
He turned and faced the convoy in the distance, thinking about the unexpected resistance. He activated the implant again.
"I've had probable contact with subjects 9 and 16, he said, recalling all of the information he had on the young women, known as Millie and Letitia. "Permission to engage."
Jada's response came back quickly. "Are you combat effective?"
"I've sustained minor wounds, but remain near 100% effective," Merce said. He glanced down at the busted pistol in his hand, "and I'll have to procure weapons on site."
There was a long pause before Jada answered. "Negative. Return to the rally point."
Chapter 29. Terre Haute, Indiana. Sebastian growled, unable to close the distance for the killing shot on his target, Carpenter. A stranger had interfered, shouting a warning as he approached. The Omega seized the only opening he could, raising the subcompact pistol, gripped firmly in both hands as he opened fire. In the confusion and chaos, Carpenter's bodyguard had spun to face the shouting stranger, inadvertently turning to intercept the rounds meant for his client. The slide of Sebastian's pistol locked back. He whipped the empty magazine free, stuffing a fresh one into the weapon. But before he could re-engage, someone shouted to his left,
"Drop it! Put your gun down!"
A police officer had drawn his Glock 17, trying to usher people out of the line of fire. Before the officer could get a clear shot at the assassin, Sebastian pivoted and fired into the crowd, more than willing to shoot through innocent people to hit his target. 2 of his rounds hit an older businessman as he staggered by, sending him spinning to the ground, but the rest struck the young policeman in the chest and stomach. His pistol empty again, Sebastian shouldered his way through the panicking sea of bodies, picking up the officer's service weapon. He spun in time to see Carpenter's driver circling around, unsure of where the actual threat was. Sebastian smirked at the man's lack of awareness and incompetence, pumping 2 rounds into the driver's chest.
"Who is this obnoxious interloper that has stolen my opportunity?"
Sebastian pulled a spare mag from the dead officer's belt, stuffing it into his pocket as he headed toward the car again.
"No matter. You'll be dead, along with Carpenter."
Ty had lost sight of the assassin in the commotion.
"Whoa! I think that guy just melted into the crowd," he thought.
Carpenter's wild eyes snapped side to side, trying to figure out what was happening around him. The man was frightened and unable to find his legs as he sat, leaning on the rear fender of his car. Hooking a hand under Carpenter's arm, Ty hauled him up to his feet, pulling him around toward the driver's side of the vehicle. "Yo, you gotta get out of the line of fire, bro," he said, still scanning for the threat. He spotted the Omega again as a police officer shouted for him to drop his weapon. The assassin whirled around, gunned the young officer down through a wall of panicking civilians, heading over to grab the downed man's firearm. Carpenter's driver stepped out of the car, circling around the engine to face the unknown threat. He looked down at the bodyguard, trying to figure out where his client was, when the Omega put 2 rounds into the man's chest.
"Let's dip out,"
Ty said, pulling the rear door open. He ushered Carpenter inside.
"Who is that? Who are you?"
the consultant asked, his hands shaking.
"Why is he trying to kill me?"
Ty settled him in the seat and gave him 2 sharp slaps on the chest. "One thing at a time. We gotta roll." He yanked the driver's door open and hopped into the lush seat as his eyes swept across the dash. Push start ignition. Perfect, Ty thought as his finger hovered over the button. "Keys," he said, looking up at the rearview mirror into Carpenter's still wide eyes. "We're not going to make it very far without the key fob."
"Jacobs had it," Carpenter said. "He's out there."
"Which one is Jacobs?" Ty asked.
"The driver."
Carpenter waved a vague gesture out toward the chaos. Ty slammed his palms into the steering wheel and let out a curse.
"Of course that's where the keys would be."
"Stay down, Danny. I'll be back in a sec." Before Carpenter could protest, Ty stepped out of the car, poking his head up like a groundhog to get a snapshot of the nightmare playing out. He spotted the Omega pushing his way forward as another police officer closed the distance. The assassin shifted his focus to the new threat, away from Carpenter. With a grin, Ty sprinted around the Rolls-Royce to the sidewalk next to Jacob's body, lying face down on the concrete.
"Sorry about this,"
he said, patting the front pockets before switching to the jacket. He felt the fob and plucked it free.
Jackpot!
Ty spotted the Omega spinning to take aim at him now. Courier's eyes bulged, his heart racing. He leaped up, sliding across the hood as the assassin's bullets chipped at the metal behind him.
"Give me the keys,"
Carpenter said, climbing out of the car and heading toward the front seat, finding his courage again.
"I gotta get out of here."
Ty shoved Carpenter's head down as more rounds skipped across the car's roof, barely missing the man. He body-checked Carpenter into the rear of the vehicle again.
Sit down, short pants. I'm driving.
Ty's body barely settled into the leather seat as he pulled the door closed and jammed his thumb into the ignition, waking the 6.8-liter V12 engine. He engaged the locks just as the Omega's fingers hooked into the handle, trying to yank the far side passenger door open. The Phantom shuddered as the wheel struggled to find purchase, clawing its way out onto the street. The rear window thumped as 9mm rounds sank into the Lexan laminate, unable to penetrate the bullet-resistant barrier. More rounds skipped off the armored hull as Ty opened up the throttle, the car's engine growling in protest.
I think he's following us,
Carpenter said, turning to look out the back window. Ty glanced at the side mirror, watching as the Omega pulled the Serato out onto the street.
We should be safe. That car can't keep up with us.
He pressed down on the gas pedal as the Phantom accelerated. With a frown, Ty's eyes dropped to the speedometer.
Shouldn't this thing be going faster? It's an armored car,
Carpenter said, covering his head with his hands. More pops and thumps snapped Ty back into the moment as their pursuer fired at his window, the rounds mushrooming against the layered plastics.
Never bring a gun to a car chase,
Ty said with a smirk.
What?
Carpenter sat up in his seat.
Buckle up, bro. We're going for a ride.
Ty let the car veer to the right, shrinking the distance between the two vehicles. The Omega answered by pulling the Kia toward them, firing 3 more rounds at the front tire. Feathering the brake, Ty let the chase car steal the lead. He felt the sluggish response as the bullets struck the rubber, but the Phantom continued course.
Gotta time this right,
Ty said, yanking the wheel hard as he used his front fender to nudge the Serato's rear sideways, sending the Omega into a spin as the armored vehicle scraped by. He looked into the rear view, watching as the small coupe's front end slammed into a parked car, whipping the tail against the curb. The assassin pulled the vehicle back out onto the street, but the collision had torn one of the rear tires free from the wheel, sending a shower of sparks as the car slowed to a stop.
Run flats, loser,
he said, watching the chase car recede into the distance. Carpenter sat silent for a moment, staring at the hollow point bullets stuck in the vehicle's glass. He leaned forward, still trying to process everything happening around him.
Who are you?
Bluetooth, all right. Now that's what I'm talking about.
Ty paired his phone to the car's entertainment system.
I'll be your driver for this trip, Mr. Carpenter. Just sit back and relax. And don't forget to give me a 5-star rating.
Chapter 30. West of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Wesker closed the car door and buttoned his jacket.
What's the word on this guy?
The pilot of this aircraft called the police shortly after an attack on the plane. He says a man identifying himself as DPD ordered him to land.
Poe double-checked the information on his tablet.
And we think this is Chance Hunter?
Strong possibility. The pilot's description is corroborated by the surviving security team from the private airstrip.
Wesker nodded, putting his sunglasses on to fend off the reddish glow of the setting sun. The U.S. Marshals approached the scene where the pilot had touched down, wading through the sea of police, firefighters, and paramedics, heading toward the FAA agent in charge. A pair of gurneys sat in the middle, both covered by white sheets. Wesker shook hands with the agent before nodding to the two bodies, his wordless question probing for more information. The FAA agent put his hands on his hips, taking a deep breath as he looked at the plane in the distance.
2 victims, Dr. Anna Bowman and her head of security, Michael Rivera.
.40 caliber? Wesker asked, lifting the corner of one of the sheets.
300 blackout,
the agent said.
Carbine, we think.
Poe leaned over to Wesker, whispering something into his ear.
Or a PDW, like the attack on the CIA black site, the younger marshal said.
What do we do about Dr. Bowman? Wesker asked, rubbing the back of his neck.
She's a behavioral specialist with some high-profile clients, all protected by patient privileges.
Of course, one of the state detectives scoffed. Wesker ignored the man's disdain, turning to address Poe. Find out what you can about the doctor. He turned to the other man. We'll get out of your way, Agent. With a nod and handshake, the marshals left, heading back to the car. We need to find out where Hunter went. It's only been an hour, so he can't have gone too far. Wesker unbuttoned his jacket and dug into a pocket for the car keys.
Sir, I'm getting reports of a man found dead in his home, Poe said, sliding a finger across his tablet. The attacker killed the entire security staff as well.
Wesker shook his head, hand resting on the roof of the car. Who's the victim?
Ronald Payne, senior VP of some marketing firm.
Wesker raised an eyebrow. Are you sure this is related?
If you just look at the recent victims, the ties aren't so clear, Post said. But I've been putting a file together of some loose affiliation to Rebecca Flair and her associates. Payne has been using his company's data mining capabilities to build some in-depth consumer profiles.
How does that come into play here?
Well, there was quite a bit of a media backlash about the possibility of Payne using his company's talents to dig up personal information that it could use to blackmail high-profile people.
Wesker nodded. Let's keep tabs on that investigation. But we need to find Detective Hunter first. He's the key to finding Stone and ending this. Chapter 31. Evansville, Indiana. Roland spun his wheelchair around, carrying a case of water in his lap. He lifted the bottles into the open refrigerator before rolling back to close the door.
How many more of these safe houses do you have?
Last one, Travis said, placing several bags of ground coffee beans into the cupboard.
So why did we have to leave the first one?
Roland made his way into the living room, glancing at the TV on the shelf against the wall.
This one is considerably smaller.
Travis chuckled. Better safe than sorry, Roland. John had been staying in the other house for weeks. Besides, there are more bedrooms in this house. Only the flat screen is smaller.
Yeah, I suppose. This one smells nicer, too.
That's because Maverick isn't here yet, stinking the place up with his cigarettes. Travis checked his list of supplies, marking off the items they had already picked up. He should be here soon enough, though, so I'm going to need your help to make sure he lights up on the back patio. Roland nodded, looking out the sliding glass door toward the small backyard. The clacking of the deadbolt startled him. John opened the front door, stepping to the side to let Jimenez by. The sharpshooter wore a mask of grim determination, where his normally friendly expression would have been. He passed by Travis and Roland, giving each a nod as he headed down the hall to stow his gear. John locked the door behind him, joining the others. Roland could see from his body language that they didn't have any good news to report after finding Payne dead.
Discover anything else?
Travis asked.
Nothing,
John said, removing the holstered pistol tucked into his waistband.
Flair's assets cleaned the place up before leaving. We're back to square one.
I still haven't heard anything from the others, Travis said. Maybe they'll get lucky. But Millie and Letitia should be here any minute.
Detective Hunter?
Travis shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. He tried to call but lost the signal. Maybe Millie will know something. John rubbed his temples, leaning against the island counter in the middle of the kitchen. Jimenez came out, still stoic as he stood next to John.
Why aren't they using the front door?
Roland asked, rolling toward the sliding glass door to unlock it.
And why are they...
Millie thanked Roland and slipped by him, Letitia right on her heels.
Where's your car?
Roland asked.
We ditched it, Letitia said. Things got a little heated.
Did you reach Dr. Bowman? John asked. Millie shook her head.
Letitia and I had to bail. One of the Omegas showed up, complicating matters a bit.
What happened? Travis asked. Where's Chance?
The assassin got past us, boarding Bowman's plane, Millie said. Chance gave chase and followed him.
John nodded, understanding the implications. Travis and Jimenez exchanged concerned glances.
He could still be alive,
Roland said. The silence stretched out, a silk thread lashing all of their fears and thoughts together. Travis's hand fell to his pants pocket. Hang on, he said, pulling out his phone and glancing at the screen as it buzzed.
This could be Chance.
They watched as he answered, keeping his voice low as he moved into the hallway.
Were you able to get anything else from the encounter with the Omega? John asked. How they move? How they fight?
Just like we suspected. He was trained to fight like the Beta assets, Millie said. But he was blending everything together, fighting up close and far away. Blades, bullets. They're far more dangerous than we thought.
Letitia absently adjusted her holstered subcompact pistol.
All it takes is one well-placed shot.
I hope you're right, Jimenez said.
You better. That's your specialty, Letitia said with a smirk.
Her levity failed to crack through his grim expression. Roland looked down at his phone.
Hey, it's Chance. He's calling you?
John asked.
He sent an email. Looks like Dr. Bowman is dead, but he's got her laptop.
Roland read through the long string of text, trying to decipher the wall of characters on his screen.
I'm going to try and call him, John said.
His phone is busted, Roland said.
He had to get to some place with Wi-Fi to send this. But he says the Omega is down.
Dead? Millie asked.
Man, I hope so,
Letitia muttered.
He doesn't know,
Roland answered. Travis came out of the hall, a strange look on his face, like confusion and confidence battling to come out on top. A spark in his eye lingered.
Who was that?
John asked.
Come on, man, spill it,
Letitia said, impatient. That was Ty. He's got Carpenter with him. Millie struggled to keep the smile off of her face, her disdain for the cocky courier well known to everyone else. But he had more than proven his worth to the team. He'll be here any minute. As quickly as the smile had come, it faded from Millie's face. With the news of a possible lead confirmed, John was noticeably more relaxed. They still had a lot of work ahead, but finally, something was going their way. That glimmer of hope was enough to keep the fires stoked.
So what now? Roland asked. Once Ty brings this Carpenter guy in, what are we supposed to do then?
We get what we can about Flair, about the Omegas, Travis said.
Maybe he can point us in the right direction to end all of this, John said. Shut the order down.
This time, we make sure Flair stays down for good, Millie said.
How do we manage that?
Roland asked.
This safe house is the last of Travis's resources. We're stretched pretty thin here as it is. If we keep up this breakneck pace, we'll be spent in a couple of days.
We'll figure that out later, kid, John said. The roaring rumble of an engine interrupted their discussion.
Chance?
Roland asked. No, Millie said, impatience already bleeding into her features. The car horn blared, letting out 2 quick bleats, followed by a long honk.
Does that idiot understand the concept of a safe house?
Jimenez patted her shoulder.
Come on, let's go remind him what lay low means.
Travis read the incoming message on his phone. Kat just picked Chance up. They'll be here within the hour.
Good. While she's looking through Bowman's computer, we can talk to Mr. Carpenter, John said.
I'm just saying it's not a big deal, Ty said, walking into the house ahead of the others. Why would you have a safe house close to some nosy neighbors? A little horn honk isn't going to bring the cops down on our heads. Millie strode in behind the courier, her face practically twitching to hold the rage back. Jimenez followed, escorting Dustin Carpenter inside before locking the door behind them. Millie stabbed a finger at the package cradled in Ty's arm. You stop for snacks? Hey, man, this dude's car gets garbage mileage. Ty pointed a thumb over his shoulder toward Carpenter. I needed to refuel and reload. Carpenter's eyebrows rose, his eyes widening.
It's an armored car! It's not supposed to be fuel efficient.
Ty shrugged, popping another cookie into his mouth. You stopped for gas while fleeing from an assassin hunting the man you had with you? Travis asked, his words coming out slowly while he tried to process the insanity of the situation. Do you realize how grossly irresponsible it was to put Carpenter into even more danger? He stayed in the car, Ty said, exchanging a fist bump with Roland before settling down onto the couch and putting his feet up onto the coffee table.
You left him in the car?
Jimenez blurted. Yeah, he wasn't going anywhere. I had the keys. Besides, he would be stupid to leave that armored cocoon with some guy out there trying to put a bullet into his brain pan. Even in that battleship on wheels, I got us out of there, Ty said, tossing his sunglasses onto the table next to his feet. You wanted Carpenter? I got Carpenter. Mission accomplished. The room fell silent for a beat. Ty shook the package in his hand. Cookie? Millie's face flushed as she stormed across the living room. John moved to intercept her.
We should all take a breath and calm down, he said. He's right. Carpenter is safe. Now we need to find out what he knows.
Chapter 32. Cat 6 came into the safe house, lugging the bag with Dr. Bowman's computer inside. Chance followed, securing the entrance. He turned slowly, getting a feel for the tension inside.
Hi, guys. Whoa, it's pretty thick in here, Cat said. What did we miss?
Just Mom and Dad freaking out, as usual, Ty said. Chance could see the hatred bubbling up in Millie's face. He looked around the room, seeing Roland in the corner, still looking out the back door. Travis and Jimenez were in the kitchen, and Letitia was whispering to Millie to keep her calm. I take it you weren't successful with Carpenter? Chance asked. Where's John? Ty's smile broadened,
Travis handed Chance a cup of coffee. "John is in the back, securing Carpenter before we have our little chat with him." Chance pressed his lips together, accepting the drink as he nodded. He turned to face Ty and raised the cup slightly. "You doing okay?" Jimenez asked. The detective's palm found its way to the bruise on the side of his head, letting his hand continue to the back of his neck. "Nothing a nice hot shower won't fix." John emerged from the back bedroom, nodding and shaking hands with Chance. "Good to see you in one piece." "Same," he replied. "No luck with Payne?" "He was dead before we got there," Jimenez said. "Did you get anything from Bowman before she died?" Travis asked. She said Flair's name." Chance looked at the dark liquid in the mug. "And something in Latin, I think." "What was it?" Millie asked, taking a step forward. "Something like Novus Order Sex something." "Novus Ordo Seclorum," Kat said. "Yeah," Chance replied, pointing at the hacker. "That." "New World Order," Kat said, translating the words for the rest of the group. "Nova, the God Hand," Millie said, looking John in the eye. "Do you think she's working to resurrect that?" John folded his arms over his chest, closing his eyes. "We have no reason to believe that's salvageable. Parker saw to that." "Let's find out what our friend back there knows," Jimenez said, nodding his head toward the bedroom. "I'll bring him out here," Travis said. Chance smiled and nodded at Millie and Letitia. "Glad you two made it out in one piece. Well, two pieces." "We weren't the ones in danger, old man," the younger woman said. "Looks like you cut yourself shaving. Your chest." Chance buttoned up his jacket, covering the tank top, and hiding the bandage over the minor puncture wound from the Omega's knife tip. "It's dangerous out there, you know." He took a seat next to Ty, accepting one of the offered cookies, as Travis escorted Carpenter to the chair opposite the couch. The consultant landed hard, his weight dropping onto the firm cushion. "Hey," he said over his shoulder at Travis. "I really don't want to play games," John said. "Tell us everything you know about Rebecca Flair and the Order." Carpenter's eyes widened. Everything?" "We're your only hope at stopping those Omega assets before they get their hands on you," Travis said. "You help us bring Flair down, and you live. It's as simple as that." "What's an Omega asset?" Carpenter's eyes bounced from John to Travis, then to Millie, who was boring holes through him with her glare. "I said no games." John stood and approached the man in the chair. "Would you prefer we drop you off somewhere Flair's assassins can find you?" "Look, I don't know what Omega assets—" "He's no use to us," Millie said, interrupting him. "Are you talking about the Omega Protocol?" he asked. "Is that why they're after me? Someone activated the protocol?" Millie shouldered past John, grabbing 2 handfuls of Carpenter's shirt, lifting him to his feet. "What is the Omega Protocol?" Standing, he was much taller than Millie, but the fear in his eyes made him feel far smaller. "It's a scorched earth protocol. Wipe everything out and start over." "Start over? That doesn't make any sense," Travis said. "Not from scratch," Carpenter stammered. "It's to clear the way for the next group. The protocol is meant to make everyone think the Order is gone completely. Remove suspicion from anyone else continuing their work." "Are they resurrecting old programs?" John asked. "The training? Technology?" Millie released the man, letting him take a step back. "Look, I don't know everything," Carpenter said. "But I suppose if they've got old files, they could rebuild. Like when someone asks you what you would do if you got to start your life over knowing everything you know now." "They would have plenty of time on their hands," Chance said. "By the time anyone would suspect anything, they could possibly have already rebuilt everything." "I don't understand," Letitia said. "Why would Flair think she can just start over like that?" "I mean, she's no spring chicken, but she would still have a couple of decades to do some serious damage," Chance said. "It doesn't matter if it makes sense or not," John said. "We've got to stop her no matter what." Northern California. Far more mobile now than before, Flair used the mechanical leg braces to move around the underground medical facility. She plodded down the hall, investigating each room as she passed, discovering what her money had been used for. The Omega Protocol itself had been funded entirely using the Order's own resources. But this separate building and all of the people and equipment inside were something she had put together. Unbeknownst to the others, she had modified the protocol to task the Omega assets with getting her to this location if she was still alive. It was a contingency plan to stave off the primary Scorched Earth protocol until her actual death. But the way things had actually played out seemed far more beneficial to her. A way to clear out the incompetence and obstruction with the existing organization. Too bloated, too slow. Now she had a chance to leverage her knowledge and power without appeasing others that had wormed their way into positions of power, stroking their egos to get even the most mundane things done. With the weeds pulled, it was time to re-sow the field, rebuilding what she was so close to accomplishing with the original plan. This would be Flair's ultimate vision for a new world order. The medical staff tasked with saving her life were no longer necessary. She had recently made more adjustments to the plan, focusing on the next steps. Gregory Castillo, a former Beta asset, assembled a small team to provide security. His first assignment was to eliminate the superfluous doctors and nurses protecting her secrets. More computer experts and programmers had also been brought in. She tasked them with rebuilding the Nova virtual intelligence from the notes and scrap data Jada's team had recovered. It was a near impossible task with no clear direction, but Nova was Flair's brainchild, brought to life after cultivating a working relationship with the technology firm that had created it initially. With her guidance, she could pull it from the digital ashes, once again working to establish control over the world's resources. Agriculture, military, technology, finance, with Nova overseeing everything, she would finally bring order. Jada entered, with Murr and Sebastian flanking him. Flair spun on her heel slowly to face them as they covered the remaining distance, their postures and gaits steady and purposeful. With all her focus on resurrecting the VI, she had put too little thought into bringing back the God Hand. Seeing these men, weapons, stride toward her, an odd inspiration had struck her. Before Jada could speak, Flair reached for her phone, calling one of the lead techs. She held up a finger as the Omega stood at attention. "Scrap the drones," she said. "I want the Javelin staged and deployed from geosynchronous satellites." Originally designed to launch from unmanned aircraft, the God-Hand system had been designed to give the Order the ability to hit targets with an unguided, inert projectile, making it far more difficult to track and stop. The kinetic strike javelins hit with the power of conventional munitions, but dropping them from satellites would allow them to be scaled up. The increased mass and elevation would grant the God-Hand with the destructive capabilities of nuclear weapons. Ending the call, Flair slid the phone into her pocket and stood up straight, looking at Jada. The Omega understood the unspoken signal and took a half-step forward. Her eye drifted to the man's right, seeing the bandages on Murr's neck and face. Her face twisted into a near scowl as her attention bounced back to Jada. "Payne has been dealt with. His home was wiped clean of all data," Jada said. "We've recovered what we could and left the rest for the authorities to discover." "And what about Dr. Bowman?" Flair said, once again looking at Murr's condition. "Initial reports say she's dead, ma'am." Jada's posture and expression never wavered as he delivered the news. "You weren't there to confirm the death?" Flair asked. Murr shook his head. "One of John's associates boarded the plane with me. He interfered after I had shot Dr. Bowman. I was unable to verify before I was kicked from the plane. His nonchalant way of talking about being hurled from a moving jet didn't even register in his voice." Flair kept her eyes fixed on him. Was Bowman dead? She had to trust their reports and continue as planned. "But there's something else," Murr said. "Subjects 9 and 16 were at the airstrip." Flair looked at Jada, who only responded with a small nod. "I was unable to engage after I was thrown from the craft." "His weapons were damaged when he fell," Jada said. "I gave the order to return." Flair closed her eyes, her jaw clenching. After pulling in several breaths through flared nostrils, she nodded. The look in Subject 9's eyes when she had shot Flair was imprinted in her mind. It was all she could see at times.
What about the third target?
Flair asked. Dustin Carpenter escaped, Sebastian said. Flair's eyes shot open. She took a step past Jada, the motorized joints of her braces whining and buzzing from the sudden burst.
How did he escape?
The words pressed out from between her clenched jaw as she bared her teeth. Someone interfered. I pursued, but was unable to get to Carpenter once he was inside his armored car, Sebastian said, his posture showing no hint of fear or doubt in his story. We don't know who it was, Jada added, but we believe he was one of John Stone's associates, an Asian male of small stature.
The courier,
Flair thought, balling up her fists. She wanted to slam them into Sebastian's face. The Omega stood fast, cold and unmoving, ready to receive his punishment, but she knew it would accomplish nothing. Her head swam as her pulse elevated. A nurse standing nearby brought the wheelchair over.
Miss Flair, you should sit— Get that thing away from me,
Flair shouted, gripping the arm of the chair with a prosthetic limb and hurling it across the room. The nurse shrank away, raising her hands to protect herself from an incoming barrage. The technician rushed up to help the nurse. Flair's eyes darted at him as she whipped a backhand across his jaw, sending the man's body spinning away. She snapped her flesh-and-blood hand out, grasping the nurse by the throat and pulling her close, locking eyes with the frightened woman. She shoved the nurse away and spun around to face the Omegas, a wall of stoic figures, ready to accept their fates. It took several tense moments for Flair to regain her composure. She had changed since John's attack on the Steens Mountain base. Anger and anxiety pulled her far too easily to each extreme, guiding her thoughts and actions. The same weakness she saw in the others. Wyndham, Blanchard, and even Anderson had let their emotions direct them. It was something she had prided herself on, not falling prey to her outbursts. It was the Omega's cold demeanor, lacking emotion, that helped pull her back to the moment. Sebastian had failed to eliminate the third objective, but he reported only the fact. No apologies, no excuses, and no mealy-mouthed confessions about getting Carpenter back. She realized that she must accept blame for moving ahead with the original protocol, instead of following her gut to go after John. Flair considered the implications of the interference. He had far more power and influence than she had initially thought. The plans must change. They could no longer focus on the Omega Protocol without taking care of the more immediate threat. Flair turned to face Jada, slowing her breathing as she straightened her posture.
All Omega assets are to be diverted and reassigned. Your new target is John Stone.
Of course, Jada said. I'll recall the others right away. Flair had to fight the impulsive urge to take back her orders. She understood the importance of the Omega Protocol, but she lacked the resources to split their focus. Dealing with the more immediate threat was the right call.
John Stone must fall.
Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Sir, I've got something,
Poe said. A location on Hunter? Wesker removed his sunglasses, tucking them into his jacket pocket.
No, there was an incident in Terre Haute at an office building.
Poe flipped through the incoming information on his tablet. Police and EMTs responded to a man having a heart attack when someone opened fire. Wesker glanced at the young man, keeping the car on course. Attacking the police? Looks like one officer was killed in the incident, along with 2 security specialists. But the target was a businessman, Poe said. Just got the confirmation from agents on the scene. The silence stretched out as Poe continued reading. Wesker gripped the wheel tighter, losing his patience. Christ, you're killing me, son. Who is the perpetrator after? Also, what does this have to do with Bowman and Payne?
Sorry, sir. The killer was after Dustin Carpenter. He's a consultant for INSEC. Was a consultant, anyway.
Dead?
Sorry, no. He escaped. I just meant that INSEC...
I'm aware of the company's status. I want the whereabouts of this Carpenter guy, Wesker said, nearly losing his calm. Poe flicked a finger across his tablet as he continued.
That's weird. We've got no real information on Dustin Carpenter, or why anyone would want him dead. But someone clearly wanted him to survive.
Feds? Wesker's voice was calm.
Not likely,
Poe said. Surveillance footage and eyewitness accounts point to an Asian male escorting Carpenter to his car and driving away. And I take it this man wasn't Carpenter's normal driver? Wesker asked, placing his hands on his lap as he stopped at a red light. Poe turned the tablet around, showing the surveillance footage, paused at a specific frame. I can't make out the facial features perfectly, but the stature, clothes, and hair are a pretty promising clue. Poe smiled. Him driving the getaway car is the cherry on top. Octane. Wesker stared down at the grainy image on the tablet. If Carpenter was the target and one of Stone's associates rescued him, we'll need more information on this consultant. Chapter 33. Jefferson City, Missouri, 2 days later. Santos pushed ahead of the trio of Omegas, taking point. I'm at the target location now. Cook and Kobayashi fell into position on Santos's flanks, providing cover as they approached the home. It was an address that one of the computer techs working under Sebastian had found. Crossing the front lawn, Santos gestured to the east and west of the property, signaling the others to take up their positions. She reached the front entrance and dropped to a knee, pressing her body against the wall.
I've got tracks, Cook radioed. 2 vehicles.
Nothing at the rear entrance, Kobayashi said. Santos paused, pulling the stock of her weapon tight against her shoulder. Tracks, but no vehicles at the scene. She still had to operate under the assumption that their targets were inside.
In position, Cook said.
In position, Kobayashi added. On 3, Santos said, moving back. She counted to herself, the same rhythm and timing they had all coordinated together, allowing them to operate in sync. Leading with her shoulder, Santos pushed forward, splintering the frame as the door swung inward. With her rattler shouldered, she swept the muzzle across the entryway. The other 2 assets entered, converging on her position. Santos lowered her weapon, bringing it up only after Kobayashi passed, to avoid flagging him as he joined her in the living room. They spoke, using a series of simple gestures, communicating the status to each other. There was no sign of anyone inside, but through their swift exchange, the 3 assassins had their assigned routes to clear the house. Santos moved down the hall as she brought the barrel of her PDW up, ready to engage any threat. Moving with speed and precision, the 3 Omegas swept the entire home, searching each room thoroughly. It was clear to Santos that John and the others were here at one time, but had since left, leaving almost nothing of value. The place had been hastily scrubbed, but still, she knew it would be enough to prevent them from gleaning any useful information. The target has fled, she said, sub-vocalizing through her implant. We'll continue the search, but it looks like they didn't leave much behind. Copy, Sebastian said. Jada says to return to HQ. We're close to pinpointing an alternate location. While Santos, Cook, and Kobayashi investigated the address of a known safe house in Travis Chambers' name, Sebastian had been in charge of running a more brute force attack to pull more relevant data. Cook looked down at an empty package of cookies, wiping a palm across the countertop to clear the crumbs.
Is it worth the risk? Alerting the CIA that he's breaking into Chambers' private files before we can make our move? Right now, speed is more important than stealth, Santos said. Stone is on the move, and we need to ramp up the pace if we're going to catch up.
Kobayashi joined them in the kitchen, having also listened to the radio conversation with Sebastian. By the time word gets back to Chambers, we'll already be making our move. The tactical advantage will still be ours. Evansville, Indiana. Cat 6 rolled her seat back, stretching her body to ease the tension.
You need better chairs if you expect me to work this long.
What have you got so far? John asked.
Nothing yet. But this should help.
Cat gestured to Dr. Bowman's laptop sitting next to hers.
The files in here, along with Carpenter's credentials, should start tying things together.
How so? Chance asked, still unsure of how the acquired computer could help.
Well, Bowman's research and Carpenter's consulting gig are 2 seemingly separate chunks of data. But InSec and the Order's Greek programs are still tied together in all of this.
Cat laced her fingers together to represent the relationship.
Once we uncover the threads that connect them, We should be able to find out more about the Omega Protocol. And what we're really up against, Millie said, crossing her arms.
Travis walked out into the hastily assembled command center in the home's dining room. Just talked to my contact at the CIA. He'll be able to provide Carpenter with protection. And you're sure this isn't a setup? Chance asked. They're not going to try and bring all of us in when he picks Carpenter up? Give me some credit. He says he'll look the other way, but just to make sure I set up a separate drop point, so we don't give up our location.
Whoa,
Kat said, snapping everyone's attention her way. What is it? John asked.
The Omega Protocol. Looks like I found the trigger sequence.
Her fingers whipped across the keys, bringing up older files to cross-reference.
They've all been tripped.
Travis leaned in to look at the data. What triggers?
Flair and her associates all had implants tracking their biometrics. Once each had flatlined, the system flagged their death and escalated the protocol. The first one happened a couple of years ago.
Price Wyndham, John said, almost under his breath. Travis looked at the next two names.
Blanchard and Anderson.
Anderson? Isn't that the dude you gave flying lessons to? Ty asked. He's the reason you got locked up. Kat traced her screen with a finger.
Right here. This is the final trigger. That's when these encrypted messages went out.
What are those messages for? Travis asked.
That's the part I can't figure out. I mean, this one is pretty obvious, though.
Kat pointed to the highlighted text, Omega Protocol activated. Looks like it was sent out to 7 separate devices. Travis examined the location markers.
6, Kat said. This one sent the message. Steen's Mountain, Millie said.
Flair's near death must have kicked off the Omega Protocol, Travis said. Probably a failsafe to get assets to her location for a rescue.
Doesn't track, Kat said. The locations of the other devices would have made this all but useless for a rescue, especially in a time-sensitive situation like that.
It wasn't a near death that triggered it, John said, looking at Millie. It was her actual death.
Flair didn't activate the protocol, she said, returning John's stare. I did. It was never meant for her.
How can you know that? Chance asked. Carpenter said the protocol was a scorched earth policy, John said. To wipe out all traces of the order, including Flair. It was always meant to cover their tracks, so no one would know how much power they actually had. And now we're unable to undo what they had accomplished, Travis said, finishing John's line of reasoning. Nor would we be able to find and remove anyone in power still working toward the Order's ultimate goal. New World Order, Chance said.
But that's not what happened, Letitia said. Flair is alive, right? She's in charge.
John folded his arms and closed his eyes. The protocol must have shifted when she survived. When the first responders resuscitated her, she must have changed the plan.
Not likely, Kat said. What's that supposed to mean? Millie asked. Are you saying that wasn't Flair they pulled out of the rubble? That was definitely Flair, but the paramedics weren't the ones that saved her.
Care to elaborate? Chance asked.
According to Carpenter's files, INSEC was experimenting heavily, and I stress heavily, into medical implants, Kat said. Cutting-edge stuff to keep their soldiers alive and on the battlefield as long as possible.
So they can keep killing, Roland said, almost under his breath. Assuming all of that technology is gone, Chance said. Is that why they would need Carpenter?
It's not gone, Kat said. Looks like the U.S. government confiscated all of the tech. It's in their hands now.
Including the people involved? John's eyebrows lowered. Where are they keeping it?
The people are all in custody now.
Kat typed out several commands on the keyboard.
But the tech is still in one of the INSEC facilities.
I imagine the government doesn't want everyone to know about it just yet, Travis said. Roland scoffed.
Not until their own soldiers benefit from it.
John leaned forward on the couch, resting his elbows on his knees as he pulled in another deep breath. His chest was tight, like fine silk threads kept his lungs bound tightly. With the others relaxing in the bedrooms, he finally had a moment to take stock of his condition. Reaching for the mug on the table, he leaned back, struggling to maintain his grip. John switched hands and looked down to see the slight tremors He flexed his fingers, then balled them into a fist to squeeze the shaking away. "How you holding up?" Scott asked, making his way through the dark living room to take a seat. John saw the evident concern in the detective's moonlit face.
"As well as can be expected."
"That bad, huh?" John smiled and took a sip from the mug, holding it in both hands. "Travis brought me up to speed when I got back, but I gotta know what you think," Scott said. "This plan got a chance in hell of succeeding?" John looked at the grizzled man. He saw himself in 20 years.
"If I last that long." "We don't have much choice," he said.
Yeah. Flair has got to be stopped. The order needs to crumble. I'm aware of all that mumbo-jumbo." Scott slouched back in the chair, looking up at a sliver of moonlight on the ceiling. "I'm asking if we're the ones that can pull it off. Should we be bringing in some outside help?"
"We can't sit back and let Flair get away."
"We've got more than enough time to figure out what she's up to," Scott said. "She's not executing the original plan, so chances are she doesn't plan on slipping away into the night."
"Too many people have died already," John said.
He let his shoulders relax, taking mental note of his injuries. Multiple rib fractures over the years, healing slower each time. Hands that could barely hold on to things.
How difficult would it be to fire a weapon?
Knife and bullet wounds, all leaving patches of scar tissue, stealing away his mobility. His muscles all ached. He had to admit that he had lost a step in speed and reaction, with no real opportunity to maintain his physical condition. Deep down, John knew that Scott was right.
"We can't take the risk," he finally said. "We don't know who to trust. Flair could still have people higher up helping her out."
"Of that I have no doubt," Scott said. "I'm not talking about bureaucrats and executives. I'm talking about manpower. Fighters." John chuckled.
"Where are we supposed to find that kind of support? The Yellow Pages?"
"That's old-fashioned thinking," Scott said. "We live in a digital age now. At least that's what all these kids keep saying."
"I can't ask anyone else to risk their lives to fight for me."
"I'm not so sure we're going to make it out of this alive," Scott said, looking in John's direction. John just looked at him, trying to read his expression in the low light. "If we keep up this pace, you and I both know we'll drop dead from exhaustion alone." Scott pulled a pack of cigarettes from his robe pocket and plucked one out with his lips. John's heart hammered hard in his chest. Scott's words weighed heavily, but his need to protect the others only made it worse.
"This is my fight. It always has been. No one else needs to die in this battle to bring the order down."
Gritting his teeth and tightening his body, John pushed himself up to his feet, doing his best to hide the effort.
"I'll be fine,"
John said. "You sure about that? You're taking an awful lot of responsibility on your shoulders." Scott fished out a lighter. "You know I'm right. We need more help."
"No more,"
John said.
"No one else is risking their lives for this. Parker, Curtis, and Pierce. That's enough. If we don't take this chance to bring Flair down for good, then their deaths will have meant nothing."
"And if we all die?" John turned to face Scott.
"Then we make sure Flair goes down in flames with us."
Chapter 34.
"Get in,"
Millie said, holding the rear door of a dark blue sedan open for Carpenter and letting him into the back seat. The consultant looked around, hands held close to his chest as his eyes darted left and right.
"It's safe, man. Trust us,"
Letitia said, making her way toward the passenger side. Millie guided Carpenter inside and shut the door as she also looked around.
"Should I be worried too?" Letitia asked. "You're pretty nervous about something." "We can't let our guards down. Not even here." "Do you think Chambers' guy is on our side?"
Letitia tugged the seatbelt across her lap.
"You think they're gonna arrest us when we drop this dude off?"
Millie jabbed the key into the ignition, shaking her head and shrugging.
"Where'd you get this car?"
Carpenter asked, doing his best to sink into the seats. "Flair's people are going to spot us coming from a mile away in this junker. Their bullets are going to punch through this thing like paper. A clacking knock jerked Carpenter out of his examination of the vehicle. He let out a chirping shriek and scooted to the other side of the back seat. Millie rolled the window down before Ty could knock again with his helmet. "Ladies," he said with a nod. "Looks like I'll be your escort for at least the first leg of this little trip."
Try to keep it low-key, Ty. We don't need any attention on us, Millie said.
Why would they be looking at this piece of crap when they could be eyeing that beauty?
Ty waved the helmet in his hand toward the Ducati to his left. Rolling the window up, Millie jammed the shifter into drive and brought the Nissan Sentra around the safe house and onto the driveway.
"He likes you,"
Letitia said, smiling. Knuckles turning white, Millie fought to keep the tension out of her neck and jaw. She held her eyes on the road, waiting for the courier to start up his motorcycle and fall in behind them.
"He's going to get us killed."
"How? Should we be worried about that guy?" Carpenter asked. "He drives like a maniac."
"Don't worry,"
Letitia said.
"He's only following for a few miles. He's got his own delivery."
After the first mile, Letitia turned down the volume of the radio, letting rhythmic thumps of the rain and the intermittent swoosh of the windshield wipers take over.
"What do you think these Omega assets are all about? Like, you think there's an army of them out there?"
Letitia asked.
"Not sure."
Millie kept her eyes fixed ahead, only taking them off the road long enough to check the rearview mirrors.
"If they've got all the training, they're probably not that good at any one of the skill sets,"
Letitia said, her tone flippant. Millie thought about the woman in the hospital. Her ability to blend in with a crowd was equal with her own.
"We can't underestimate them like that. The Gamma program was tough. There's no way they can get through that, on top of the Alpha and Beta training," the young woman said. "How old were you when you escaped?" "What does that have to do with anything?" "You were 13, Millie said. 14, Letitia corrected. "I was only 17. Neither one of us completed the training."
Millie looked over at Letitia for a beat, letting her words sink in.
"The people that I ran into when I went after Flair were in their mid to late 20s.
She turned to face the road again.
"If they started at the same age as we did, that means most of their lives would have been spent in the programs. That's more than enough time to complete the training."
"You keep checking all your mirrors," Carpenter said.
"Should we have taken my car?"
Millie looked at him through the rear view.
"Too dangerous."
"It's an armored car with run-flat tires."
"Those aren't designed to drive for long distances once they're compromised," Millie said. "Not to mention, all of the bullets embedded in the windows. It would have stood out too much." "Plus, maybe they'll be more prepared next time," Letitia said, "like packing a rocket launcher or something to finish the job."
Carpenter wanted to reply, perhaps express more concern, but he closed his mouth and sat back, slouching into his seat to keep out of view. Millie thought about her decision to take a nondescript sedan, hoping it would be much more challenging to pick them out.
Would the Omegas have the same thought process? Would they be looking for a vehicle like this?
At the halfway point of their drive, she saw Ty give her a short two-finger salute, touching his helmet above the visor, before leaning into a right-hand turn and speeding off. Carpenter watched the courier disappear into the distance.
"Should we have asked him to stick with us?" "Relax, Carpenter. We'll be there shortly. The feds will take good care of you," Letitia added.
Millie subconsciously increased her speed. Taking a deep breath to calm herself, she eased up on the throttle. But something in the rear view caught her eye.
"They found us,"
Millie said, her voice low and even. Letitia glanced in the side mirror before pushing herself up in her seat to turn the other way and look out the rear window. Carpenter rolled his body side to side, trying to look out the rear window while trying to stay out of sight.
"Who? How?"
Rivulets of sweat ran down his temples as he clutched the seatbelt, trying to will himself into the seats. Letitia drew her Glock 26, reaching into her backpack between her feet, to pull out a small polycarbonate shell and clicking the weapon into the chassis, converting it to a PDW. She eased the action back to check for brass.
"I'll keep them busy if they try anything."
Carpenter found the courage to poke his head up and look out the back window.
"Are we even sure these people are with Flair?"
The pair of motorcycles switched from single file to side-by-side formation. Both riders reached behind them to draw their weapons. Ty stopped at an intersection, placing a foot on the street as he straightened his body, tilting his head side to side. He wiped the droplets from his visor, and adjusted the straps on his backpack, ensuring that Dr. Bowman's laptop was still safe inside. He tugged at one of his gloves when his ringtone played through his earpiece. With a gloved finger, he pulled the sleeve back to look at the screen of his smartwatch. Ty smiled when he saw Letitia's burner calling him. "Got lost, huh?" he said before answering the call. "Yo, if Millie wanted to talk to me, she could have—" She cut him off with a stream of words that he had a hard time sorting through mentally. Letitia spoke in rapid-fire sentences like bursts from a submachine gun. "Hey, what's going on?"
"Two riders on bikes behind us. Both are armed."
Ty's heart raced, an engine redlining and ready to take off. "Hang on, I'm on my way."
"No, you need to deliver the package and call Travis," Letitia said. "I'm just giving you a heads up to watch your back."
Ty held the front brake and gave his bike some gas, whipped the rear wheel around 180 degrees, and kicked up a rooster tail of rainwater. "I'll be there before you know it." Letitia's reply faded into the back of his mind as the courier focused on the traffic heading right at him. Horns blared and drivers jerked the wheel to avoid the motorcycle rocketing against the flow of traffic. His body flowed side to side, guiding the bike around the cars. He cut across the lane to his right as he took the Ducati up and over the median, cutting off a pickup truck. Millie's voice cut through his subconscious.
"Ty, get that computer to Kat's people. We need to make sure all of that data is safe."
"No can do," Ty said. "Besides, we've already got what we need from the laptop."
"Do not risk your life for us," Millie said. "Turn back and call Travis. That's a direct order."
Ty let out a short laugh. "I'm a freelancer, babe. I don't have a boss, and I don't take orders." His motorcycle slipped around the other drivers, a guided missile seeking its target. He took a moment to end the call as he used the car in front of him, drafting to catch his breath. The light at the intersection turned yellow, and Ty pulled his body to the right, slipping between the cars and trucks as they slowed down, preparing to stop. He opened up the throttle and darted ahead. The light turned red, and the cross-traffic started moving. Hyper-focused on the narrowing gap, Ty leaned forward, teeth bared as he shifted gears, pouring on the speed to thread the needle before the cars converged. Bleating horns and shouts faded in the distance, replaced by the angry roar of the V-twin engine as he sped down the rain-slicked asphalt. He planned his route in a mental map, his mind eliminating streets that wouldn't bring him to his friends. It didn't take Ty long to catch up, barreling down a parallel road, glancing to his left at every corner and gap between buildings to judge his distance. "Showtime," he said, twisting the throttle and blasting toward another intersection. He swung out wide to take the left turn across all three lanes. Leaning hard, his knee barely skimmed above the asphalt as the drivers all expressed their anger with their voices, gestures, and horns. Ty reached the street where he spotted Millie and Letitia just as they passed. He pulled hard into a right turn, placing himself between them and their pursuers. "All right, smart guy, what was your plan now?" Ty asked himself, looking down at his side mirror and spotting the two armed pursuers on motorcycles behind him.
"Maybe I can draw them away and let Millie escape," he thought.
Weaving his Ducati side to side, he presented himself as a more difficult target and blocking the pursuers from passing. The distance between his bike and Millie's car increased. Ty watched as Millie took the car into a drifting right turn at the next intersection, slipping into the cross-traffic. Unable to follow, he shot through another small gap and proceeded straight. His heart thrummed in his chest, looking back to see if Millie was safe. Neither bike was able to continue their chase. One of the riders waited for an opening in the dense traffic, while the other followed Ty through the intersection, taking aim with his weapon. Kobayashi let his breath out through his nostrils as he continued his pursuit of the courier, piercing the cross-traffic to maintain his course. He glanced back in his rear view, watching as Santos proceeded to chase Carpenter. They had been sent out as a pair, knowing that Subject 9 was in the car. She had proved a worthy adversary, facing Cook in the hospital when they retrieved Flair. Splitting up now would reduce Santos's effective chances at neutralizing Subject 9 and taking out Carpenter. Kobayashi released the throttle, bleeding off speed as he made a call through his subdermal implant, watching as the bike in front of him opened up the lead through the rivulets of rain, tracing wavy lines over his visor. "I need a priority targeting check," the Omega said, seeing the man he was chasing slow down and look back over his shoulder. "I've got the courier in range." Kobayashi tightened the grip on his rattler, ready for the signal to continue the chase and bring his quarry down. Every second was crucial, but even Kobayashi knew that he needed to provide backup to Santos since Subject 9 and Carpenter were the primary targets. Stone's associates had been foolish, too eager to get what they could from Bowman's computer and Carpenter's personal files. Their hacker was too inexperienced to cover their trail in time. The courier had Bowman's computer, but Carpenter was the real target. Jada's voice broke the radio silence. "Support Santos. Make sure Carpenter and Subject 9 are dead." Without a word, Kobayashi spun around and bolted back the way he had come, heading back to the real chase. Chapter 35. Pulling the car onto a small side street, Millie stopped and unbuckled her seatbelt, looking at Letitia.
"Take the wheel. Get Carpenter to Travis's people."
"What are you going to do?"
Letitia asked, setting the PDW down as she climbed over the center console.
Ty pulled one of the Omegas off our tail. I'm going to stop the other one.
She checked the chamber of her own Glock before snapping it into a polycarbonate PDW frame.
"You're letting this little girl drive?"
Carpenter's voice cracked as he gripped the headrests of the front seats. Millie slapped the roof of the car, ignoring him as she sank into a combat stance, shouldering her weapon as the roar of the motorcycle engine grew louder.
"Sit back and buckle up, Boomer. I got this,"
Letitia said as the car sped off. Millie took up a fighting position behind a parked car as the rumbling approached. Shouldering the PDW, she took aim as the assassin skidded around the corner. Millie took the slack from the trigger, giving it 3 tight presses. One round hit the fairing as the Omega ducked to the far side. Millie stepped out onto the street to open up her angle as the Omega pulled the bike up on its rear wheel. She fired 3 more rounds, all hitting the underside of the motorcycle. The 9mm rounds sparked off as the Omega dropped the front wheel and sped past. As the assassin continued her pursuit, she grabbed her weapon, firing across her body under an arm. The burst spread wide, forcing Millie back behind a parked car for cover. Millie let out a silent curse, wiping a hand over her head to push the rain-soaked hair from her eyes. The encounter had eaten up barely 2 seconds. It wasn't much of a lead for Letitia and Carpenter. The roar of another bike screamed around the corner. Millie whirled and dropped to a knee, shouldering her weapon again to prepare for another Omega. Instead, she recognized Ty, approaching fast. She rushed out into the street, waving her hands to get his attention. The courier braked hard, the bike coming up on the front wheel. The tail end whipped in a lazy arc, facing backward as it settled down. Ty flipped the visor up.
"You get carjacked or something? Where's Letitia and Carpenter?"
"Give me the bike," Millie said.
"I'm going after them."
She straightened her posture and took an assertive step forward, ready to rebuke any argument he put up.
"Cool, it's all yours,"
Ty said. Millie paused, taken aback by his willingness. Ty held out his hand.
"Give me the gun. I'll ride behind you and provide cover." "No way," Millie said. "You're a terrible shot. But I'm a demon in this seat."
He smirked, tugging lightly on the throttle twice as the motor let out a pair of short growls. She'd already lost too much time. Arguing with Ty would only put Letitia at greater risk. Millie grumbled, accepting the truth. They both had their specialties. She draped a leg over the seat behind Ty, wrapping one arm around his waist. Snapping his visor down, he turned his head over his shoulder.
"Hang on tight, Bay. We're about to go fast."
Before she could respond, the rear tire spun in place, kicking out a fan of water as the Ducati completed the half circle. Ty released the brake, and the bike took off in the direction the other Omega had gone. Millie pressed the PDW against Ty's stomach, using her arms to secure it while preventing herself from falling off of the seat from his crazy maneuvers. She gritted her teeth, her breath stolen by the courier's insanity as he took the bike through a tight alley, trying to make up for lost time. After a short stint, heading the wrong way on a side street, they spotted the Omega's bike in the distance, weaving through traffic to catch up to Letitia. Before Millie could say anything, Ty brought the Ducati onto the sidewalk, hugging the curb to avoid the frightened people as they dove away from the missiles screaming in their direction. Millie's perception narrowed, focusing on a wall of cars and pedestrians ahead of them. She tried to dig deep for the will to point it out to Ty, but the engine grunted as the bike popped up on its rear wheel for a split second.
"He's insane," she thought. "This maniac is going to kill us."
Unable to pull in a breath or even close her eyes, Millie focused on the wall of vehicles and bodies, gritting her teeth hard. It wasn't until they were right on top of the people that Millie spotted the small gap that Ty was going for. The thump of the air hit her ears as they threaded the needle, weaving out onto the streets once more. By the time her senses returned to normal, Millie could see that they had gained ground. The angry growl of Ty's motorcycle pulled the assassin's attention away from Letitia. Millie tapped Ty's shoulder before using him to brace her forearm, steadying her PDW while keeping her other arm around his waist. Ty understood and dipped his head to one side, giving her a clear shot. The pistol barked twice, the double tap striking the assassin in the back. Hollow-point rounds thumped into the Omega's body armor, unable to penetrate, but it was enough to get her to focus on the new threat. The Omega turned her upper body, pointing the Rattler at them, firing several bursts. 2 of the rounds hit the Ducati, but Ty maintained his calm, weaving around another car as traffic erupted into chaos. The other drivers swerved to avoid the active shooter, crashing into each other. But Millie and Ty slipped between the collisions, staying on their objective. Millie had expected the Omega to continue the chase, whipping her head to flip a lock of wet hair from her view before aiming her weapon again. But the assassin pulled her bike into a slide, stopping to raise her carbine, catching them off guard. "Hang on!" Ty shouted, dipping to his right to bring the Ducati into a slide as well. Unable to account for his action, Millie's rounds missed, as Ty put a parked car between themselves and the shooter. He continued straight to escape, but they had bled off too much speed, allowing the Omega to continue her pursuit. The assassin's weapon rattled behind them, spitting bursts as Ty took a hard left, heading away from Letitia and Carpenter. Millie and Ty both looked down at the side mirror, checking to see if the Omega was still giving chase. They saw the bike following, but a burst from the assassin's PDW shattered the mirror. Ty looked over his shoulder.
We got more trouble."
Millie stole a glance, spotting the other Omega, pulling up behind the first and gaining ground fast. She pressed a button on her earpiece, initiating a call to dial the last number she had contacted.
"Chance, we could use some help right about now."
She pressed a hand to her other ear to block out the rush of rain and wind.
"No, you need to make sure Letitia gets Carpenter to Travis's people safely. Ty and I are drawing the Omegas away."
More rounds tore into the asphalt around them.
"I think we need this help more,"
Ty said, usual cocky attitude absent from his words. Ty wiped a gloved hand across his helmet's visor, trying to brush away the torrential downpour as the rainfall increased. The rear wheel of his motorcycle kicked up a rooster tail of water as he plowed through the flooding intersection. Cars around him slowed and honked as he slipped between them before heading down a smaller road, taking them behind a grocery store. The Omegas ate up the distance, gaining fast as they opened fire. The reports from their weapons reached Millie's ears a split second after the bullets chewed up the walls and rode around them. Ty leaned into a turn, and Millie read his movement, shifting her body weight and providing a proper counterbalance to make the hard corner. Just as they rounded the bend and Ty pulled him upright, Millie's heart leaped into her throat as she saw a semi-trailer backing into a loading dock, blocking the route. The lead Omega made the turn, closing fast as she clutched her PDW in an extended hand, firing at the fleeing courier and Gamma. A round shattered the semi-driver's side window, sending him scrambling out the opposite side, leaving the rig in their path. Millie tensed, mentally preparing for Ty to stop the bike. She had to dismount fast to engage the threat, but he opened up the throttle and veered out to one side.
"What are you doing, you maniac?"
Her thoughts clouded her mind, making it hard to focus on the threat behind them.
"Watch your leg! I'm putting the bike down," Ty said. "Just hang on to me."
Millie gnashed her teeth, tensing her neck and shoulders and preparing for the maneuver. Using the wet asphalt to aid him, Ty whipped the rear tire around, dropping the motorcycle on its side, sliding underneath the trailer. Ignoring his suggestion, Millie released her grip from his body and pulled her knee up to her chest to make sure it was clear when the bike went down. Her body slid across the water, hydroplaning underneath the truck, just behind Ty. She stretched out, pointing her weapon toward the pursuing assassin. Millie continued pressing the trigger until the slide of her Glock locked back. Bullets pounded the bike, peppering the front fork and fairing and shattering the windshield. Attempting to avoid the surprise attack, the Omega dropped her bike, but she was far short of replicating Ty's crazy stunt. The second Omega swerved to avoid the fallen motorcycle, but his sudden turn sent his bike into a dumpster, the collision propelling him over the handlebars. He hit hard, his body tumbling to a stop only after slamming into the semi's front wheel. Millie continued her slide along the rain-slicked ground, stopping just short of Ty, who had used the momentum to kick his bike upright. He snapped his visor up, eyes wide. Even from behind his helmet, Millie could see his cheeks pull up into a wide grin.
"That was dope," Ty said.
Millie climbed to her feet, whipping the empty mag free and slapping a new one in as she hopped onto the bike. He popped the bike into gear and took off, pulling the front wheel up just as she wrapped her arms tight around his midsection.
"You think we lost them?" he asked.
Millie kept her eyes fixed forward, replaying the scene in her mind. She knew she didn't score any significant hits on the bike or the rider.
"No."
Ty nodded and slapped the visor down, understanding the gravity of their situation. They needed to lose the attackers if they had any hope of escaping alive. Confirming Millie's suspicions, the angry roar of a motorcycle engine pierced the sounds from the downpour and the faint wail of sirens in the distance. The Omega hadn't caught up to them yet, but it was clear she was gaining ground fast, using the sidewalk like Ty had earlier. The assassin clipped 2 pedestrians, bleeding off some of her speed, but it had prevented Millie from getting a clear shot.
"I need a better angle," she said. "Hang on," Ty said. "I'm getting a call."
Millie twisted her body again, stretching out with the Glock and hoping for another chance to end the chase. She could hear Ty's muffled voice as he spoke with someone else. The Omega veered back out onto the street, using a car as cover. Millie swept her muzzle to track her target. She lowered the weapon, not wanting to flag the innocent driver in the way. She turned to face front again as Ty shouted the street names of an intersection to the person on the other end of his call. He leaned into a left turn before telling them they were only 2 blocks away.
"That was Chance," Ty said. "Hang on. It's about to get crazier, if you can believe that."
Millie's hands tightened around Ty's waist and her weapon. Chance was supposed to be helping Letitia. If he was helping them, that meant she and Carpenter were vulnerable to another attack. She didn't have time to argue, realizing that they needed to get clear of their own trouble. Ty pulled the bike into a hard right turn, rounding the corner where Chance was waiting. Millie patted Ty's shoulder.
"Let me off here. You keep going straight."
She had hoped the ploy would draw the Omega into the ambush. Slowing the bike, Ty popped the wheel up, goosing the throttle, and nudging Millie off. He nodded at her and gave Chance a 2-finger salute before speeding away. The Omega followed around the corner, spotting Ty, but to Millie's surprise, the assassin bled off speed fast, most likely seeing that he was on the bike alone. As the Omega scanned the area, looking for an ambush, Millie spun out from behind a parked van, putting a tight grouping into her target's chest, with 3 short trigger presses from her PDW. The assassin answered with a burst of her own before swinging her leg over to dismount the motorcycle and using it as a barrier. Chance flanked her, firing his Glock 23. The .40 caliber rounds pounded into the woman's upper back, drawing her focus his way. Just like the Omega on the plane, this one wore body armor as well. The assassin turned her full fury on the detective, dumping the rest of her mag at the building he was using for cover. Millie vaulted over the hood of the vehicle, shouldering her PDW as she also emptied her weapon into the threat. The vest and sleeves of the jacket shrugged off the assault, but it succeeded in keeping the attacker preoccupied, unable to reload her weapon. Millie's feet dug into the asphalt, splashing with each footfall as she sprinted to cover the remaining distance. The Omega reached back for a full magazine, but Chance popped out again, firing in her direction. One of his rounds grazed the helmet, snapping her head to the side. Rushing into hand-to-hand range, Millie ducked an attempted butt stroke from the assassin's carbine, using the momentum to bridge the gap and entangle the weapon. Struggling against the immense strength of the attacker, Millie's eyes were wide with shock. Her foe released the weapon's forearm, rearing her left fist back and driving it forward to land a punishing blow. Raising her arm at the last moment, Millie cushioned the blow, but the force sent her reeling and tumbling away. The Omega grabbed the magazine from her belt, but Chance had used the opening to join the fight. He launched his body into the air, turning as he landed a spinning thrust kick to the woman's stomach, shoving her back. Both of her feet slid across the wet street, but she managed to stay upright, coming to a stop several yards away. Chance brought his pistol up, clutching it in both hands. The muzzle rose just enough to take aim at the assassin's visor, but she raised her weapon up at the last possible moment to block the shot. Millie scrambled to her feet, watching as their foe's impossibly fast reflexes kept Chance's shot from ending the fight. The Omega flung the rattler at his head. He barely escaped to the side, diving away and rolling over his shoulder. Millie closed the distance and landed a crushing straight left, using the momentum to carry her into a spin as she whipped a right back elbow into the woman's helmet. The blow staggered the attacker, but only for a moment, as she rose to her full height, several inches taller than Chance. Standing shoulder to shoulder, Chance and Millie prepared for the fight of their lives. Millie took a step forward, the Omega responding by sinking into her fighting stance. Before they could clash, the roar of an engine snapped all of their focus away. For a split second, Millie's mind explored the worst case.
If that's the second Omega, we're dead.
To her relief, she watched as Ty was guiding his bike toward the assassin, his feet sliding along the ground, kicking up small trails of water. He sent the missile right at the assassin, releasing his grip as he fell, rolling along the street. Too fast for the Omega to avoid, the Ducati collided with its intended target with an almost sickening wet crunch as she slammed backward into the van. Ty yanked his helmet off, staring at the carnage he had caused.
That's probably going to affect my insurance.
Man, am I glad to see you, Chance said,
pulling the half-empty mag from his pistol and swapping it with a full one before reholstering it. Millie stripped the PDW frame from her pistol, tossing it away as she slid the empty weapon back into its holster.
We need to get what we can from the body.
Before they could approach the downed Omega, the bike shuddered. All three stopped in their tracks as the assassin defied logic, getting back to her feet and hoisting the busted motorcycle over her head. A furious roar burst from her lips as she heaved the bike at the trio. Chance spun to the side as Millie dove the opposite direction, shouldering Ty clear of the attack. Chance reached for his weapon as Millie leaped back up to her feet.
Ready for round two?
Ty said, from an awkward crouch, his inexperience with fighting clear in his posture. The assassin coughed, dropping to her knees as blood poured from her nose and mouth. A heartbeat later, she collapsed, motionless as her eyes stared off into the distance. The Omega had suffered tremendous damage from the attack, succumbing to her injuries. Millie approached the body.
What are you doing?
Chance asked.
We need to get out of here. We also need to know more about them,
Millie responded. Before she could get close, the whine of an approaching engine pierced the eerie silence. The other Omega was on his way. Millie was out of ammo. Chance had only his pistol. Her eyes found the assassin's MCX Rattler, but that too was out of commission. Ty placed a hand on Millie's shoulder.
Chance is right. We need to dip out.
Chapter 36. John placed a beer in front of Scott, taking the seat next to him at the small kitchen table. He flipped his notepad open to the notes he had been making earlier, referencing them with the information that Scott had, putting their plan together. Travis came in, holding his phone.
I just spoke with Chance. Flair's people made a move and went after Carpenter.
Are Millie and Letitia okay?
John asked, putting himself up to his feet. They're fine. Chance and Ty were there to help. They're on the way back now. Travis's phone buzzed. He glanced down at the screen, confused by what he was reading. What is it? Scott asked.
My guy just got Carpenter.
They dropped him off after the attack?
Scott leaned back and twisted the cap off of the beer bottle. Travis shrugged.
He says there was some little girl behind the wheel. She just dropped Carpenter off and sped away.
John closed his eyes and laughed. He was so concerned about everyone that had chosen to help him out. Their safety was always on his mind, weighing him down. But even the youngest and least experienced had the skills to handle themselves. It lifted the burden a little. Still, he didn't want them risking their lives if they didn't have to. Going after Carpenter means Flair could be tracking us, Scott said. Or maybe your guys at the CIA are dirty.
We don't know that, Travis said. Maybe they had a way of tracking Carpenter, or Bowman's computer.
Either way, we need to take this threat seriously. If Flair's assets are aimed at us, then the timetable has just been pushed up, John said.
What's our next move, then? Scott asked.
Once everyone makes it back here, we'll figure it out, John said. Until then, we should limit communications until we know how Flair's people were able to track Carpenter.
Scott grunted and took a swig from his beer. It doesn't take a profiler to read what's written on your face, Travis said. You want to go after Flair right now? He ignored the comment, reaching into his pocket.
I need to make a call.
John dialed the number on the keypad, holding the phone to his ear.
Jimenez, change of plans. Flair made a move against Carpenter, so you need to bring Kat back to keep her safe.
Scott stood from the table. I suppose I should put some pants on since the party is about to get started?
No, everyone is okay. But watch your back, John said to Jimenez. She's probably safer here than she would be back home.
Travis's computer chimed, letting him know an email had just arrived.
Probably just the official notification that Carpenter is safe.
2 more chimes followed in almost rapid succession.
You might want to check that, Scott said, unless they sent the email 3 times to be safe.
Yeah, probably not a bad idea. Travis made his way to the computer on the coffee table.
Jimenez is bringing Kat back here, John said. Looks like it's going to be another night of sleeping on the floor.
This concrete is doing wonders for my back, Scott said, shaking his head and rubbing the still sore muscles.
I think we've got a problem, guys, Travis said. I just received an alert about a data breach.
Is that how they found out about Carpenter? John asked.
This might be worse. Well, don't keep us in suspense, Chambers, Scott said. Someone broke into the CIA servers and accessed my personal files. Travis scrolled to the top of the message again, reading it carefully. I thought you weren't officially a spook. Scott put his bottle down on the counter with a clunk. I'm just a consultant, but they have to keep tabs on me anyway.
What did they find? John asked.
My safe house, Travis replied. Where you stayed originally.
A good thing we're one step ahead of them, Scott said.
And this one, Travis added.
Wonderful. We should think about vacating this place tonight, John said. When did the breach occur? Maybe we've got some time.
Travis looked at John, the color draining from his face. Yesterday. Brittany Cook settled into a crouch, propping her elbow on her knee to brace the weapon as she peered through the Trichicon ACOG 6x48 scope.
I see Carpenter's Phantom. It's parked in the backyard.
She turned her head to look at Murr, gesturing for him to move. Raising just enough to step forward, the pair of Omegas approached the back door. Cook stopped at the rear fender of the armored Rolls-Royce, glancing through the bullet-fractured rear window to double-check that it was empty. She leaned out far enough to cover Murr as he took up a kneeling position next to the back door. Without hesitation, she broke from behind cover and advanced, clutching the MCX against her shoulder, muzzle forward. Stacking up behind him, Cook pulled a flashbang grenade from her vest, pulling the pin and clutching the spoon. She tapped Murr's shoulder before grabbing the grip of her PDW again. Murr swung out, standing to almost his full height, pressing his weapon against his chest and bringing his foot back as he prepared to kick the door in. Chapter 37. John clutched his Colt 1911 in his hand, walking back into the living room.
Travis, Roland, head to the master bedroom. It's clear.
Okay, but what should we be doing? Roland asked. Are we expecting a fight?
Scott joined them a moment later.
Possibly, kid. So what are you thinking, John? Should we dig in and prepare to scrap? We need to go. The Omegas could be here any second.
John looked around the room.
Leave what you don't need. Take the weapons and bug-out bags only.
Travis took hold of Roland's wheelchair. John's right. Let's go. Scott put a hand on Travis's shoulder, ushering him toward the hallway, when a loud crash drew everyone's attention toward the back door. A metallic chattering sound followed a split second later.
Flashbang!
John shouted, shoving Scott into one of the smaller bedrooms before pivoting behind a short wall. The attackers came in fast, weapons chattering as their bullets chewed up the wall where they had heard the yelling. John lowered his stance and leaned out, firing 2 rounds at the intruders. They answered with more gunfire, driving him back further into the hallway.
2 attackers, a man and a woman, he thought,
bringing up the quick mental snapshot. Looking at the pistol in his hands, John knew it wasn't enough to force the attackers back.
They'll be on top of me any second.
John! Scott kicked something across the floor before bracing a weapon against the door frame and shooting out toward the living room. The chatter of the detective's M4 gave the Omegas pause, affording John a moment to rejoin the fight. He saw the object on the floor that Scott passed over to him. Without hesitation, John snatched up the second carbine and brought the muzzle up, adding to the volume of fire as he unleashed a burst into the lead Omega's stomach. The woman stepped past the first man, sweeping a long burst across the hallway entrance, pinning John and Scott down until her partner could recover. Disregarding the danger, Scott exited the room, placing a burst dead center into her chest. The woman staggered, but maintained her balance, still very much in the fight. John used the opening to retreat into the bedroom as he fired a burst to cover his movement. 1 round struck the woman's shoulder, but the rest barely missed their mark. Realizing that John was aiming high to get past their body armor, the Omegas fell back toward the living room. Scott slammed his back against the oven door, using the kitchen island as cover.
You kids really think you got a shot? This ain't a video game, he shouted over his shoulder, slapping a fresh magazine into his rifle and smacking the bolt release.
None of you are making it out of here alive, old man, the woman said, her voice cold and emotionless. Your friends are being dealt with right now.
Murr punctuated her statement with 3 quick bursts from his rattler, smashing the tiles off of the counter where Scott had hunkered down. Looking for a spare magazine for his carbine, John's eyes fell to the Remington 870 leaning against the wall, next to Scott's go bag.
Give me a gun, Roland said. I can fight. Get him out of here, Travis, John snapped over his shoulder.
He picked up the shotgun and checked the chamber. The firefight intensified as the assassins moved in on Scott. John was back out in a flash, unleashing his fury. Working the trigger and forestock with precision, he fired 5 blasts of buckshot in rapid succession. Swinging out to flank the Omegas, John made his way into the living room, setting the intruders up in a crossfire. As the man turned to engage John, Scott rose up and fired a burst into the assassin's back. But the woman tracked his position and pressed the trigger, sending a round into Scott's chest, staggering him into the counter behind him before he dropped behind cover with a grunt. John topped off his weapon, shoving shells into the tube from the spares on the shoulder stock.
"I need to help Scott."
The image of the old man dropping back behind the counter replayed in his mind. Pushing forward, he fired 3 more times, sending a fusillade of buckshot at the attackers, 1 at the man and 2 at the woman. His final blast hit his target on the side with several of the double-aught pellets striking the flesh on her arm. Pressing the attack, John worked the action and swung the muzzle at the other assassin. The next 2 shots kicked the stock into his shoulder like a mule.
Slugs.
The 1-ounce rifle projectiles hammered the Omega in the sternum, knocking him off of his feet. John racked the weapon, sending the spent shell flying as he chambered another slug. He dropped to a knee and spun, taking aim at the woman threatening Scott. Pressing the trigger, he unleashed the massive chunk of lead, but she had already whirled out of the way, avoiding the attack. The slug hammered into the island, ripping an entire corner away before shattering one of the cabinet doors behind it. John charged into the kitchen, diving headfirst to slide behind the island where Scott had dropped. The grizzled detective hooked a thumb under his tactical vest, pulling it away from his chest as he winced.
"I never tell you how much it hurts to get shot while wearing this thing."
"Better than a bullet tumbling through your guts," John said, patting him on the shoulder. "Barely," Scott said, yanking the charging handle of his rifle to chamber the next round. Cook grabbed Murr by the carry handle on his vest and pulled him toward the front door into the small foyer.
"I'm fine,"
Murr said, his hand pressed to the dull gray smudge where the slug had struck his chest plate.
"Let's finish this."
Cook nodded and raised her PDW to her shoulder. Murr was up on his feet a heartbeat later, weapon ready, and following closely. Moving with eerie precision and coordination, the Omegas switched formations, standing shoulder to shoulder and firing at the flash of movement.
"They're making their way to the bedrooms,"
Murr said, firing another burst at the older man retreating into the hallway. The rounds fell short of their targets, but Cook was hesitant to give chase. Murr snarled as he advanced, raising his weapon as he stepped into the kitchen, hoping for a better angle into the hallway. Cook chose a different angle, swinging out into the open, working the trigger to chew up the hall entrance with the .300 caliber blackout rounds from her compact weapon. From her peripheral vision, she saw Murr drop and take cover. Her body tensed, pulling the Rattler's stock tight against her shoulder as she bared her teeth, bracing for impact. John stepped out with his shotgun leveled in her direction. Before she could press the trigger, her eyes fixated on the weapon's massive bore in her target's hands. It wasn't fear that guided her actions. It was a sense of self-preservation overriding her instinct to stand her ground and trade shots, almost forcing her to leap to the side. The slugs lacked the ability to penetrate their armor, but they could dump more than enough energy into her body to swing the momentum of the fight away to her foe's favor. The walls shook, and the windows rattled. Cook avoided John's shot, but it had torn the arm completely off of the couch behind her. He pivoted the weapon, tracking her. Cook rolled her body to the side before bringing her PTW into the fight. But it was too late. Neither had a clear shot, and John had already retreated, Murr's rounds pushing him back into the hallway toward the bedrooms.
"We can't let them dig in,"
Murr said, raising to his feet and firing on the move. Cook popped up to a crouch, pulled a full mag from her belt, and swapped it with the partially spent one in her weapon. Murr was right. If John and the others had a fighting position set up in one of the bedrooms, it would only make their fight that much harder. John leveled his weapon at the woman's chest, his eyes narrowing. His finger tightened on the trigger, but before the trigger broke, she'd already dove clear. He sent the slug through the couch, tearing away a large chunk of wood, fabric, and foam. He racked the slide and swung the weapon to take aim at the woman again. His senses kicked into overdrive, pulling his eyes to his right, where the other assassin rose up from behind the kitchen island. He didn't have time to engage the new threat, opting instead for retreat. He sank low and ran into the bedroom as the Omega's weapon tore into the wall and floor where he had been standing a heartbeat earlier. Scott had already followed Travis and Roland out, taking the gear with them. John held the shotgun close to his chest as he dove headfirst out the open window. His body hit the ground hard as he rolled over his shoulder, still clutching his weapon against his chest as he sucked in a breath. Scott hooked a hand under his arm and yanked him to his feet. They staggered around to the side of the house where Roland's SUV was waiting. John ushered Scott to the rear as he moved toward the front passenger side.
"I'll take shotgun this time,"
he said, raising the Remington with a wry smile. "I'm not about to argue," Scott said, pulling the door open to climb inside.
"Let's roll,"
Travis shouted from the back of the vehicle. The SUV's motor was already rumbling to life as Roland shifted into gear, ready to drive away.
"Get down,"
John shouted, leaning out the window and aiming the Remington at the Omegas as they rounded the corner. The duo fell back only long enough to avoid the pair of slugs breaking off huge chunks of stucco. They were already swinging back out, weapons barking.
"I'm empty,"
John said, patting the side saddle. John leaned to the side, drawing his sidearm as he used his body to shield Roland. The passenger side window shattered as Scott scrambled to the other end of the rear seat, turning and pressing his back against the door as he fired his M4. Light flooded into the SUV as Travis kicked the rear hatch open, hopping out with an M249 saw. Holding the weapon tucked under his arm, he fired it from his hip, hurling a wall of 5.56 NATO projectiles like a buzzsaw. The furious assault was enough to drive the Omegas back once again. Travis hopped inside the vehicle, slamming his fist against the interior.
"Punch it, Roland!"
The SUV bounced along the yard, barreling toward the front of the house as the Omegas emerged, giving chase as they fired their PDWs. Travis spun around to face the rear and pinned the trigger, dumping dozens of rounds in their direction, covering the escape. Chapter 38.
"Sorry, guys. I got it now."
Roland worked the hand controls of his SUV to pour on the speed, trying to maintain control as the big vehicle bounced over a curb.
"Slow down, Roland,"
John said, putting a hand on his arm.
"We've lost them for now. But if people see us tearing through the streets, the police will definitely know we were involved in that firefight."
"And with this thing looking like Swiss cheese, we already stand out enough," Scott said, grabbing the Remington from the front seat and fishing out a box of slugs from his bag.
"We're going to need to get off the main street soon."
John slid his pistol back into the holster and turned to face the back.
"You doing okay back there?"
Travis gave him a lazy thumbs up before feeding another belt of ammo into the M249.
"You keep your eyes ahead and watch for ambushes. I'll watch our backs."
John faced front again, watching as Roland pulled onto a smaller street, rolling through a residential area. The change in course would slow their travel, but now they would be able to see if the Omegas were giving chase.
"I think we're clear."
John let out a breath and patted his front pocket, using 2 fingers to pull the phone out.
"We need to warn the others."
His thumbs tapped out the code to unlock the device and found the recent calls. "We're going to need a new location," Scott said. "And with Travis's files compromised, it's got to be someone else's resources."
"Yeah, I think that's the problem," Roland said. "None of us have been building up enough cash to fund a getaway plan. We're all just regular law-abiding folk. Chance, you'll need to find somewhere secure to take the others. The safe house is burnt."
John listened for a second before continuing.
"We were just attacked. Hang on. I'm putting you on speaker."
"Anyone hurt?"
"We're all fine," Roland said.
"Yeah, we barely made it out of there with our skins intact." Scott's hand reflexively fell to the spot on his vest where one of the assassin's round had struck him. "All right, we'll sit tight until you figure something out," Chance said. "What about Jimenez and Kat?"
"I'm calling them next," John said.
"Just let me know where we're headed then."
"Keep your eyes open, Chance."
John ended the call and scrolled further down his recent calls list. "If we want to make it out of this alive, we're going to need better firepower," Scott said, looking at the Remington and M4 in his hands. "Their armor shrugged off everything we threw at them, even the slugs."
"The armor held, but shotguns knocked them back," John said.
The Velcro panel let out a loud rip as Scott pulled himself free from the vest. "That guy ate a slug wearing plates like this and kept on fighting. I think it's more than the armor we're trying to defeat." Roland looked at Scott through the rear-view mirror.
"I know where we can get some better guns with rounds that can defeat body armor. Well, most body armor anyway."
"Don't hold out on us, kid." Scott found the crushed pack of cigarettes in his shirt pocket, peering inside at the shredded mess. Roland cleared his throat.
"Carpenter's files had information about an insect facility. They were using it to house the medical tech that the Order was experimenting with."
"Are you saying we start shoving experimental medical junk into our bodies?" Scott asked.
"If they're storing the med tech there, that means they needed bodies to protect it."
Roland glanced over at John, then back at the road.
They would have weapons on site, John said, following his train of thought.
Wait, you're talking about the same insect facility that the U.S. government has taken control of? Travis asked, draping an arm over the back seat.
All of the other insect sites would have probably just been cleared out, Roland said. This is our best shot.
Scott shrugged. Why would we expect anything to be easy at this point? Kid, you're talking about marching into a federally controlled building to steal guns and ammo. A smile tugged at one side of Roland's mouth.
Dope, right?
Yeah, dope is right, Scott said. We're all dopes if we think this plan is the way to go. How are we supposed to find out what this place looks like? We would be going in blind, Travis said.
Not exactly, Roland said. I've been to my fair share of these insect facilities. They're all set up the same. Something about cost savings and minimizing the training required when moving people around.
And what if we get caught trying to steal from the U.S. government? Scott asked. Roland chuckled.
At least we'll be safely locked up behind bars, away from all of this assassination mess.
Until they have us executed for treason, Scott grumbled. John, you've been particularly quiet during all of this, Travis said. What do you think?
It's our only option, John said quietly. I've seen insect weapons in action. Those caseless, light armor-piercing rounds are the only feasible way to fight the Omegas.
Murs stood next to the stolen car that he and Cook had used for their assault on Travis's second safe house. He held his shirt in his right hand, using his left to probe the massive bruise on his chest from the solid slug just above the faint trio left by the M4's burst.
John escaped,
Cook said to Jada over the subdermal communicator.
Should we pursue?
Still staring into the distance, Murs set his jaw, waiting for the go order. John and the others had long since disappeared from sight, but he had confidence in their ability to track the man down. After a long pause, Jada replied,
Santos is dead.
Murs' head whipped to the side, finding Cook's cold stare. They shared a brief moment of silent contemplation. As fast as the grief had hit them, it was gone. The implants keeping track of their physical states also monitored swings in emotion, applying the appropriate chemical response to keep them level and on mission. Murr let out a long, slow breath before pulling his shirt on over his head. We're going after John, Murr said. Losing one of their own was a major setback, but the mission was more important now than ever.
We'll expand our search, Cook added. We will find John. Negative. Return to HQ, Jada said.
Murr's fists flexed before the implants could compensate. Slowly, he released the tension. Jada was right. John and his team were far too dangerous to go after without proper planning.
Copy.
Cook tossed her PDW into the back seat, climbing into the front passenger side and closing the door. Murr spent another moment staring down the road, where their quarry had fled, before settling in behind the steering wheel. Chapter 39. Travis ran his fingers through his hair. If we're going ahead with this insane plan, we'll have to get as much information about... His phone's chime cut him short. He looked down at the number, a vague familiarity tugging at him. He let it ring a moment longer until the memory hit him.
Wesker, he said,
letting out a quiet curse and showing the number to John. He reached back and took the offered phone from Travis, staring at the screen for another moment before answering the call and setting the audio to speaker.
Marshal Wesker, John said.
There was a brief pause as he imagined the marshal trying to figure out what to say. Mr. Stone, my partner and I are standing at the location of a recent shootout. The property is listed as belonging to Travis Chambers. Is he okay?
Travis is fine.
The silence stretched further as Wesker waited for John to elaborate before continuing. I feel like maybe you've already got this information, but it looks like there was a shootout inside the residence. The neighbors claim someone fired off a couple 100 rounds from a machine gun. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you?
What is it you're looking for? John asked.
John, we know this was you. We're looking for you and your friends to turn yourselves in before anyone else gets hurt.
How did they get there so fast?
Travis mouthed the question. After a drawn-out pause, John replied.
I need to go after Flair. That's the only way this ends.
Let us help you, Wesker said. rolling with John's change of topic. "We can get the FBI and DHS on the case. You can provide as much information as possible to help out. Surrender, and do the right thing here." After another pause, the U.S. Marshal continued. "Look, Stone, I'm going to be up front. Your help won't earn you any leniency or reduction in sentence for your crimes. But I can promise you that your friends will be taken care of." John never expected any mercy. Not something he would have ever asked for himself. But Wesker's promise to help the others had stuck with him as he mulled the offer over. "I'll turn myself in when Flair is out of the picture. Her people are too dangerous, and by the time I give you everything I know, the Omega Protocol will have already been completed. Flair will disappear for good." "John, let us help. You can work side by side with us," Wesker said. "We can bring Flair down together, but you'll need to tell us where you are." Wesker's words still rang somewhat hollow to John, but he knew that they wouldn't be able to stop Flair if they couldn't find her first. He looked at Travis, then Scott, before speaking again. "If you want to know where we are, I'm going to need something from you first." "What do you need, John?" "Dr. Miranda Spencer. Find her and bring her with you. I'll tell you when and where you can meet us." "Yes, I know Dr. Spencer," Wesker said. "No backup. Just you and the doctor," John said. "Gonna take some time to find her," Wesker said. "She's in protective custody now, but the FBI keeps her whereabouts under wraps." "Bluffing," Scott mouthed. "Can you just tell us where you want us to meet now, and I can bring her as soon as we find her?" Scott shook his head, rolling his eyes. "You can reach me at this number once you've got Spencer with you," John said, before ending the call. "You believe him?" Poe asked, pulling up the last known locations for Miranda Spencer. Walker stared off into the distance, before looking at the ground, nudging an old bottle cap to the side with his toe. "I can't get a read on that man. I don't know if he's trying to set us up or if he really believes he needs to be the one to bring this Rebecca Flair to justice." "I'm not sure if you're okay with this, but could always have Dr. Spencer call from a remote location," Poe said. "I can set up a few teams to back us up to make sure Stone comes in peacefully." Wesker leaned against the rear fender of their car, folding his arms across his chest. "He's right. If we wait too long, Flair could get away. She's got the resources to disappear." Poe raised an eyebrow, surprised at his mentor's response. "You think we should be helping Stone to stop Flair?" Wesker turned to face him. "I don't know what I'm saying, but my gut says if we drop the hammer on him now, we're risking Flair slipping away in the chaos. I believe he's right about this Omega Protocol, and once she achieves her objectives, she's going to ghost. If we let that happen, it could be years, maybe decades, before anyone catches wind of what she's up to." Wesker took several steps forward, looking off into the distance again, slipping his hands into his pockets. "By then it could be too late to stop her plans, and the Order could cause even more damage than before." "I believe you're correct. But if we can bring John in and put the right teams on the mission to stop Flair, it would wrap a nice, tidy bow on top of this whole thing," Poe said. "You've still got young eyes, kid," Wesker chuckled. "I don't mean to condone Stone's actions, but it was because of his efforts with the Hostile Response Division that we learned of the Order. He was the one to uncover their plot, implicating Flair and her associates. In fact, he is even directly responsible for eliminating many of the organization's top figures." "You think John Stone is a hero?" Poe set his tablet on the hood of the car. "It's not that simple." Wesker turned to face him. "The Four Serpents, this God-hand weapon system, the virtual intelligence, Nova, the Order was on the verge of shattering the foundations of this planet." Poe stared into Wesker's eyes for a long time, absorbing what the older Marshal had just told him. "It may not be simple, but letting John engage in this one-man vendetta against Rebecca Flair is, quite frankly, ludicrous." "We need to focus on negotiating with him," Wesker said. "If we get to Spencer, maybe she can help us talk some sense into the man and convince him to turn himself in. He could hand over everything he knows about Flair and this Omega Protocol." "And what about the others? His friends?" "I'm looking at the bigger picture here. Stone and Flair are the two most important pieces in this game. if we can eliminate them both. That's the most ideal situation.
Well, I get it, sir. I really do,
Poe said. Wesker gave him a smirk.
But I think we need to involve the authorities on this. John and his ragtag team of fugitives can't possibly be enough to stop whatever small army Flair has at her disposal,
Poe said. Maybe you're right, Poe. Wesker fished the keys out of his pocket, looking at the electronic fob, running a thumb over the Cadillac logo. The first thing we need to do is get a hold of Dr. Spencer. Then we can figure out how to stop John Stone. Chapter 40. Bowling Green, Kentucky. Chance did another lap around the abandoned storefront. The area had been hit hard by recent economic hardships, forcing many of the businesses to close their doors. Perfect for avoiding unwanted attention. He kept his head low and his hands in his jacket pockets, scanning the area as he walked. He hadn't seen anyone else wandering around since John and the others brought the team to the building. Finishing his patrol, Chance slipped in through the back door, wiping a hand down one sleeve to brush the small droplets away.
I haven't seen a single person walking around since we got here, he said. Awesome. That means we've got the place to ourselves, Roland said.
That could backfire on us, Chance said.
How so?
If the activity in this area goes from 0 to 60, someone could notice, Scott said. It's the kind of stuff we used to keep an eye out for when working some of the bigger cases.
Yeah, I thought about that, Travis said, draping his jacket over the back of a chair.
Chance looked at him.
And?
Travis shrugged. It's worth the risk. We won't be here long enough to raise police suspicions.
Yeah, man, this place is perfect. It's got power and a roof over our heads, Ty said,
his tone mocking as he held his hand under a drip in the ceiling.
It'll work, John said. Well then, let's do what we came here to do, Millie said. And what's that exactly? Kat asked. We need more firepower, Letitia said. And that insect facility you found in Carpenter's files should have everything we're looking for.
Kat rocked in the chair, rubbing her hands together.
I mean, you had Jimenez bring me back here, but I don't have any way of mapping that building out for you. I'm kind of useless here. It was safer than leaving you out in the open, Millie said. We were just trying to protect you.
Kat gave her a tight-lipped smile and nodded, accepting her fate. If we don't have any idea of what this place looks like, how do we find what we need? Chance asked.
Because I've been there before, Roland said. Or at least several facilities that look just like it on the inside.
How can you be sure? Scott asked.
INSEC was all about streamlining, cutting corners.
Roland turned his wheelchair to face the group, rolling toward the center.
Keeping the layout the same cuts down costs of design and lets them mass-produce the building materials. Not to mention you don't have to spend time showing new people where everything is.
And you're sure this R&D facility is going to be the same? Travis asked, taking a seat and resting his elbows on his knees. Roland shrugged.
Fairly certain. I mean, I haven't seen an insect facility differ that much. Even the wolf's den we hit last year. That was just a scaled-up version of every training ground I've seen.
Chance shook his head. It feels too risky. We don't have enough information.
We don't have enough time, Millie said. If the weapons we need are in there, then that's our next objective.
Whoa, I get that you're really eager to go after Flair, but we need to play this the right way, Chance said.
This is the right way,
John said, walking into the center of the group to join Roland.
All right, if we're going to do this, have we even thought about the people guarding the base? Travis asked.
They're not mercenaries or goons hired by the Order. They're Americans.
No killing, John said, looking over the group.
He saw no one questioning the decision, but he still needed to say out loud.
Not one single death.
We're all with you, John, Chance said. But if things go south, you gotta promise me that we're gonna bail before we start a firefight. John nodded.
And if we're cornered?
Scott asked.
Then it's over, John said.
Millie's posture stiffened, her eyes narrowing at the statement.
Well then, we better not get caught, because I can't accept that.
So what's the difference between a place like this and the typical INSEC armory? Chance asked.
Other than the medical tech, probably not much. The stuff we're after will be in the lower level, Roland said. It will be secured, requiring a key card to gain access.
And what if none of the guys on the upper level have a key? Scott asked. Chance smiled and held up his hands, showing the index and middle finger crossed on both. Luck is all we've got working for us right now, Travis said.
How about the main floor? Millie asked. How is that set up?
Roland sketched the rough layout on one of John's notepads.
There are shelves all along this side. It's usually where all the stuff like uniforms and boots and other stuff is kept. But I'm guessing we'll see more medical equipment in this place.
What we're after is down below, so we'll have to head straight for it, Letitia said.
We still need that key, Scott grumbled.
Right, and if we're spotted, anyone above can alert anyone below, and they can lock that place up tight. We won't be able to get in at that point, Roland said, even with the key.
Wonderful, Scott said. Roland pursed his lips before continuing.
There's also a catwalk running the perimeter of the main structure's interior, providing access to the offices above. It gives anyone above a full view of everything going on downstairs.
We'll need to take everyone out at the same time, John said. Oh, well, why didn't I think of that, Scott said. Let's just drop in like the goddamn Batman and crack some skulls. I assume they've got cameras as well.
Yes,
Roland said, rubbing his hands and avoiding eye contact. This keeps getting better, Chance said. How are we supposed to shut the cameras down? John and Millie looked at each other and then turned their gaze to Cat 6. The hacker's smile stretched across her face.
Looks like my invitation to the party finally showed up.
Nashville, Tennessee. John raised the binoculars, watching the two guards posted out in front of the facility. Both were armed, but their postures were relaxed, not worried about anything. Complacent. What are we up against? Scott asked, crouching behind a tree to peer out toward the front of the insect storage site.
2 guards, 1 man, 1 woman, John said. National Guard, maybe.
Cat should have the cameras down in 2, Jimenez said.
Copy that, Travis said. 2 minutes, John said to Travis, letting him know he got the signal clearly. With the limited time in preparation, Cat and Jimenez targeted a data junction box almost 100 meters off-site. Cat's camera tricks would be crude, but serviceable. But by her estimations, she could only provide the team a 2-minute window to reach the lower level of the building before anyone downstairs could lock them out.
I've got eyes on the sentry circling the building, John said.
I'm on it,
Millie said.
Hold on, I haven't gotten to the camera feeds yet,
Cat said, her words spitting out as fast as her fingers on the keys in the background.
If he makes it to the front, it's going to complicate matters, John said. Cat, you need to get those...
Done,
the hacker said.
On the move.
Millie's words preceded her action by only a fraction of a second as she broke from cover. John watched through the binoculars as she darted across the open ground, her looping path bringing her behind the sentry.
We've got a tight window. Let's move, Travis said.
Stop, John said, signaling him to get back behind cover. On his current route, the man patrolling the building would see Travis and Scott as they moved up. Travis was right. They didn't have much time. Sitting still was eating it up, but they couldn't get sloppy now. Millie was a blur of movement, entangling the sentry as their bodies fell. She had a chokehold secured, pinning the man's arms as she squeezed.
Now,
John said, trusting that Millie would be able to incapacitate her man. Heading up, Chance said, his voice straining.
I'm at the back door,
Letitia said. John ran up to a car parked in the lot in front of the building. Scott was 20 meters to his left, as Travis moved toward the side where Millie had taken out the sentry. With Chance and Letitia making their move, they all had to coordinate their actions.
I'm climbing inside.
Millie's words gave only the slightest hint of exertion. John looked at Scott and nodded. They slipped out into the open, weapons drawn as they covered the remaining distance toward the front.
Hands where I can see them,
John said. No tricks, Scott added. If I see you reach, this gets messy. The guards out front raised their hands, but there was a flicker of hesitation in the woman's eyes. She thought about going for the rifle slung across her back or the sidearm on her hip. As her gaze flicked to the side of her partner, she spotted Travis, moving up along the wall, pistol raised. Don't do anything stupid, young lady, he said. Scott and Travis held the 2 guards at gunpoint as John disarmed them, unloading their weapons before setting them off to the side, hidden in the bushes. He pulled a set of flex cuffs from his back pocket and handed them to Scott. Pulling out a second set, John traced a small circle in the air, indicating for the guard to turn around. The young man swallowed, his eyes wide.
Son, we're not here to kill anyone,
John said, his tone hardly reassuring. He grabbed the man by the shoulder and forced him to turn, pulling his hands behind his back. By the time they had the guards zip-tied and gagged, Chance radioed that he had taken down the guard on the catwalk. Letitia chimed in an instant later, confirming that she had secured the first officer and that Millie was in position to help with the second. With the outliers taken down, John pulled the key card from the woman out front.
"You two wait here."
Yeah, babysitting duty, Scott said. John held the card next to the reader, resting his fingers on the handle, waiting for several seconds. He took in a slow, deep breath through his nostrils, holding it as he unlocked the door, slipping in. The beeping drew the attention of the two remaining men inside. The man further back had a grin on his face. "Bored already? It hasn't even been—" Chance wrapped an arm around the man's neck, cutting off the rest of his sentence. The closer guard saw John and reached for what looked like a pistol. He raised his weapon, preparing to shout for the man to get his hands up, but a flash of movement dropped down from above. Letitia hit the floor and rolled over her shoulder, cutting the distance to the guard in a flash. She had his hand away from his body, turning as she brought him over her shoulder. He hit with a thud and slap. John approached with his firearm pointed at the downed man.
"Don't try anything stupid."
"Radio," Letitia said, showing the object she had taken from the guard.
"Hey, these data packages are falling out of sync faster than I expected," Kat said. "I'm about to lose the loops if I haven't already."
"Move," John said, heading for the stairs to the lower level. Chance and Millie were close behind as Ty and Roland came in through the back door. Scott entered from the front door, helping Letitia to secure the two guards on the ground floor before joining the rest of the team. Chance picked Roland up out of his wheelchair as John, Millie, and Letitia headed down the steps into the basement. "Are you seeing this?" a voice from below asked. "There are some discrepancies with the cameras."
"It's a loop," another voice said.
"Alert the others. We're locking it down." The woman below turned to press a button on the console, but John was already at the bottom of the steps, pistol aimed at her chest.
"It's over. No one needs to die for this," he said.
Millie and Letitia emerged from behind his massive bulk, outnumbering the guards 3-2. Chance and Roland followed a moment later as the guards stepped back, deeper into the room. Ty bounded down the steps after, lazily holding a pistol in his hands as it hung, aimed at the floor.
"Secure these two,"
John said to Chance and Millie. Ty looked around the lower level, seeing the racks of gear and clean, polished floors and walls. "I expected more nerd posters."
"Scott, Travis, you two post out front," John said. "Make sure no one comes up asking questions while we're in here."
"Letitia and I will grab the comms gear," Millie said, bounding up the steps. Chance brought Roland's chair downstairs, setting it down before helping him into it. Ty ran a finger along the cages, securing the weapons. "These guys know how to make guns sexy," the courier said. "I like those blocks you guys carry." "Glocks," Chance said. "That's what I said."
"Okay, the weapons lockers are controlled by this console here. We just need to grant full access," Roland said. "Kat, that's where you come in," John said.
She pursed her lips and nodded, walking over to the console with her laptop clutched to her chest. "Is everything okay?" Jimenez asked her.
"Oh, yeah, no, I'm fine," Kat said, setting her equipment up. "Never been a part of a really real heist, you know?"
"Sorry to drag you into this," John said.
"Hey, what else would I be doing on a Tuesday afternoon?"
"John?" Roland's eyes were fixed on the screen. "You might want to take a look at this."
"What is it?"
John asked. He turned to the screen where Roland was pointing, unsure of what he was looking at. Then he saw a project that had been branched off of the original Juggernaut program, and a smile crossed his face.
"This is a different type, though," Roland said. "It focuses on speed and mobility over raw power. Besides, I don't think we can actually use this version."
"Why not?" Kat asked, reading the screen.
"It uses equipment that interfaces with the implants that Carpenter was talking about," John said.
Roland continued reading the details.
"This supersedes signals directly from the wearer, improving response time and kinesthetic awareness."
"Too bad you don't have any of that tech implanted in your neck," Roland said, smirking. "That could have come in handy against the Omegas."
Kat peered over Roland's shoulder, reading the details of the suit.
"This is an alpha prototype. It looks like they're trying to perfect a version that doesn't require the cybernetic implants to function."
John looked at Kat, and then Roland.
"Pack it up. It comes with us. And get those weapons lockers opened."
"Already done," Kat said. "They were practically begging to be opened by the time I hooked my equipment up."
John nodded and made his way to the back to help Chance.
"Grab the carbines and pistols. No heavy weapons," John said. The rifles fire special ammunition, so we'll need to get what we can here. Ty, grab the magazines for both.
Ty held one of the rifle rounds, looking at the strange bullet for the weapon. Where's the shiny shell? It's caseless, Chance said. The powder is what holds the whole round in place. It's designed to...
Yeah, I wasn't asking you to read the article from Ammo Sexual Monthly, bro.
Ty shifted his focus to the plate armor suits along the far wall. He looked at the nearest one, and then back down at his outfit.
These road suits got no style.
Are we bringing the armor? Chance asked.
Leave it,
John said.
We've already got stuff that can stop a 5.56 or 300 round, but something tells me that they'll be using the same gear we're bringing. The suits are no good against these weapons.
How are we supposed to get all of this out of here anyway?
Roland asked.
My truck can't hold all of this.
But this can, Ty said, pressing his finger to the screen, indicating a vehicle in the motor pool. I saw it parked out back when we came in.
Aren't they going to know we hit this place once we leave? Kat asked. Won't they just send someone to come after us?
We're already wanted, Ty said.
They're already on the hunt.
John examined the functionality of one of the carbines.
By the time they catch up with us, they can deal with what's left of Flair and the Order after tossing us in Guantanamo.
Chapter 41. Northern California, 32 hours later. Dr. Wynne ran his fingers over the faint discoloration on Murr's flesh, just below his collarbone, looking at the faded remnants of the bruise from the solid slug shot. Impressive, he said. You're healing remarkably fast. Is there any pain or discomfort? The Omega shook his head before pulling a dark gray T-shirt over his head, draping it over his body. Wynne turned to face one of the nurses. It's quite frankly astonishing, the rate of recovery.
Your amazement can wait, Doctor,
Jada said, walking into the room with Cook to his left.
Murr, we're ready to discuss the plans.
Murr nodded and followed them out the door. The three assassins moved as one, passing through the halls toward the makeshift conference room. Their footsteps echoed, overpowering the smaller, shuffling steps of the technicians and nursing staff, flattening against the wall to give the Omegas a wide berth. It wasn't until they reached the main conference room when Jada spoke again, addressing Flair directly.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, ma'am.
Rebecca Flair sat at the end of the long table, fingers steepled. Unlike the crude three-finger appendage from earlier, Dr. Wynne had provided a newer arm. The prosthetic was still synthetic even to casual observers, but this limb had 5 fingers, sized to match her remaining flesh and blood hand. Behind her, Gregory Castillo stood at attention. The beta-trained warrior was tasked with protecting Flair, but this room, with these killers, his presence was merely security theater. Flair's eyes rose to meet Jada and the others.
Let's hear what you have to say.
She'd already been briefed on the failure of their 2 previous attacks. Santos's death had been a significant setback, but none of the Omegas seemed to let the loss damage their morale. All business.
Our previous oversight wasn't underestimating the resistance we would be facing, moving only in pairs, Jada said. I accept full responsibility, and will not make that mistake again in future endeavors.
Flair kept her cool. It was her own hubris, believing her Omegas were elite and fully capable of eliminating John's team members, that had cost her. The failure was her own, but she admired that Jada had claimed the mistake, acting as the team's tactical lead. Their plan was always to keep their strength in reserve, but it had proven too conservative, and ultimately, too costly. What now? Sebastian asked. Just let them get away with murdering one of our own? We need to target Subject 9. The team's hotheads stood, addressing Jada directly. Flair had to tamp down her anger, instead allowing the most senior asset to take control. Her jaw flexed as she balled her fists, resting them on the table.
He's right, Cook said. If we can draw her away and come at her with more strength, we could eliminate a major threat.
No. Right now we have no choice. We must shift our focus to John Stone.
Jada remained seated, but he returned Sebastian's stare, unflinching. And up to this point, the Omegas had been fiercely loyal and professional, keeping their emotions in check. This hint of a fracture within the ranks was something Flair had not expected to see. Jada is right, Murr said, his jovial smile finally returning. He has forced our hand, and now we need to focus on the leader. A full show of strength is the only way to go. Kobayashi shook his head. We can draw Millie out. Flair whipped her head to look at the Omega, stunned that he had used Subject 9's name.
If we use Subject 16 as bait, threatening an attack, then Subject 9 would rush in blindly to save her, Cook said. Draw them away and take them out as individuals. Reduce their combat effectiveness as a whole.
And if John and the others join Subject 9 to rescue her? Jada asked. We create a contingency plan for that, Kobayashi said. Stone is too big a threat to rely on a contingency plan, Merce said, standing up and resting his palms on the table.
What if Stone doesn't come to help? Cook asked. Then we eliminate Subject 9 and possibly 16.
Flair had quietly listened to the discussion, but at that point, she chimed in.
John Stone has inflicted immense damage to the Order without Millie's help. He is by far the more dangerous threat. You will be following Jada's command on this objective.
Though their conversations had grown heated, almost to the point of physical confrontation, once Flair had made the decision, they all fell in line. None had pressed the issue, and all had understood the order. Again, their professionalism impressed her. After a moment to organize their thoughts, Jada continued. John Stone has recently hit location 74B. He must have found it while looking into Carpenter's files, he said. We must assume that they have armed themselves with advanced weaponry, carbines capable of defeating our body armor. Good. I hate wearing that stuff anyway, Merce said. It slows me down. No, we do not alter our tactics and loadouts, Jada said. We only elevate the designated threat level for Stone and his friends.
Finally, the fun starts, Sebastian said. Let's hunt.
What has your team discovered? Jada asked.
All we've got is the last known location of Stone, Sebastian said. He was at Travis Chambers' safe house. I sent the address and the make and model of the SUV they used to escape to my team. They'll no doubt have a location in less than a week.
Flair knew that the Omega had employed a team of freelance hackers, a loose-knit collective capable of swarming computer systems, smashing firewalls with digital crowbars to pull what they needed. The approach was crude, but their speed and effectiveness made the hackers helpful. She had a better use for their skills.
Stand down,
Flair said, her eyes fixed to the center of the table.
No one is to go after John Stone directly.
Sebastian's body tightened, his muscles rippling under his fitted shirt. Cook drew in a deep breath through flared nostrils. Stand down, Kobayashi asked. Flair ignored him, looking at Sebastian.
Have your resources leak our position. Nothing blatant. Just trickle the information out.
You want Stone to find us here? Jada asked.
Not here.
Flair's smile broadened.
There's a ridge several miles north of our position. Make them think we're using that location as our base of operations. If his friends are half as capable as their previous computer expert, they should find the trail within a few days.
Ma'am, I get it. You want us to draw them into a kill box, Jada said, noting that the ridge would give them an elevated firing position. But why would you want to bring Stone and his friends here?
Wouldn't it be better if we tracked him down and ambushed them out in the open? Cook asked. When they're not prepared for an attack at all?
Flair looked at each of the Omegas coolly before standing up.
John Stone has rushed headlong to face his objective every step of the way. He has attacked our people directly in multiple confrontations. Wyndham, Blanchard, and Anderson. Each time our people were forced to repel the attack, unprepared for the battle.
Flair paced the room, the braces on her legs finally syncing up with the implants along her spine.
Even the northern Nevada outpost and Steen's mountain bases were not ready to repel an invasion.
Jada returned her stare and nodded, almost imperceptibly. He looked at the other Omegas, in turn, their wordless communications passing the understanding around the room.
This time, we use his bull-headed approach to our advantage, Flair said. We make him think he's hitting us in our own home. But we'll be ready for his foolish rush.
Bowling Green, Kentucky. A knock on the back door sent John and the others scrambling to prepare for a fight. It was light at first, barely audible over the conversations inside. A second knock followed moments later. Stone, it's Wesker. With his pistol drawn, John opened the door to the run-down, abandoned store that they were using to regroup. He kept the weapon out of sight, slowly widening the gap to look out. Wesker stood in front, hands raised where John could see them. Poe stood in the back, hand resting on Miranda Spencer's upper arm, ready to pull her away to safety if this was a setup. John swung the door the rest of the way, still holding the 1911 where the marshals could see it. He waved his head, wordlessly ushering them inside. Wesker and Poe moved past him, but John gave Miranda a pensive smile before enveloping her in a hug with his free arm.
"It's good to see you, Doctor," he said.
Thank you.
Miranda's smile widened, but there was still a hint of sadness in her eyes as she wiped away a tear, nudging her glasses up. The reunion was far from joyous, given the situation they had all been facing and the losses they had suffered weeks earlier. John had requested Miranda Spencer's presence to help them find Rebecca Flair. She was the most knowledgeable person regarding Parker Lewis's mob recognition program, the best tool they had for finding their target. It was that realization that weighed heavily on their shoulders.
"I'm so sorry that we're bringing you in like this," John said. "I wouldn't have asked if it wasn't important."
Miranda took a deep breath and stood up straighter, adjusting her glasses.
I want to do this. I need to.
She looked at everyone else in the room, expressions and body language showing that recent events had worn them down.
For Parker. "Hey, I'm Kat,"
the hacker said, extending a hand.
"I suppose I'll be helping you with Parker's program." "Hi. Did you know Parker?" "Somewhat. Never met him in person, but I did get my hands on an earlier version of the mob recognition program. I still can't wrap my head around all the settings and parameters, though."
"Dr. Spencer," Travis said, smiling. "I apologize for pulling you away from the FBI agents tasked with protecting you."
"It's fine," Miranda said. "I feel safer here anyway. Shall we get started?"
Sure. I thought maybe you would like to get settled in first, though. Maybe grab a bite to eat?" Travis waved toward Ty and Chance to clear off a table for Miranda's equipment. "Is this all you've got with you?" Miranda's eyes dropped to the laptop bag she held in her hands.
"Yeah, it should be enough, though."
John placed a hand on Miranda's back.
"Excuse me. I'm going to have a chat with the marshals."
Wesker and Poe followed John as he headed to a far corner of the space. Stopping in the corner, John slid the handgun into its holster and crossed his arms over his chest. Poe stood silent, hands clutching a tablet computer in front of his hips. "Look, I don't know what your plan is here, Stone. I'm playing along for now, but I will be holding you to your promise to turn yourself in once we find Flair," Wesker said.
"Once we stop Flair," John corrected. "I'm not here to play spy games and lie to you. I need Miranda because she's got the most first-hand knowledge of a powerful program that Parker created. We need it to pinpoint the Omegas and stop them."
"And once that's done, we bring you in," Wesker said. John nodded. Wesker returned the nod. "Good, as long as we're all on the same page here. But if anything looks questionable, we're shutting this whole thing down and bringing everyone in immediately."
"We can have reinforcements here in minutes," Poe added, waving his tablet.
"Understood."
John and Wesker locked eyes, holding the stare until the message was loud and clear. Neither man would back down from their mission. After the tense standoff, John and Wesker separated. John joined the rest of the team, surrounding the table where Miranda had her laptop open.
"Is that going to be powerful enough to run the program?"
John asked. Miranda laced her fingers together and put her hands under her chin.
"It doesn't have the horsepower that Parker's old gear did, but with his last update, I'll be able to borrow some processing power from Kat's computer." "Well, not my rig directly," Kat said. "Cloud processing."
"Why do I bother sitting in on these conversations?" Chance asked. "Tell me about it," Scott echoed.
"She means we'll be able to utilize remote processors from other machines all connected," Miranda said. "It's going to be a ton of data to parse through. It's like SETI, but instead of looking for aliens, we're going to leverage it to run through algorithms and crack encryption. It's the perfect resource for the mob recognition software."
"Yeah, that clears it up," Chance said dismissively.
I'm somewhat familiar with the program, having used a basic version previously, but what makes this version special? Kat asked. This build has Parker's last round of modifications, Miranda said, based on our hunt for John, when he was able to defeat the tracking parameters.
Travis raised an eyebrow, looking at John, who just shrugged in response.
This revision is much better at tracking with fewer associative parameters now, without relying on group metrics, Miranda said. She looked down at her keyboard as a hint of a smile stretched out. Parker had nicknamed it mobster recognition since it was more suited to finding individuals.
John chuckled, finding some small joy from the jovial name Parker had given the program. But as quickly as the happiness found him, the sadness at his loss settled in.
I was able to feed the security camera footage from both of Travis's safe houses to seed the search.
Miranda typed a series of commands, watching to make sure that the system opened up the initial starting point. Seconds later, a web pinpointing data locations based on known cameras stretched across her map. The system paused as a progress bar popped up, filling slowly. A minute passed as the rest of the bar spread across the screen, kicking off a wave of requests.
"What's that doing?" Ty asked.
Miranda leaned closer to the monitor to read the responses coming in.
"It's pulling the video data from all of the cameras answering the queries and sending it to our processor cloud to run it through the program."
Wesker had an arm across his stomach, propping his other elbow as he tapped his lip with a finger. His body language was hard to read, but his facial expression told them that he wasn't pleased with what he was watching.
"I'm not sure what to make of this, but it's clearly illegal, or at the very least a gray area," the marshal said.
He looked at John. "Still, if it helps find Flair so you'll turn yourself in, I'm willing to let it go for now."
Poe stared at Miranda's screen, wide-eyed. The younger man was enthralled by the activity. Miranda spun in her chair, facing Travis. "What about all of the other suspected activity? The other targets the Omegas hit?"
Travis patted his pockets for his phone.
I wasn't able to get my computer from the house. We left in kind of a hurry."
"I think John put a slug through it during the firefight," Scott said. "Wasn't much left of it after that."
Poe's eyebrows shot up as he raised his tablet. "I've got it all here. All of the possible hits tied to Flair and the order."
Miranda pointed to a tangled mess of cables.
"Hook it up there and send it over."
Poe nodded and connected his tablet directly, pushing the requested data. The fans in Miranda's laptop spun up faster as a secondary routine kicked off, the windows shifting to the side.
"What's that?"
John asked. "A bonus that Parker added," Miranda said. "The true strength is real-time tracking, but he also gave us a way of feeding in archived data. We should get a much more reliable ID on the people we're looking for."
Chapter 42.
"Got it," Dr. Spencer yelled. Kat flinched, almost falling out of her chair. "Jeez, warn me next time."
John shouldered past the group. "What did you find?"
"Right now, MobRec has developed separate profiles for 4 of the Omega assets," Miranda said, tracing the screen with her finger. 2 others have been narrowed down to about 77% accuracy. Not strong enough for full confirmation.
"I'd say that's pretty solid," Scott said, the unlit cigarette bouncing in his lips as he spoke.
"It's still too low."
John folded his arms.
"Parker always said he didn't trust anything."
"Anything under 90%,
Miranda finished John's sentence.
"Especially after Paris."
"What happened in Paris?" Scott asked.
"We went after a terrorist, Bin Hashim," John said. "Results came back in the low 80s. Turned out we had apprehended a body double."
"What did we find out about our friends here?" Chance asked.
Miranda pulled up 4 separate data sheets.
"Here's the info on the Omegas we've ID'd. Sebastian Smith was a manager for a plastics manufacturer in Australia. Brittany Cook worked retail in Canada."
"Hardly seems like the types we're looking for," Roland said.
"They're cover identities," Travis said. "Hinata Kobayashi was a freelance graphic artist out of Japan," Miranda said, reading further on the sheet. "Well, we can scratch the 4th name off of our list," Ty said. "Adriana Santos." Miranda looked at Millie and Chance. "She's the one you, killed," Millie said, resting her hands on her hips.
"And the other 2?"
John asked.
"What do we know so far?"
"Not much. Emmanuel Jada was a schoolteacher from Kenya. But this Gabriel Murr, he's a bit of a mystery.
So what is all of this then? Travis said, pointing to the center of a web on the map.
Movement patterns of our suspects, Miranda said, rotating to face the primary monitor again. They're all centered around a point that's entirely off the grid.
No known structures, John said, studying the map. Most likely an underground facility.
How sure are we of this location? Scott asked.
I can vouch for it, Kat said, turning her laptop to face the group. My friends helped dig up info about the transportation that these guys and gals are using when they move around. Thanks to helpful resources at the DMV, we were able to track vehicle movement, narrowing it down to roughly the same location.
Wesker cleared his throat lightly. You say the location is off the grid with no other structures around. If that's the case, where did this program find the footage to link it all together?
It's a satellite feed, Miranda said, her voice like a mouse.
I'm sorry, did you say satellites?
Wesker asked, putting his hands on his hips.
Yes. Parker made some tweaks so his mob recognition program could pull real-time video from...
I don't want to know, Wesker said. It's bad enough that I'm here and not locking you all up right now. Something's not right here, John said, looking back and forth at Miranda's and Kat's results. The two locations are almost 2 miles apart. How sure are you of those results, Kat?
It's probably a margin of error, Travis said. The location has got to be somewhere around those two positions.
Kat nodded. Yeah, I think Parker's program is more refined, so it's probably just a miscalculation. We were a bit rushed on my end, so the standard deviation is a bit broader.
Parker really was talented, Chance said, looking at the web as the program continued tracing paths. Miranda's computer let out a chime, and a new window popped up. She typed a quick command on the keyboard, using the touchpad to drag it front and center.
What's that? Ty asked. It looks like there was a subroutine that triggered automatically. Something Parker put in there, maybe.
Miranda studied the window. John saw the file's parameters. A warmth spread out to his extremities as his heart thumped in his chest.
Rebecca Flair, he said.
Millie brushed past Travis for a better look at the screen.
She's there? 96% certainty, Miranda said, checking the results.
What's all that? Ty whipped his finger around the screen, tracing the crazy web that it had drawn over the Omega Asset's movements. Looks like everywhere she's been, Travis said. And what's the significance of this place? Chance said, pointing out a hot spot in Mexico.
That's where we were given our specialties, Millie said. It's where the Greek programs were created.
Letitia's hand clamped over her mouth when another file popped up in the corner. Her eyes were saucers as she stared in astonishment.
What is it? Wesker asked. Flair didn't create the program, John said. She was the first alpha.
I feel like this needs to be said, but given Flair's resources and this wild movement pattern, if you don't stop her soon, there's no telling where she could end up, Wesker said. That's the plan, Chance said.
We end it once and for all,
Millie added. Can we track the Omegas down? Find out where they are now? Travis asked. Miranda pulled up more information.
They're on the move again, headed in separate directions.
Chance brushed his chin with 2 fingers. They're still looking for us.
I hate to state the obvious here, but can't you all just use this mob recognition program to isolate and pick off the Omegas one by one? Poe asked.
Once we targeted the first, we would be tipping our hand, John said. They would know we have the ability to track the rest.
It would still be a difficult fight, Chance said. Not to mention, taking these bozos on out in the open would be putting innocent people in danger. A growing murmur filled the room as separate conversations started about how they should be approaching Flair's base. Most seemed confident that they had Flair's location, but there was dissent about how to use the information. John studied the map from Kat's people, looking closer and figuring out why it had rubbed him the wrong way.
How did Kat's people find Flair using only vehicle data to track movement?
He studied the location, searching for roads or hidden structures. And then the terrain caught his eye.
She's drawing us in,
John said. The room fell silent as all eyes were on him. Why would she bring us directly to her base to spring a trap? Travis asked. Not to mention letting us set the timetable.
The information Kat's people sent would put us at a disadvantage, surrounded by elevated shooting positions.
John sat in a chair at the end of the makeshift workstation.
While we're out there digging for a hidden entrance, Flair's people would tear us to shreds. A handful of shooters on the ridges around the location is all it would take.
Do you trust your people? Millie asked Kat.
I mean, there are a few that I haven't really interacted with. Friends of friends, Kat said. I can't say I'm 100% sure, but I suppose it's possible that the information could have been leaked.
Oh, Flair is good, Poe said,
Trickling out the clues so we wouldn't suspect anything.
Looks like she's preparing to fight, Travis said.
We need to hold off, Chance said. If John is right about this trap, it's too dangerous to go after her. Like Wesker said, if Flair escapes, there's no telling where she'll run to, John said. We'll go after her now. Chapter 43. The rear doors of the armored vehicle belied their mass as John pulled them open, the hydraulic assist bearing the brunt of the task. The insect personnel carrier had been parked inside the abandoned shopping center's loading bay, hidden from view. Chance joined him, taking one of the bullpup rifles that John handed back to him. He looped the sling over his shoulder and reached inside for the box of magazines for the weapons. We should load these up now, Chance said, placing the case in Roland's lap. Here's the ammo for those, John said, placing two of the steel cases on the ground. Ty walked up and gripped the handle of one of them, hoisting it up with a grunt.
What's in here, an engine block?
About 500 rounds of ammo, John said, taking out another pair of the boxes. Chance took both from John and walked back toward an empty workspace. Come on, Ty. You can help Roland load these up. Hilly reached inside, taking out another pair of the carbines, handing one to Letitia. They inspected the function of the weapons. Millie was satisfied working the various controls and raising the stock to her shoulder to take aim at the far corner of the space, away from the others.
I could get used to this, Letitia said. Maybe when this is all over, we can keep these.
Millie showed a hint of a smile, remembering a different time in their lives. No less innocent, but a happier time, during their training in the Gamma program, when the other children would discuss their favorite weapon systems, like others would their favorite candy or toys. But when Millie saw John, the realization settled in once again. His posture and expression showed only determination. They were embarking on a mission to eliminate Rebecca Flair. She was the sole objective this time. Not a computer, not a dangerous new weapon, but the woman responsible for all of the pain and grief in their lives. Letitia hopped into the truck and picked up one of the sidearms.
9mm? What's the point?
It's a modular drop-in chassis, Roland said, coming back for the last ammo box. You can remove the fire control group and put it in different frames for different grip and barrel lengths.
I'll stick with my Glock,
Letitia replied. And I'll stick with this, Scott said, double-checking his Smith & Wesson 686 Plus.
You're old-fashioned with that wheel gun, but at least you upgraded to a newer model, Travis said. Hey, John, can I have a word?
Sure.
John stepped away from the truck, following Travis to a quieter section of the interior. You don't think we're moving a bit too fast? Travis asked. I mean, all signs point to this being a trap. How can we prepare for that?
The more time we give Flair, the more opportunities she has to escape. We can't afford to wait until Wesker and his partner are on the same page.
You're hardly in any shape to fight. Hell, neither am I, Travis said, rubbing the side of his neck. If Flair has any more of these Omega assets, or even just a handful of hired guns, we'll be outmanned and walking into a kill box.
We've got the advantage here, John said. She has no information about the mob recognition program. As far as Flair knows, we're headed for the northern ridge with guns blazing.
Yeah, well, I would feel a lot better with the National Guard backing us up.
John smiled, his expression oddly fitting in the situation. We fight the battle with the army we've got.
Wesker and Poe joined John as he returned to the armored vehicle. The younger marshal inspected the gear inside as the older man approached.
You've got an open invitation to join the party, John said.
Wesker chuckled and slid his hands into his pockets. I'll pass. Poe and I can sit this one out, and keep an eye on Dr. Spencer and her new friend. John nodded, watching as Cat 6 and Miranda exchanged stories about the adventures they had gone through, their smiles and laughter a strange sight, considering the subject matter.
I will keep my word, Wesker. John looked him in the eye. Once Flair is finished, I will turn myself in.
Look, just make it out of there alive. Then you can worry about keeping your word. Wesker held out his hand. John took it in one of his as they shook. Chance walked toward the back of the truck, peering inside where Letitia was organizing the pistols and loading the magazines.
9,
she said to the detective as he eyed one of the sleek handguns. He pressed his lips together and sighed. I'll stick with my Glock. Letitia gave him a thumbs up.
That's what I said.
Roland rested one of the carbines in his lap as he worked the slide on one of the pistols, keeping the muzzle at the floor as he looked down the sights. He had opted for a full insect loadout, still comfortable with the gear from his days with the defense contractor. Ty held up one of the pistols, keeping the slide locked back with no magazine in the chamber. He shook his head. Why am I always getting myself into these situations? This ain't my jam. You're more than welcome to sit out with Cat and the doc, Chance said. Trust me, we wouldn't blame you one bit. Ty rubbed a hand along the composite armor side panel of the vehicle, tracing the angles and curves as he walked toward the front. And miss all the fun? Besides, I think I found my weapon of choice.
It doesn't have any gun ports, no mounted weapons. Hardly useful in a fight, Letitia said, hopping out the back of the truck. Yeah, but these insect guys know how to make a real driving machine. Once they see this thing barreling toward them, they'll think twice about those pea shooters they're bringing to the fight.
John placed the carbine he was preparing back inside the vehicle and walked to the dark corner where Jimenez sat. The marksman had his rifle disassembled, meticulously cleaning the working parts. Need anything from one of the trucks? John asked. Jimenez stopped what he was doing, still holding one of the rifle's parts in the cloth towel.
I could use one of those pistols and a few spare mags. You got it.
They sat for a few more moments, the silence only broken by the murmur of conversations in the distance, and the faint clacking and sliding of rifle parts as Jimenez assembled the Remington 700, working the bolt several times before peering through the scope.
This ends tonight, he said, turning to face John. Flair and her people aren't getting out of there alive.
John nodded. He shared the same drive as the sharpshooter.
That's the plan. If we don't take her down, there's no telling how many more will lose their lives, Jimenez said. Curtis, Parker, Van Pierce, they deserve closure.
They'll get it, John said.
I know what's at stake. If Flair escapes, she'll have time on her side. She can rebuild the God Hand and Nova from the ashes. We can't let that happen.
Jimenez looked him in the eye for a long stretch before nodding.
Thank you, John.
John returned the nod and put a hand on Jimenez's shoulder as he stood. So what's the deal? Chance asked Wesker. Are you going to call for backup if things get messy down there?
If it even looks like there's a chance that Flair could escape,
expect the cavalry to ride in and clean up the mess, Wesker said. Well, that's a relief, Ty said. But if that happens, everyone involved leaves in shackles or a body bag, Wesker added. Don't kid yourselves. No one is innocent here.
Killjoy,
Ty mumbled as he walked away. Chance smiled at the marshal's answer. As long as we've got backup. Make no mistake, I'm not calling innocent men and women to fight your fight. I'm not going to be responsible for supplying targets to draw fire so you can accomplish your mission. When the dust settles, John Stone is coming with us.
What about us?
Roland asked. Wesker eyed the rest of the group, letting his gaze sweep the room.
I haven't decided yet, but I wouldn't leave town if I were you.
That's fair, Chance said. Hey, what's the deal with Flair anyway? Scott asked. Are we taking her in or putting her down? Everyone looked at Wesker and then at John.
She dies,
Millie said, breaking the silence. Miranda and Kat jogged over to the rest, the doctor holding her laptop to show the others as they approached.
I've got some new information,
Miranda said.
We've got a hit on the rest of the Omegas. It looks like there's an 83% chance that they've returned to their base.
Not the ridge further north? Travis asked.
Not yet.
What does it mean? Roland asked.
It's sub-90, but it appears that they were trying to draw our eye away from the base as they returned. Their movement patterns are different, even the Omegas that we pegged earlier.
There's no doubt that this is a trap, Travis said. So why are we wasting our time? Let's get rolling, Scott said. Are we sure that's what's happening? Travis asked.
Yeah. Bait and switch,
Letitia said. Travis and Scott looked at her.
It's a tactic we were taught in the Gamma training program, Millie added. You draw your opponent's eye away from what you're trying to protect.
Right, and then you send the hobbits to throw the ring into the volcano, Ty said. That's Lord of the Rings, right?
Why would they want us to look away from where they are setting a trap? Kat asked.
To make us think Flair is unguarded, John said. They're preparing for a fight. They know we're going to be kicking down their door.
Millie looked at John. It's not just your gut feeling anymore. They know we're coming.
Chapter 44. Northern California. Deployed to support the Omegas, Gregory Castillo listened in as his team radioed their status. His scout interrupted the steady flow of communications.
There's a truck approaching. One of ours, it looks like.
Gregory knew that John and his team had commandeered the vehicle, as well as a cache of weapons from a decommissioned insect facility.
That's Stone, he said. Keep a close watch on their approach. I want to know what it's doing every step of the way.
Copy.
Pushing his sleeve back to check his watch, Gregory made a note of the time. He and his team had set up along the ridgeline north of Rebecca Flair's base.
Looks like the driver is having an issue getting past the creek. The vehicle is stuck, his scout said. Wait, they're clear. 5 minutes out.
They had prepared an ambush, drawing the invaders in, where he and his team of Beta soldiers would rain death on John and his team. Gregory switched to a different channel, contacting the Omegas directly. Target is 5 minutes out, he said.
Received, Kobayashi said. Hold position and fire on my command.
Copy, Gregory said. Though the plan was simple, it would require precision and coordination, especially against a high-priority target. Flair had been explicit about treating Stone as such. He was not to be underestimated. Once the shooting started, 2 of the Omegas would swing around to flank the enemy, forcing them deeper into the kill zone. The armored vehicle barreled over the rough terrain with ease. Ty's smile broadened as it overcame every dip and fallen log and stone, barely rocking as the shocks absorbed every change in the truck's path.
Hey, I'm a daredevil and all, but can I get a confirmation on the plan from one of you? He asked.
You heard it right, Letitia said. Take us into the mix. We'll handle the rest.
The armored hull on this beast should keep you safe, Roland said. Once we hit the ground to fight, you do your thing.
I'm just glad we dumped all that dead weight at the creek, Ty said, looking at Roland through the rearview mirror. This baby handles so much better without all those bitter old men in the back.
They drove for several more minutes before Ty turned to look over his shoulder.
You kids ready for the party?
Letitia smiled and nodded, making her way to the passenger seat. Roland checked his rifle and gave a thumbs up.
Good, because this little shindig is about to start.
The vehicle bounded over another hole as Ty brought them to the rendezvous point, making a silent wish under his breath.
Please don't let these guys have any rocket launchers.
Letitia adjusted the goggles she had stripped from an insect helmet, clicking one of the buttons on the right several times.
See our hosts?
Ty asked.
It's an ambush. They're not going to just greet us at the door, she replied. We've got to bring them out.
That's what I was afraid of.
Move up to that flat ground. I'll get out and draw their fire.
Ty turned in his seat to face her.
That's suicide. You'll be out in the open.
Letitia smiled.
I'll make my way to those big rocks sticking out of the ground. Once they focus on me, you drop Roland off on the opposite side. We'll split their focus.
And then what? Ty asked, drumming his fingertips on the steering wheel.
Then you get to do your thing.
This plan sucks, but hey, sounds like a lot of fun anyway, Ty said. Looks like it's go time. You all strapped in back there, Roland?
The former insect operator's smile lit up the back of the armored truck as he shot up an enthusiastic thumbs up.
Are you kidding? I feel alive again.
Ty returned the smile and gesture.
Why are these maniacs always so eager to leap into a firefight?
He tore across the open ground, skidding to a stop as the tires dug up the grass and dirt beneath them. Letitia tapped him on the shoulder and kicked the passenger door open, leaping out and sweeping her muzzle across the ridge as she ran for cover. Jaw tightening and hands gripping the wheel, Ty watched in amazement as she pressed her body against the boulder and brought her weapon up, firing at someone or something in the distance. The trees fired back. Barking reports from half a dozen weapons shook the air.
Time to make the donuts.
Ty slammed the truck into gear and swung it around in a wide arc, heading away from Letitia. Bullets chewed into the side, but the composite plating shrugged off most of the damage. But a burst hit the windshield, punching through and perforating the seat where Letitia was sitting moments earlier.
They've got armor-piercing rounds, too,
Ty shouted back, looking at the thick laminate glass where the rounds slipped through.
Well then, don't aim the front of the vehicle at the enemy,
Roland shouted back, hanging onto an overhead strap. Ty let out a curse and accelerated, turning away from the shooters. He stopped 30 meters from Letitia's firing position, making sure to point the windshield perpendicular to the attackers.
Sit tight. I've got this,
Roland said. Ty gave him an unsure salute as the whirring of the servo motors vibrated the truck's interior. Roland put his shoulder into the rear door, shoving it open as he leaped out onto the battlefield. The juggernaut suit propelled him effortlessly across the flat ground as he raised his weapon to join the fight.
I'm making my move,
Roland shouted. Letitia acknowledged, slamming a fresh magazine into her carbine and pivoting out just enough to fire along the ridge. Each of Roland's bounding steps ate up meters in a matter of milliseconds. Founts of dirt and grass sprang from the ground well behind his position as the enemy's rounds fell short. The freedom he felt was exhilarating as the suit responded to the signals from his brain and spinal column. His speed and agility boosted by the experimental technology, Roland felt superhuman. He slid and dropped to a knee, bringing his carbine up. The juggernaut's HUD pinpointed the location of two attackers, picking out the muzzle flashes from their weapons. A round sparked off his thigh and another hit his chest, but the light armor plating held. He let out a short puff of air.
I can't let too many more of those find their mark.
His carbine spit back, but Roland knew that he hadn't scored a hit, watching the target break from cover. The mercenary slid down the ridge to avoid his attack, forced to join him in the kill box. Roland let out an adrenaline-fueled shout as he dashed ahead.
Ease up, Roland. You're drawing all of their fire with your recklessness, Letitia said.
Chapter 45. As the battle ignited, Jada was in position, knowing that the rest of his team were also along the ridge. But they had set up below the crest, far enough away that they wouldn't be spotted. As soon as the shooting started, he sent a short chirping signal through his subdermal implant. The others knew what it meant. Sweep around and close the trap. Don't let anyone escape. Jada crept up the ridge for a better view, but the radio reports from the betas on the front line weren't matching his expectations. There was only a single attacker. Someone exited the armored truck and took cover while the vehicle continued its course, splitting their team's focus. Something wasn't right. One of the beta assets shouted over the radio, "There's a juggernaut on the field! Repeat, the enemy has a juggernaut suit!" John Stone was aware of their trap. Jada radioed to the other Omegas.
Hold position. Stone knows this is a setup.
He ran through the possible contingency plans in his mind. It sounded like there were 3 of Stone's people below. The young girl, the driver, and the pilot of the juggernaut. "Sebastian, Murr, return to base," Jada said. "Protect Miss Flair."
What about the attackers?
Cook asked. Based on after-action reports from previous conflicts, Jada knew that John had used a juggernaut suit when he attacked and killed Price Wyndham. There was a high probability that he was down there doing the same thing.
Swing around and box them in.
"I'll kill Stone myself." Travis leaned his shoulder against a tree as the popping and crackling of weapons fire broke the silence. Scott struggled to climb the ridge to join him, forced to stop short as he caught his breath. "Maybe I should think about quitting," Scott said, pinching his cigarette between his lips as he pulled a lighter out from his pocket, lighting up.
"Yeah, I think now would be a good time,"
Travis said, peering out over his carbine's sights. Scott cradled a Remington 870, sucking in a deep breath and blowing a thick cloud of smoke. "Maybe after this one." He brought the shotgun up to his shoulder, taking aim at something in the distance. He stepped out and rushed up again, passing Travis. "Cover me, pretty boy." Travis shook his head, pivoting out from the other side of the tree and advancing. Lacking the same mobility and agility from their youth, the two men had given up the element of surprise with their noisy approach. The attacker above them spun, wasting no time as he spotted Travis. The mercenary's rounds punched through a small tree, nearly clipping him, but Scott answered with a booming crack. His slug shattered a rock next to the enemy, but the beta was unfazed, swinging his weapon to track the new shooter. Gritting his teeth, Travis fired on the move, his pair of bursts doing just enough to spoil their foe's aim, but they had nowhere else to go. Both Travis and Scott were pinned down, forced behind cover while the beta alternated, firing bursts at each.
"Smooth, Chambers. Your rattling jewelry gave up our position," Scott said, shouting over the shots.
"That smoke signal you sent up didn't help much," Travis retorted. "But we can't sit here and bicker like old ladies." "You're right. You need to put some fire on that goon so I can rush him," Scott said, sliding a shell into his weapon to top off the tube magazine. "You won't make it halfway up that hill before your blackened heart gives out," Travis said. "You cover me." "I don't need to make it all the way up," Scott said with a grin, patting his shotgun. "I just need to get close enough to reach out and touch him." Travis stole a peek just as the beta fired on his position. He shrank back and looked at Scott, ready to argue again. "On three," Scott said. "Wait, 3," Scott shouted, pushing himself up to his feet and clutching his weapon against his body. Travis shouted a curse and dropped to a knee, pulling the rifle against his shoulder and taking aim. He watched as the man at the crest of the ridge pivoted to cut down the crazy old man charging him. It was the opening that Travis needed. His finger eased the trigger back, pressing twice in rapid succession and firing at the beta before he could get his sights on Scott. He saw a puff of dust or moisture spread from the enemy's shoulder, but the attacker adjusted his point of aim and answered. Heat and pain sliced across Travis's senses as a round clipped him just under his ribs. Gritting his teeth, Travis felt his body compress, core tightening and providing a stable platform for his weapon. He unleashed burst after burst until his rifle ran dry. Pressing a hand to the wound on his side, Travis let the carbine hang by its sling as he drew his Sig Sauer P227, rushing up the hill and waiting for the inevitable shot that would end his foolhardy assault. Before the enemy could cut him down, Scott's Remington roared, shaking the trees. A slug hammered the man, turning his body away and sending his burst wide. Travis was within 20 yards now, pistol up and firing. His .45 caliber slugs pounded the beta's back, but two of the hollow points hit flesh, tearing into the enemy's shoulder. The mercenary turned to face them again, his face twisted up in rage. He held his rifle in between his knees to work the charging handle before gripping it with his offhand. The beta fired from the hip as Travis dove into a hollow in the dirt. Scott responded with a pair of slugs, working the slide immediately after each violent blast. The first struck the beta in the chest, once again stopped by the armor, but the impact had more than enough kinetic energy to stun his target. Scott's second rifle slug smashed the man's helmet, sending shards of plastic spraying out as the beta's body dropped to the ground. Travis slapped the base of a new magazine and furiously worked the charging handle of his rifle, scrambling to his feet to take aim. Scott covered the last few yards, shotgun pointed at the downed beta.
"Jesus, he's still alive,"
Travis mumbled. The enemy raised his carbine to take aim at Scott, his face a mangled mess of torn flesh and blood. What had remained of his features was still a mask of pure anger. Travis and Scott fired at the same time, slugs and caseless rounds chewing away at the threat until he finally stopped moving. The air still vibrating, Scott spun to face Travis. "You maniac! Your covering fire almost hit me back there!" Travis knelt down using his carbine as a crutch to support his weight.
"You're welcome."
Still gripping the cigarette between his lips, Scott plucked it away with his index and middle finger. "If we make it out of this, remind me to quit these things. I don't know if my ticker is going to make it much longer." Travis grinned. "It's all downhill from here. Literally." Letitia pressed a hand to her earpiece, trying to decipher Scott and Travis as they spoke in short, contradicting sentences. She heard them declare that they had taken one of the shooters down and were on the way to the next enemy position.
"Great job, guys,"
she said before leaning out and firing a burst at the trees, aiming for the muzzle flash blooming from the shadows far above her position. More rounds peppered away at her cover, cracking off splinters of stone, hurling shards and pebbles around her.
I could use a breather right about now, she thought, thumbing the bolt release after reloading her weapon.
Answering her silent request, the roar of the armored personnel carrier nearly drowned out the constant thumping staccato from enemy gunfire. Climbing hard, the truck went straight for a silhouetted figure at the top of the hill. The attackers had no choice but to turn their attention to the behemoth rumbling toward them. This was her chance. She took several steps away from the boulder, ready to make a break for the tree line covering the hillside to her right. It wasn't the best cover, but it would provide concealment to hide her movement. She darted out, head down, feet churning at the ground beneath her. Letitia was only yards away from the trees when someone opened fire from behind her. She slid to a stop and dove to the side. The bursts followed as she rolled behind a tree, too close for her liking.
They're flanking us.
Letitia popped out to return fire, having to guess where the enemy was. The quick flash in the distance drove her back as one of the caseless rounds tore a chunk of bark from her cover.
Ty, I could use your help back here, she said. I think the Omegas are circling back.
The mystery attacker fired again, this time running up to get closer.
This tree isn't wide enough to protect me, she thought. 1, 2, 3. Run, idiot! Letitia shouted, sprinting out into the open again, spraying bursts wildly.
The Omega opened fire as their battle drew the attention of another shooter on the ridgeline. Letitia was back at the boulders, placing them between her and the more significant threat closing in. But she was still exposed to the elevated foe. Keeping her body pressed to the exposed stone, pocked with bullet wounds, she rolled along its radius as more rounds added to the battle-worn texture. Making her way around the massive rock to avoid the incoming fire, Letitia dropped to a kneeling position, raising her weapon as she saw the other attacker. Her mind flipped through the data quickly, identifying Brittany Cook, one of the Omega assets. Both combatants took aim, but before Cook's bullets could tear away at the young Gamma, a fast-moving figure slid in between them, intercepting the attack. Roland staggered back with a grunt. He let out an angry shout and answered with a pair of bursts from his carbine. Letitia ran toward him.
On your left,
she said, sliding on her hip, coming to a stop at his feet. She kept her body pressed to the earth. Her world rotated 90 degrees as she placed the Omega in her sights, firing. The woman shouted and spun away, moving laterally to avoid their follow-up attacks. The armored vehicle rumbled to a stop, cutting off their line of sight to Cook as Roland fell to a knee, catching himself with one arm, still clutching his rifle in the other.
About time you made it, Ty,
Letitia said. Before the courier could answer, a burst hit Roland across his back. The shooter on the ridge had a clear shot over the top of the boulder. Letitia rolled over her shoulder, putting Roland's juggernaut suit between her and the new shooter, placing a hand on her friend's upper arm.
You okay in there?
Roland exhaled and looked up at her.
I'm good.
Another burst chipped away at the armor plating across his shoulder blades. He stood and turned, facing the threat, as Letitia did the same, peering out from under his arm to aim her carbine.
Anyone have eyes on this guy?
Roland asked. The crack from a high-powered rifle reverberated between the juggernaut and armored truck.
He's down,
Jimenez said. Roland's suit whirred as he rose to his full height again, reloading his carbine.
This fight is far from over. Let's get back to it.
Letitia nodded with a smile. The juggernaut bounded out onto the battlefield again, weapon chattering. Letitia struggled to keep up, using Roland for cover every time he stopped to return fire. The lightning strikes from Jimenez's Remington 700 were interspersed with the constant chatter of their automatic weapons. Ty began his climb up the other side of the hill again, using the armored personnel carrier to provide cover for Roland and Letitia along their right as they pressed the attack. Letitia fired at the trees. The round struck near a mercenary shooting from above. Her burst was close enough to steal the man's balance as he slid down a steeper part of the hill, where Ty's vehicle was unable to reach. Letitia tried to track him with her follow-up bursts, but the beta was on his feet in a flash. He had dropped his rifle on the way down, but recovered fast as he drew his sidearm. Roland fired a burst at near point blank, his rounds tearing into the man. The beta stumbled as he closed the gap, firing his pistol into Roland's gut, the 9mm rounds hardly scratching the surface of the armor. Roland clamped a powered hand around the merc's wrist, crushing the bones. The beta's scream shifted from pain to rage. Roland fired another burst into the man's chest before dropping his lifeless body.
How are you holding up?
Letitia asked, struggling to catch her breath.
I'll make it,
Roland said, reloading his rifle. More rounds rained down from the ridge, sparking off the suit's composite armor. Another round cracked through. The bullet wasn't able to penetrate, but the blunt force dropped Roland to his knees. John clenched his jaw, listening to the radio broadcast from his team. They were heavy into the fighting, volunteering to draw the attention away from Flair's actual position. He felt a pang of guilt, unable to join the battle and provide support. "Hang on," he thought. "I'm going to find Flair and finish this." Chapter 46. "Something's wrong," Kobayashi said to Cook. "This isn't their full force. Their tactics aren't making sense."
"That's not Stone and the Juggernaut," Cook said. "This team is here to keep our attention focused on them. They knew about the trap."
"How?" Kobayashi asked.
"It doesn't matter. We need to get back to the base."
Chance kept his body hunched, covering ground before stopping behind a tree. This was the location that Parker's mob recognition program indicated as the Omega Protocol's base of operations. The rest of the team had split off, continuing to the ambush point, prepared for a fight. "Man, I hope it's enough to keep them alive," Chance thought, as the sounds of the battle reached them. Millie moved up to his position, kneeling next to him.
"Come on, the others can't keep this up for long. We need to end it."
"I'll cover you," Chance said, sweeping his weapon over the open ground. Rising just enough to move again, Millie tapped his shoulder and broke cover, but something forced her to deviate course, veering away from the base toward a rock jutting out from the ground. Chance saw the movement, too. He whipped his weapon in the direction of an approaching figure. The scope on his rifle didn't provide much magnification, but it was enough to recognize the man. Sebastian Smith. "Incoming!" he shouted, firing a burst. Sebastian stepped to the side just far enough to avoid the attack, alerted by Chance's shout to Millie. The Omega brought his weapon to bear, sliding behind another large boulder poking up from the ground. Sebastian fired, driving Chance back, forcing him to retreat deeper into the forest. Millie swung out, opening up her angle to get a visual on the attacker, but it was precisely what he wanted her to do. With Chance suppressed, Sebastian whipped the muzzle in her direction, pulling his weapon against his shoulder, taking careful aim. Unable to find the time and opening to fire, Millie charged forward, moving for the next scrap of cover, a fallen log near a ditch 10 meters ahead. Her legs pumped hard as she chewed up the distance.
"Not gonna make it. Too far," she thought.
Before Sebastian could spring his trap, Chance leaned out, bracing his weapon against the tree he used for cover, firing at the Omega. The round smashed into the rock, sending shards of stone into Sebastian's face and neck. Traversing the last few feet, Millie added to the volume of fire. Their concentrated attacks drove the Omega to the far side of the boulder, out of sight. "Swing out," Chance radioed so he wouldn't be overheard. "Flank him." Millie nodded, keeping her eyes fixed on the rock as she moved to her right. Chance increased his pace as he advanced, swinging out to his left. The lull in fire stretched out as they closed the distance. Millie's hands gripped her weapon tighter with each step, the tension building. Sebastian's training and experience proving unpredictable, he appeared above them, vaulting over his cover. It was an inhuman feat that neither had expected. Targeting Millie as he landed, Sebastian's initial burst halted her movement as a round sliced across her left deltoid. He fired again, but Millie dropped, rolling to the side, losing her grip on the carbine. The weapon rattled against her body, still on its sling. She couldn't risk fumbling for it, instead drawing the Smith & Wesson M&P on her right hip. Firing from a kneeling position, she pressed the trigger 5 times in rapid succession. The first 3 rounds slammed into Sebastian's chest, rising up with each follow-up shot. The Omega raised his arms to shield his face as the last pair of slugs struck the forearm plating. Chance shuffled to the side to avoid putting Millie in a crossfire as he let loose with his carbine. The caseless round struck Sebastian in the ribs, 2 of them passing through the armor. The bolt of Chance's weapon locked back, leaving him unable to capitalize. Their foe let out a grunt, more frustration than pain, dropping his elbow to put pressure on one of the wounds. It was the opening Millie needed to get her carbine in hand again, firing at the threat. Spinning to avoid the incoming attack, Sebastian kicked up a wall of leaves and dirt, obscuring their view. Millie swung the weapon to one side to track his movement, expecting him to fall back. Once again, the Omega opted for an unconventional tactic, rushing through the falling leaves and bridging the gap toward Chance. The detective was unable to retrieve a fresh magazine in time, forced to use his weapon to block an incoming kick. Sebastian raised the muzzle of his carbine, but Chance twisted and dropped to avoid the burst. Using his momentum, Chance supported his weight with one hand as he whipped his right leg in a tight arc, catching Sebastian's weapon with his heel and knocking it free from his grip. Millie lowered her weapon. She didn't have a clear shot as the 2 combatants tangled in hand-to-hand range. Chance pressed the attack, landing a stiff hook across the taller man's jaw. He thrust a knee into Sebastian's gut, opening up enough space to swing his left leg across with a roundhouse kick. Sebastian leaned his head back, barely avoiding the boot, and stepping away with a cocky grin. Chance pulled his black gator mask down and sucked in a deep breath.
Had enough?
He asked with his own smile.
I won't hold it against you if you're too scared to continue.
The Omega's face twisted for a moment, the mask of anger threatening to take over, but he regained his composure, leaving a hint of disgust in his features.
Ready for round 2?
Chance dropped the empty carbine.
I'll even make it fair.
Sebastian's rear foot twisted slightly, digging into the soft ground. Chance's goading had succeeded, drawing him into the fight. But even letting his anger control his movements, Sebastian was a faster and stronger opponent, too dangerous to clash with head-on. The Omega rushed with a front kick. Chance swept it to the side, ducking under the follow-up back fist, swinging across his field of view. On his heels, Chance parried another pair of punches before a boot dug into his solar plexus. The force of the blow took Chance off of his feet and stole the wind from his lungs. He landed several meters away, clutching his stomach as his throat tightened, unable to pull in even a quarter breath. Sebastian stepped toward the carbine that had been knocked from his grasp earlier. Millie rushed him, firing on the move to drive him back. He shuffled away, but before Millie could track him, Sebastian rushed back to re-engage with Chance.
He's too smart, Millie thought,
watching the two trade blows.
He knows I don't have a clear shot.
Chance landed a short elbow, following it with a pair of hooks that would have dropped any other man, but the Omega shrugged them off. Chance absorbed a vicious body blow with his arm, falling back several steps. But this time, as Sebastian bridged the gap, the detective timed his counterattack flawlessly, spinning to deliver a heel kick that cracked his foe across the jaw, staggering him. Again, the Omega's resilience caught Chance off guard as he missed a straight right hand. Sebastian drove a knee into Chance's stomach and grabbed him by the back of his jacket and belt. He swung Chance around, tossing him at Millie as she moved closer. Their bodies collided as they hit the ground. Sebastian went for his weapon again. Millie's carbine was pinned under Chance, so she pulled her handgun, firing with one hand. The pistol rounds had no chance of getting through the man's body armor, but his legs. A 9mm hollow point tore a chunk from Sebastian's thigh, stopping him before he could reach his rifle.
The suit's mobility is compromised, Roland said. I don't have the speed to take these guys.
Letitia slapped his armored shoulder.
Just sit there and stop the incoming bullets. I'll handle the rest.
Roland looked at her in disbelief, seeing the snarky smile and remembering her sarcastic wit. He nodded and pushed himself up to his feet again. The suit's sensors and motors struggled, but they had enough left to keep him in the battle.
I've lost visual on the remaining attackers, Jimenez said. I'm going to swing out and adjust my angle. Just don't leave us hanging too long,
Roland said, lurching forward as his carbine barked. Bullets drummed along his left flank, but Letitia poked her head out long enough to return fire on the ridge, rewarded with the sight of a body tumbling down the hill.
Got him, she shouted.
How many left? Roland asked. Before anyone could answer, something knocked his leg to the side, dropping him to the ground. He let out a shout, amplified by the suit's speakers.
Are you hit?
Letitia asked, going prone to use his body for cover.
Yeah, well, the suit is. I don't know if it went through, but I've lost the use of the leg, so I'm kind of stuck here.
The young girl let out a sigh, realizing it was a shout of frustration, not pain.
Why don't you kick your feet up and relax? I'll take over from here.
Roland let out a sarcastic laugh as she braced her carbine on Roland's hip, firing several bursts.
He's on the move,
she said, adjusting her body, swinging her legs out for a better shot at the man coming down the hill. She fired, missing as the enemy slipped to the side. The muzzle flash in the distance answered her a moment later. The burning pain in her leg, all too familiar to her, flooded her senses. Gunshot wound. She let out a short chirp, a mix of anger and pain, and pulled her body closer to Roland. The beta advanced, pressing the attack and keeping her pinned. Roland raised his arm to provide more protection as the rounds punched into what was left of the juggernaut. With great effort, Roland worked his right hand free from under his body, just enough to bring his carbine around. He fired a burst, but the attacker dodged to the side as he reloaded his weapon. Roland fired again, but this time the weapon's report had an odd ring to it, more of a continuous rumble. It wasn't his carbine he had heard. The armored truck roared into view, slamming into the beta and hurling him bodily to the side. The Merc ragdolled through the air, rolling to a stop a dozen meters away, his limbs flailing and broken. "Gotta look both ways, dog," Ty shouted over the vehicle's loudspeakers. The courier climbed out, clutching a pistol, listening for a moment to confirm that the shooting had stopped.
We did it! We won!
Looking at Roland and Letitia, the mask of mirth melted away as he rushed over to them.
Jimenez, I need help here. We gotta get these two loaded up in the back of the truck.
On my way.
Ty pressed a hand onto Letitia's thigh, putting pressure on the bullet wound. She winced and let out a loud curse, pushing him away.
Careful, dumbass! You're gonna do more damage than the bullet.
You got a mouth on you, girl.
I'm just trying to help. Grab the first aid kit from the truck, she replied.
Ty stood and spotted a figure approaching. That was fast, he thought, expecting to see Jimenez. The man's steps were calm, methodical. He was stalking them as he held a carbine close to his body, the muzzle pointed right at Ty. Drop the weapon, Emmanuel Jada said. Ty stood up straight, pushing the fear back and letting the false bravado shine through. His fingers tightened on the firearm's grip, but he still held it hanging at his side. Jada smiled as he continued walking. Let me assure you, I'll cut you in half before you can even pull the slack from the trigger. A mechanical chalk-clack interrupted their conversation. Why don't you drop the weapon, dirtbag? Scott raised his Remington to his shoulder. Travis followed, several steps to Scott's right, taking aim with his carbine.
Did we forget to RSVP to this party?
Chance pushed himself up to his feet, hurt and bleeding. Strength waning, he tightened every muscle in his body to force the shakiness away. Millie tossed her empty pistol to the side and joined him, standing side by side. With a quick hissing exhale, Chance rushed forward, closing the distance before launching himself to deliver a flying sidekick. Sebastian brought an arm up to cushion most of the impact, borrowing the kinetic energy to roll to the side. Millie stepped in, ducking Sebastian's elbow strike, and dug the ball of her foot into the ground, driving an uppercut into his jaw. The impact rattled the bones in her arm, but the punch knocked Sebastian back several steps. The Omega landed a lead leg roundhouse to the inside of her leg, stealing her balance. Before she could recover, he drove a piston-like punch to her chest, sending her flying back. Chance used the opening to land a right cross, following with a left hook. Sebastian blocked the second blow, but Chance reversed his momentum again and plowed a spinning back kick to the Omega's ribs, where he had hit him with a burst from his carbine at the beginning of the fight. Sebastian let out a roar and squeezed his elbow to his side, baring his teeth. Struggling to her feet, Millie ran to help as Sebastian grasped Chance by the neck. He tried breaking the Omega's hold, but the machine-like strength was too much to overcome, falling to a knee as he pried at Sebastian's wrists. Millie reached them, stepping up onto Chance's back and kicking off of his shoulder. She flipped over both men, twisting to land on Sebastian's back. Drawing the karambit knife from her belt, Millie flipped the blade, deftly catching it with the point facing her. With a hand on the Omega's forehead, she pulled his chin up and brought the knife to his neck. The tip bit into flesh, pulling Sebastian's attention and hands away from Chance. He grabbed Millie's wrist, preventing the karambit from inflicting more damage as he reached up with his right to pull her off his back. Still gasping for air, Chance dug deep to find the strength to push forward, rising to his feet as he slammed his elbow into Sebastian's left hand, still holding Millie's knife in place. The impact drove the curved edge into muscle and flesh. Gripping the Omega's hand with both of his own, Chance wrenched it free, twisting to put pressure on the man's wrist. Millie screamed as she dragged the karambit across Sebastian's throat before she fell backward and scrambled away. Still gripping the Omega's wrist, Chance's legs gave out as he fell to his knees. Sebastian dropped a fraction of a second later, staring at the detective. The moment stretched out as more blood and life drained from the mortally wounded man's face and eyes. Finally, the warrior's head dropped forward before leaning to the side, where his body fell. Scott wiped a hand across his mouth, looking at the shotgun that Jada had taken from him before tossing it away. The Omega had rushed them so fast, covering the ground before they could react, disarming him in a flash. Jada wrestled the carbine from Travis's grip, hurling him to the side. Before the assassin could aim and fire, Scott was already in his face, deflecting the muzzle as a burst ripped into the dirt. The grizzled detective drove a powerful cannonball right hand into his foe's jaw and ripped the weapon free with his left. Scott turned his body, keeping the rifle close, firing from his hip. The burst exploded as all 3 rounds buried themselves deep into the Omega's gut. But the second trigger press was followed by a mushy, muted click. Jada's thumb rested on the magazine release, behind the now empty mag well. He grabbed the rifle with both hands and pulled it away from Scott, as he drove the crown of his head into the detective's face. Small flecks of blood dotted Jada's gritted teeth as he brought the carbine down over his knee, snapping the barrel from the upper receiver. Scott wiped a hand over the bridge of his busted nose, smearing the blood across the lower half of his face. He spit a crimson glob into the grass and rose to his feet again. Pressing a hand to his stomach, rivulets of blood seeped from between the Omega's fingers as he took a step away, the determination never leaving his features. Travis rushed Jada from the side, thumbing the button to open his tactical knife. He jammed the slim blade into the assassin's thigh, but just as the steel dug into muscle, the Omega grunted and swatted Travis away. Jada pulled the knife free as Scott and Travis both drew their pistols and fired. So close to their target, the barrage of .45 caliber and .357 Magnum rounds hit like sledgehammers against the Omega's body armor, but he still had the wherewithal to raise his arms, protecting his head. One of Scott's Magnum slugs struck underneath Jada's unprotected upper arm. As the assassin's right hand dropped, Travis hurled his empty P227 and charged. Jada slapped the pistol aside and shot his left hand out. Gripping Travis by the throat, he lifted him off the ground. Scott slipped behind their foe and secured a waistlock. Jada released Travis and tried to break the grip, but he lacked the strength in his right arm for the proper leverage. Scott heaved the Omega up and arched his back, slamming Jada's neck and shoulders into the ground. The two combatants scrambled for position, but Scott maintained his grip as they struggled to their feet. He sank his hips, but Jada resisted, keeping his feet planted. Jada grabbed Scott's wrist with his left hand and squeezed. A loud pop and two small cracks preceded Scott's furious shout, but still he refused to release his hold. Travis stepped in, closing the distance, and threw an uppercut, knocking the assassin's head back as Scott once again had the leverage to lift him up and over. Jada's head cracked against a rock, and his body went limp. Travis hooked a hand under Scott's arm, helping him to his feet. "Let me give you a hand, old man." "Yours are a little on the small side, but I'll take that left one off of you," Scott said, cradling his injured wrist. Ty ran over, helping Scott from the other side. "I'm not your grandpa, kid. I can still walk." "Yeah, I guess your bones aren't so brittle," Ty said with a smile. "I'm gonna go grab the first aid kit from the—" "You gotta be kidding me." Letitia's face was a mix of frustration and astonishment. On trembling legs, Jada rose to his feet. His head lolled to the left, but with a straining grunt. He pulled his jaw to one side as a ripple of cracks emanated from his neck. His lips pulled back in a snarl as the strength returned to his limbs. His chest rose and fell with two deep breaths as he stepped forward. Scott pushed away from Travis, raising his fists. "Looks like we've still got to clean up our mess," Travis said, his shoulders sagging from exhaustion. Before Jada could get within fighting range, a thunderclap split the air. The fabric and nylon webbing exploded out from his chest, knocking him back. Travis and Scott stepped away. Letitia looked back over her shoulder, seeing Jimenez take several steps forward, working the bolt of his rifle and kneeling. As the second report from the marksman's Remington 700 shook the air, Jada's head disappeared in a gory mist. "Sorry I took so long," Jimenez said, jogging up to join the rest. Chapter 47. John moved slowly, approaching the coordinates indicated by Miranda's search. She had speculated it could be a second entryway into the base, a back door. It had only been used a handful of times by the Omegas as they returned from their missions, but with the battle raging on, he would be able to use it to access the facility without facing heavy resistance. If John could reach Flair directly, he could bring the order down and give his friends the signal to fall back. Closing the distance, he scanned the area over his weapon sights. A figure moved, inspecting the nearby forest, before returning to a secure position near the entrance. He's guarding the base, John thought. He wasn't close enough to see the person, but it most likely wasn't one of Flair's precious Omega assets. They were far more valuable on the battlefield, taking on the rest of the hard core. Again, the sentry stepped away from his post and started a haphazard patrol. The distant reports of automatic weapons were already frequent, north of the facility where the trap had been sprung. But the shooting in front of the base, where Millie and Chance had approached, set the guard on edge. He must have been contemplating abandoning his post and going to help. John broke from the tree line, making his way to the next suitable piece of cover, a dip in the ground, giving him a small hollow to lay down and use the lip to conceal his position. His body was still a wreck, protesting the simple movements and slowing him down. The sentry spun on his heels, weapon up. John's movements had hardly made a sound, but this was no ordinary mercenary. It was one of Flair's remaining beta assets in charge of the base's security. John acted first, firing his weapon as he rushed for the hidden entrance. Though John's attack had been a surprise, the beta's ability and positioning helped him to avoid the initial burst, but it served to push him further away from the base. The man changed course and swung out laterally, firing on the move until he had a direct line of sight to the entrance, stealing away any usable cover from John. Forced to retreat, John slid into the hollow he had spotted earlier. His opponent was good. John had cut him off from the base while making his way to the entrance, but his foe had adjusted his firing angle to make sure he couldn't have it either. John pushed himself up to the edge of the ditch, taking aim where the mercenary had been a moment before. But he was gone already, darting for the base. Pulling the slack from the trigger, John adjusted his aim, firing in front to lead his target. His foe leaped back and spun to fire directly at John's position. John was on his feet, sprinting for the base's entrance. As the beta's rounds chewed up the dirt around him, John dropped to a knee behind the stump of a tree and returned fire, hitting the merc in the arm and shoulder with his burst. Shaking the spent magazine from his weapon, John charged ahead, still making his way to the base. The beta had been forced back behind cover, having just been shot, but John knew he wouldn't fall that easily. Regaining his bearings quickly, the attacker was on the offensive again, pressing the assault as he rushed toward the base. Both men moved as fast as they could, shooting on the move, but their heavy, earth-churning steps spoiled their respective aim. John was close to the entrance, legs pumping hard. The beta's rifle ran dry, and his hand dropped to his sidearm with practiced ease. John covered the last handful of meters, diving behind the small hidden partition where the entrance sat to avoid the shots. The impact with the ground took more out of John than he hoped, as the air fled from his body with a huff. The mercenary swung around, pressing the attack, firing until his pistol slide locked back. The barrier held, absorbing all of the rounds. Stepping out to the side, John raised his weapon. But his foe advanced fast, dipping below the muzzle as the carbine spit a burst before taking John down with a shoulder tackle. Both men scrambled, wrestling for the superior position. The beta's youth and strength gave him the edge as he ended up on top. He raised his right fist, hammering John with a hard punch before rearing back just enough to deliver an elbow strike. John absorbed the second blow on his forearms. He thrust his left hand out and grabbed his foe by the throat, but the beta reacted fast, securing a grip on his wrist, preparing for an arm lock. John rolled to his left, using the momentum to launch a powerful straight right. The blow stunned the man, his body going limp for a heartbeat. A flash knockout. By the time his foe had recovered, John had already reversed their positions as he followed with a vicious left, then right hook. The beta let out a roar and tossed John to the side as the ranger raised up to drop another punishing blow. On his feet in a split second, the mercenary pulled a knife from the sheath on his chest. John rolled over his shoulder, coming up to a kneeling position as he drew his 1911. 21 feet. Just shy of 6.5 meters. That was the distance that an attacker armed with a knife was still a threat to someone armed with a handgun. The mercenary was only half that distance away when he charged. John's jaw tightened and relaxed as he raised the pistol to meet his foe. He pressed the trigger twice, placing the first .45 caliber slug into the beta's neck. The second punched through his cheek. The man's body tumbled and rolled to a stop at John's feet as he stood up. Chapter 48. Using the keycard he pulled from the beta's gear, John was able to access Flair's base, moving through the dark corridors. He held his carbine close to his body, stock against his shoulder, taking smooth, even steps. A nurse cowered in the corner, holding his hands up as John approached. He nodded toward the exit as he passed.
"Get out of here. Head east and run as fast as you can," he said. "Tell the others."
Inside the base, the battle raging out front didn't reach John, or perhaps it had already ended. Were his friends still alive? He reached an intersection in the hallway, one direction moving deeper into the structure, but the other toward a large open room. John looked to the right, straining to see down the darkened hall's length, making sure no one was approaching from that direction. He moved to the left, toward the open room, muzzle following his head as he scanned the massive space. Making his way to the center of the room, he studied the hospital bed, surrounded by diagnostic equipment. The sheets were disheveled. The patient was either gone or no longer bedridden.
Flare,
John whispered, passing by. The cavernous space had a row of small offices along one wall, but the rest was bare concrete, except for the bed and equipment in the center, and rows of exposed steel beams supporting the ceiling. John took great care to clear the offices, his patience ensuring no one inside could surprise him.
She's not here, he thought.
John turned and faced the double doors as someone else entered. The man was tall, athletic. He was unafraid as he strode in, his weapon held loosely in his right hand near his hip. "I know you're in here, Stone," the man said. Gabriel Murr. John had never heard the man's voice, relying on his stature and silhouette to ID him. Uninterested in vacuous chatter and mind games, John engaged from the far corner, still moving forward as he fired. Murr spotted the faint movement, even in the dark. Slipping into the room, he darted to the right as the bullet shattered one of the windows in the door. He was good, almost superhuman the way he moved. John immediately drew on his experience, putting a plan of action together. But it was memories of his fight with Mr. Gordon, the medically enhanced alpha that had nearly ended John's life, that bubbled to the forefront. John pressed the attack, still firing as he followed Murr's movement. The Omega assassin dove and rolled behind a rack of medical equipment. He poked his head up just enough to get a clear shot at John. With no clear path to the exit, he was forced back to the offices as Murr's round skipped off the concrete and punched through the drywall. The thin barriers would provide no protection against the caseless rounds from the Omega's carbine, but the concealment would allow John to move to a better position. Footsteps echoed, boots squeaking on the floor as the assailant ran to close the gap. If John had to fight up close, the odds of surviving the encounter would drop dramatically.
I need to end this from a distance.
He rose up, stepping to the side and firing through the office window. The first 3-round burst shattered the glass and stopped Murr's charge, but the Omega kept moving, pushing off to one side and continuing at an angle. John ran the calculations in his mind. A simple task, tracking the target's movements. He fired 2 more bursts through the wall. Rewarded with a faint grunt, John took off toward the door to his right, leading to an adjacent room, just as Murr answered, the Omega's round smashing the desk inside. John drove his shoulder against the wall and felt a thump on the other side. Both men rested, leaning against the structure to catch their collective breaths.
Not bad, old man,
Murr said, the drywall muffling his words. Even through the divider, John heard the wince as his assailant inspected the wounds. His rounds had found their mark. Using the small respite, John swapped his partial magazine for a full one, his last full mag.
It's not too late to hash this out face to face, Murr said. Man to man. You don't seem like the negotiating type, John replied.
Oh, don't mistake my offer for a conversation.
I'm merely suggesting we settle this up close and personal.
Murr chuckled.
I promise to make it fun. Let's end this now, old man. It ends when Flare is dead, John said.
The standoff stretched out. John felt his pulse in his temples, the rhythm steady as he took a deep breath through flared nostrils. As if Murr could read his mind, the Omega pushed away from the wall the same moment John did. Both men spun and opened fire, their rounds blindly stabbing through the wall to seek their targets. John ran to the side as he continued dumping bullets into the barrier, hoping to end the fight. Murr's carbine punched holes, tracing a line in the same direction they had both chosen to move. The bolt of John's weapon locked open just as his shoulder slammed into the end of the office. Murr's rifle, too, fell silent. John's mind raced, kicking into overdrive.
No time to reload. The pistol won't be as effective.
The only viable course of action was clear to him. John released his grip on the carbine and tucked his chin.
You want to fight up close? Let's run it your way.
Barreling ahead, John busted through the drywall, his momentum still building. He rushed toward Murr as the spent magazine slid from the Omega's weapon. John's shoulder dug into his foe's stomach. With a fierce roar, the old warrior clasped his hands behind the assassin's legs, lifting him up and turning to the side to dump him onto the polished concrete. Murr's breath left in a hiss as the reload skittered away, but he caught John off guard, continuing the roll and ending up on top. Murr sucked in a short breath, whistling through gritted teeth before dropping a quick left-right combo. Barely bringing his arms up in time, John absorbed the damage, but the impact sent his head into the ground each time the blows landed. Murr growled and twisted his body to deliver a hook, sneaking past John's defense. He followed with a straight left, but John shifted his head to the side, letting the punch slip by, sending Murr's fist into the concrete. The resounding crack shook the air by John's head as chips from the floor sprayed his neck and ear.
That blow had to have shattered his hand, John thought.
An ordinary opponent would have been out of the fight suffering that kind of damage, but Murr wasted no time getting up, pulling John to his feet. There was no sign of pain in his opponent's eyes. These Omegas were a far different breed than Mr. Gordon. Murr wound up to deliver a left elbow. John timed his counter, pulling his opponent in close, using the momentum of the attack to bring their bodies together. He slammed his head into Murr's face, sending out a spray of blood with a wet crunch. The fighters were too close for Murr's elbow to inflict any significant damage, but the energy of the attack still sent John staggering away. He regained his balance, sinking his hips into a fighting stance, expecting a brief respite to regroup, while Murr dealt with his broken nose. To John's dismay, the Omega was already bridging the gap. He whipped a leg, low, landing a punishing roundhouse kick to John's thigh. The whap from the blow sent a sharp electric pain radiating out from the point of impact. Through the cloud of agony and his own shouting in his ears, John questioned whether or not the kick had fractured his femur. The leg was still able to bear his weight, but the pain was immense. He stumbled back. Murr didn't let up, once again pressing the attack. The Omega leaped up into the air, turning his body to deliver a spinning kick. Time slowed, stretching out as John watched the assassin's body rotate. Murr was executing an attack that he had seen Chance execute many times. With the Omega's enhanced strength, the blow could very well kill him. Clenching his teeth, John unleashed a fierce, animalistic cry and drove forward, slipping by the kick as he hooked an arm under Murr's extended leg. Their bodies collided, and both men tumbled to the ground again. This time, John controlled his opponent's fall, making sure to stay on top. He delivered a pile-driving punch, bouncing Murr's head off the concrete. Rearing back for another, John used his left hand to pin his opponent to the ground. Murr raised his left arm to shield his face as his right hand shot out, grabbing John's throat and squeezing. Unable to pry the monster's hand free, John let go of Murr's right wrist, instead grabbing his busted left hand with both of his. Spittle sprayed from John's lips. He gurgled as he squeezed and wrenched the damaged appendage, feeling the small bones splinter as they ground together. John's hunch proved correct. The Omega was able to push the pain to the back of his mind, but the immediate feedback flooding his brain was enough to break the grip on his throat. Teeth bared, John punished his foe, dropping a second wrecking ball, followed by a third. Murr tossed John to the side, surprising him with his resilience. The warriors rose to their feet. A dull haze softened John's senses as the pain throughout his body receded into the background. All that was left was a mild throbbing sensation in his leg. Murr's face was bloodied. His nose was shifted to the side. He had difficulty drawing in a breath without opening his mouth. But the look of pure hate and murder in his eyes hadn't faded in the least.
Not what you expected from this old man, is it?
John let the corner of his mouth peek up into the hint of a crooked smile. Murr's face reddened, his neck flexed, and his lips pulled back. A steady stream of blood poured from his mouth. John had goaded him into letting his emotions guide his actions.
All you gotta do is weather the storm, Ranger.
John slipped underneath a roundhouse punch, burying a body blow into Murr's side, feeling a rib give way under the impact. Murr continued, unfazed as he thrust a knee into John's gut that forced his breath from his lungs, painting the floor with blood and saliva. The fighters separated again, but this time John was the aggressor. He needed to finish the fight before his own body gave out. He landed a solid jab and cross and leaned back just far enough to avoid Murr's counterhook. And putting money in the bag, John targeted the assassin's busted rib once more. Murr spotted the attack in time to drop his elbow, pressing it against his body to cushion the blow.
Gotcha,
John thought as his fist dug into the man's arm. It was the reaction he had hoped for, using the rebounding impact to twist his waist and hips, loading his next attack. John uncoiled his body, pushing up with his legs as he fired off an uppercut. The punch landed flush, slamming Murr's jaw shut with a resounding crack, staggering him. The assassin's leg buckled, but he remained upright, swinging a wide, sloppy hook. John jammed his forearm into the crook of his foe's elbow, stopping the attack cold. He answered with another thunderous right hook, sending Murr reeling, his body turning. John furrowed his brow.
What does it take to bring these guys down?
Murr stood on rubbery legs, but the mask of rage never left his face as he rushed in. Catching John by surprise, the Omega's punch fired like a piston against John's ribs. Murr ducked down and dove his shoulder into John's body, trying to lift him off his feet.
Can't let him bring the fight to the ground again.
John sank his hips as he wrapped an arm around Murr's head and neck, securing a solid grip with his other hand. The warrior struggled as John worked to snake his forearm under Murr's throat for a choke. Murr landed several ineffective blows to John's side before slamming a fist into his injured thigh. A white-hot flash of pain, followed by red pulsing stars, washed across his vision. There was no doubt now that his leg had been fractured. With a shout, John wrenched the man's head, attempting to throw him to the ground, but Murr dug his feet in, preventing his body from falling over. The shift in body weight gave John the leverage to wrench the Omega's neck again, this time cracking the man's vertebrae. Murr's body went limp for a split second. The fight left in his body, bleeding away, but his strength returned as fast as it had gone. With a furious roar, the Omega grabbed John's wrist to break free, even using what had remained of his left hand. John secured his grip, twisting to turn away from Murr. The torque brought the two men back to back, with Murr's head and neck on John's shoulder, his hand still clutched under the assassin's chin. Dropping his weight, John hit the ground, feeling the impact snapping his foe's neck. John's body went limp, his strength entirely spent. He lay on the floor, his heart hammering in his chest. Blackness threatened to swallow his vision as his breaths came in ragged gasps. His throat burned. Several minutes later, he rolled away, facing Murr and staring into the man's eyes. All of the rage and anger was gone, the fire extinguished. A sudden wave of pain flooded through John's body as he gritted his teeth to ride it out. He had become acutely aware of the damage Murr had inflicted in the fight. "Flare!" he croaked, pushing himself up to his feet. Chapter 49. Chance stayed on his knees, looking around as he caught his breath. Sebastian's body lay to his right, and the path to the base's main entrance was clear.
"Let's go, Hunter,"
Millie said, slapping a magazine into her carbine.
"I can't reach John, and he might need our help."
With a groan, Chance rose to his feet, walking over to Sebastian's weapon. He dropped the mag and checked it before reinserting it. Half full. After a moment, he chuckled. Better than half empty, right? "Contact!" Millie shouted, dropping to a knee and firing into the distance. Chance didn't bother turning to face the threat, instead sprinting behind the boulder that Sebastian had used for cover earlier. He pressed his body against the stone and pivoted out, spotting the attackers. Two of them, one providing cover fire as the other advanced. Well-trained. Omegas. "Move!" Chance shouted as he fired his carbine. Millie darted away from Chance, heading for a small cluster of trees.
"Hey, we've got a couple of stragglers coming our way," she radioed to the others. "Is everything okay up there?"
After a brief squelch and some static, a voice broke through. "Just dropped off the last of the pies and heading your way," Ty said. "You East Coasters still call pizzas pies, right?" "Enough with the jokes," Chance said. "We've got two Omegas bearing down on us, and we could use some backup." "Chill, bro. We're en route. 2 minutes."
"They'll be right on top of us by then,"
Millie said. 30 seconds out, Travis said. "Just hang on, and don't do anything risky until we show up." Chance and Millie exchanged knowing glances. The attackers poured their fire onto the detective's position as they advanced. Millie stepped out, giving herself a better angle, and drawing their fire. She let loose with a burst, her rounds coming close to the nearest attacker, the woman. Both assassins turned their attention onto Subject 9, driving her deeper into the tree line. Chance used the opening to fall back, joining her.
"It's Kobayashi,"
Millie said as he reached her position.
"And the blonde one, Cook. We've got our hands full."
"You probably don't want to hear this, then." Chance lifted his carbine slightly. "I'm out." Millie pulled a magazine from her belt, behind her left hip.
"Last one. Let's make these count."
"Any idea how to deal with these two?" Millie fired a burst and dropped back, pursing her lips.
"I've got some ideas on how to deal with beta-trained assets, but these two are blending all of their skills, alpha, beta, and gamma."
"Well, at least they still bleed like we do," Chance said, firing his weapon as the two attackers reached the boulder he had fled from. Cook peeled out from behind cover as Kobayashi sent a series of well-placed bursts in their direction. Before Cook could advance, the rumble of an engine pulled the assassin's attention away, toward the north. Instead of making a foolish decision, the Omega pushed off hard with her right foot, heading for the base's entrance, where the hidden structures would provide cover from the newcomers. Millie tried to track her movement, but was unable to get a clear shot. She had hoped Cook would have been too distracted by the armored vehicle's approach.
"Professional."
Kobayashi turned to face the incoming threat, focusing his aim at the front windshield, dumping half a dozen rounds with 2 quick trigger presses. Ty dipped from view, swinging the vehicle to a stop and putting the composite armor panels in the path of the remaining rounds. A thunderbolt split the air as a round hammered Kobayashi in the stomach. He fell to his back but rolled to the side as soon as he hit the ground. A second later, another shot kicked up the dirt near him.
"I've got Kobayashi pinned," Jimenez said. "Move now!"
Before Millie and Chance could reply, the back doors of the truck swung open. Travis hit the ground, rifle on his shoulder, already spitting fire. Scott joined him, firing his Remington before working the slide in the crook of his left elbow.
"Do you have a visual on Cook?" Millie asked.
"Negative," Jimenez said.
"I can't even see her," Chance said. "I'm going to—" Over the chatter of weapons fire, the hiss and thud of a heavy steel door interrupted him. A tall, lithe woman strode out, her silver hair pulled up into a tight bun. She had a long rifle in her hands, popping the legs of the bipod open.
"It's Flair!"
Millie staggered out into the open, her world vibrating. She brought her weapon up, disregarding the other threats on the battlefield. Her sights centered on Rebecca Flair's chest. Before she could fire, shards of metal and plastic peppered her face. An instant later, Chance tackled her, their bodies landing behind a pair of large trees. Kobayashi fired again, chasing them with his follow-up bursts.
"Are you nuts?"
Chance's voice cracked.
"You almost got yourself killed!"
Millie's vision snapped back into view.
"I need to get to Flair. You know how lucky you are? He had you dead to rights. You're lucky your weapon was in the way."
Millie looked at the remains of her carbine before spotting Cook, making her way toward the armored vehicle. She pushed away from Chance, dropping her busted rifle.
We need to help the others."
Before she could draw her pistol, Flair's weapon thundered. Millie and Chance looked at the armored vehicle, expecting the worst. But Scott and Travis were still firing at the two Omegas, trying to fight them off. Letitia had joined in, poking her head up from the passenger side of the truck, firing her carbine.
"Jimenez,"
Chance whispered.
"Daniel, Flair is targeting you,"
Millie shouted over the radio. Two more explosive reports echoed over the firefight. Unlike their shooter, Flair was using a semi-automatic rifle, allowing her to follow up quickly.
"Jimenez, do you copy?"
Millie asked. Silence. Flair shouted to the Omegas, ordering them to fall back to her position, aiming her rifle at the truck toward Letitia. Millie ripped the carbine from Chance's hands, breaking out into the open. She shouted, her words incoherent, but the rage very clear. The rifle spit burst after burst as the head of the order disappeared into the darkness of the base's entrance. Chance ejected the mag from Millie's busted weapon as he struggled to keep up. Using his pistol, he put pressure on the Omegas as he ran. Cook spun to target him, but Letitia intervened from the armored vehicle, forcing the Omega to take cover with Kobayashi. Scooping the rifle he had dropped during his fight with Sebastian, Chance tucked his chin and sprinted to the base's entrance just as Millie slipped inside. He slid behind the low wall, hidden by rocks and foliage, inserting the partial mag into his carbine and releasing the bolt. With Jimenez no longer putting pressure on the Omegas, they were free to maneuver once again. Chance knew he couldn't risk following Millie. It would allow the pair of assassins outside to give chase. He needed to help the others keep them contained. Millie's fury fueled her hunt. Her breaths slipped in through her nose and out through gritted teeth. Flair had retreated into the hidden base, but this time Millie wouldn't let her escape death like she did in the Steens Mountain base. Pressing her back to a wall, she peered around the corner, sliding out slowly to open up her line of sight, slicing the pie. With the intersection cleared, Millie headed deeper inside, her footsteps echoing off of the hard surfaces surrounding her. She was caught in a game of cat and mouse now, unsure of which she was supposed to be. The end of the hall opened up to a larger space. Server racks lined the room on either side, mostly inactive, a handful of lights and fans the only sign of use. A flash of familiarity hit her, a fight from her past. Another showdown with an alpha asset close to her heart.
"Jasmine," Millie whispered.
Snapping back to her senses, the young Gamma realized she had been standing out in the open. Dipping her body and leaping to the side, she narrowly avoided the incoming .338 Lapua Magnum round that cracked from the report echoing a split second behind. The air still vibrated from the gunshot, making it more challenging to pinpoint Flair's location. But the trajectory of the round had given her a general direction. Poking her head out, Millie fired a burst, adding to the buzzing. In the darkness, her muzzle flash left bright spots imprinted in her vision, a phoenix materializing to life. She ran across the gap between the two rows of computer equipment, the pulse of light in her peripheral vision betraying Flair's position as she returned fire. Choosing her moment, Millie dropped to her hip, sliding across the floor, stopping short of cover. She took aim, estimating where the shot had come from. Her finger tightened on the trigger, and the carbine bucked. Another shot followed her counterattack, but Flair's round went high, shattering an overhead light.
I hit her,
Millie thought, scrambling the last few feet behind the server racks. She could hear faint grunts of pain and heavy breathing as the clack of steel on concrete echoed from the far corner.
She's wounded. I need to finish this.
Millie rushed to the far side of the row, circling from the edge, her steps softly tapping as she reached the end of the room. Moving quickly, she leaned out, looking over the sights of her weapon. With the path clear, she approached the position where Flair had been.
Blood, she thought,
crouching to look closer at the dark, viscous liquid at her feet. She looked around, finding a dark spot several feet ahead, and more further along the wall, heading deeper into the shadows. With her weapon shouldered, Millie kept her stance low, glancing down occasionally to follow the trail of blood droplets. Reaching the back exit, Millie eased the door open, peering out either side before stepping through, looking for the telltale red dots leading to her target. She turned toward the trail, rifle ready. Flair had run deeper into the base, reaching another large area, half the size of the server room. Millie stepped to the side, taking cover behind one of the exposed steel I-beams stabbing up to the ceiling, scanning the vicinity.
Where did you go now?
A dark smudge on one of the walls drew Millie's eye to the far end of the room. Moving with purpose, she broke away from the pillar and headed over to pick up the trail again. But this one was different. It was a small pool of blood, 8 to 10 drops overlapping each other on the floor, with a red smear forming a partial handprint on the wall. Millie was fixated on the smudge, picturing how Flair would have used her hand to support her weight as she pushed off to continue.
She must have rested here to catch her breath.
Millie's eyes shot wide.
No!
She took a leaping step forward, tucking her chin and waiting for the impact as she darted for cover.
It's bait!
The impact of Flair's magnum round, hammering her hip, spun Millie around as she tumbled to the floor. She rolled away as another round ripped into the concrete. Stopping in a prone position, Millie pulled the weapon stock against her body, resting her cheek against it as she repeatedly pressed the trigger. After the third burst, the bolt had locked open, but Flair staggered out into the open, running for another exit. Millie grunted, pushing herself up to her feet, half expecting to collapse from the bullet that had struck her hip. But there was only a dull ache from the point of impact. She reached down and drew her pistol, her window of opportunity slipping away. Instead of the handgun she had expected to feel, Millie's hand brushed against the shattered Kydex shell where the M&P had been holstered. Her hand came away wet with blood. The pistol had taken the brunt of the .338 Lapua, but fragments of the bullet, as well as her own weapon, had sliced through her flesh. Millie limped into the middle of the room, locking eyes with Rebecca Flair. The Alpha had dropped her rifle, staring out from behind a pair of massive steel alloy doors sliding into place, separating the two once again. The look in Flair's eyes was not what Millie had expected. It was mostly fear, but something else. Confidence? No. It was pride. The woman had a twisted sense of accomplishment, seeing what one of her assets had achieved. As the resounding thud echoed, Millie fell to her knees and let out an angry shout, her head tilted back. Again, Rebecca Flair had slipped through her fingers. Kobayashi leaped up onto the large stone, sliding down to the other side as he fired his rifle. Ty fell back as the round sparked off the hood of the armored vehicle. Letitia leaned out further from the passenger side window, firing at the assassin as he charged. A round struck the man in the upper left portion of his armor, unable to halt his advance. He returned fire, one of the caseless rounds punching through the already ablated composite panel of the door. Letitia let out a short cry and fell back inside the vehicle, pressing a hand to the wound on her stomach. Cook pivoted out, opening fire toward the rear of the truck. Travis fell back behind cover, but Scott raised his shotgun, answering with a booming blast. Fumbling with the weapon, he pinched the forestock between his upper and lower arm, ejecting the spent shell. But Cook shifted her aim, sending a burst at the grizzled detective. One of the rounds passed through his right forearm, continuing into his body. He coughed, dropping his Remington and collapsing to his knees before falling to his side. "No!" Chance screamed, taking aim at the woman as she stalked his friends. He stepped out into the open, walking forward as he fired, two of the rounds thumping ineffectively into the integral plates along her spine. But the third round slipped through, piercing something vital. Like a remote-controlled vehicle losing its signal, the Omega shut down, her body spiraling to the ground. Chance kept his weapon up as he advanced, shifting to the side to look for Kobayashi. Cook moved again, pushing herself up to her feet, hands shaking and legs struggling to hold her upright. Chance froze in place, mouth agape as she pivoted to face him. And then something clicked. Some kind of internal communication inside the assassin's body, connecting mind and matter. In the blink of an eye, Cook stood tall, shoulders back and head up, burning holes into Chance with her furious gaze. She drew her pistol, clasping it in both hands as she brought it up. Chance needed to act fast, already running to avoid the shots. Don't be foolish, he thought, his body already guiding him directly at his attacker. He fired on the move, rushing an armed assailant, hoping the sudden aggressive posture would shake her nerves enough to spoil her aim until he was within range. Just a few more feet. His carbine's bolt locked back, but he was more horrified at Cook's nerves of steel. The woman hadn't flinched in the least, still firing as his rounds went wide. One of her rounds hit him in the thigh, close to his hip. Chance lost his footing, tripping and tumbling across the ground, his world spinning and bouncing before he came to a stop. He was breathing hard, chest rising and falling as he looked up at Cook. The Omega's facial expression lacked any discernible emotion. Her motions were robotic. She dropped the spent mag, inserting the new one and pressing the slide release all in a fraction of a second. Chance gritted his teeth, watching her every move, staring death in the eye. His mind had trouble processing the image before him. Cook's upper arm exploded, sending the rest of the limb spinning away. The dull buzz in his head faded just as the sharp crack of Jimenez's rifle report reached him. Chance wasted no time, drawing his Glock and firing the last 2 rounds. The first hollow-point projectile glanced off of Cook's brow ridge, snapping her head back as the second hit her under the chin. She leaned back, still staring skyward, as her body fell.
Sorry I took so long, Jimenez said, his voice straining through obvious pain. Had to patch some stuff up first.
Better late than never, Chance said more to himself, not bothering to broadcast his reply. Kobayashi saw Cook's body hit the ground. He turned to find the shooter in the distance, moving to intercept. Travis stepped into the Omega's path, lifting Scott's Remington 870. The shotgun's blasts echoed, each explosive report followed by the mechanical clacking of the weapon's action. He dumped 3 solid slugs into Kobayashi's chest from inside of 3 meters, knocking the Omega onto his back. The armor had prevented the rounds from penetrating, but the internal damage was evident as a stream of blood escaped from the corner of Kobayashi's mouth. He strained, trying to raise his carbine. Travis pulled the last shell from the Mossberg side saddle, dropping it into the open chamber. He pushed the forestock to slam it home and squeezed the trigger. The assassin's skull exploded, hurling blood, bone, and earth outward from Travis's kill shot. He looked toward Chance, seeing Cook's body down before letting the shotgun fall from his grip. Clutching a bullet wound on his side, he fell, catching himself with his other hand.
That the best you got?
He spat, his voice hoarse. Chapter 50. Rebecca Flair limped to the communication console inside the base's bunker. She scanned the frequencies, calling for someone, anyone, to respond.
They're dead.
The deep, rumbling voice shook her as she spun to face the intruder. John emerged from the shadows.
Your people. If they're not responding, that means my friends killed them.
He took several steps forward, favoring one leg.
Just like I'm gonna do to you.
Flair closed her eyes and stood up to her full height. She took in a deep breath and let it out, long and slow.
The thief does not come except to steal, and to kill, and to destroy. I have come that they may have life, and that they may have it more abundantly.
Is that how you justify the killing? John asked. Twisting verses from the Bible to excuse your actions? Her eyes dipping down to the pistol clutched in his hands. Flair held her hands out, wrists close together.
You've got me. Call your friends to bring me in.
Is that what you think this is? A raid to arrest a fugitive?
John's chest rattled as he struggled to pull in a full breath. Flair smiled. He took another step closer.
If I open that door, it's only to hand this over to Millie, so she can finish the job.
He held up the 1911 for her to see.
So you're here to dirty your hands, then?
She lowered her arms.
That was the plan, he replied. I hate to deprive the kid of her revenge, though.
Flair's eye twitched, the anger shaping her mask. She swiped a hand across her belt and whipped her arm out. John caught the flash just as the blade sailed through the air, biting into his hand. He dropped the pistol, but before he could retrieve it, the Alpha assassin was on top of him. Her long limbs traced a graceful pattern through the air as she had two more knives in hand. John avoided the first few slashes and stabs, but she delivered a snapping roundhouse kick that filled his vision with stars. A sharp pain radiated out from his upper arm, and another from just below his ribcage. John lashed out with a looping punch. Flair leaned her body back, avoiding the blow. He followed with a short stomp on her knee, dislocating the joint. She screamed and sliced the air, the blade opening up the distance between them as efficiently as rending flesh. John raised his fists, blinking the flashing from his eyes. He watched in fascination as Flair's leg dangled oddly. Maintaining her balance, she lifted her knee, grabbing the ankle of her dislocated limb, bringing it back behind her. With a short tug and pop, the joint slid back into place. She lowered the leg, testing with her body weight, satisfied that wouldn't hinder her movement too much. The implants used to restore motor function to Mr. Gordon's lower body, to grant increased strength to the Omegas, were also keeping this woman combat effective, even from a fight-ending injury.
Nice trick, John said. Too bad Murr found out it didn't work when I broke his neck.
Letting her emotions guide her actions, Flair stepped in, her movements waving side to side, snake-like as she closed in. Blades flashed, finding only air as John kept his distance. He timed a counterattack, grabbing her left arm and hammering the knife from her grasp. Before he could follow up with another attack, she had already pulled free, dipping in to drive the tip of her second weapon into his gut. He deflected the stab, but it was just a feint. Flair spun with the grace of a dancer, ending up behind him as her arm looped around his neck, the knife near his carotid artery. Before she could drag the edge across to slit his throat, John had already pinned the weapon against his body, one hand on her wrist, the other on the blade. She growled in his ear, driving a pair of punches into his kidney with her free arm. John whipped his head back, smashing into an eye socket. The blow knocked her back as he wrenched the knife from her grasp. John turned, still holding the weapon by the blade. Blood ran down the hardwood grip onto the floor. He tossed it to the side, a crimson trail arcing after it.
It's over, Flair. You're not getting out of here alive.
Her shoulders sagged and rose as she drew air in, her lungs drinking deeply. Her face turned down, his words ringing true. John took a step forward. She didn't move. Another step. Flair's eyes fell to the floor. John's gaze flicked to the side, finding the pistol he had dropped. It was the opportunity Flair needed, striking like a cobra. In a flash, she had covered the distance between them. A black blade snapped out from the palm of her artificial arm, and she plunged the knife into John's body. He grabbed her mechanical wrist with both hands. She tried to free the weapon to strike again, but he held her hand pinned to his stomach, fire burning in his eyes. He released his grip with his left hand, bringing the fist and forearm down on Flair's elbow, smashing the plastic casing, and popping the pins in the mechanical joint free. She stared down in astonishment as John pulled the blood-soaked blade free and stepped in close. He caught her right arm with his left. She raised what was left of the other limb. John stabbed downward with the prosthetic, through her phantom limb, burying the knife into her chest. They stood in the center of the room, staring at each other, before stepping away. John's chest heaved. He lowered himself slowly, leaning his back against a nearby wall. Rebecca Flair dropped slowly, a wilting flower as her legs folded under her. She winced with each inhale, supporting her weight with her flesh and blood arm. A long silence stretched out before she spoke.
They would have had everything they needed, she whispered. They would have wanted for nothing. We would have provided all that they required.
At what cost? John asked. Their freedom?
For security. For survival. A small price to pay.
How many would have had to die to see this new world order?
Rebecca looked up at him.
The world already knows war. Famine is already intimately familiar to them. Greed fans the flames between entire nations. I could have ended it all.
No. You would have just created a new threat for the rest of us to fight, John said. Flair laughed before a coughing fit interrupted.
How is this world better? Endless wars for precious resources, feeding the fat capitalist nations while the rest suffer. Corporations suck entire economies dry, taking their food, their water, leaving the people to scrounge for scraps just to make it one more day.
John closed his eyes and leaned his head against the cold concrete.
The order was always about greed. You wanted all the power for yourselves, all of the resources to distribute as you saw fit. Just another fascist regime watching people suffer, just to maintain your influence over them. The people would have flourished under our rule. Prospered. Only the people you deemed worthy. We were different.
Flair's breathing slowed. Her body slumped to the side, falling to the ground. Her lips parted slightly, head resting on the concrete as blood spilled from her lips.
No. No different, he whispered.
John closed his eyes as the blackness swallowed him.
Got it,
the faint voice said from the periphery of John's senses. It was Cat 6, coming in through his earpiece. A metallic clang reverberated around him, followed by a dull, continuous scraping and a whoosh of fresh air.
There he is, Chance said. John, are you okay?
John? Wesker asked, prying an eyelid up with his thumb. His vision was blurry, all of his senses dulled by fatigue.
Or has death come to claim me?
Get him on his feet, Chance said, kneeling by his side.
Where's Flair?
Millie asked. It's over, Travis said. John opened his eyes to slits, looking around the room. Was it really over? Did everyone survive? Or is this just some twisted dream? Again, he slid away into unconsciousness. Epilogue. 3 weeks later, the Foxhole Bar, Great Falls, Montana.
I'm telling you, that was a tough 3 days, Ty said.
How so?
Millie asked.
You didn't get to watch your NASCAR races from behind bars?
It's like she doesn't even know me, Ty said. I don't watch amateurs driving in a circle. Besides, that dump only served 2 decent meals that entire time. Pancakes and cheeseburgers.
You're lucky they released us at all, Chance said. Wesker had every right to keep us locked up for the rest of our lives after what we pulled.
Hey, so we're sure that Flair is donezo, right?
Ty asked, before placing another Ritz cracker on his tongue.
I watched Flair's body as they loaded her into the coroner's van,
Millie said, adjusting the sling supporting her left arm.
She's not coming back.
Too bad John couldn't be here to join the celebration, Roland said.
He's here in spirit, Travis replied. This is his bar and all. Jennifer Colt laughed, looking down at the cola in her glass.
I can drink to that.
What's the deal with John anyway?
Roland asked. Travis tipped his bottle back, shrugging as he took another pull of beer. Wesker and Poe said they were going to meet me here, so we can discuss the case.
You think he'll be okay?
Jennifer asked. Travis paused, searching for the right words. The doctors had to induce a coma for the first few days, but he's been conscious for the past couple of weeks. He sustained a lot of injuries. Multiple concussions, massive blood loss, some busted ribs. That just covers the past 2 months.
The man's skin is probably more scar tissue than not by this point, Scott said.
Those two look like they're getting along, Travis said, hoping to change the subject. Jennifer looked over at Emily with a sad smile. The young girl was in the corner, laughing as she and Letitia played a game of some kind. They were close in age, only a couple of years apart.
Yeah, scary, really, that Emily can still smile after all of this.
Ty rose up from behind the bar, joining Millie at the table next to Jennifer's. He spun the seat around, leaning his arms across the back as he sat.
Not now, Ty,
Millie said.
What? I just wanted to take a seat and relax.
Millie looked him up and down.
After all the injuries you sustained in the fight? Hey, I can't help that I'm faster than a speeding bullet. Ty brushed his hands down the front of his shirt. If it makes you feel better, I think I suffered some whiplash. It doesn't. Ty watched her for another moment. What is it, Ty? Sorry, I was just wondering. What's next? He asked. For you, I mean. What's your driving motivation now? Millie's expression was empty. She took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, before turning to face him. I don't know. You can always join me on the road. I could use someone with your skills watching my back. As a courier? No, thanks. What? It's a fast and exciting life, Ty said. Not to mention it pays quite well. A lot better than this pro bono nonsense we're always doing with John. Millie smiled at his sales pitch. Not a chance, Ty. The light flooded into the dark interior as Wesker walked in. Poe came in behind him, with John following. Shouts and hollering filled the bar, drowning out the music from the speakers. Everyone inside was elated to see John, all of them offering to help him to one of the tables. Almost everyone inside was on crutches, a collection of casts and braces, but none let that stop them from trying to help. He rebuffed all of their offers, making his way to the nearest chair. Wow, I gotta say, we didn't expect all this when you said you were swinging by, Travis said. Yeah, well, I wanted to keep it a surprise. Wesker shook Travis's hand. Even with his left arm in a cast and right in a sling, Scott carried 2 beers over to the table, pinching the necks of the bottles between his fingers. John accepted one and raised it to everyone. Seeing Jimenez seated at the bar, John smiled and acknowledged his presence as the sharpshooter returned the gesture. What does all of this mean? Chance asked. Is it all over? It's not that simple, I'm afraid. You'll probably still be on administrative leave for at least another week, Wesker said. And Mr. Chambers has been flagged as compromised. No more consulting for the alphabet organizations, Scott muttered with a smirk. What about John? Roland asked. I'll be cooperating with the FBI and DHS, John said. Working to rout out anyone else that might still have ties to the order. But I've got assurances that all charges will be dropped, Wesker added. Another round of cheers filled the room. But that's not the most important part, John said. He let his gaze drift around the room, looking at everyone before continuing. Curtis Clark will be receiving a posthumous military funeral, with full honors. He and Parker will be recognized as heroes. Why are we sitting around like a bunch of sad sacks? Ty asked. Let's get this party started. For the next hour, food, drinks, and music were all everyone was interested in, sharing laughs as they celebrated. Jennifer joined John at his table, lightly wrapping an arm over his shoulder to give him a peck on the cheek. She sat next to him, placing her glass on a coaster. Frank would be proud of you, she said. John's eyes were red, but he smiled, watching his friends celebrating and thinking about those that he lost along the way. I hope so. You've earned this, Jennifer said, gesturing at the crowd. You've accomplished the impossible. We accomplished it, John said. Everyone in here, you included. She patted his hand as they watched Emily in the corner, laughing and playing with Millie and Letitia. Emily called Roland over, and Ty grabbed the handles of his wheelchair, pretending to take him on a high-speed chase before ending up in the corner with the others. What kind of future could she possibly have after all of this? Jennifer asked. A good one, John answered, watching the younger members of the hardcore. Jennifer took a sip from her glass. What does the future look like for us, I wonder? He glanced over to the old guard, Scott, Travis, Jimenez, and Chance. He didn't have the words to answer. Reflecting on the past couple of years, John's thoughts once again strayed back to his friend, Frank Colt. His death had started this entire chain of events. John thought about what he had gone through to bring Frank's killers to justice. Warren Ratcliffe and Price Wyndham. Shortly after that, he lost another friend, Marvin Van Pierce, and nearly lost Parker, sending the team on another hunt for Damian Blanchard. The last two were Barrett Anderson and Rebecca Flair.
But it was all finally over. John would have willingly surrendered his life and freedom to rid the world of that kind of evil. He'd almost lost both, gladly. It was then that he felt the lightness, like something lifting from his chest and shoulders. It was finally over. His mission was complete. This concludes The Alpha and the Omega by Alan Manning and Brian Manning. Narrated by Roger Wayne. Copyright 2022 by Alan Manning. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Alan Manning and Brian Manning and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.